post my 10-second balcony. It's called "It Was All XJ's Idea, Your Honor." XJ. So I think they're insinuating that.
So remember again, so it could be that
Court.
moving is killing one person.
Oh shit! Later in the episode, Scott's got something to say about that though. How was that? Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. That shirt is pretty fired. I see you got the little drive fast little guy's hat. Did you get any merch? No, and I'll be honest, Brendan Walsh from the World Record Podcast did not buy this. Oh, I bought it myself. So maybe I have to look at that. Now look at it. Okay, I might buy this shirt, dude. Honestly, you know, like electric cars. Oh, I probably should buy them because I drive a hybrid. No, it's so funny. You wear that shirt, you get out of your hybrid. I exploit you. I don't know how cars work. I do it full of a Scooby. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I mean, I support. I think this is real. I think someone will get a try. I wish this was me. I wish I was this Mexican man. Yeah, me too.
Ultimately, again, at where the liability goes, rather what do we look at? Who a person is liable to. The Rava said,
the way that he said he's going to kind of explain is that Brendan already explained it to him.
He's running after Shem. And presumably because
yeah, he's like doing some work for himself. Like, this isn't going to make sense. So I don't want to look stupid, so I'm just going to try it.
So while the pursuer
make myself look okay. If I was shot over the head, shoot that over again, don't say that I'm going to kind of explain it. I'm going to explain it. No, Sean knows he's kind of. Sean kind of does everything he does, right? That'd be funny if this was literally, he's going to allegedly explain it right now.
It's very interesting as the road is running after the Ruben is running after Shimon to kill him. And Ruben tramples utensils, whoever those utensils belong to. Right? Ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be punished. Why? Right, Taimo? This chayiv b'nafshe. So we'll say, why is that? That is because Ruben is chayiv. This is why Ruben chayiv. So Ruben is actively running after Shimon to kill him. Ruben is eroding. So because Ruben is eroding his chayiv, because chayiv, so then what? Then what? He's going to be cutter on the kingdom that if he's going to be cutter, we don't see Mamo when he's at the Nisa. However, on the other hand, when you're just a Shibra as a let's say the person being pursued will call him Shinner. He's running away from Ruben. And he breaks utensils. The shower will cutter. If he breaks utensils, if you're have the road, it's going to be cutter. Show for other chayiv. When he breaks utensils on other people, ultimately he will be chayiv. Where Shoro is cutter. Why is it ultimately again that he's chayiv for breaking the utensils of the road? Excuse me, cutter for breaking the utensils of the road. I love you before. So we'll say ultimately again, the road takes money. Shouldn't be any more important thing than his body. Because running after Shimon, ultimately again, he's putting himself in harm's way. Because not anyone that is Mamo cannot be more cumbered than his group. So therefore, again, the same way that everyone has the license to go and take his life.
Did you really come up with a truck idea for Drive Fast Low Gas? No. Brendan's idea.
However, again, shall call other
I still do this. I remember I took an improv class. And they were like, they can tell you how to do this now because I was more realistic if you do this. I don't want to walk out of the class right there, dude. That's what I should have known. It was a scheme. When improv's trying to be realistic, it's like, you guys are not listening to him do that. That makes sense. That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, this is always funny. This is not fun, dude. Oh, one second. I'm getting a DM on my shirt.
So let's say so
real isn't always fun. Sometimes you gotta be a little
right?
Nowadays, you're funny that I do it in improv class. You take a phone call and you just like, you start doing the thing, and they're like, don't you want to have the thing? No, I'm on speaker. Improv and just when they try to make things realer, you go further. I see what you're saying when I'm on speaker. So
I see Ruben running after
shit. I'm on the phone. That looks. This is the other thing they do. This can't be a gun. You gotta do this. That's bullshit. All that shit is a gun. Fuck improv.
Running after Ruben. I end up smashing these guys.
Every time I take a shit, I'm like, stop saying that. Well, you're just doing job. What's up? Posted by Chicks Like About Me, Brian, and my little government buddies. I didn't watch this clip right when I read that. You know,
might
that's
say it has to be that way,
a good
why?
title right there.
Because it was like,
Let's see.
you know, I know that it's kind of a narrative.
So,
It's going to be financial.
this gentleman was talking to you.
And so, you know, I see the one of that for sure. I see the one of that for sure. And therefore, again, I want to step in. I want to go with it.
That's what high she can go.
I have to figure out,
This
you
is
know
what
what?
doesn't make sense when you don't know how to English language. This one doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, it's
So
going
when
to
people
cost
don't
me
realize,
$1,000 to go
is
ahead
they know
and
where
say
Trump's
shit
going to
and
be
go
his
and
campaign trail months and months, even a year before. So a special service, he
the
needs
other
to
one is just like one of these people own like you want to know you see a similar concept. You see if I got at least halacha, which is the
He's a fucking
contemporary
genius.
malpractice.
He's a fucking genius.
Halacha shields doctors.
Special service. That's
Halacha
amazing.
says
That sounds
when a
like
doctor
the
comes to the scene, when a doctor goes in and helps someone, the
special
doctor
service sounds,
cannot be found liable for any type of damages that
special service and secret service.
gross negligence.
That also kind of sounds like secret service.
It's gross negligence.
Yeah, a little
The
bit.
halacha might
What if
say
you
again,
call them super
so there could be
service?
some liability. If that's the process, even if there are mistakes, the doctor is covered by halacha. Look at
Sexy service. That was
the
sexy
reason
service.
for that is because otherwise people won't want help. Halacha understands that the only way people will help is if there is protection from legal recourse. But if every single time I step in now and someone gets sued and the damages, then the halacha understands people aren't going
Devil's
to want
assistant
help.
here.
Tomorrow's like that.
Maybe he just really, the whole seems like, maybe he just has giant hands. Yeah. So it looks weird because, like, his thumb is the size of one of my hands.
Hello.
He's a big guy. He can fit in small cars. You could put, like, Brandon Cooney's face on
But
that
if somebody's
thumb.
running after a
Yeah,
animal,
that's the same
but I
thing.
think
Yeah, put a beard on the thumb. There. One
I
thing
know
going.
I feel, man. All of this about the investor. So if somebody I said,
That's the gum service, did it?
someone about to worship idolatry,
After a lot of bad
you
noise.
kill them
So here's
to
I talked
save
to a
them
secret
from
service.
violating that idea.
And still the secret service?
What's
Yeah,
the
he was. And
وما كان
yes, he is
هيجوز
still
في بنفسه
private.
كان غبار وكبوش من بس if I can kill someone for preventing them from violating an
He's like,
Allah
which
and
answer gets more
this is
views?
what we call Iqam.
If he
Pagan
wasn't,
Hegel. We say Pagan Hegel means he's hurting an ordinary
They got
individual.
secrets that
He's
get
going to
TFK,
hurt us.
dude. I mean, I believe it because
Right,
I
by
know
worshiping
I have a
Allah.
friend who's a
Allah has
sniper
come
C
with some of
class,
the
is
ayat
three
like
Cs.
that.
He told me some of this.
I
Yeah. Why
believe
laughing, man?
in
This is serious, man. I
Yeah,
don't know.
you
I laugh like I get nervous sometimes.
Some
You know, I was like,
couple
am I should I talk about this on your
Hasaba
radio?
Ushina did
My
get
animals are right down in there.
If you can't cut it, you
Okay,
can't
well,
go to
hold on,
the
that's
couple. Kind of the other sort of
you
thing.
need to hire some secret service, dude. Special
This
service
is
head.
actually wild. Those are
This
some
one's
said the mice
posted
some
by
of the
OK
Macau
Engineering
Shabbos. I kill
1648.
them to prevent them
It's
from
called
doing so.
Papa's Midas Touch and
By
Strikes
killing them to
Again.
prevent them from doing so.
Just an
Again,
innocent
again,
post
that's
about
just
shoes. My
Right,
man,
I'm
the shoe
preventing them
surgeon,
from
killed him
violating
with
the
these
incredible
custom
idea.
SB banana ducks.
I'm sorry? So I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. So Summer Luck Ta'adwa. Let's say you hold like his father. So Amr Ocean in Hadith. He
Secret
says
service from shoe
the
surgeon
right
here, dude.
punishment
But
is
get ready for
capital
this.
punishment.
Nike suing the shoe surgeon for
The
$60
Asir
million.
Shabbos,
Snap.
Gilul Gilul Ma'abol. That was the Mitzvah, Shabbat Gilul Gilul. The two Shabbos Shabbat.
He is like the
Just like
Forrest
you
Gump of
just
scam
said, that you can
artists.
kill someone
It's Forrest Gump of
to
scam
prevent
artists.
them from
You know,
worshiping
yeah.
idolatry. You don't
Just
kill
always
someone
at the
from
right place
preventing
at the
them
wrong
from
time.
doing Shabbos.
Shoes,
I'm going to
I
go
mean,
to
it's
the
probably
Shemiyah
LA
Shabbos.
reference, but you know the way to have a bird pocha, the shoes look like they're like official shoes and then
About this
servers that work at
This is a very
Korean
important
restaurant in
Kalabeno
Seattle,
Shabatora.
California.
In Umrim La'adam Abor
I live right next to a bunch of like it's in
We'll
Seattle.
say this is threaten a person when they say to a
This
person,
one's posted by
any Avera
Talks of
Lakota. Either
Plasmosis.
commit this
It's
Avera
called
or
Never
will kill
Missing
you. What's
Bach.
the Halacha? We'll say you commit the
I
Avera.
don't know
You commit
why
the Avera.
Bach
Chutz,
maybe
Ne'avodos,
opportunity,
Chochavim,
but I don't know what he's gonna cut off.
This is the exception.
Opportunity.
The three cardinal
What
Averas.
has come back?
Somebody tells me that's a short morality, or increasing morality and engaging in acts of bloodshed, then what? What's the halacha? The halacha is that you sooner give my life than provide it. So you're asking about others, so probably those actually can use your life rather than worship idolatry. But I mean, I'm really shmam nation. I'm a little how do we know that if they try to hurt, they told him to worship idolatry or will kill you? How do we know that he has to worship the idolatry and not let himself be killed? The Lomar, the Kai Bar, the Loshi,
Well, they get brain because they're there. They get some
and not to die. So therefore, again, you see that you can even worship
put it
idolatry.
in the blowers and like
to save your life. You learn one second. Yaakov, these was a you might have thought about some true. Something like that. I would have thought that again, I don't know. Omar, Los Shid Medati, Gashi, in the Gashi. If I was in the positive sense, most of the guys do not go ahead and my name. So what's at the end of the day, even if it's supposed to be because always are is one of the three cardinal events which you have to do your life for every now again that when the that these other that's idolatry can rather than give the life most of the example by Hesiod, then it is not a holy then it's that's Krishna of God. That's Krishna of God to give your life rather than the word. If you are to give a little bit of the sign of the half the soul, you have the with all of your heart, all of your soul, both home of that. It's like for our purposes right now, that means all of your all of your money. In their microphone, that's what I well, it already told me that I have to do like how all of my life is these blocks. That I have to stand ready to give up my life for God. So if it already told me that, then why does it have to say with all of my money? The name of the devil, now the name of the Shaka, which is the man says, each of Adam, in each of Adam, the can't get a microphone after what says for some people, life is more important than their money. Therefore, why don't you say, I will not give you all of your heart? If you really have someone you have to give your life for me, you have to stand ready for me. Whatsoever there are some other people whose money is more important to them than their life, and therefore you're going to try to the form of death. Ultimately, again, with all of their money. Yulia Rayo, so also you see from here, point of bringing down this new beautiful. Is that from Baham's we also learn that love of God, as Rashi says, it's not switch up and work with any other deity. Here we also see that our Zara is being hurried by God. This is interesting that focus. Whereas everybody seems to be until I realize the sheep doesn't. My focus has Zara. Where does the Zara sheep doesn't? Is ready. Once I really don't have to realize we're going to have to keep the set time. Just to show this another contrast. The Pasuk says, "And rise up against another one and murder him." So the Pasuk says, "And murder him." So the Gemara says, "King had davrazeh, but he mala manumir." They are saying, "What are you going to have in this case?" The after holiday babala means salam. What they say is that it's king because something. But you end up ultimately again learning. Makish was set when now. Was we're going to compare. Was it just like we know that in order to say from being violated, you can kill the offender, right? You can kill the perpetrator. So therefore, again, was it also there? If you go ahead and in order to prevent him from going ahead and committing was it just as an act of murder is very valuable. Somebody tells me, either kill or I'll kill you. I have to give my life and take the life of another. So to what? So to a woman is going to be violent, or a man is supposed to violent. Suppose as an act of adultery, give my life and make that. That murder is the harikayabo. Do you know that I have to sooner my life than take the life of another? You must explore. It's so funny. Every time you think about it, And he said to the Rabbi, the local government should have in the plan. You look at you look out, you look at his own food, what it does. You have to let yourself be killed, you have to kill someone. You married the Dama Sumak Faith. Dilma Dama Sumak Faith. Who says that your blood is red? If you got that blood is red. What the Rabbi says essentially is what license does one person have to take the life of someone else in order to preserve his own? Guess what? You know, the Lo shanu, Elam Shas Ziyar Samach. We'll say, when do we say that in general? We'll say, so Gemara made a statement. The statement was that in general, if somebody tells you violate a particular avera or then what's that law? You violate. You violate. Okay, there are three exceptions. But that's the general rule. That's the general rule. Okay, so where do I know that? Where do I know that in general again? So that the price of the price. Where do we know that in general? If somebody comes to buy it, can I hear you? It's what we call logic. And which is the market sorry. So Dini said, for Dini, that in general, like all the other ideas, we say Ya'avor Ba'al Yehari. How do I know that there are exceptions to that? About transgender Malchus, Hafilu Mitzvah Kala Yehari Ba'Yahar. So we'll say, when is that true? That is true when the Malchus, when the Gentile government is actively launching a campaign. Under my leadership, so then I will say that's called Shas Malchus. At a time like that, I have to give my life, even for this power. When it's clear that there's a coordinated attack against my religion, and these things are unfolding right here on a governmental level, I have to give my life rather than violate even the smallest of mitzvahs. So the Gemara said, furthermore, again, about another qualification. The Yochanan says, when we said that in general we hold Ya'avor Ba'al Yehari, so we'll say that's only true. That's only true. That's only true when you're violating these ideas. How about the Parhesia? And we'll say to violate even a quote-unquote small avera, even at a time when there's not governmental persecution, is going to be also the mitzvah Kali Yehari Ba'Yahar. We'll say that being forced to violate public, even if it's not a time of serious conflict, and even if it's a time, and even if it's just an avera kalos, I still have to go ahead and give my life. Yehari Ba'Yahar. By the way, my mitzvah kala is much using the symbol of the mitzvah kala. What's the mitzvah kala? Amarav Amari Ravis of Amarav Ibu Lishamini Architect of the Sun. Even if the old people often are getting into Christ's church by shoes. So what does that mean? So let's say again, Gentiles were one kind of Jews. Jews were a different kind of Jews. So again, that's the mitzvah kala. The only circumstances Gentiles will go to me and says, here's the source of the I say, okay, right, okay, yeah, I'll change my shoelace. I will say, so again, we're pressing over here to follow.
Which one of you is Foxhound 5?
Systematic approach to my Yiddish life, and I have to give my life for it. I can't participate in anything that that is part of a systematic undermining of Yiddish life. And number two, if the Gentile is going to make a public display of look, the Jew is willing to change his shoelace to yield to the Gentile.
Shout out to Living Party 2. Did you see this good? I did. It was great. Yeah, they roasted me. I'll say, I do like Twice and Trap. They're lumping him in with some other gods, but I like them. I all like them, but it's just funny to make it.
How much is public?
Let's see here. This one's called Spike Thickboy with 3 C's. Haven't seen that one in a while. Desperate, those 2 words, trying to insert himself as a mediator in Goggins' restricted redacted beef. This whole clip is redacted, dude. But
so right, you went to any
I don't think you're ready for it. Probably not.
So what happens before you went on a school trip? Don't make it so loud. Right? Don't make it so loud. Right? Because you just understand. The point was well taken, but I think you were On a technical level, Solomon
This
is
is shit
a
conscience.
Solomon is not a Jew by
Talking to
theology.
yourself.
So you see
I'm
over
like,
here
fuck,
that
I
if
kind
the
of
Gentile is trying to
make
go
fun
and
of
get
Circle
into
a little
children
bit, but
from
this is
Israel,
like straight up
even
out
if
of my
it's
head.
with
So
Parhestia,
yeah, I guess
Parhestia means
both
in
ways.
front of 10 other Jews. See, the Israeli money on the sake, the Mikdash be the self-praise, the words of the apostles, I will be sanctified with this and the people. Right, so sorry. Actually, what's the result is the same shot. Mikdash, this concept by itself doesn't help you. Because this concept that the mitzvah of Kiddush Hashem, and I mentioned the mitzvah of Torah, we're going to make the drush up so close in just a little bit. But in general, Tishrei Savanah, you have the 9. What happens if you have 9 Jews and 1 non-Jew?
Now that you have that, that's
Did
good.
that
Yeah,
form be
I
proper
told you,
for
like, I
us
did not
to
like
feel
this
like
kind of first one.
Touch
But
my funny of
I like
like,
making you
I'm
guys
good
think.
like see about
So
how
when you just said right now, you said you
what's
want to
making
see the
yourself
outside of the comfort zone.
sit pop up, getting cash to so so it says over here, I'll be saying to people, awesome,
That would just be like, because Brian Counts is your fucking worm. Like, just slimy worm. He wants to, like,
says by Kodak, says by Kodak, says by Kodak, says Moshe Rabbeinu separate yourself from this evil, right? So here Shabbat Tov Mala Allah Asara B'Kudi Yisrael was it just like now again? I just say there's one more piece of this Shabbat. You remember that elsewhere. You remember the names in the second part of the Shabbat of Ida from Torah to the Miraglis. And just like by the Miraglis, Ida represents 10. So again, Ida represents 10. If you have a two fold, Tov is the Ida. Mala Allah Asara B'Kudi Yisrael. Just like over there, it was 10, and they were all Jews. One Asara B'Kudi Yisrael. It was like by Dashni Sophonies, it was also what? 10, and they were all Jews. So let's say, so again, and that is halacha, just you should. So, I don't want to say halacha, but again, if you hold that you have to do your life for a mitzvah that you're being forced to go ahead and perform something violate with Parhestia, Parhestia means 10 Jews. But this is such an incredible thing. You know how Esther, Parhestia, 1 second. But how was Esther Hamalka permitted to go ahead and live with Ahasuerus? Was this not a public display of arayos? Remember again, everyone knew why a woman was taken to the palace, and everyone knew what was happening with Esther and Ahasuerus when she was his wife. Is that not Gila arayos? Is that not ultimately again immorality? And Esther, essentially, the first thing over here is why didn't Esther give her life? Why didn't Esther give her life? Literally, by the way, this sugya never has such incredible halacha nice applications. But number one,
I don't want to say anything else. That's what I did. When I watched this, I'm like, okay, there's so much we could do with it, but I don't want to be just everything about
when we
sucks.
say
Pretty
the
Charlie
Eric Val
is so
when you say Eric
awesome.
Val
Brian Callen.
when by
That's saying
giving
a lot.
up your life, you will not
Just,
have
I
to
feel
perform
bad
this
for
act.
Brian. That's the
So if someone comes over to me and says, kill Ruben, I'm going to kill you.
in
I
your
say no.
house. I
I
wish
say
it
no.
didn't suck so
I
much.
say
Yeah,
so. Listen, but
I do
sin
feel like,
using then what?
I
That's
mean,
what
what
happens
did I
to
do?
the table. And at the end of the day, the act is
He
not
did the chicken
fulfilled.
thing with
If
the world's strongest man.
the
So
act
just
is
like
going to happen
trying
anyway,
stupid ideas.
then I'm
It's
not,
like already
I'm not acting
famous.
in the
This is what we
act.
do
I am
when
not
they're
trying
not.
to give
Things are like,
what
what do we
Abai
do
says
for
is that
like?
one of the times
So
somebody
Megan's still
threatens
doing
people
it. He
morality.
can't help himself. He's like, I saw
She can
somebody
say
do
no
the thing
all
where
she wants.
like they
He can violate
got
her.
slapped
So
by someone
because
dressed
he
as a cow.
violates her, therefore what?
Maybe
She's not
Dana
going to
should
get
dress
her
up
to
like a
give up
cow.
on what I buy. Just Esther can't hold of myself. And if she was passing yet, we'll say, by the way, the first right here is in the Megillah. Remember again the most dramatic part of the Megillah. When Mordecai says to Esther what? You have to go to the king. Let's go to the king. And what did Esther say? What does this mean? So Pasha, she said, I wasn't going to the king.
Okay, let's go back to some lighthearted stuff, dude.
Actually,
This was supposed to be
but
creamy
I
shark.
said,
That's a
remember again,
fucking
about
crazy
about
name.
the nature of the relationship between Mordecai and Esther.
Good name.
So some say that Esther was Mordecai's wife. This whole time there's the possibility of reunification. The question's careful, essentially again being violated. Therefore, again, it's all right. She says, my dear husband, this is a tongue, so you understand that if I initiate contact now with you, this becomes aroused. And once it becomes aroused, once you're through this act of adultery, to find a different session. Which you get those that's right. But again, these concepts like this are very schmuck, specifically in situations ultimately again of for quality stuff. You see it on Rambam, we saw it by the Haftar Rosh Hashanah, by Yael, Sisra, over here. Why was it actually together to give up her life for the act of Arias? Because she was Tarko. Rabba says, I'm not on Tasman Shite. This is actually, Rabba says, those are different. When you say that a person has to give up their lives, ultimately against Barbados, when there's a clear desire on behalf of the person who's working to do these things, try to go ahead and get me to violate the tenets of my religion. But when there's not really a religious battle over here, there's just desires at play, then what? Then I'm not going to give up my life. You never suggest over here, Barbados, this is not your last should have the problem is coming out, you know, and I know how comes coming, Chinese, they can't kill us, you know, it's like, Barbados' intention in this amount was not to go ahead and get about it, again, so when I say again, what's at play over here? Desires are at play. When there's not, when forcing me to commit to that Barbados is not there to get me to override my religious sensitivities, then the Mexican Rabbi suggests one is not going to be thinking about their life. Interesting enough, Rabbi gives examples. You don't came up, you don't hold this way. Hani Kavati, Rashi points out that the Persians used to have a Yom Div in their Bible place. Where we go home to home, collecting land. Like lanterns. And you have to donate a lantern that they place in the house of all the Zara. So the Gemara says, I don't understand how the Jews permitted to participate in that collection. Aren't they contributing to our Zara? To which the Gemara says, here's the thing, the Persians weren't trying to get the Jews to convert. Rather, what did they want? They just wanted the land. They wanted the land. Meaning, they didn't want to have to spend all the money on providing. Well, what's the plan? So you didn't convert. Therefore, you can give a help and I'm not shiny. No, I'll go to the time of this. With this, we'll stop. Akum to Amari Lahai. Couple Aspasta Bishani with you. What you do is, if an Akum turns out says to you, cut down this Aspasta. We'll say Aspasta is a plan. Cut down this ground on Shabbos and feed it to the animals. So we'll say, so obviously, it's on the threat of death. So the Gentiles tell me, if I don't cut down the plant, which isn't the own ice on Shabbos, he's going to kill it. But he's telling me to cut it down and to feed it to the animals. So what's the halacha of both sides? Be low cut there. If you don't do it, ultimately again, I'm going to kill you. Right? I'm going to kill you. So what's the halacha of both sides? Lick below lick the leg. Ultimately again, cut it down, right? Cut it down, and don't allow yourself to be killed. Right? We're going to see it in just a moment. Show you the narrow, but let's say the Gentile tells me what? Cut down the asbestos, throw it into the river. Then what? Lick the leg below lick the leg. Ultimately, in that case, I allow myself to be killed, and that's the what's the story another clip I didn't read that out. The Gentiles cut down the asbestos. This animal, what's his motivation? I say that title more times. He doesn't want to do the work. So that's what he's story. Look at the ayat by Shabbos. Doesn't care much about that. But it's realizing in a way that benefits him. Hashem tells me to go and cut down the asbestos is what? His intention is to get me to buy the answer of my faith. Oh, that you want to do? That I can't. Therefore, again, we begin to see here. So I'm going to stop over here. But we begin to see over here the Bible. Number one, read the you heard about Yaakov. When Machol came about Hamad Yisrael, you know the mitzvahs colors you can violate in your life. You see, except he said if it's Barhesia, or if it's so that the intention is to get the Jew to violate the tenets of the state. We now begin to see major steps that even with the Gimel Hamudas, it was like either, like in a case of Ariah, who's Karka Olam, closest points out, obviously Karka Olam only works for a woman, Kasta Olam does not work for a man, but at least by Ariah, when it comes to a woman, to potentially save her life, and he has to do the act of Ariah, and Anos Atzman, it's clear that the purpose of the Gentiles is not to make me violate the tenets of faith, but instead is his own benefit. And Allah Hamas will appear that in those cases, we will not say Yahweh.
Yeah, like when I tell you, I went like you go to the bathroom. There's mouthwash, there's face wash, there's napkins. I took about 300 napkins, shoved them in my purse. They're at my house now.
How was the dude? But you didn't eat. Did you see?
We did eat. No, we did eat.
How was the food at the Club 30?
I thought it was great.
There was one
I
additional
had
order that I
a milk.
They both were rubbing their face. Like, maybe they're trying to induce me. Maybe they found out on the show they're making fun of
I
me.
see that my friend is missing something.
Yeah.
I have to turn shove us a bit. Mine is because I see that my friend is in danger of losing himself. I is in more danger.
Right. I had a red line braised short rib.
Jesus Christ.
Very good.
You're paying for it though, huh?
In general, like
You know what? The people that took us and my friend that got us, and it was my birthday present for him, so I didn't have to.
It's a nice little gift.
Yeah.
It's a member of the 33 Club.
The two people we met were, yeah.
I'm sure it's pretty diverse in there, right?
You know what was really weird? How diverse it was, because there's a set of rules of what you can and can't wear. Men can't wear sneakers, girls can't wear open-toed flip-flops.
And you'll try to figure out what mine is.
You have to wear a collared shirt as a man and like closed-toed nice.
Respect for Disney. Brian's not getting that.
No, Brian, no.
I want to, especially
Guys, this was the weirdest part. I'm looking in the corner and I see these guys in these like ripped vests, denim vests.
there's all signs that white's on.
No, I can't make this up. Hell's Angels Patrick.
Damn.
And I was talked about this.
You know, when it comes to that, I have to say,
Sipping a tea. It was a
I've never seen that. Oh, I don't want to have all Hell's Angels.
successful. Yeah, it doesn't mean actually have it.
Oh, it's not sounds the
It
beginning
has
of the
everything that I can be successful. That's the other thing, Mike. But when I look at the other,
spelled out
I know they're missing something. And so the shayla is,
Club
what can I do to be knowledgeable? What can I do to fill the void of the deficiency of me? What can I do?
What the fuck? How do you have that crazy with the best episode ending?
Something called Sarki. I have everything I need for my character. I know that everyone around me is deficient. The Hashibosa. What needs to be a year. What needs to be part of Amisra. What needs to be part of community.
What did I ask? What did I ask?
Aware of Amisra.
What the fuck? Oh man, that took me on a ride because now I'm super worried about this brain again. I completely forgot the Disneyland story that she was blockbuster. Yeah, there's a low. He's a LW. Long, what a seal looked at me.
How can I be with you? How can I be with you? The Hashibosa. I know that all of my Faverim all around me are all missing something. I have everything. I have to figure out how to get here, how to get back to the other way, how to help those around me fill their void. That is the greatest opportunity. The greatest opportunity.
As journalists.
I don't know if you want to get there, shot.
So I figured perhaps they're filming something that they can use on later. Film clip or something. This guy, I asked him what was the happiest day of the war for you? What
It
was
was
the
like
saddest?
when I'm sorry that I
What
can't
made
be
you
with you.
participate in the revolution? Questions like that. For 20 minutes, I looked at him again and I go,
I need 70 feet. And you have to
Bill,
know
I don't have any questions. I looked
the
at you guys in the camera.
13 lines in front of the bottom. Where the top working. Cotton already, you can like to the show.
Should we go? Boys,
Why not? Might have to be someone to try to kill them. I'm looking at to kill the cotton to prevent him from one hand doing something else. I saw her, no day in a turn. I saw her here, so you know, watch out. Cotton, my hand doesn't make us slow. Because obviously, the straw warning requires gas. Cotton doesn't have gas. The fact that you're allowed to go ahead and kill the cotton, you're running after someone else, indicates stuff that a rotate in general, right? A rotate doesn't need hasra. The emotional cotton, whether the road is a adult or a minor, someone who's running after someone else to kill them, the perpetrator, right, that the attempted murder is not an obligation to hasra. Someone that's in basically it's the funeral, so this is the funeral, Yatsa, Roshah, ain't no evil, if you should go and never skip a man, so it's inclusive. What happens if a couple of nights a woman's going to birth? The baby begins to mother's life. See now, let's say again, let me just
swear I threw my life away. I'm just getting over that.
look is once the head
It's like the precipice that I walked up to.
and how the baby jumped and see
Now I'm back in the sea.
what open that that's what you should say that the mother's life is more important than the baby's life. That I but why is that? Rotate. The baby's rotate again. Obviously not a premeditated date, but the baby's a rotate. The baby is absolutely putting the mother's life in danger. Which Mishmayot
Go to Turkey. What are you doing else?
why?
License.
Because again,
Because the border is so porous. I'm sure it still is.
like the end of the day, this is coming from a Kodesh Baruch.
So I'm going to see someone walking
No,
out.
it requires Mikhail. It requires Kabbalah. This is from a Kodesh Baruch. It's an amazing. It's the words of less important. Rodev Shavir Rodev Akher Lahar Shimin Tikil Shimin. Omer Lo, we say to Ruvain, Re'ei Shem Yisrael. What are you doing? What are you running after Shimon? Shimon is not a Yid, he's not a Jew. Uben Brissu, the Torah Omer Shofek Kama Adam Ba'adam Ba'adam Shapa. The Torah says, ultimately, if someone's trying to threaten us, they're allowed to kill the attempted killer. So I'm referring to Sel Dam Moshe, Moshe Zan, they're allowed to kill killing Ruvain. Again, one of the things interesting enough is, under normal circumstances, you have to give Hasra, so there's the warning message, and then there's like a verbal almost response on the part of the person. Here you, but I'm doing it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report any need for a verbal response. It's and a low day does not need Hasra, does not need any change of warning. Which the Gemara says, no, I think that that's what you do. That's a different opinion. That's what this would be doing. That's what we would be saying. It's not necessarily do the Omer. Other things are Hasra. In general, someone who is well from doesn't require Hasra. Why not? By the way, doesn't have to be like a couple of dollars. Just someone who you know has vague information doesn't require Hasra. Why? Shilonitna Hasra, now we'll have to be shogi good news. Because Hasra in general is only there to see if someone knows different to think someone is an accidental perpetrator versus when it comes to murder, and everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. There's no Hasra that's going to be personal. Road issue would be having a hard one. If someone writes, so again, moving with the action of the Omer Lord issue is strong, then Restream. I told her Omer Shobek some other about the Roman. She said, what are you doing? Shimon is a Yid. Why are you running after him? He's a member of the tribe, member of the covenant. And the Torah says that if you try to kill someone, you're allowed to kill them something, attempting murder. Which the Gemara says, in Omer Yodea Nishu came, Potter. Right? Nas and the Osa came, Chai. So interestingly enough, if a lot of I saw, Ruben says, I'm going to do it anyway, so the next thing is, this doesn't pass through. So let's say so in the rights of where so does a person with intention to kill someone else? Is there a need for Hasra in that situation or not? Which the Gemara says, no, that's a different case. That case is different. That case is talking about a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river, we see Reuben trying to kill Shimon. So there's absolutely no way for us to intervene and to prevent that from happening. So what recourse do we have? The boy you see the Vedina. So we'll have the opportunity if Reuben unfortunately successfully kills Shimon, we'll be able to move into Beis Din. Since it's going to have to come to Beis Din, Vedina boy has anything in the Beis Din. Everyone is going to agree there's going to be a need for us. By some other possibility is, or if Huna could say, going back to the ritual of Huna, so I follow the opinion that Machtaraso Zoe has which is how we ended yesterday. That if somebody's tunneling, someone's house has to us. You don't need you don't distinguish ready. You understand that the household is, going to fight to preserve his property. And if you're still tunneling, that means you're ready to kill him. If you're ready to kill him, he has every house to move. There's no need for Hasra. So bottom line, how do we pass it? Because it's actually quite interesting. So just to show you the genesis of this, right? This discussion began with, let's say there's a katan, right? Katan is running after Reuben. So Rafuna said that halacha means you can kill the katan. What does that show? That a rape doesn't need Hasra. That was about to kill someone else without killing them, without giving them formal warning. More than quotes the second opinion as well that says that a road date does need Hasra. How do we pass in? This is very interesting. So Rambam has in Hilchos Seah, Perak Aleph Halacha Zayin. Rambam writes as follows: "Says Halalodif After Kaver Lahargo. Afilam Hayalodif Katan Hari Yisom Mitzvah Hasra Nida Pia Lalodif Afilam Nashosho." Rambam says like this: Halacha means if you see someone pursuing someone to kill them, the halacha is we have to step in and we have to save the pursued party. You have to kill the attempted killer. That interestingly enough, the Rambam makes no mention of Hasra, which then means the Kesef Mishnah to say, Kasavar, Rodei in Sarah Hasra, Lotion Gadol, Lotion. So the Kesef Mishnah says, you see, that the Rambam holds that a road date is not Hasra. Whether the road date is Gadol, whether he's a Katan, no Hasra is necessary. Incredible. All right, we'll say Ayin Gimel 7038 in Mishnah. The Elohim Shmatzin also in the Nafshon. So these are the people, if they're about to commit this crime, particular crime of filling which crimes, you're allowed to go ahead and prevent the commission of the crime by killing the perpetrator or the attempted perpetrator. What are they? So the Gemara says, number one, okay, so case number one is Reuben's pursuing Shimon. Reuben's pursuing Shimon. You're allowed to kill Reuben in order to prevent him from killing Shimon. Next, the Gemara says, so let's say Reuben's running after Shimon to perform an act of sadism on Shimon. So ultimately, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent that from occurring as well. Let's say Reuben is running after, attempting to violate a woman who is betrothed. So again, you're allowed to kill Reuben to prevent him from doing this. Interesting enough, let's say Reuben is running after an animal because he wants to commit acts of bestiality. So again, obviously it's wrong to keep Nisa, but because there is not another human being being impacted, okay, so the animal is going to be impacted. That's between Hakadosh Baruch Hu and Reuben. We don't get involved. We're not going to kill Reuben to prevent him from committing an act of bestiality. Or the Chalas, the Shabbos, Va'ovid about this. Assuming again, if you see that Reuben is about to know Chal Shabbos, so again, that's also a Chiyuv Mitzvah, but another impacted party is impacted by that. So when you kill Reuben to prevent him from being Chal Shabbos, or for that matter, to prevent him from worshiping idols. It's incredible. Says the Gemara. By the way, we talk about this concept, but where do you know? How do I know that if Reuben is Shimon to kill Shimon, I'm allowed to kill Reuben before he does anything to Shimon? Where do I know that? The Pasuk says, literally, do not stand on your friend's anymore. So in other words, Muslims standing over here, I see that Chas V'Shalom is trying to kill Shimon. Don't sit idly by while Shimon is going to go ahead and murder, but rather, again, go ahead and take action and prevent Reuben from killing Shimon. That's not what that pasuk is for. That pasuk is needed for something else. I need that pasuk for something else. What do I need it for? How do I know that if I see my friend, see another Jew, who's drowning in the water, or an animal is drowning in the water, or listening by a lover is being attacked by robbers, I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion in general about what level of danger I am obligated to put myself in order to save someone else. Let's say I see Reuben drowning, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see Reuben being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon or anything. So there's much to talk about here. But the idea that the Gemara is trying to espouse over here is, if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say, not my problem. You have to jump in. The Gemara says, so again, we just use that pasuk to teach us that if I see Shimon being pursued by Reuben, that I'm allowed to go ahead and kill Reuben to prevent him from killing Shimon. The Gemara says, that's not what the pasuk teaches me. The pasuk teaches me that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help him. So which one is the pasuk used for? Which the Gemara says, you're right. The pasuk of Lo Samla Gareacha really means that if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand idly by. I have to go ahead and I have to step in and I have to try to save him. Drowning, I have to try to get him. He's being attacked by an animal, by robbers, I have to try to help him. So where do I know that if Reuben is pursuing Shimon, and I'm allowed to kill Reuben in order to go and save Shimon? Where do I know that from? We learn from the Kappa Homer from Na'ara Hamuras. What's the Kappa Homer? Na'ara Hamuras Shalom Ba'al Bokma. So again, when a man is attacking Na'ara Hamuras, so the assumption over here is that it's not a threat to life. What he's doing over here is he's trying to fire. Now, it happens to be, I want to point out that in Halacha L'Maisa, we view that when a man tries to fire the woman, we see that as psychological. But the Gemara is going to put it in the abstract. When a man's going to violate a woman, a lot of that is intention is not the Hashem. It's intended. So the Gemara says, but yet with all of that, even though again his intention, quote unquote, is to violate her, not to kill her, but yet the Torah says you're allowed to kill the guy, prevent him from violating the Nara Rasa. Says, so again, if a man is violating the Nara Rasa, we're allowed to kill him from violating her. So all the more, the Gemara says, all the more so. So when I see Ruben running after shit, kill him. Right in the Nara Rasa, so we're running after the Nara Rasa. And the Torah says, even in that case, you're allowed to kill Ruben to prevent shit. Of course, I'm allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from doing so, but then you can't put someone to death in works. So the day kind of. So in the people of Rabbi, they said, oh, you're right, it's not like alcohol. It's a hackish. I will say hackish happens to be a juxtaposition within a pasuk. So that's an exegetic principle. So the Gemara says, Tana hekeshu, kikasha yaakov ish areu ras honefesh. So remember, this is the pasuk of the Na'ara Rasa. And this is talking about, again, halacha l'maisa, the Na'ara is violated. So the halacha is we go ahead and we go ahead. So the pasuk says, "La Na'ara lo sasadar, in la Na'ara chidmav." Obviously, the Na'ara didn't do anything. Right? So she's the victim. She's the victim. Therefore, kikasher yaakov ish areu uretzach o nefesh kina davar hazeh. Na'ara murasa is like a case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from Rotzeach Na'ara Murasa? Which Gemara says, you're right. See, it sounded like we're trying to learn out something from Na'ara Murasa. Actually, we're trying to learn out something from Rotzeach Na'ara Murasa. It turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Na'ara Murasa and applying it to Rotzeach. What are we applying? Listen to this. Gemara says, it's a makish Rotzeach Na'ara Murasa. The pasuk comes in the hekesh, comparison between Na'ara Murasa and Rotzeach. How so? Na'ara Murasa nikunatzilu b'nafsho. So just like in Na'ara Murasa, you're allowed to go ahead and kill the attempted violator, the attempted rapist. You're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating the Na'ara Murasa. So to Rotzeach, nikunatzilu b'nafsho. Ultimately, and so to Rotzeach, you're allowed to kill him. You're allowed to kill the attempted murder. So what's interesting enough, it turns out the Torah says explicitly, right? So we're going to see that halacha l'maisa, not trying to violate the secret killer. And then the Torah juxtaposed with Rotzeach to teach us that just as you could kill the attempted violator by the Na'ara Murasa, so too you could kill someone who's trying to kill another individual. Incredible. So much the Na'ara Murasa Noah, who from Noah, I know by Na'ara Murasa yourself that you're allowed to kill the man who's attempting to violate her. The term Berabishmo, the ain Moshia law. Possibly, it's not the Na'ara, talks about that she's violated, in the field, right? She cried out, and there's no one there to save her. The Gemara says, Moshia law, the Moshia law. What do you see here? That if there is someone there to save her, if there is someone there to help her, he has the obligation to help her with whatever means are at his disposal, which includes even killing the man who's trying to violate her. Incredible. Segufo, Minayin Baraz, Kaveo Shuto, Beachanar, Okai Baraz, Olstin Mainalo, Shukai Gilotio. So says the Gemara, how do you know? How do I know that if I see my friend drowning in the river, or Chas Shalom again a wild animal dragging him away, or robbers are coming to take him, right, or to attack him? How do I know Shukai Gilotio? I'm obligated to step in, and try to help. I'm going to Samot Adamea. Because he says, do not stand on your friend's body. This is just a tremendous deal about what it means to be part of Costco. What is he part of Costco is if you see someone in trouble, you have an obligation to act. If you see someone in distress, it's not just, it doesn't say where to take out the tail. Let's take out the tail without it. In addition to that, roll up your sleeves and do something. Someone is in trouble, so it's not enough to scratch, and it's not enough to be sad, and it's not even enough to just battle. If there's something that I could do physically that will ameliorate and somehow address the pain, difficulty, suffering of another, that is my sacred biblical obligation. Incredible. That's the achrayus that we have for one another. So the Gemara says, 1 second, Bahami, how can nafka? We learn that from here. We have a different source. Behasam nafka. What from different pasuk? What does the pasuk say? Avedas upaminai. So I'll say, how do I know? Now, how do I know that? Yeah, I remember. There's a concept of Shabbos Aveda. So Shabbos Aveda means, right, everybody loses his wallet. I find his wallet, an obligation to return. How do I know that if a person is in danger of losing his self? Literally, he's in mortal danger, he's drowning, the wild animal, the robbers. How do I know that I'm obligated to step in and try to help? So the Gemara says, Tamalomar, V'hashevoso lo. So the way the Gemara is darshan is Vashivo Solo means you have to again return him to him. And if his self is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, Amar Vashivo Solo, give me awesome. What's that? So you learn from there. Haba min hanim binafshe. Aval mitra umigar oguri emo. Someone thought, okay, so right, if we're just from Vashivo Solo, I would have thought, okay, I'm obligated to help. So if I can help, I'll help. But I'm not obligated to round up other people, or to hire people, or to spend resources to try to help them. And Mashmalon, the Pasuk comes along and says, Vashivo Solo almost teaches me the obligation that if I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return their self to them, which is also found on an emotional level as well. I see someone in a state of emotional stress, an obligation to do what I can to help return their self to them. And then again, Lo Sama Darecha teaches me that even if I can't do it myself, I have to hire people, I have to spend money, I have to round up cover, I have to do whatever I can in order to help the person in trouble. Incredible. So again, whether I see Ruvain running after Shimon to kill Shimon, or I see Ruvain running after Shimon to sodomize, or I see Ruvain running after Nara Murazah to violate her, or I see Ruvain going to go ahead and, let's say, violate someone, there is a few Misa facing a death penalty. Or I see Ruvain running after someone to violate them who's a thief Krisos. What's that look like? Matzilin also the nafshal. All these cases, I could kill Ruvain to prevent him from violating. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Amar lekoin gadol, Grusha bechalutza lekoin gadol, ein matzilin also the nafshal. But if a Kohen is going to have relations with Grusha or a chalutza, right? I should say differently. If a Kohen gadol is going to go ahead and have relations with an Armon, or a regular Kohen is going to have relations with a Grusha bechalutza, so remember again, these are prohibited, but it's prohibited by Allah. It's a prohibition. Ein matzilin also the nafshal. I can't kill the Kohen in order to prevent him from going ahead and having relations with this woman, even though it is forbidden. So the Gemara says, so this is actually interesting halacha. If, let's say, again, Ruben already committed the avera, let's say he already did it, and now he wants to repeat it, so the halacha is that you can't kill him. You can't kill him for that. Now we'll discuss exactly why that is. We'll have to see what that means. So this is interesting. If halacha l'maisa, let's say by Nara Murasa, she's about to be violated, and there's a way to save her without killing Ruvain, then of course we have to take advantage of that. In other words, killing the perpetrator is only the last resort to prevent the commission of the crime. And if there is another way, there's another method to stop Ruvain from violating the Nara Murasa or any of these other cases, or at least from Nara Murasa, and Allah are obligated to avail ourselves of that other method. And Yehuda says, "How Omeres Nichul Shelo Yehargel." So Yehuda says, "It's really best by the time I'm Rasa." Now my Rasa says, "I'm afraid that if he doesn't violate, he's going to kill me." What happened in a case like that? Allah says, "So what do you do?" So Yehuda says, "If she says, now Rasa says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk of being killed." And ultimately, the Buddha says, we listen to her. We listen to her. And the Gemara says, how do you read it from? So both say, interesting enough, that the Gemara says, how do we know all of these aforementioned halachas? So the Gemara starts this pasuk in a very interesting way. So the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting over here is by Nara Murasa. The Gemara is applying it to a number of different scenarios. So the pasuk says, don't do any to the Nara, because the Na'ara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Na'ara is written in the pasuk Chasar. So we read it out the head. So it can be read as Na'ar. So what is that? Na'ar Zezah. That refers to the case of the woman is running after Sodom. That Allah we should kill the women or prevent them from doing that to Shem. Na'ara refers to the Na'ara. So I'm reading about the high Na'ara meal. So we have to prevent them from violating. What is the
Alright, so this is my talks of test posts. It's
right?
This N-word so fat, reverse Crisco, shit, N-word, you couldn't be raptor, you and this N-word tears,
Why don't
shit,
you follow these cases? I would have said, why can't I go ahead and before he started my relationship? That's a miss. That's not
We reviewed the special on
Therefore, the next
yeah,
issue will be
always. And if you want to see it, make sure
about knowledge, the orchid, anyway, now as much as it's an act of violation, but the act itself, the act of deed itself, quote unquote, is normative. So perhaps again, we can kill proactively for children to do that. So therefore, again, he's speaking now. I know, if he attempts to violate Nada Mulas, you can be killed because of that word now. Furthermore, if I would have just said yes, I would have said the reason you have to go ahead and kill Nada Mulas is because if he violates her, Hagam means as well as which is not only a reference to physical, but it's also a reference to stats. Not a suba, ultimately again, the plan has other potential marriage ramifications as well. Rashi says that they're plugging about the spirit in the Ghana outside. Rashi says that we can also potentially custom damage and this is what's intersect physically with person. So where it says, about Nar, the local plugin, and maybe in the case of Sassy, but again, quote unquote, there's no damage. In other words, I'm trying to say there's no like there's no status damage and there's no necessarily relationship damage to anyone else. Perhaps you couldn't kill Ruben in order to stop him from sodomization. Therefore, the pastor has to say no. You even can kill Ruben if he's attempting to sodomization. Because of Rahman Hani, and this is what it just said, Nara and Zafar. So right, so far we have again, if Ruben is attempting to violate Nara and Murasa, to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize him to prevent him from doing so. So the Torah, what is these two? Because of Rahman Hani, we'll say days, you should laugh on him. The high kapagin. So Nara because that's abnormal, and Nara because again it is extra status. That's why you can proactively kill Ruben before he perpetrates. Sharayos, Dorchayu, Lornofish Pigabar. Neighbor Azarias, we're ultimately at a quote unquote normative act. And the ramifications, the Pigima, it doesn't blemish, quote unquote, stat relationship wise as much. Perhaps I would not be able to kill Ruben to come doing so. Which the Gemara says, engage in a relationship that is clear, that is our right, we're allowed to kill the person from doing so. Because when I hate, I mean, I love it. If I would have said hate, I would have said then. Maybe if I see Ruben about to engage in a forbidden relationship, it's only forbidden by love, perhaps I should be able to kill Ruben for that as well. So Rahmana Magas. God says, no, the only time you can proactively kill Ruben is if he's about to engage in a relationship which is punishable by death. Because of Rahman and Magas, Haramina Chayim is based in Chayim Krisos as well. If we would have just said Magas, I would have said, oh, what does Magas mean? Magas means Chayim Krisos based in. Only relationship by Krisos based in. Like Chayim Krisos, not. So Rahman hate. Therefore, the Torah says hate, which comes to include Chayim Krisos as well. So the Gemara says, the lift of Rahman hate Magas below by Nar and Nara. So if that's the case, just like the Pasuk says, if the Pasuk says hate and Magas. So if it is hating Magas, what does that mean? That means any relationship or any act which is punishable, or you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate crime. Now, if you would say that, it would automatically include Nara Morasa and Zafar. And it would include both of those. So just leave out Nar, or leave out Nara, leave out and just say hate and Magas. And I would know that if Ruben is trying to do something, the parents are secret, that's penalty by haste. Or if he is punished, you're allowed to actively kill Ruben to prevent him from perpetrating the crime against the other human being. Well, why not? Gemara says, Enochinani, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You can do that. That would make sense. So why does it say it? The Hema, the shots. Oh, so what's this? Here's the difference. Remember, there's a danger. What's the danger? The danger is like this. If it would have omitted Nar and Nar, and would have just said him up without something like this. If Reuben is attempting to do anything that carries it as death by basin or by courage, killing to prevent her from doing things, I would have said that if Reuben is about to Machalo Shabbos, I can kill him to prevent him from doing Machalo Shabbos. Or if Reuben is about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, Nar and Nar, it tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill kill someone, to prevent them from committing an avera, is when that avera impacts another human being, right? But if the avera doesn't impact another human being, for example, Reuben's about to make fellow shots, very bad, but it doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact another human being. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact another human being. In those cases, halacha saw you cannot kill Reuben to prevent from committing the act. Incredible. What about contrast B? The Amar Obi Kohan needs to again, and we'll talk about this more in tomorrow's Shabbos. Actually holds that our romance, if you see, if you think about Michal Shabbos, can go ahead. Sorry, I should say, Avodah Zarah. It says, if I see that Reuben is about to worship idolatry, I could kill him to prevent him from worshiping idolatry. Well, according to Rishon Bayochai, then why do I need Nar and Gemara says, interesting enough, and we'll talk about why this is. Rishon Bayochai is tomorrow. Rishon Bayochai holds only by Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is unique. If you see, if I see Reuben about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill him to prevent him from worshiping. That's only done by Avodah Zarah. According to Rishon Bayochai, Nar and Nar come to exclude reality. If I see about to engage in an act of bestiality, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that. Or if I see about to Michal, I can't kill him to prevent him from doing that either. Okay? To which the Gemara says, I would have thought, Tisu Shabbos, Mechilu. I would have thought like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both use Lashon of Chil, to profane. I might have thought the point of Rishon by the same way that I can kill him to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, I can also prevent him from Michal Shabbos. Kamash alone, no. Kamash alone is only for Avodah Zarah, not for Shabbos. Oh, so, but there's another sheet. There's more. So what you begin to see is that there's three schools of thought. The primary school of thought is like this: the only time you're allowed to kill Reuben is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by basin or kares, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent Reuben from doing that era by killing him. That's the first school of thought. Second school of thought, Rabbi Shlomo Bayochai, I agree with that, with the exception of Avodah Zarah. You can't kill Reuben to prevent the worship of Avodah Zarah. And then there's Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, but you can also kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechalal Shabbos. Mechalal Shabbos. So he holds the honor of Mechalal Shabbos, not so benachshel. That's your Shabbos, Mechilul Chilum Yavlos Mechaveh. Because the Elazar Rabbi Shimon makes the Zera Shava of Chilul Chilul. It says Chilul by Avodah Zarah. It says Chilul by Shabbos. Just like you can kill Reuben to prevent him from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so you can kill Reuben to prevent him from being Mechalal Shabbos. So, Michael, according to this approach, according to the Elazar Rabbi Shimon, then why you need Nar and Na'ala at all? Because essentially, according to Elazar Rabbi Shimon, anytime Reuben is about to do something that carries it, a Misas Basin, right, death by Basin or Kares, even if it doesn't have a human victim, you're still allowed to kill him to prevent him from doing it. So I don't need Nar and Na'ala. He says, no. Says, no, because one of those will be called now, or none of them will come to exclude reality. And everyone will agree that if I see Reuben about to commit an act of bestiality, and in that case, don't kill him to prevent him from doing so. The Idach, I equal Kasav Rachmana Nar, Kasav Nani Nar. The other one is more for textual symmetry. And since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote Nar. So what's interesting enough what you see over here, and again, we'll have to see the halakha of Maisa, but essentially three different opinions. Opinion number one is I'm allowed to kill the veins to prevent it from doing an Avera. When the Avera A is either a punishment by Misas Be'etim, Kares, but the point qualifiers has to have a human victim. If the victim can't kill the veins to prevent it from Rishon Bayochai agrees and adds an Avodah Zarah. The Torah is from worshiping Avodah Zarah, and according to the Elazar Rabbi Shimon, he adds in also Shabbos. And the Torah is running from the Mechal Shabbos. Everyone will agree, for example, an act of bestiality, or that is about to do it. I can't kill the veins to prevent it. But Yehuda Omer, half Omer, so you close all the items. Yehuda added what happens if Reuben is about to die? And then the narrator says, no, don't kill him, just let him do what he's going to do. I don't want to risk him. You're scared to kill him, just let him do what he's going to do. So again, he said, you listen to him. You might be that means that you don't listen. So what's the point of it? I like him. I'm going to try best after you off and my fellow you have. So my focus is about this girl is my head is on the map. She says, my head is on top of my head is all coming out. So let's say you know that obviously it's always a one time. And she also sees the same of this act of violence. Woman is right. So what happens if we know that she is not fit on this evil, but we also know that she's telling us we can law. So what do we do? I'm starving at the demon puppet, mother, I'm having my parents out of the demon. Okay, so again, the advice of the Torah is not on the cover of this girl. And therefore, again, Torah says it's no rooting. And if you know that she's not good on herself, so we might say, again, we're not going to listen to what she says. I'm going to kill the guy to prevent him from going ahead and violate. And Luda, hides the camera at one of the calculated, which is nothing else. Oh, but must not show power. I'm not saying what it says. And Luda was like this. Why does the Torah tell us? Why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator? Because we're afraid that even the perpetrator, she's going to see her life rather than be violent. So it's saying that the fact that she's going to give up her life rather than be violent, which is what is the perpetrator. But in this case, which is kind of telling us, leave it alone. Let me do what he's going to do. I don't want to be killed. And he just says, you listen to her and you don't kill the perpetrator. All of us are not to tell them. I'm going to put a lot of value. I'm one of us, if you look at Rashi says over here, the master not to call it, she wrote the most of the levels, she had a level, give a level. I'm going to tell her you still Dama. So let's say, so ultimately again, for the people in general, that's what we're concerned about. She's going to give up her life rather than be and she's telling us, no, she's going to do what she wants to do. I don't want to run the risk of doing it. We listen to her. I'm going to pull out that. I'm going to put a little name. It's also a big one. There's a thing about the creation. Now, she's so obviously God's speech was the creation. The fact that now Amora will be looking at going okay, obviously it's not institution, but Lamaisa, again, it's not the type of God institution that we are to try to describe how God created. So what's we're just going to point out is that Lamaisa, we pass on to that. Even in the case where the woman would say, alone, we would not. Sounds really strange. What exactly a lot of times what happens in the world Jews scattered across Europe and taking their the mystical teachings of as someone ready to France, so what should we do? We listen to her and say we don't listen. We don't listen to her because and she cares about her. And if I open myself, we will do what we need to do in order to stop this man from violating so much, even if it means we're going to stop over here.
That's I think we're trying to
Respect everyone. It's nice to meet you in person.
It's
Have a wonderful day.
United States. Vietnam is serious attacks.
That's so good. He pointed out
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by saying.
About Radiant Splendor. West Side.
For the year 5785, Hilson Shloch of Eretz Yisrael. For the source of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may the result and Eretz Hashem. We should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave chayal, brave soldier. Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shar Kavod Mitzlachos, and should in Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. So with that, let us begin. As first always, we dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our practice after we make. First, in Eretz Hashem, bring them home, the shalom and the karov, and Halabai, all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudeihem. So today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today here at Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a, picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. In whose opinion? Who's reflecting the following statement? So there is never such thing as a bison. A bison means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it? If it's never going to happen, which is ultimately again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Iman Azlav, who does this mean reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Like Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Look, that's Talmud. The science is not a Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Kabbalazar Shimon says, the Olam in a bais, Hamei, Achir, Kishtei Gris, and Achir Avonim, Kishtei Sullen. The carries of this. So again, in order to have Saras and all, remember again, there's a whole topic of Saras in the house. Last year, Kaddish points out that halach on the nice Saras in the home was not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. This is actually points out before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations there hid treasures in the walls of their home, and it is the only way you would know that those treasures were treasures which were with Saras, because that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure literally again that was buried behind. So again, Elazar Shimon says, but in order to have Saras of the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greases. Grease is a measurement. Ashtei Avanim on two different stones. Vishtei Ksavim on two different walls. The Karen Zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Arko Kishnei Greasin, but also Kish Grease. You have to have a length of two Greasin, a width of one Grease. So my time, let's go to Elazar. What's Elazar Shimon's logic? What does he say? Is it Siv Kir or Siv Kiros? The pasuk says, talking about Saras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it appears on the walls, plural. So the Gemara says, here, Shuki Kiros, again is a home. What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is that carries others. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya, remember what was wrote Sabbath? So Rabbi Tzadok says, Mokom Hayabitsum Asa. You call him also Chorbesos Sekirta. So the Gemara says, but there was a place in Haza, and they called the place in Haza Chorbes. And we have to actually point out over here, Chorba is Yitzora. And Chorba is Yitzora. So I'm talking about Sekirta, so no seeing Misham Bais and Nuga. So essentially, what the Lord said is, there was Manish home that was known to have Tzaras. And the Shemem Ish Kfar Akol Hamakas Halakti Bugad Bugalio for a Isi Makom Shemet. Signing also of Amru Abanim is going to go to Sham. Similarly, Shimon Ishfar Akko says one time I went to Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said we removed from a home afflicted with child. So let's say, so once again, we see on one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with child. I have too much specificity. You got your opinion saying that I love. So I said, no, we actually saw a home side. That's beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Mishnah. Haya Achman Gidei, Okiger, Okilein, Osuma, Okir. Versus remember when we saw in the last video that in order for a child to Mora, Lashon of the Gemara was have to be shut, have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. And the leading Gemara was talking about up there was that parents have to be shut that the call, the Mara, or the Koma. They have to be shut, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even their feelings. Now Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, she points out that Gidin is the missing the head, an amputee, or Chiger, or the crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or Elay, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or Kerish, or Kerish generally means deaf mute. Eno not ben Soromora. The child become ben Soromora. This is a now why? It's a Shnemar. The tough subo of a vino, the pasuk says, "Below give me, I've got the many hands." Missing a hand, so kid can't be Soromora. Both CO, they will take him out, and therefore again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they will say, the parents will say, no illness, not if they're mute. The name is set that we would identify this son below Sumi, and not parents who are blind. And then we show me how they cover it. They say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices below Karshi, and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, Master Bob with Shosha or Malkin also. They warned him in Sora Mora, so again there's Hasra. They warned him first in the crisis of free, and then ultimately administered Malchus afterwards. Because of the Kilgo, so you will say it's interesting because here we're introducing something new. Apparently, there is like they warn the kid about his behavior in front of free, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this: the child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all the criteria that we established in the last couple of topics. His parents warn him in front of the basin of free, and then again they fought him. Your Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Sora Mora. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 22, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. And again, he's only stoned, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of part of the basin. I should say differently. The original three was essentially no, that's the part of the subsequent basin of 20. You have to say, the parents say, this son. This son means the first three is now going to be executed. Incredible. You might say, what do you think here? Well, you know, cross. Get the sid. I must say, what you see from your son is very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, you'll say, what does this mean? You must talk about this. Look at this pasuk of Ben Sora Mora. Right? So the pasuk says, the top super of the video, the parents will take hold of him, and he will take him out right to the basement. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk. Right? That literally they have to be able to grab. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the mission is concerned in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shabbos? But you know, you have to follow up on that experience. No, this is different. Shiny Hafa, why? We're making progress. Shiny Hafa, 71B. The Kulei Kra you see. First, I say, no, this is different. It's really such an elongated Kirashi. Kulei Yisera. The Matzi Lemishka about 6 and also Sharair, who is scout. Her clean out this whole thing. Parents will grab hold to just say, take it to the face. Done. The fact that it's written such longhand indicates to us that it is a hakapada. It tells us that again the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes and inability to do so. So that is different from Ben Sora Morris. Okay, the math comes up and we warn him in front of you. You just need Hasron for this. Or Rabbi Hachim talking about between Shnayim, Umalkin also between Shlosh. I don't know what it means is like this. You're right, warn him in front of two. When you give him Malchus in front of three. There's three representatives. Mar says, whoa, where do we ever see Malchus Ben Sora Mora? Right? The only thing we ever see about Ben Sora Mora is what? His execution. Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sora Mora? Yisru. This is the Yisru also, the Yisru and so on, right? And then it's the Yisru by Malchus. And then again, the Yisru, then, Varian de la Chotela. So essentially, there's a zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sora Mora. He says that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sora Mora gets Malchus. Okay, so terrible. You must cause of the children from the Kapima. Again, Ben Sora Mora once again repeats his negative behavior again. Or you judge this from the reason of because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, kindly violate Zeh. So Gemara Darshan's the name is Zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan is. That's how Darshan is. One second. Kindly violate Zeh, but also now remember again, but we already used that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah the parents have to have sight in order for the kids to become Ben Sora Mora. So how are you now using that same Zeh for a different who? My name is Zeh. That's written in the name of who? But instead it's the name of Zeh. Shmani Makarti. So they will say Zeh teaches me two things. First, it teaches me number one. It teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a Mora. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who serve as the basis for Malchus have to be part of the decree for execution. Baruch actually, it's not going to happen. Remember again, here in the beginning of the Ben Sora Mora Sugya, that Ben Sora Mora is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a Qatar Samoch, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sora Mora immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Ben Sora Mora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be judging a Ben Sora Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He escaped from Beis Din. Actually, before the verdict was passed. And then what happens? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's that? But in other words, he's aged out the Ben Sora Umora, and therefore again, it's the interesting part. Remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already physically mature, right? What we call has already formed. He's free on a technicality. Let's say the kid, Saint Basin, was judged. His verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we could still incredible. So the Gemara says, so let's say a Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed happens, the Achakach Miskaya, then he converted. Then he what's the halacha? Potter. And he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? Total B'nishtana Dino, Nishtana Nisasa. Because the Lord said that halacha l'maisa, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was a Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. All the Mishnah Mishnah Misaso. We will make current the Eidafad of the Dayan Echad of the Asra. You know, Avad Hashka Balim Asra. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Man is there, right? Baruch Ashlan Nig Magdia. So we'll see, our mystery is supposed to say Magdia. If the Ben Sora Mora, if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, Yakakati, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further systematic. His father might have what's the reason? Lav Mishum Damina Oilty Ishtani. There's a change. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Krishna says, no. Lo shiny hakal, the other Kashkala Baskalabu. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escaped for the verdict, later on, he's going to be part of the customer. So ultimately, again, it's more if they deliver the verdict, and he ran away from days before he was executed, and then they find him, and by the time that they find him, he is already signs of further physical mental. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino comment, because again, Allah says verdict is passed. Nigmar Dino Garbakatilahu. And if his verdict was passed in Allah, Nigmar says what a tremendous misunderstanding. The Ben Noah searches that carefully, and then he converts. What's halacha? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, the Lashon of the always Lashon of the Gemara. Although for Ishtanet, Ishtanet Misasa, he didn't change, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here this that halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a din hanging on a person, there's a certain vertical in the person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. There's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, committed an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does it work? How does that work? The Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe Shalom doesn't change. The Rebbe Shalom is perfect. So when I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular ownership may be. How does it work? So what's interesting enough, the din doesn't change. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. Tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become something different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are everywhere. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I change. So the Ben Noah who curses at if he becomes a yid, at the end of the day, again, he's now all the Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go like this. In Van Kashma, Ben Noah, or it's in the sky apocalypse. A Ben Noah, non-Jew, who goes in and hits, fellow non-Jew. Or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And then he decides to convert. Now what Basin is taking this guy, I'm not exactly sure, right? But nice, again, he goes ahead and he Matzah. What's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits back or chooses to the wife of the Ben Noach is not subject to that penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says Ben Noach he was subject to a death penalty. Now halacha l'maisa he is not subject to this halacha. So death penalties also can be some of this guy but if Ben Noach hit a Jew or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's not going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that how you can live as a Jew, you'd also be liable. Because the Ben Noach is liable, as a Jew is liable. Why? Name a whole of Ishtani. Why would you go ahead and say, but it changed? It's converted. You know, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high, Dino Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particular facts of his judgment may change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Bishlam was asking, Karasai, Bashasayif, Saif is saying death penalty itself. Right, when he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Saif, and now he also be Chayiv Saif. Remember, Ben Noach was so trouble a little while ago. Ben Noach was always executed with Saif. So as a Gentile, it was Saif, and as a Jewish Saif, or Isha Spish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Saif, Bahash Techenek. And now it's going to be strangulation. So this thing is different. Which we'll say second line down in the white lines. Benara Murasa. We'll say we're talking about here where you committed adultery with Benara Murasa. The Iju is skila. We do the skila. Both Ben Noach as well as the Jew have the punishment of skila for Nara Murasa. I also can be so to me the Ishas Kabir. That's funny. But it says that he committed this same act with Israel, comparable to Ishas Kabir. Ella Amura Nation Shasha. Rather we see again, interesting enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along, included with a more severe. Let me throw that one on the summer. That's why I want to say that Hayif is more common than it. We had all this before.
What up, John?
The Shimon says that Chana strangulation is more common than Saif. What do you say? The Shimon said like Kitana, the Deminasha. The Amar, for me, Samura, Bilutnino, Eno, Ela, Chana. Who doesn't have this much focus? So holds the Deminasha, Tana Deminasha, holds the no, but they always put together with Chana. So Mishnah make
I'm well, thankfully.
So I understand.
How's your day going?
Committed adultery with the wife of Israel. And then he converted because whether he was a Noah or he's a Jew, he's punished by Chenek. So everyone say, I can make Kara Chenek Bash Messiah. 1 second. According to this,
Noah, you're from Kenya?
Chenek, and now he's a Jew. You're the Saif.
Okay, very well. So the message makes sense to you?
And we assume that Saif is a more lenient form of death penalty.
Excellent. So what you want to do is create a link tree for your water project, and then people will be able to see, pictures of your village, and they'll be able to see videos of your village, and then I'll help you. Once you do that, we'll make some AI videos to be able to promote your project, and then we'll teach you how to shill in different spaces, so you don't have to random messages to people on X. You can go into people's spaces and say, hey, Miss John, I live and we need clean water. Please, we have an NFT. We'd love for you to be able to buy it. It is amazing. Look at my link tree. You can see pictures of our village. You can see our villagers on video asking for water. If you can find it in your heart to be able to help us, please do. I appreciate it. Send me a DM if you can help. And then people are going to message you. And you do that all day, every single day for the next year. And you guys will have more water than you can drink.
And he escaped before execution. When you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do?
You're welcome, big dog. So do it. If you have questions, let me know, okay?
You can pass the verdict and you can kill him.
Excellent, my friend.
But if he escaped before the verdict was passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation. Since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as a Ben Sora or Mora. And just other cases other cases like that. The Benot curses the particles, and then converse. The Benot goes ahead and hits his friend like which adultery can convert similar types of cases. Let's go. Ben Sora Mora. We'll say this Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak. But okay, we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Mora. Read on the same sofa. So Ben Sora Mora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, Yamos Zakaba Yamos Kayim. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Kayim, don't let him die culpable. But why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? He says, why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the mice are with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and form mice and children. We'll say, life is the greatest gift. As long as you're alive, you have the ability to change yourself, change the world. Death for tzaddikim is a bad thing. Because with their death, they lose their ability to impact. And it's bad. The Gemara says, Pizo, Yain in the Rishon and all the Olam, they also listen to this wine and sleep. For the Rishonim, it's pleasurable for them and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, they usually need a lot. They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, Ralahem, Faradi, or also this incredible. But for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. Isn't that profound? This is why. Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much, or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, it's bad for him and it's bad for us. So here it is. Right? This is what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is really bad. It feels so good. Right? But apparently, again, it's not good as we want to be tzaddikim. Incredible. These are the Rishonim. So we'll say Tiza means, again, literally again, it's displacement.
Yo.
You know, it's a scattering. Right? It's good for Rishonim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishonim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, Ralahem v'Ravi Omer. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. It's not good because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishonim, Israel is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Israel. So Israel is literally again scattered. Israel also means sometimes if I say no, a person could be in one geographic place, often in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience that. It's very disjointing. It's very disjointing, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, really what the Kiza represents. Let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. Gemara says kinos. Kinos means shayim ala hemorali over. So kinos means gathering. When the shayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world. Obviously, because then they can collaborate. For the tzaddikim, hana Allahem, v'hana ali over. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So it's really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Kiza scattering is bad. Kinos is good. So question, when tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. But when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for others, it's also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life I'm in a state of peace. Peace is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it'll say peace means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence, right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizor. Pizor is multitasking. So just know, again, it's not the best thing. Tainus is where the mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. The Gemara says, tranquility is bad for Rishayim because when it's tranquil, Rishayim can do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. For right when Rishayim have Shagat. Let's Tzadikim Hana Lahem V'Hana La'olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik could accomplish more, then it's good for the tzaddik and it's good for the Lord. There's so much to discuss about this, but for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Lili Omer. Because the Ben Solar Amora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. Gemara says, $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with the Ben Solar Umora. The Gemara says, why? Why? At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money, and he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. He's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yomos Zakai Va'al Yomos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, has Ben Sormora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of Rishayim is good for Rishayim. Again, kill this kid before he goes in and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And by the way, this is so fascinating if you think about it. First of all, so this harkens back. I like that phrase, harkens back. Feels like, Anyway, so say so. I feel like you see with an accent. Harkens back. Good. Anyway, so that's why we don't finish with that. So Gemara says, so remember, this goes back to yesterday's that where we saw the Machlokes. Did Ben Soromora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the Machlokes. I would say, but it struck me. How do you say this, right? What's the whole sum of Ben Soromora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. Why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So we'll say, what do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because this kid, he's never worked. In other words, it's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things, right? You see kids like this. Who like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. So he hustles, wants nice meat and nice wine and nice food. Okay, you're fine, you're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals for the habit. You develop that type of when you're young, they're like Magiali, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when they run out of their father's funds, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? He's taking from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you take other people's to support yourself. I was saying, the midah a yid can have, the worst midah, entitlement. Magiali, Rabbi Sachs, pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. Rabbi Sachs next rights, that in Yiddishkeit, there are responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because a Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, 1 second, that's not true. People do owe me something. Right? People owe me a car. So I tell people owe me this. I'll say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to get all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with a GLE entitlement. As I can, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you. And then when they do something, you will feel such a profound wave of Hakara Satov. It's like, wow, that's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what's the real danger of the Ben Sora Umore? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with a feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back there. So Marsa Banal Tzadikim, Tzadikim, right? Marsa Sanal, Tzadikim, for Tzadikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah a little bit. Yayin, Shina of Yayin, Hanal the Olam. Sleep and wine are good for a shah because then they're not causing problems. But wine and sleep is not good for the tzaddikim. Why? Because they're good for the tzaddikim. If they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing some tovin. Tranquility bad for Hashem, bad for the world because it gives them time to all their negative machinations. For tzaddikim is good. For tzaddikim is good. Pizor. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Hashem, good for the world. Mishnah. Habab Maktaris. What's it? Switching gears now. Habab Maktaris is a thief. Is a thief. Habab Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. Habab say now literally Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So Habab Maktaris Nidon Hashem Sofa. So it says the halacha is if somebody now the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Reuben broke into my home, and when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuben is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. But if at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Reuben, then he's pater for breaking the barrel. Now why is that? That's a kimei b'derabamidei. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv with death penalty. Because chayiv death penalty, therefore he is pater for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amarav, my time, the Maktaras. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right? After all, again, the person is a thief. So he's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So the Gemara, listen to this. Chazaka in adam mamid atzlam amono. So we'll say, listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, now a thief knows that. A thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go in and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar zilma kailafai v'lo shavikle v'i kailafai katlinale." So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I want to say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rodef. The thief, halacha again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. The Torah Amra in Balahargicha Hashkim Lahargo. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to kill them first. That's Habab Maktaras. Incredible. So Amarav, Habab Maktaras, but not kill the Yatzah Patas. Was interesting. That's fascinating. So let's say Reuben in my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And halacha l'maisa, again, he gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. He doesn't have to return it, right? My time. What's that? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv misa. He's chayiv misa. So because he's chayiv misa for any type of monetary law, therefore he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets another, if he gets out alive, right? If he gets out alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very simple. We have this in our law, right? There's like that people defend that there's an understanding that's in my home. No one's going to say, oh, you know what, stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know what? It's my stuff, and I worked for it, and you didn't. So I'm armed. If I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home, and the law recognizes that as well. I have to ask, but what exactly, right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, maybe a little stinky, a little tall amount. You know, like there's no heat. The understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home. You know I'm going to defend my home, and therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. That's the halacha. So I'll say, so Rava says like this. So Rava said, but this is a pretty wild statement of Rav. So I'm saying, Ruben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive. And he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's punished for any type of monetary compensation. He can keep my stuff. Rav says, what? So Rav's statement makes sense, but let's say the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says, but no, the object gets back. Now look at it's not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. The hayesh lo damim v'nen zuchayev almo b'rshusei kaima hachanayim b'rshusei kaimi. Because again, essentially, since Reuben and the thief were liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishos. Gemara says, this is not true. Gemara says that's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishos of the thief, that's for onsin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item still exists, the thief has to give it back owner. Maybe the Hava Shoah. He's no different than a Shoah. So we'll say you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive in an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief gives it back. Thief comes in repetitiously, he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayis. What's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah might say I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation to go from the barrel. Now, time to shiva. Now, the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is because he broke the barrel. If he ain't no damim potter, where ultimately again, where Reuben will be potter from allowed to kill him. Han not all low. But you see from here, had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So no. It's not true. Even if he took it, that would be easy chayiv. The reason the Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the consistent features is in a case where I'm not allowed to feed, even though he broke the barrel, or it's not still a thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So that's obvious. He's a damager. Even if he's did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. Is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, the person is always more Christian rights. Gosh, you don't know what it is. So Masjid Arabaye, I'd go in it many times. Person moving steals my money back on so Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now obviously he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Hillel Shabbos, remember, the Hillel Shabbos is Chayiv Misa. But the halacha over here is he's Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why there's no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Hillel Shabbos occur? When he takes it out of my goodness. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no community value in A, and therefore halacha l'maisa is Chayiv for both. The Gemara says, "Oh, you megarer b'yosei pater." But if you drag the money bag out, right? If you dragged it out, remember, you're only chayiv for the neighbor when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be silent. Because he dragged it, therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shusarabin, both theft, and Hillel Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva is a Sila for Imka. Well, for some, and the boss says, the Gemara says, okay, what do you see here? You see here that Allah Ta'ala again, it's right there. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over there, help us out, violence of the bottom, hardly can he talk to Joe the Shadinu Benara the lesson. The case ultimately, again, where he said that it's Potter, would be a case ultimately again where the object is thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So what's what Gemara suggesting? Remember, all of this is in Rav, right? So Rav, so again, what Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv himself and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about it. So it doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? His logic is cumulative revenue. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you exempt from any other liability, even if that object is sitting in your hand. And everyone else is like, I understand that the object is destroyed, this was lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation to the Constitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course, he has to figure it back. So that's the ongoing machlokes. Rava, ignibu lehi maktarta. This is Rava. Now remember, Rava was going to argue on Rav, and Rava had goats. Goats over something, right? Someone into his family stole the goats. What happened? Asher and he was going to beat that a change of heart, and he wanted to get it back. The low covenant, Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, well enough to be pointed out. Since Rav said his piece. Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rava argued on that. Rava said, since Rav said that Allah said when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement. And even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha myself. It's incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. And listen, what I just want to point out is halacha myself. Just to be clear, we don't ask him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so Allah again is going to be liable, but now technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But Lamais again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Ruben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find the object. If the object is still in existence, Allah said we don't pass like Rav, pass like Rava, and Allah said the object is sorry. It's incredible. All right, let's go. Turn on Bana. Ain't no government Mizar Fashion Shalom. So the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief. If the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining, right? I don't understand. If he has finished Allah the Bazaka, is the sun is shining on one person. Let's mean the Pasuk. Ella. In Bar the Bazaka, Kishemesh, Elo, Shalom, Ufa, Hargeis. Rather, what it means is like this. If you know with absolute certainty that that's price the one. Price it. If you have Shemesh Allah Bilbazar. Ella. In Bar the Kishemesh, the Shalom, rather it says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, Hargeyu, kill him. Rabbi said, the Gemara says, Kashistana Stana. Rabbi, you see what just happened over here? These are two dramatically different vices. Vice number one, essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. And if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Raisa, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. I'm sorry. Those are two pretty dramatic different prices. So what do you do with this? No kasha. I'm a base. I'll say this. I'm a base. We are great. I'm a base. 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'ava kan ba'ava then kan ben ala. Wow. Everything depends on who the feels. Like one is talking about a father who steals from his son. And what's when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, father might steal from the son apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up and his father's in his house, telling him stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. And he steals from the CCLOC, what you see from there is parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After the year that you have a case of it, you can't say that father will steal from his son because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly mistreat their children. One thing you count on is that one of a father to his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if his son breaks into his father's house, not so much. Not so much. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So I say such a heavy Gemara. And so therefore again, if the thief is a father, the son knows that continuity his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Allah says the son may be the father we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Allah called the Asari Ma'ala Masara, Fatima Layla Barnega, Amina Bashira. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill him. Except if it's Rav Hanina Bar Shila. I'll say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him down. Except even if we should decide to do, maybe it comes up Hanina Bar Shila side, which I don't see the Sarah is going to break someone else's house. Ella, we should do together. Also, this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says, because I know that the Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father. Mom says, something for that. Remember that Hanina Bar Shiva loves me like a father? So I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that Allah myself, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone loves you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like the father loves his son. Incredible. Incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to leave my job. I don't tell you guys. So tell me so Damin Lo, day before the Shabbos. Aim was done day before the Shabbos. Also, the Gemara says all of these halachas. So I said to you, what you have over here is this halachas. The metrics we adopt is like this. If someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who is breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of a thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father, or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and so ultimately, again, I just am allowed to take the life of the Jews under Shabbos. That makes sense. Why not? This is kind of like executing, just like raising a warrant against someone. So too, if a thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the basin. So I'm out of thought. The Shabbos Lokatino. So I'm out of thought that basin doesn't. So Shabbos, maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Hamash Ron was the first by line. Tikatino that I can. I was coming day before the Shabbos. But again, the thief, I'm not allowed to kill him. I mean, it's not only for killing the thief. But the halakha applies on Shabbos and during the Gemara to understand what's the Kiddush. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to change it. The news is like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halach l'maaseh, it is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha is because he's liable for a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, right, or I'm sure that he didn't kill me, halacha l'maisa again, I can remove the rubble or to save his life. So who go? The call Adam. Umeis the call Misa. Shati Yakov. Shati Yakov. This is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, that has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. Anyone's allowed to kill Ruben. I kill Ruben in any way we need to. It's clear. So I understand why the Torah is to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben after a while. Sound like funny because one would have thought, I'm at a thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Polo Meitu. I was like, which by the way it makes sense. Why Kamash from the road Meitu, remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. They are amazing. The Chamisa tried to Yakalami, so Lama, we will say again, why do I need a special leader that teaches me to kill him anyway you need to kill him? So I was in the Rotzak, not us. I kill him yourself from Rotzak, I'm a murderer. What's not about murder? I was like, this is someone in general. Right, Ruben killed Shimon. Now Ruben is going to be executed by Jason. There's a particular type of Misa. Like, you know, say, whatever the type of Misa, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say Ruben is tied sight, decapitation. Let's say whatever the reason pays with a sword. So what do? You execute whatever you can execute. So the Gemara says, "Sanya most of us are not going to say Email when you come I don't know you can execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. Then I should not have Misa Misa Super Bowl. So how do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute? Most you must become off. Plus it says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, we'll say, same thing over here, by the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Which one says, no, shiny Hassan, from a most you must. It's different. Because the execution authority uses the Lashon of most you must. And what is most you must? That double Lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Jason has the right to execute him however you can execute him. I the Nigmar Mine. So why don't you learn from this? Learn from Rotseah, that I learned from the Maisar, when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. There's also called Adam. Remember again, like Reuben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. And by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to do Reuben however they want to do. So I will say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Yotzef and Gol Adam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, oh, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuv and Avon Ge'achad. I have two mitzvahs, two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's halacha? Because Shnei Ksuv and Avon Ge'achad ain't maladin. I will say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you cannot create the principle from them. General Abanon, Machtaras Ini El Machtaras, Gadol Chatzir V'Kafi V'Minayim. So I will say again, but halacha l'may. So therefore, I will say, so again, we're going to very important halachos. Number one, not only is the homeowner the to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a road thief. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. No part of that. Most of the other Machtaras. In the Machtaras. And once I only know the thief is coming in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chatzero, Karfifo Minay. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzner, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window that I could also kill him. You must say, the pasuk says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without executing. In came, that's why does the pasuk say Machtaras? מפני שרוב גנבים מסוג מחפש. The majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tiny idach maftaras meaning maftaras. God will cut you the kafir minayin. I only know that he can sin. Hell, if from the window to the cluster to the roof. Talomar, Matzi Hagonov Nikomokum. I in pain matam maftaras. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say maftaras? Because maftaraso zoli hasra. Oh, remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halacha l'maisa, you are warned. Now, let's say we have to stop over for today, but l'maisa, this is now going to end. He's going to lead into the next suit, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is the hasra the same case? Once just tunneling in, by definition, is your hasra? No further hasra. Let's stop over for today. Shkoya. Okay, great run. All right, Seven Zoom. Have a great day. To all of you. Jerry, mazel tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel tov, mazel tov. Seven Zoom. Jerry, I'll ask you, man, I got your granddaughter today. London? Oh, that's very well. Advanced mazel tov. Shkaya, everyone.
Check out the days. Get him with a slow motion, right? Okay, so this one's a little bit.
Sorry?
I watched this one. With the title like
it's only extenuating circumstances.
But I related to this. Maybe I'm gonna show myself. We'll see what happens. Push my chin second up. Let's see.
But then Boston, he looks like he's been in a concentration camp. I can see your ribs and your spine. Really? Pools are so dangerous for kids. I think never.
You just put editor and put that at the beginning. It has nothing to do with this part. Concentration. Concentration in this game.
When my kids died, and it's quiet. You should know. My child is quiet. Check this out. I got my back still in the pool. And she's facing me. She's getting nervous where she takes
off. All right, so let's say good morning. And let us begin to do like taking all of our sponsors for this morning show to say. Alex, how much our sponsor? Four. Talk to the player. We are people by coaching stuff about yourself. Four. In the source of wishing a Mazel Tov to Yoshua Mordechai Wilson on his indeed meet Cohen. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, we should just look at Yoshua Mordechai's brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, and it is so beautiful that he's going to be celebrating the building of this new home, which should carry Eretz Hashem, the Shar Kabul Mitzvahos, and should Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mas, and Bracha. Well, so that let us begin. Of course, it's always a good week. Our learning in the source of all of our pensions have to be from Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karel by all of our soldiers will be successful. The whole Naaseh Yudayim. I will say, today's dot. It doesn't matter what today's dot is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not leave the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning some hedging today. We're going to be starting on dot Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. Baitan Yuga. So you want to come out of the Hadisanya. Whose opinion is reflecting the following statements. Baitan Yuga will have a awesome videos. So there is never such thing as a Baitan Yuga. Baitan Yuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by Tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara comes out. Why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? Ultimately, in order to learn it and receive reward. Gemara as well. Who does this mean reflect? Kavalazer ben Shimon. Like Kavalazer ben Shimon. Look, that's not what the sign is not a religion. It says the Olam in the Bais Tamei. Actually, you say these much they have on you. You speak Solomon. The Karen's obvious. So again, in order to have Saras and all, remember again, the whole purpose for Saras in the house. Rashi Hakadosh points out that Halach and Saras in the home was not going to punish as much as it was a bracha. He actually points out before the Jews came into Israel, the additional information their hid treasures in the walls of their homes, and which is the only way you know that those treasures were present with Saras, and that would require the removal of stones, and then one would see the treasure immediately again that was buried behind. So again, in order to have Saras on the wall, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces of measurement. I stay up on two different stones, which takes some on two different walls, we carry the surface. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Our focus should be you have to two pieces with the one piece. So my kind of level up. Most of our versions, why does he say this? Sit here, sit here, because what it says, talking about us on the whole, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on the walls, plural. So you must say, easily here. 50 kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls? Plural. How do you always have carries on this? This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya illustrates of it. So I have the word that it says, Makom Hayat also so the Gemara said, but there was a place in Azov, and they called this place in Azov Churvasa Segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out that here Churva is Misola, and Churva is called Misola. Which are the Tagamina Sagirta Shinosi Nisham Chais Hanuba. So essentially, what the Hezbollah said we can say was that there was Mamish a home that was known to have Saras, and the Shemen Ish Kfarako Hamakas Halakti Begov Megalio, for Isimakum Shemet Saini also of Amru Avanim even goes to Nisham. And the Shemen Ish Kfarako said one time I went to the Galil, and in fact I found the place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with Saras. So let's say, so once again, you see this tension on one hand, first thing is saying there's never a home with Saras. Never had too much specificity. The other thing is saying that Allah mentioned, no, we actually saw a home with Saras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some like that. It says the Mishnah, Hayachman Gidin, Okigan, Okigan, Osuma, Okirish. So this is one reason we saw in the last video that in order for a child to become an solar Morad, Russian the Gemara was, the parents have to be Shabbat. Parents have to be quote-unquote equal, right, or similar. And the reading what I was talking about over there was that parents have to be Shabbat, the Kol, the Nara, or the Kuba. They have to be Shabbat, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a Gidin, now she points out that there is Gidin is missing the hand, an amputee, or Chigar, or the crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, or Elaine, or mute, or sumo, or blind, or courage, or courage generally means deaf mute. Eno Nasa Ben Solomora. The child can't become Ben Solomora. This is a technicality. Now why is that Shemar? Listen to this. The tough subo of the emo, the Pasuk says his parents are rapping. For that so no giving. Obviously, or to grab them in their hands. So if they're missing a hand, then I love for myself, kid can't become a Ben Solomora. Now, see also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. They will say, the parents will say, not if they're mute. The name is deaf, that you would identify this son below Sumi, and not parents who are blind. And then you show me how they call it. They have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below partial, and not a mute. Not a mute. Not a maximum of the social, or mocking also. They wonder if it's so remote, so again, it's Hasra. They wonder if the son is free, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Kinds of the Kilko, so you're also it's interesting to see what it means to some. Apparently, there is like a hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of right? So again, apparently the way it works is like here, the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of chapters. His parents warn him in front of the babes in the tree, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Solomon. Because of the Kilko, that's in the Shosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by reason of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. They are this go, Akshu Sham Shosha Restream. But again, he's only still, he's only executed if part of the reason of 23 consists of part of the, I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus have to be part of the Seskan Basin of 20 dish. And Amar, Benedi Zel Shalaka B'Nei. You have to say, the parents of Benedi that this son means the son that was mourned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming a soul. Incredible. It's not something that you know, it's a little see there. But you know, you can see. I will say, what you see here is something very interesting. That halakha l'maisa, when the pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, let's say, what does this mean? So you let's talk like this. If you look at this pasuk of Sorah Moda, right? So the pasuk says, the Tafsibo of the Vino, the parents will take hold of him, but she also of the Zikr Ilo, by Sham and Kamor, and they will take him out right to the basement. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab it. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know if you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you might look at the definition to understand it in a literal sense. What do you see from your Shamus? We know, but you have to follow a pasuk as really that it's in. You might say, Shana, this is different. Shiny Hava, why? On the day, see, we're making progress. Shiny Hava, 71 years. The Kulik Kra Yisrael. So as I say, though, this is different because here, the itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi, Kulikra Yisrael. The Nazi will lift up say also Shana here, holy God. So clean out this whole thing. Cancelled, yeah, right? It's going to two the patient. Done. The fact is really such long here indicates to us that there is a qada. Because telling us that again, parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and the ability to do so prevents the kid from becoming sorrow. Okay, it's not an educational job. And we work in front of you. We work in Ramadi. Why do you need three? It's your sabia. Why do you have sorrow for three? You just need to have sorrow for the two witnesses. Or the Bihal Kommer, Matching Bob between Schneider, the mountain also between his slow self. Remember what it means is like this. Right, you warn him in front of two issues, and we give him Malchus in front of three. This three represents a base. So Malchus, whoa. Malchus and Soromona, where can you ever see Malchus by Ben Soromona? Right? The only thing you ever see by Ben Soromona is what? His execution. You saw where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Soromona? And then it says the Yisru by Malchus, and then again the Yisru then, so essentially there's a zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Soromona to teach us that first time offender, Ben Soromona gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. You know, it's Chazav the Kilkel Mitam the Kapilo. So again, Ben Soromona once again repeats his negative behavior again. And we judge this time in terms of a reason of 23 because now it is effectively a capital case. So the Gemara says, "Haimi boyle zek." So more Darshins, the name is Zek. That's how the word Darshan. That's how Darshan from Mishnah. There's 1 second. Haimi boyle zek no sitting. Now remember again, but we already used that Zek. That Zek was already Darshan to teach us what. That Allah the parents have to have sight in order for them to become mental. So how do you now do that same Zek for a different Dasha? You can list off the name. My name is Zach. The pasuk says just written the name of who, but it said the name is Zach. Shmani Party. Zach teaches me two things. He teaches me number one. It teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a son. Number one, and number two, that the original three who served as the basis for Malchus have to be part of the division of 23 for execution. Incredible Mishnah or Hachon Ladino, the Akakat. Hekev Zakhan Takhakat. Okay, what's the name again? Told in the beginning of the Beisol Mona Sugya. The Beisol is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a cut on some of the dish, which essentially is you can only become Beisol Mona immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the message for that, the Gemara says, essentially was that the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair. A ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raises a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being an Soromora, right? And the way he is, the way he's reprobating, he's utterly less appropriate. In other words, where it could be this kind, it could be a judgment of an Soromora. And then what happens? Here is the you skip some actually Martino, before the verdict was passed. And then what happened? They fined him again. Let's go back to base. But by the time they go back to base, he had further physically matured. What's called Laha Potter. Potter, in other words, he's aged after Ben Solar to Mora. And therefore, again, the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So he escaped before his verdict. By the time he gets back to base, he's already physically mature, right? What we call his eternal tactile has already formed. He's free on a technicality. Then you should ignore, Barak, the other guy had comes like a tactile type. On the other hand, the elected kid came to Beijing, was judged, the verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more time maturation, which is still accurate. Incredible. So the Gemara says, interesting so here. So let's say that by Nanju, who cursed that couple cast for showing, and then what happened? The captain is Gaia. He converted. Then he converted what's our Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? What's the logic? Horrible, you stand in the sasso. Because we all say that halacha the Mesa is holding a framework change. Remember again, it was a black people got it to me very interesting. So what I'm saying, since his illegal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. However, the Shtan Adila Shtan Misaso, even they currently don't get a dafod or the dying effort below as well. You go other than Shtabani as well, the Sanhedrin Shahal Dilo David. As a Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a version of 23, has found everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what he's doing is his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So Yomar says, and they're in the Sayyalet, Baruch actually is my deal. So let's say our Mishnah B'Shimke supports the same idea. If the Ben Shor Mora, he escaped before the verdict was delivered, Yakatak, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His father might have, but what's the reason? Latin Shindamina Hol Ishtan, because he changed. Since it physically changed, therefore what? The genius changed as well. Since Gemara says, no. Shine is hash the law back to tell you. No, it's why? Because now he's in a state where he had committed that big crime, right? As a child, as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, he would discuss same money. And by one, he would not be kind at this point. He stood before the verdict. He'd find him later on. He's going to touch him. So touch him. And he should even be the bar of the Africa to the Tactile. So ultimately, again, so that's all about it. If they delivered the verdict, but he ran away from days before he was executed, and then they find him, and by the time that they find him, he was already exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? He's right. Now, why is that? Midnight problem, because again, Allah once his verdict was passed, Midnight Gabakatiyahu, and he's already, his verdict was passed, and Allah once, of course, he's going to be right. So he must have started, looks like, I mean, what a tremendous Mr. Haskell is. Tremendous Mr. Haskell. So for Ben Noah, and for Ben Noah, places like his focus, and then he converts, God's Tabacha, he's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because again, what's the Russian of the Gemara, how is the Mishnah, Mishnah says he didn't change, and therefore the death penalty changed. What is the here? You see and hear, this is a halacha l'maaseh, even if there is a certain pain over a person, there's a certain burden over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. So this is very funny, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I commit an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? Because Baruch doesn't change his mind. The Ribono Shalom doesn't change. The Ribono Shalom is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv whatever the particular ownership may be, how does it work? So what's interesting enough, the way it looks hashkafically is, the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple muscle. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So in a different tax bracket, has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of children. The thing is, if I remain the same person, then this is the thing. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the team, the judgment that was over here, it's still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's still waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are regular side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of shiva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I change. So the Sayyid actually tells you that the Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom. If he becomes a yid, he becomes a yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's not holding a stone. He's a different person, and therefore someone said it needed. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go back there. So, don't touch me. Maybe not shoot that guy. This guy fucked us. Listen to this. A Ben Yoach, non-Jew. He goes there and hits. He's still a non-Jew. What commits adultery? What's the wife of his fellow non-Jew? And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once again, he decides to convert. Now what phase is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But when I say again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's that? Putter. He's putter, right? He's putter from all of these things. Why? And let's say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that Allah remember, if you convert as a Jew, a Jew who goes ahead and takes the Ben Yoach, or a Jew who commits adultery to Allah the Ben Yoach, is not subject to the penalty. So therefore, Allah says that Ben Yoach, he is subject to that penalty. Now, Allah he is not subject to this penalty. That penalty also can be some of this guy high, but the Ben Yoach hit a Jew, or Ben Yoach committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he converts, he's considered reliable. So reliable, why? Because again, these are actions that can be committed as a Jew, you'd also be liable. Something like not be liable as a Jew is liable. Why? Name a horrible Stein. Why would you go out and say, he changed, he converted? Do you know who says somebody, sorry, do you know who he says somebody? So in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high, do you know which time is something else time? Here, the particular crowds of the judgment will change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So this one was actually called Sayyid Sayyid, meaning death penalty itself. Everyone killed someone, Sayyid Ben Yoach was Sayyid. And now let's be kind of remember Ben Yoach, we said Provo a little while ago, Ben Yoach was always executed with Sayyid. So as a Gentile, it's a Sayyid, and as a Jew, it's Sayyid. Or adultery, as a Ben Yoach, it's Sayyid. So that's the discrimination. So it's different. Which we're looking at right now in the wide line. In Aram Rasa, we're talking about here where you committed adultery with an Aram Rasa. The ED is skillable. The ED is skillable. Both Ben Yoach as well as the Jews have the punishment of skillable for an Aram Rasa. I also came to Israel to be the HS Chavero. So that we see again, interestingly enough, penalty jump below included with a more severe. Sayyid is more common than Kanak. However, the Shilling is common mentally, as we had all this before. But according to you, said that Kanak strangulation is more common than Sayyid. What do you mean? So the Shilling is something like the Kanak, the big national. The Amar, Kami Samur, and the Nega, Aino, Ella, Kanak. That's what we had in the podcast. So all the big national, all the national, all the national, all the put together with Kanak. So this one, Asia, Kanak, Kanak, Simon said this, and then what can be involved in with the right of Israel, and then he converted because when he was a Ben Noah, when he's a Jew, he put his own Kanak. So it's kind of say, you know, Kanak bash the side. What's happening? But according to this, as a Ben Noah, as a murder, he would be Kai's Kanak, and now as a Jew, he would be Kai's side. So it's not a problem. Problem that I'm going to Shaka. Again, you assume that side is a more lenient form of death penalty than Kanak, and therefore it's more lenient one is a lenient and more common one. Where is it, right? Circle. You have to catch the ball, right? You might say it's T-bone to the Kanak. So you might say T-bone to the Kanak. You see in my time alone. So should you judge with Kanak, but not with ski? Why not with ski? But you should hold the Shtani and Shani. And this should become a lot of nice stuff. So my now you're the side. Now we're up to anything going to make you hear about that. So what the hell? She judged with Kanak. Right? You might say, why not say love? But you should hold the Shtani. Because she changed from the now to a podcast. The coach can hold off the Shtani again, right? And all the more so in this case, more the change was complete. How did you open up? Tiny people the skill. So ultimately, again, so your person says the Tana, you write instead, you write for myself, subject to skill. Incredible. Also, what's the takeaway? The takeaway is I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. Now, what for myself, get a kiss, let's say more, and he and then he escapes. And you find him later on, what do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed for the time of his maturation, you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict is passed, then now he developed further signs of physical maturation. Since he has changed, like things have changed, you can no longer judge him as a good soul more. And there's other cases like that. The curses are coming terrible, and then convert, the Noah can go ahead and make his friend like or commit adultery and convert similar types of cases. Let's go. Let's say more. This is Mishnah. Here that it shouldn't be at the beginning of this entire paragraph. But okay, we're going to do it. The Soramora, we do not change so far. The Soramora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. You might say, ultimately, again, let him die innocent, and don't let him die kind, don't let him die culpable. No, why? Because the death of the wicked is good for them, because the death atones for them, and it's also good for the world. The tzaddikim, the death of tzaddikim is bad for tzaddikim, and it's bad for the world. But listen, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a time in Gemara, Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Mesa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and clean. Whereas like life is the greatest gift, because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing, because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Gemara says, Pisa, sorry, so let's say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishonim, it's pleasurable for them, and it's good for the world. Why? Because if the Rishonim are drinking and they're sleeping, they usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. It's tzaddikim, Salalohem, Ferrari, or this is incredible. Go for tzaddikim, wine and sleep. It's terrible for them and terrible for isn't that profound. This is why when the tzaddik is drinking much or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not the person. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing drinking or not accomplishing, it's bad for him. It's bad for him. Let's say here it is. What we do. Sleep is bad. Sleep is bad apparently. I feel so good because it's not to beat tzaddikim. It's called Pisa Merishayim. Hanara Hanba Navi Olam. So let's say Pisa means again displacement. You want to scatter it. It's good for the strong and good for the world. if the shutting are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good to work. So tzaddikim, for team, obviously again, it's not good because again, when they're together, they're able to go out and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for the shutting, Pizer is good. Ultimately, for tzaddikim, it's not good. It's also Pizer. So Pizer means literally again scattered. Pizer also means sometimes we can say, no, a person could be in one geographic place, but in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointing. It's very disjointing, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self. Essentially, really what Kiza represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says kinos. Kinos will shine Olam. So kinos means gathering. When the Sha'im are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But tzaddikim, hana Elohem, v'hana ali Olam. For tzaddikim, it's good for them and it's good for the world. So let's say this is really incredible. So for tzaddikim, Pizer scattering is bad, kinos is good. So of course, you understand it's on a Pashat level. When tzaddikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate, they can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for this is also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizer. Pizer is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, it's hard to accomplish. When you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it will say Pizer means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when you focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. But we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of the work is significantly diminished. That's Pizer. Pizer is multitasking. So just know again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me. Incredible. Let's finish up. Tranquility is bad for a shine because when it's tranquil and shine, you do a lot more damage and it's bad for the world. For the right when you shine up shaggy. But tzaddikim, hana Elohem, v'hana Olam. For tzaddikim, ultimately again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, it's good for the tzaddik and it's good for those. There was so much to discuss about this Mishnah for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a. Sends the Mishnah. Tanya, but look at where we are. Because the reason is because of them solar Mora has stolen money and has somebody can purchase some more. You should be asking $1 million question. Everyone here told us something to show them solar Mora. God, the Torah knows what is going to happen with them solar and Mora. You know, it says why? She's so mix it up. At certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. And he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed, and he's not going to be able to. The Yotze Parshas Drachim Malachim Sabios is going to go out and he's going to become a robber. He's going to become a robber. And the Torah, Yamos Zakai Va'ayamos Kayi. The Torah says, let him die innocent. Remember, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. Because the death of Rishon is good for Rishon. Again, kill this kid before he goes and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. I want to say, by the way, this is so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back. I just thought I like that phrase, harkens back. This is guy, you know. Anyway, so I feel like you're saying the accent. Harkens back. Anyway, so this is why we don't finish that. So you know what I said, so remember, this goes back to yesterday, that's where we saw the Machlokes, did Ben Sora, what happened, did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's how I'm going to focus. I was like, guys, trust me. Why do you say this, right? What's the hope for the Ben Sora more? He's going to steal money. He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase weed and purchase wine. And we're thinking in station his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe the man's a hedge fund. You know, I don't know. But why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support his habits? So let's say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening over here. So because he's never worked, well, there's one thing that he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things. Like you see kids like this. He likes nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. He hustles and he wants next week, the next one. Okay, it's fine. You're working hard for. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals or is what happens. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young. They're like, Machiavelli owes me something. And go ahead and support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah.
Alright, so what did you learn about Bologna?
It sucks. Why do I think you do LSD and fucking psilocybin and DMT to figure out that shit? Why?
Because
It's about
oh,
that you feel so entitled that you can take other people's stuff to sell you. So it's like, you can have the worst midah.
It's like taking 50 fucking things and buying them.
All
right, well, what are the rabbis? They discuss. Fuck.
Right? Torah doesn't entitle you to anything.
Fuck.
Sex, you don't about the rights.
Bar Yochai
and
and Isaac Larian. Exclusive is Bar Yochai. Just some dude.
Should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. After the Shbaruch doesn't owe you anything, and I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. He's like, what's that? That's not true. People owe you something. People owe you Achar. So I tell people over this. Let's say, the problem is if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is being disappointed. I'm probably disappointed.
Shimon Bar Yochai.
Everybody owes me everything.
And Isaac Larian.
You're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get confused, all these different things. Or walk around, you know what? No one owes you anything. No one owes you anything. Don't walk around with some like GLE entitlement. And so it's like, again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something.
The reason.
They do something.
The reason.
When they do
The
something,
shizzle.
you will feel such a profound grief. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life's disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over there. You know what the real danger of the Ben Sora and Lola? It's not the meat, it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier. Let's go back to first, death is bad for them. Bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in Israel. Yayin, sleep and wine are good for a shot because they're not causing problems. Shino Yayin, but wine is not good for wine because they're going to you're not performing the nice token. Tranquility is bad for the Sham, bad for the world because it gives them time to engage in all their imaginations. And Tzadikim, Hanola, Banovi, so for Tzadikim is good. For Tzadikim is good. Pizza, for the Sham, Hanola, Banovi, so again, scattering, displacement is good for the Sham, good for the world. And Tzadikim, Hanola, Banovi, Mishnah. Habab Maktas, once they're switching gears now. Habab Maktas is a thief. Is a thief. The Baba means a thief who comes in secret. I won't say that literally, Perez, the way that actually ends with maybe mine says it over here, is a a thief who comes in through
Okay, so this is
tunnel.
always funny
He's
to me.
literally again digging the tunnels right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So above my parents, Midrashim Sofa. So it says the halacha is if somebody now the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. You're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. When the thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say again, let's say you've been broken into my home. And when breaking into my home, you broke a barrel. Also, if I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuben is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. In Amo Gamin Potter, but if at the end I'm allowed to kill Reuben, then it's Potter for breaking the barrel. Now listen, that's the key of the Rabbi because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv death penalty, because chayiv death penalty, therefore he's Potter for financial damages. Said I'm allowed my time, the Mascaras, we'll say now why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Right after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So let's listen to this. Chazaka in other nami atzma malero. So let's listen to this. The chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff. And I'm going to defend my home, I'm going to defend my property. But I mean, now, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore the thief says, Amar so therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his own. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? To do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rogue. The thief, halacha l'maisa, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to kill them first. That's about the mashkaras. Incredible. So it's Amarav, Habam mashkaras, so not okay, when you lots of parties, what's interesting, this is fascinating. So I think we can make it into my home. Right, we're going to make it into my home. And halacha l'maisa, again, he gets out, and he takes some with him. So Rav says, Reuben doesn't have to return the ice. Doesn't have to return it. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a rogue. He's chayiv misa. So because he's chayiv misa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law. Therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets out alive, right? He gets out alive, and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. And also, by the way, very similar also like we have this, remember, like the castle doctrine, right? This idea that people defend their home. And there's an understanding that if somebody comes in our home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well. Right? And you're not trying to ask, what exactly are you here for? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, in the middle of something. People are calling now. There's no key to us to understand over here. I'm going to defend my home. You're going to defend my home. And therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me. And therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rava says like this. Mustafa says, this is a pretty wild thing with the Rav. So he said, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because halacha l'maisa kimu b'zirav anyway. Since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's punished for any type of monetary compensation to keep my stuff. Rav says, why? So Rav's statement makes sense when I say that the object is no longer in existence. Alright, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not tied to any financial restitution. The Gemara says, but if he has the object, he has to give back. Now look at it's not true. Not true. That's it. Even if the object is exchanged, still really doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. But then Alma Bershuse Kaima, how can I Bershuse Kaimi? Because again, essentially, since removing the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through the death penalty. Right? He's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Versus Volobi, this is not true. When you see the object is in the rishus of the that's for ownership, if something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. Maybe the Hava show off. He's no different than a show off. So let's say, so if you want to yes, over here, it's this interesting thing with the Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rav says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. Let's say like tonight. Thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he takes a barrel. Yesh lo damin chayes. What's in yesh lo damin means that the homeowner is not allowed to kill in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable to punish the battle. Ain't no water. But again, if halacha might not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayes for financial cover of a broken barrel. That time is the reason this whole discussion is happening over here because he broke the barrel. If he ate again, where we had to kill him. Halacha, if you see from the earth that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. He was a none. Who had been none. It's not true. Even if he took that would be fired. But hard to cut on his shot. The reason which the thing that as a case of breaking is to teach us that he slowed down in Abba Inami Kai. Now, the night starts in a case of to kill the thief. Even though he broke the barrel, does not kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be fired. So it says Pshita, that's happening, it's massive, it's a danger. How come I found out to do some other Kabbalah? Even if he did without Kabbalah, he's still going to be fired. You must like my son, case Kabbalah, Adam Mu'ad, right? The person who's always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam will be all of them showing being the major, being the honest, being the Rasim. Person is always more if you want to write cash up, you write, I don't know if you do this. So Massive Rabbi, I'm going to keep the Shabbos Chayim. We've seen this case many times. Person who didn't steal my money back on Shabbos. So Chayim, she decided to be able to come and Shabbos the day Easter Shabbos. I won't say that normally again. Now, what's Tavacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over here. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you're Chayiv Nisa. But the look over here is Chayiv of both things. Why? Because of simultaneity. Why is there simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of my days. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no surety without any day, and therefore Allah is Chayiv for both. You know what it says? How you regard the Yosef Potter, but if you drag the money bag out, right? If you drag it out, so that, remember, you're only Chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into the Shisarakim, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isser Geneva, Isser Skila, both these Ka'avas. The sun. I see this. I don't think the idea that she said, help us out, violence on the bottom. How the Charlie Potter is going to Shakir, but now the lesson. The case ultimately again with Potter. The case ultimately again with the article. And therefore, no longer exists. So that's what the Imam suggests. Remember, all is in Rav, right? So Rav, so again, what the Imam suggests is like it's Rav, that if a thief is high himself, and steals an object, and gets rid of the object, he has no obligation to return it. No obligation to return it. Now, Rav and everyone else is incredulous about that. That doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is clearly the Rav's day. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is mamish sitting in your hand. Rava, that's what I'm talking about. I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for financial restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the ongoing machlokas. Rava, it do like the huge maktarda. This is this Rava. Now remember, Rava were argued on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen from him. Right, so repetition. Someone bring to his pen and stole the goats. What happened? During then the thief had a change of heart and giving it back. But no covenant, Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, hope enough to be pointed out. Since Rav said his piece, Rav said his. Now what's going again? Now Rava argued on Rav. Rava said, since Rav said that Allah Almighty, so when a thief steals something, she's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement, and others, even though I disagree with it, I accept Allah Almighty. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. Listen, I just want to point out is Allah Almighty, though, just to be clear, we don't pass him like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and comes in, steals it and gets away, Salak Alamaisa again is going to be too reliable, but technically, obviously, you can't kill him after the fact, right? But Lamaisa again, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. Gets out, and then we find object is still in existence. Alamaisa, we don't pass like Rav, pass like Rava, and Alamaisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Tanabana. Emo Damin Mizrach Hashem Shalom. So the Pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not pious, for killing the thief if the sun, remember again, if the sun is shining. You know what I don't say it. If he has said, I love the Vagdaka, if the sun only shining on one part, what's in the Pasuk? Ella, in Barabakada, but you finish in no Shalom Ifa, Hagin. Rather, what we do like this. If you know that to certainty, that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun, that the thief is there to kill you, thief is there to kill you, kill him first. They rob, but if you're not actually considering, I'll tell you, don't kill him. That's right for one. Right, it's in tiny league. The Zaka Shamajala, Jamin. The Shiaton is Allah Gabazaka. Ever. In Baraka Kishana Shiish, the Shaman Imach, that the same as it says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. They lie, but if it's not as clear as the sun, how dare you? Kill him. The Lord said, the most Kasha Stama Stama. Now, about the two happened over here, these are two dramatically different vices. The Lord said, vice number one, essentially says like this. The only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? Is if it is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second brisa, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill him first. Now, those are two pretty dramatic different brises. So what do you do with this? Look, actually, on the base, I'll say, look at this, on the base. Oh, they are great. On the base, 10 minutes to go. On the base. Kan ba'ava, kan ba'ava labem, kan ba'ava. Wow. We're talking about a father's food. And what's the father's and the son is absolutely certain father never killed his son. So the son, now again, father like still from a certain apparently. Right? But the father never killed his son. So if the son discovers he wakes up and his father's in his house, totally stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. He's still from the son. So you see what he says? Father sometimes do mistreat children. Right? I see it here when you have a teacher, you can't think that father won't put on the son because apparently it does happen. But sometimes parents unknowingly will mistreat their children. But what do you do from a father towards his child? A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, not so fortunate. Not so fortunate. Sometimes the son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. As if again, if the thief is a father, the son knows that absolutely his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. And the way the halacha says the son breaking into the father's home, the father we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. I'm gonna ask. Rav said, Anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Chanina Batila. Also, such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take them down. Except if the thief is Rav Chanina Batila. My time, what's the reason? He didn't understand the tzaddik. Maybe because Rav Chanina Batila is the tzaddik. Well, obviously, he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. Hard to us, he didn't have Torah. Torah would have break into someone else's house. Ella, we can continue together. Kinarachim alai kinarachim avavadai. Look, this is such a touching Gemara. Not just because I know that the Chanina Batila loves me like a father. It's a beautiful record. I know that Chanina Batila loves me like a father, so I know. But even if you were to break into my home, I know that Allah on myself, you would not go ahead and take my life. So what's interesting from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone could love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love, right? So the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, but apparently in life there are other people who could love me with an unconditional, non-judgmental love, like father loves his son. Incredible, they'll say incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my time if I don't go ahead. So turn out on. So David Lowe. Being the Kohen Shabbos, ain't no dumb being the Kohen Shabbos. So once the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, once what we have over here is as follows. Symmetrically adapted like this. If someone breaks into your home repetitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into your home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore what? I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of a thief? Only when I'm not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. Only the example of that is my father. Like a father, or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, I'm also supplied both by Shabbos and by weekday. So you must be good from the English on the Shabbos is there. So ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why not get qualification? It's how that kind of, you know? You do how that would be based. Because you know, this is kind of execution by reason. Different thing is warranted to execute someone, so to 15 in. And I don't know 100 thieves and I'm allowed to kill him. I become like the basement. I go into the basement. So I'm not upset Bezdin doesn't execute on Shabbos. I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash Lord will say, first of all, I you got to know that I can. Well, done in law, they call me Shabbos. So I'll say, but again, if I'm not allowed to kill the thief, only for killing the thief. So now it applies on Shabbos and during the week. I don't understand what's the chiddush. So the follow country where the Shabbos be right. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. I'm going to teach him. Well, Yitzchak Elo, Lefakiach Halav Es Hagal. It means like this. Okay, let's say someone gets into on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. So Halav it's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. Because he was liable to that penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or I'm sure that he didn't come to kill me, I say, yeah, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. So who go? We call Adam. He makes the holy song. Shata Yaakov, so this is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. They breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben, and he's allowed to kill Ruben in any way we need to. So the Gemara says, so I understand why it's wanting to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben after all. Why is that coming? Because no one would have thought, but I might be Kimrei, they know the Mammon as well. I'm at a first license to kill the thief is only for the Balabas. Only for the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Pura may do. But let's say, which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash Pura may do, but the Akhanan. Remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go and execute. My neighbor. ela mês, eu começo já que falar nisso, lá na você again, special people that teaches me to teach other. So it's me what's that? I can learn stuff from what's that. What's that line? What's that? This is so general. So right, we're going to go to it. We're going to execute it by David. There's a particular type of music, right? The ones like whatever the type of whatever. Depending on the point. Let's say moving is higher to sight, decapitation. Or let's say for whatever the reason, basement doesn't have a sword. So what do they do? What do they do? You execute him. So they must design your motion, what's a market, let's say, I don't know that you can execute someone with the prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most you must become one of them. Pasuk says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Lord says, no. So therefore, what's like, same thing over here, by the tree, kill him however you need to kill him. Because once you're doing a shiny awesome, then a most you must. It's different because the execution is the rush from most you must. And what is most you must? That double to teach you that even if you can't you proper death penalty, things are right to execute it however you can execute it. I the Nikman so once we're not from Rotsea, that are local to myself, when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. Because you don't say there's also again, right? We may kill Shimon accidentally. The relative of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuben. And by Adam also, they have the ability to relate however you want to do it. So what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. One they teach you that whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give that, the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So what's that? What is this called? This is called Snake Suvin Abon Ge'ever. I have two mitzvahs, or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, what's the halachah? Because Snake Suvin Abon Ge'ever ain't no longer. And what's in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you use the principle from them. So but I don't know myself, so therefore we also so again, we're going to try very far to it. Number one, not only is the homeowner related to the fee, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the fee comes the status of the relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two, how do you kill the fee? How do you kill the fee? How do you kill it? However you need to. However you need to. Two parts of halacha. Look at the Machteres. In the Machteres, the most I only know if the fee is tunneling in. And you know it says Gadol, Chatzeo, Kafi from the night. How do I know that if he's coming through my roof? My cousin. How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's going through a window. I can also kill him. And we'll know you must say Haganah Mikamakom. The pasuk says you must say, however you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you must execute it. In case not Hamil Machteres, and that's just why does the pasuk say Machteres? It takes the role of the Ganovi, you see Machteres. So the majority of thieves, so it's a smoke about the rumor that occurred. Tanya, you just Machteres in Machteres. God will cut the capital 9. I only know that if you come out hello, if you come into the window, you look out into the Malona, you must say Haganah Mikamakom. Came Makamor Machteres, so open again, the back to this, why does it say Machteres? Because Machteres is only Hasra. If you're telling just know, that's your Hasra. If you're telling the Torah itself, has already said that Allah myself, you are warned. We have to stop over here for today. But what I said, this is not the end is going to bleed into the next city require Hasra. It's your Hasra in a case. You want to suggest, totally by definition, it's your Hasra. No, for that, so that's great one. All right, God bless you. I'll go to start to all of you. Jerry,
that is what comes to Jello. On Chinese hair and skin of a hot dog. It's awesome. You know what I noticed about that clip is that Max J in the back there, Jay looks nervous. Yeah. Like Jay's like, dang, I know you need to come up with that. It's like hilarious. Indiana's best looking guys have hot dogs. They all have hot dogs. Hulk Hogan looks like a dude.
Dude, hot dog skills the best expression ever. How did you come up with that?
All right, then let's start. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shift. First, our commentary sponsor for Tough Shit. Hey, hey. We go through talk about yourself, but dedicating all the children's veterans this year. As is a first for the Soros Promos for Ami Israel. Our Dafyomi sponsors for this morning, Milton Melanie Gertner, for dedicating the Shir in honor of the birth of their grandson, Gad Moshe, born to Shira and Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim, Yerakodesh. Mazel tov to the Gertner and the Shpaka, Shira for the camp, but of course it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, the multiple Levayas for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We have to imagine that our commentators that those touches this one should have an aliyah. A broken family should experience in the Chama, and then in Eretz Hashem, that the Torah should just bring the Soros Torahs, true the Soros Torahs for all around Yisrael. Let's do that. Right after the very back is Ayin Alex, 71. We have to have an Eretz Hashem on Ayin Alex. 70 lines up from before the lines of Batsheva to Mr. to Shlomo. And she said as follows, not Lucy, sorry, actually, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So she, not binary, sorry, she said to Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Batsheva said, Kol Lashon Shavei Zanicha, how you know this? So remember again, Batsheva checks again. Batsheva is giving Shlomo Musar that he overindulged in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being the prince, he got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. And Musar number one is that people are going to range moving from media on me, because that's when he follows the tzaddik. So if he follows the tzaddik and you're misbehaving, he must be your mother. Must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that he would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls him Barnidri, the son of my mother. I said, this is incredible. She says, all the Tzadik's wives. Are you naked? You're naked. You need to start hugging him out. Give me a son who is worthy of the monarchy. So this is incredible. They wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Batsheva said, I always wanted something different for you. That's what I want. Va'amina guys, the Haley Zoris or the Mula Batal. What did Batsheva want for her son? She said, give me a son who is the Zoris. That's the one they say Zoris, Alacritus, Zizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of timeliness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible results. Give me ultimately who's filled and ultimately, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, give me a son who's worthy of Zeba said there's so much to learn from this tomorrow. What do we want for our children? You know, all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on what we want for our kids. And it's often focused on, what we want our kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my daughter will be a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi. No, what's a rabbi? And, they're all different. And there's such a hyper focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's interesting to see what Batsheva wanted from him and the qualities that she wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. So don't say, you can tell a lot about a person by how they approach the different kids in life. There are people who are. Jesus is a midah, and Jesus is a midah of seriousness. And when you have midah of Jesus, that's why again the Ramchal puts it so early on in Mesilas Yesharim. When you have the midah of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a Kovid Rosh approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do, Memula B'Torah. Don't be in what it means to be Memula B'Torah. To be children of Torah. There's different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a lackadaisical approach to Torah, lackadaisical approach to learning, a lackadaisical approach to observance, or person could be mamula. Mamula means I'm mole. I'm fully committed. Hagru Levius is all-encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know. But I would imagine that you have to have Alamilis to be a Navi. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula told Hagru Levius. Incredible. Shossi Yain. So Hashem, Al Melachim Army, my Melachim Melachim Shossi Yain Mishtachbim, Roman Lama Roman Kel. So that Sheva said to Shlomo is incredible. You've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? Like the king Chevra, like the Manach Chevra. Why are you hanging out with the Manach Chevra? Because they drink too much wine, and after drinking so much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? We're the king, we're all powerful, we're the and those rulers, they abuse the intoxicated beverage too much. Nisha called Raze Olam Glilo, Nishka Yain Yishtaker, and you have access to the one before whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine? In other words, we'll say, well, we keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to, first of all, take sometimes the edge off life and allow me to lean into my newfound circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls, times war off my inner kedusha. On the other hand, it's easily misused as well. So, Hashem says to Shlomo, what are you doing? Why waste your time with wine when you have access to the lower of all secrets to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? You get angry. Misha kol roz the olam mashkim v'biskol. Usually I have yishtaker. So, no matter how powerful a ruler is to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, if you have to go ahead and
Yo, what up, Rachel? How are you?
why waste your time?
Go fuck yourself, you slutty bitch.
How do you know that Shlomo did tshuva? So Shlomo did kava. His mother's ki ba'ar anochi ish v'lobinas adam. He says, unless they're in, and I don't even have it is incredible. Ki ba'ar anochi, who's the ish he's referring to? Yichsev vayachal lo ish ha'adama. Shlomo was the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I need Adam root, and there's not even the proper wisdom of finding me. Who's that? This is Adam Arishon. That first Adam Arishon, who again had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. They'll say, by the way, another tremendous Moshe Haskell. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musa. No one likes Musa. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. I've come to find positive feedback is often laced with, often, sometimes laced with some other, it's natural, it's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them. As much as it stings, they're able to hear it, they're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God for Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech is one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a patch from his mother. And thank you. What does he say? He says thank you. He says thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go back for 70 Gemara. Says the Gemara. I'm not the above. So again, that was back very sorry about. I'm not the above. So this is very interesting. When Soromon, so when establishing yesterday's that, right, is again what he has to seal, right? What, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now we're pivoting a little bit about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweeting. Now, what are sweeting? If you look at Rashi, this group of sweeting, it's like 3 lines up from where we are across Rashi. So what's fascinating? What turns a person or turns a kid into a Ben-Sora or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out with. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Abba says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweeting. Now it's interesting. It's actually different. Sweeting over here is racing. What does racing mean? Empty people. empty people. שירגילו בכך, ומתקשרים תביס type of habits, אבל יש בחבורה אדם הוגו, וכי לא ממשיך, ונעשה בן סור ומורה, ובחבורה דלת מצווה קמה. So once this is incredible, it says, one is Ben Sor Morayim, only when he's even got youth and the wine with the group of speaking. I just want to point out over here, interesting, if you notice how Rashi defines speaking, he doesn't say like Avaryonim, people who go ahead and commit Averos. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an Avera. What does it mean empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shirifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizos. There's no Mamuda Matora. There's no hugging and ideas. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Or if I have nothing pulling me towards something greater, I'm empty. I'm empty. And what Rashi is saying is, we'll say, you know what? A chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, not every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. But let's say that at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say that a person desires for something? Desire something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is for something. Raking is a desire for nothing. Maybe a desire for nothing. Just like emptiness, that's the dangerous chavura. So the concern over here is, if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora and Mora addictions are really facilitated. However, the Yivatzvahana I but we learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a Chaburas mitzvah, now again we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtus, what that means is he's eating it, interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of mitzvah context, that he does not become a Ben Sora Umora. So when it says time out, the mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of the mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, Avagad Velat Kula speaking, even if not everyone in the Federal is one of the speaking, Hakanash Malon, Avagad the Kula speaking, gave him the mitzvah cause of the mitzvah. So what's that? So I said the Gemara saying is like this, that if there's Ben Shalom eating meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire chapter for the Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Or if it's not a mitzvah, if the entire group is speaking, he doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. Or Halacha once again, if the entire group minus one person are speaking, in other words, if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Sora Mora. He only becomes a Ben Sora Mora if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. Now let's take two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. We go through life and we think that it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who. That is the way that it works. So the Kabbalah speaking is going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, it's a kind of all speaking, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a Chabura speaking. What do you see from there? The power of the individual to impact the Chabura. Now one person in a Chabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole Chabura of speaking, but you're eating a Sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashbah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashbah on you as a proper. I like that Sudas mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashbah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible Gemara. What you begin to see from Ben Sora and Mora, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that It's the theft of the money, the overindulgence or the development of an appetite for expensive things like the Italian wine, the meat, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the best soul of Mora. But about Ibra Chodesh, I was so say, so remember, the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh, as you said before, the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. They were going to Suda for that. So you might say, one second, maybe the Bashar Yad Masku, is that saying that they had eaten wine for that Suda? But I we learned in only law Elabas for dog and the kittens know about, but that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal? That was a very light side about how to integrate the money. You don't want that turning into a habranga, right? In other words, like there's a lot of people have to eat over there. Seafood, right? Because it might take a long time, but you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So the man says, how can I go to Africa? They only have this in the US. Must be right. Buffalo, Cuban, that's the kid, you're right. Meaning the people who were going for this suga, they were only it's an interesting fact. What did they do by the flavor of bread, wheat, and legumes? So let's say that meal. And let's say Ben Solomon shows for that meal, or he's not Ben Solomon yet. He's a candidate. Right? Candidate Ben Solomon, candidate, shows up meal with stolen meat and stolen wine. It sits down to them that can't transform into a Ben Solomon. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah. Even stolen items in the context of the Sudas Mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Solomon. Incredible. Turn up on in over it's not just the word that Suda. Ain't only the Ibrak or the Tacos Mias Adam, so he's at least right that you're in for that Suda for Ibrak. They ain't only more again, you're only going to go up there with bread, and not really bread, pasta, and bread made wheat, and kidneys. They only or you only go up on the night to the 31st chapter. They only love a long Alabama love. They only have what time you are. They only love a life. But I once says, by day and not by night. They're not here by Abba. So with me, but only Talku. Go up early to the meal, in other words, go up to the meal while it's full day time. Come down before sunrise when people are starting to get up, so that people will know what it is that you're doing, and that way again, the extension of the month will be properly publicized. Incredible. Nice shame shot. So this is so again, just to keep our train of thought over here. What we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent a person from becoming a Ben Solar Immoral. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Solar Immoral. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Solar Immoral. Fascinating. So you know goes like that. Oh, my sushi. Oh, my sushi. Keeping the Orakehu, keeping the Orakehu Haka, label Mamshin. So it's remember again, so if he steals money, right? Let's say he steals money, my sushi money, those things places they use and want to eat in these islands, but then they don't have a bunch of or a wine house. Because that can go into that, right? It's only something more than he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. And this seems to have been so immoral is the development of non-normative appetite has developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Solar Immoral like that. Fascinating. Let's go back there. All on the video straight from Scott and Drama. So come on, Uncle Buster, international Ben Solar Immoral is great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Solar Immoral. It's gotta be flesh. It's gotta be meat. Right, so he goes in, he steals money. We buy a schnitzel, right? But that's not going to make any more. we learned in the mission. All from the days of church, what's the Nasan Sora Mora? Hot or Nasan Sora Mora for a second. That's not true. The mission indicates to us if he stole money and bought the non-kosher food, you'll see why that is, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. The inference from that is that as long as he's buying kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's fowl, that Allah for myself, he should become a Sora Mora. To which the says, no, Kitzra must say lahashlim. So this is fascinating. Remember, how much meat does it, little Chazara, how much meat does Ben Sora Mora have to eat in order to go and become a Sora Mora? Right? First opinion, Mishnah. Right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, you eat a little bit less than a tartimar. Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if he's mashlim the kizayis with fowl with open chicken, that can make it a Sora. That's the big issue here. So you can't eat the tartimar, ultimately again, can't eat the tartimar of fowl. But if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you complete that shear with a little bit of fowl, ultimately that can make you into a big Sora. Alright, incredible. So also listen to this. So now the Mishnah said if he eats things of Dvar Mitzvah or Dvar Avera, he doesn't become a Sora Mora. So what is that? So Dvar Mitzvah, what does it mean Dvar Mitzvah? Tanchume Avelu. Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal, the consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi says over here that let's say the kid joins a uniform identity, like the halachas that are ready to come back from the cemetery. You have what's called the Sudas Havra, new consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and ready for that. That's a Sudas Mitzvah. That's Sudas Mitzvah. So remember again, we've always seen that because the development of a theme. A Ben Sora Mora only goes ahead in terms of Ben Sora Mora if number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing a very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative addictions. But what we see over and over is that the consumption itself takes place in a positive context. In a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Simcha Shabbos. I mean, he does it on Shabbos and all that. The Chiddush over here, the Chiddush is that let someone eat as simple as a Sudas Havra, the meal for our Avera. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of a negative addiction. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to the Gemara is kindness seaport. So let's say he steals money, purchases meat, eats it during the fast. So you want to say, so that doesn't make them at Sora Mora. So that's so strange, right? Why wouldn't that make him do it Sora Mora? But time of my, I'm a cross, and then there's Shomea to Kalinu. The Kalinu, we're going to call it Shamakum. This is fascinating. What do you think about Sora? It has to be the child is defying his parents' instructions. And then Shomea to Kalinu. But if his consumption is buying Chabad Kodesh, that does not make him a lawyer. Isn't that factor? That's just a technicality. Right? So they thought Mora is someone who defines his parents. But if his act of consumption is an act of divine defiance, then he doesn't become Mitzvah Mora. Again, he's getting up on a technicality. Incredible. And let's say, by the way, and that's why all of these different that's why if he steals money, he's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sora Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chai, he's not a Ben Sora Mora. Why? Because that's a shot. Because each one of Ben Sora Mora is an initial his act of defiance is an act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God. But because he's stealing, that's a consumption itself technically.
How you doing, Miss Aquarius?
But if his act of consumption itself is halachically then
Lovely. Thankfully,
he's not a Ben Sora Mora.
watching a podcast. How about you?
basar,
That's the rest about to eat some turkey salad. Chicken salad, turkey salad, chicken salad.
anything, but didn't eat wine. I'm sorry, didn't eat
Excellent.
meat. He doesn't know that you have to eat meat.
I'm a big fan of salads. I like salads.
Drink wine. So the Gemara says,
You do?
Definitely. I love tuna salad.
So even if he ate,
Turkey salad.
I'm a big fan of tuna salad sandwiches.
From Keyless, right? From Keyless was
That's
very
good.
high quality, very high quality food. And in certain respects, maybe it had that quality almost of like meat. I'm not sure if they look Keyless. Halacha l'maisa, you still don't come in Surah Mara. The Shasa, the Vash, the Chala, sorry.
You have big plans for your weekend?
No, I'm just gonna go get out, dress ready. I'm gonna get my dress ready tomorrow. That's about it.
Okay.
The legend got the rest. She's still not feeling the best. She's feeling better that way. She ain't took that medicine. I hope she took that medicine she was supposed to, but I don't know why she didn't take it. But she's feeling better now.
That's good.
If a Kohen
My throat feeling a little bit better.
Okay.
Some kilos, or
Any pain?
drinks honey or milk. And
Do you have any pain?
He's chayiv.
I did this morning. I had to take me out frozen.
Under the influence.
I couldn't hardly swallow.
You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated, and if he goes into the base after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation. And he's going to be chayiv for that.
That's good.
Let's say Ayin Aleph from Dal 71a. Everyone has to do so. More actually, if I must be the Ayin, turn out on alcohol, coal, my alcohol, basar.
I'm brain them down. Let me have that Christmas.
Yeah, I've not spoken with him,
Or he drinks any drink, but he
but I
doesn't
hope
drink
that
wine.
he has been well.
You only become a Soromora when you go ahead and you eat and you drink wine.
His favorite football team's out of the playoff race, so that's a little disappointing to him, I'm sure.
What happened to favorite football team? What?
Is eliminated from the playoffs, so I'm sure that that's a little disappointing to him. That happens. Gotta happen to
What
somebody.
is it, the Raiders?
Yeah, wow, good job, this Aquarius. Wow, that's impressive that you know that.
I think that's the Raiders. I know I heard him tell my yesterday. Not him though. Oh, she's 70%. Okay.
And then we see from this other pasuk in Mishlei that again is Sobe refers to wine and Zora refers to meat. So we put that all together and we understand that for the Ben Mora, his issue is overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. I will say this is a fascinating Gemara. Whoever sleeps in the base medrash, Torasa Naasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, right? Like patches of clothing. Shnei Amar, Ukiraim Talbish Numa. The one who slumbers will wear patches. Now, I will say the truth is, there's no great clues to this. It's actually very straightforward. I will say one of the more important things, right? When it comes to learning, there's two studies, there's two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. But Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. The neshama understands everything. So even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. But I switch some days of that feeling like that, right? But I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes now, whatever it is. The neshama is fundamentally together. That's one of the
Okay, it depends on the ocean. More and the rest of them. Oh, yeah,
Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't really have to meet.
No one stop. You go ahead.
Sometimes I'm on my phone. Sometimes over here. Sometimes over there.
To talk to the pharmacist.
Again, you get distracted.
Did I go to space yet? Oh, they're kind of slow today, so they'll pick up by next week probably, and definitely by the first of the or after the first of the year. They've been pretty slow, but they will definitely be kicking up as the year ends and into the new year.
So what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. I'm in. When I say ever in a meeting with someone, and they're checking in on the meeting, ever happened to anyone? My cloud couple is, I started this now. Right? If you're checking in on immediately, I better take it. Better things. Right? It's okay. It's okay. If you're too busy, go. Do what you have to do. But if a lack of diet alert, what are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to have a few minutes to learn. Come on, go in your office. You should be doing work in your office. And what is working? You're in your office. I guess it's something fun to do whatever you want. But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. Do your work and be zealous and be committed and be involved. And when you're here, learn your product and don't be at work. Don't be at work. Just commit yourself to whatever it is that you're otherwise. You're going to sleep through your entire total life. And after 120, when you come to the basic Shomala, and you go to check, like, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me. What did you learn? And you say, I remember there was that day when we did this so good. But I was tell you, I got huge emails that day. Right? And I texted 10 of my colleagues during school that day. Right? And I checked the leads 14 times. Right? I remember a piece of it. Why? If we're going to do it, and just do it, and commit yourself to shutting off the distractions. Otherwise, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning because I'm elsewhere. We have literally the greatest treasure in the world at our fingertips. Every single day. I'm watching you live in a car. You live in a time where it's so ridiculously easy. There's only one thing you have to do. Pay attention. Don't fall asleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base message. If you can just do that, bring us Jesus to our learning, bring us Jesus to our davening. We're all young people. There's no telling what we can accomplish in our years in this world. Let's go back to Mishnah. None of we shall always issues of them. It's very interesting. So by the way, as we like that, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is I would say, what's the one takeaway from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's a statement of death penalty, right? The system is set up not to execute something. That's how it's set up. So all the details. And watch this. He said, "Come on, we shall other. Listen to this. Kid, I'll just call him kid. Right, he's an adult. Remember, they won't say. Also, I'm generation. How old is that son of Mora? How old is he? How old is he? So remember again, he is a global. What was Russian of the Gemara? Somewhere entered into adult type. We didn't see that concept again. We didn't see that concept again shortly. So go to Mishnah. So watch this. He stole his father's money. But he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay, or he went ahead and he stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay. Or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. Let's say first white line, I was about it. And I said they said and he goes ahead and it's all about what? It's all about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea of interesting enough.
So
If he's
that's what
consuming
it
it
does.
in his father's rishos,
Yeah, it's
consumption, what is
crazy.
the father going to do? What's the father going to do? Father's going to say, what do you do?
I never thought about
If
that.
the father sees his son engaging in reckless behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. So shut that down. So that's, listen, this is just a tremendous exciting clinic as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character traits. But one of the greatest misconceptions is that we discipline here. People are so today, parents are so afraid to discipline their children because they think like if I discipline my kid, he's gonna go off the data. If you discipline your kid, he actually has a better chance of staying on the data. If you don't discipline, and it's a free for all, and there's no rules, and there's no consequences, and you think that's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is a betrayal of the civil responsibility that the Shibara Group is giving you. Obviously, you have to come down with a ton of bricks on every single thing. But boundaries are the ichor of parenthood. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, it's fascinating what we do. Even this kid knows, I can't understand myself to do anything more than my father. And I thought, shut that down. So I told him, shut that down. So therefore, the only case that I saw interesting enough is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because that combination, because again, the assumption is he can steal his father's money because he has access to that. So therefore, he has access to money, plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that creates Ben Sawyer and Mora. Okay, we'll see that more anymore. And that's Ben Sawyer. Mora, second one, Archie, you're from Shabi. You don't become Ben Sawyer Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. Now, make sure you go over, actually, you will be shot, other than shot, you know. The also the reader says, it's not enough just to your father's money, it's your father's and your money. Both of them together, we'll see exactly what that means. So, you know, gonna be shot, other than the so again, if he steals money from his father, eats in his father's rishos, even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. Why? Because if his father sees him being gluttonous, his father is going to shut this down. And he's stealing people's money. But going ahead and getting other people's rishos, grab it from me. Why? I'm not concerned about eating it in some of the rishos, go shliach way. Other people's money, so it's in the whole household of Mora is stealing his parent because he has access to money. That's why he's worried how to develop these behaviors. The culture came, the fear of the upper rishos, other guys, but you see. The most of he's stealing his money, but even in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. Actually, you know, so the only formula that makes the kid into a Ben Sawyer Mora, so they're also keeping a running list of all of his qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place outside of his father's home. That's the other thing, really combination. That's not really combination. That is the negative combination that ultimately creates. So again, he's stealing his father's money, worried about having for life because he has access to his father's money, and he's consuming it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him mussar about his gluttonous behaviors. That's what we're concerned about. The habits from his behavior is incredible. Incredible. Actually, really says he only hides if he steals from his father and his mother. But Sigmar says, so first of all, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Conservation Kanabaila. I was going to say, again, what do you mean he's stealing from his mother? Whatever technically belongs to his mother already belongs to his father. So what's the shayla? So Sigmar says, how you tell that over, you'll decide. But the honor of your let me see that some fellow other it's interesting enough. His parents, the kid's parents prepared a beautiful dinner for themselves. They bought nice steaks and beautiful wine. And what does the kid do? The kid sets a suitor that is ready for his parents, and the kid comes home and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both his parents. Once again, that doesn't make it better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Sir Lord if you steal food. You don't become a Sir Lord if you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount and expensive meat at a discount. So the Gemara says, You're right, rather than what happened, the father had set aside money to take his wife out to dinner. And we got to dinner for an expensive friendship made up of meat and wine. And what did this kid do? The kid stole the money that was set to both of his parents. You've got the same possibility. The acne, or again, the wife could, the mother could have money. What's that? Someone gave her a gift, and they give her a condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, well, let's say bottom line, the Rambam does not accept WS's idea. The Rambam does not accept that the money does not have to belong to the father and the mother, just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, Haya Aviv Rosh Hashanah says, this is incredible. Let's say the father wants to bring him to David, but the mother didn't. Or other dinner also the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. Actually, Shneim wants to sorry. And Ski only goes on Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to David or the Sora Mora process. So Ruben says, right, Ruben says, if your marriage is an illegal one, that's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a base Sora. Alright, so what does this mean? It's not even Ruya. What does that mean exactly? What does that mean now? So the wife is not fit for her husband. So the Gemara says, who cares if the marriage is legal or not? Right? What does it matter? At the end of the day, the kid's father, the kid's mother, the marriage has to be legal. So it's not the Shabbat Kamar. So what's that about? Rather know what the Gemara means is that the mother has similar to the father. What does this mean? Tying on that place that's supposed to be legal, right? And the Shabbat the Kama, Aonas have been so wild. The parents resemble each other. Mother and father don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height. The kid can't become a Ben Solar Umbora. Why not? My time with the Amr Krog, and never Shomea Bikoleyu. Fascinating, right? The pastor says, this kid doesn't listen to our voice. So it indicates to us, we need to call buttons on Shabbat. The parents have to speak with the same voice. Not of the common nanny button on Shabbat. So to again, the parents have to resemble themselves. They look exactly, but they have to have some level of resemblance. And also resemblance at zero side. What a tremendous Musa has. What is my teaching us about parenting? But parents have to be Shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the chinuch of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their chinuch. So it has to be Shomea B'Kolei. Parents have to speak well. Now, hold a second, what if parents have differences of opinion about the chinuch of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. But when they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they manage the kids, when they manage the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving your kid two different types of if the mother's saying one thing, the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech, because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of the kid can't become Ben Salmora. Why? Because you can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch, that's simply that's what Ben Salmora kicks in. Mother and father have to show that. They have to figure out a way to get on the same
Yeah,
page.
I was just playing.
The family you want to raise and the type of children you
How'd it go? Excellent. Yeah, but I'm about to join. One of my friends just started a Twitter space, so I'm gonna head in there and help him promote it.
About the slow pace of our year. Just remind them, in the last 2 cycles, we never finished bigger than any other year. Right? So at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be on the very easy, but we'll get there. There's a new to be similar. Kiman Oslo, Hajitanya. So these are reflecting the following idea. Bensora Umora, Lo Haya Bolo Osirios. Why? So who's the key reflecting the following idea? Bensora Umora, it never happened. Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I said, by the way, actually, when you see this, after all you see, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of the details lined up, what was the probability of that happening? So I think it's a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not saying it can't happen. I mean, it can happen. It's saying with probability, never has happened and never will happen. So why was it written? Why was it written? Unless you judge the couple stops. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get scheduled. Listen, I just want to point out, you might have said that this is sometimes when you look at that phrase, judge the couple schad means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schad for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you could do with this, but there is the schad, there's the way to act of it. The very important lesson. There is schad for the act of shifting total learning for the sake of total learning. I think that's not what you need to do. Judge the couple schad means you're right. Could I love you that I'm still in Morag will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But judge, analyze it. You talk about schad. What's the schad? What's the reward? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Solar in Morag, even if it will not actually ever happen. So let's say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the judge? What's the judge for couple schad? So let's say, so again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah that the whole Yisrael and Solar Mora is what? What's the whole Yisrael and Solar Mora? The whole Yisrael is Hashem HaAsis. Hashem HaAsis. Then Solar Mora is not actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, why is he put to death? For what he's going to become. So let's say, here's something amazing. Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Mora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Solar Mora? What is the What's the lesson, Capra? President Solomona is that once a person makes certain decisions, they can't change. That's been Solomona. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy money, to buy meat, to buy wine. Right? That's the decision. What Ben Solomona says,
Yes, ma'am.
you have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the American woman says, that's not true. That's not true. And Solar Mora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true, because there's no such thing as a gift you can't change. Because no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take the right decision. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the word. That's the word. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. That's Solar Mora. That's Solar Mora. There's no such thing. Because conceptually, there's no such thing as a person who can't change. She says the Gemara. So I'm going to just go out here. George the Kabbal's time. So really, in the Hebrew one. What is George? So
Why should anyone care?
There's so many people that can't change. There's so many of us who think that we can't change. So I learned about a person who can't change. He needs some terrible decisions and he can't back himself out of it. But that's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean there's no collateral damage, and it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Someone can make decisions, and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always, well, that's what it means by solar and water. There's no such thing as a person who cannot change. We think we can change. We think we can change. Someone then says, "I know that you actually can." You know that. You know that. You know that. stars, this command can be done. E poi se guarda di scene di design is very interesting. Allora, quindi pensa a cos'è prima basta lo shop. Everyone started stealing and started suffering because this kid stole some money and person didn't want to start to take him out to the phone. And then so far it never happened and it's never going to happen in the future. Well, I'm in the club, so why is it here? George the couple style. So let's say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire studio. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with them story? Because actually some already the kid can't change. Never happened. Most of the person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Shirosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah's kind of reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context that the kid can't change and recognizing that this never happened, never will happen. I received the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. But I'm not doing this. But Jonathan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. Are you ready to see it? But Jonathan says, I saw a Ben Solar Mora. I saw him. He had shot the Al-Kibro. I sat on his grave. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why exactly sat on his grave? We're not sure the whole discussion about this. Not for now. Not for now. The Gemara says, come on out. So what do you do with this? The Jonathan says, so let's learn so much. Okay, I think the way it looks is like this. The Jonathan is not arguing. There never was a Ben Solar Mora, and there never will be a Ben Solar Mora. The Jonathan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Solar Mora. But the Jonathan says, you know what? I think many Levias are people who left this world, and they left as a Ben Solar Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't affect change. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. They're like, there's no such thing as a Ben Solar Mora. Yet you'd be surprised how many people leave this world thinking that they were a Ben Solar Mora. Like one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things unaccomplished. We leave this world without actual potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of things that we're becoming. So the other thing is disagreeing. I think Jonathan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's no such thing as Ben Solar Mora because things are responsible. But yes, what Jonathan says tragically, I've gone to the Levias of so many Ben Solar Moras. People who left this world and never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Solar Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says herself, come on, also I'll just sign you. There's a huge thing with discussing the following idea. Here in Dakas. Because there's a city outside of idolatry. Well, Heissen lost two reals. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. The Laban Nichtaba, isolized within the Torah, they must be drunk the Kabbalah stars, ultimately against the learning and to receive reward. Same idea. The most of that, what does this mean? How can it be that there's never any Dakas? As you look at, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one Sabbath. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single youth who's there is bad. Couldn't possibly. It's just not possible that someone's not public, someone's not holy. So one of the things you see, Lord, can I go over? It's not the idea. The sign you already know. Because you're Jewish, talking to mezuzah achos, ain't no nasi any dachas. Oh, so the Rebbe says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, it can't become an area dachas. It can't become an area dachas. You must like that word to use it. On the crowd, that's called shoro kifos atol. So what if we area dachas? So what if we do it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. Now, the famous mezuzah, mezuzah, actually, the city of Taskin, yeah, because mezuzah, you can't burn mezuzah. Why can't you burn mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore, you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become an Eri Dachas. It can't become Eri Dachas. Therefore, it's impossible that Eri Dachas ever existed. I'm going to be honest, so you know what I'm saying, right? I need to see ישבתי אפילו, again about the nurse and said, I was there, I visited, I went on tour, right? I could see Eri Dachas walking down, and again I saw the ruins of the city, I saw Eri Dachas, and also once again it's the city we saw, I don't think the other is disagreeing. I'm not necessarily saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves, and communities also forget that they can become better, that they can become healthier. Again, communities are made up of individuals, so they're a group of people to think of themselves as a band so remote, they can't change. They become a Zaba, they become a Kabul, they become a village, become a community. Out there in Zafas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, I'll write this on you. Bye, tell you what. Hi, alright, but you know, we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, you know, just know I tried. I just could have started 5 minutes earlier. I always say we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We are right on track. And I said, we're going to do Jay. I said, you tell me, what can we expect? What can we do again? Nothing. I said, tremendous trend. Stop. All right, tell me what your friends are. Oh, I forgot about that. It was like, good morning. Let us begin by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Cheers. Thanks. Other sponsors for Tough Shin. Hey.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Y'all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, if you're hearing my voice and you are not following me, please do. I follow everyone back. Secondly, if you're not in the Big Steppas Discord, you need to be. It's discord.gg/Big Steppas. I have my own channel in there. You can view me anytime you want. You can even see me pitch my project to you all live. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother, a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to build peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, ponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm for the Life Straw program and most of the desalination technology, pump earth seawater onto land, get drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
I promise you, on my life, Rabbi Rothschild is fucking wonderful. If you don't know about the Big Steppas Discord, it's basically our community Discord. Rabbi Rothschild is in that Discord 24/7. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep 100%. Bro, whatever you say, TP is not lying. He has been here since fucking day one. Rabbi Rothschild is a guy that you'll feel more jumping in the follow. Checking out his profile, and he all uses to missing out on amazing content, bro. This guy's chilling every single day, bro. I promise you, every time he goes to space, every time we go live, every time something happens on the internet, every time literally one fucking thing changes, bro, he's always there to see it, always there to be with it. I'm a keep 100% go and follow my man Rabbi Rothschild. He is insanity. When I say to all of you in the space right now, showing up daily is key, being consistent is key. You want me to be honest, bro, Rabbi Rothschild is basically the main factor in that. He is the person that's showing up daily. He is the person that's staying consistent. He like my boy right now. I appreciate you, my brother. Everybody drop me a follow. As I'm always going to say, drop the listeners a follow, drop the speakers a follow. We're here to network, we're here to engage, we're here to gain follows, we're here to get that fucking money. So, bro, so we're here right now. Be a winner, be a grinder, be a supporter, be the best of the best, bro. I feel like when people do things, they either want to do it to have fun, or they want to do it to be the best. And you're here to be the best and show me why. Prove to me why you want to be the fucking best. When you come up and speak in my spaces, I don't want to shit on you say this and you tell me you're pissed what we're going on. That's why I would like to show. I don't want to be waiting 65 million hours just for you to come and say, GM, no matter what's your shit. So, bro, I appreciate you all for here right now. I'm fucking loved it. It's been Christmas Day. I hope if you celebrated it, I hope if you had a good time. Whether you celebrate it or not, bro, it's still a good fucking day. But bro, now we are back. Now we are grinding once again. It's Boxing Day, whether you celebrate it or not, but we're still up here in the spaces as I want to show up here now. If I tap on my space, we had 65 likes. Really? Bro, it's still up here.
Thank you, Joel. You're the man.
Now we are grinding once again. It's Boxing Day, whether you celebrate it or not, but we're still up here.
How do you celebrate Boxing Day? It's just a day about a sport.
We had 65 likes. Really? That's 79. If you haven't already, go to my space tweets and drop a drop. They will up my head as well. Drop a like, drop a reply, drop a retweet, drop a follow. I need you to make a record. We're 67 likes on my day. 6 now, Maradona, let's move on to the next week and see what people are cooking up. I'm getting too ahead of myself since I want to shout some people to start max engagement to my space. So every single person right now, like, reply, retweet, every single person. I'm going to wait for one person. I'm going to tap on my notices and see who's recorded what has to be done to succeed. Let me go ahead and shout some fucking shouts right now. Recent that.
homelessness a way of life. The number of mentally ill, drug addicted people littering the streets with measles, drug needles, toxic filth has grown dramatically. I think it's about 186,000 in the state. We spent $37 billion on homelessness in the last 6 years, and homelessness has exploded in the state. These are all from Katie Grimes. I'm just getting a fraction. You should go to CaliforniaGlobe.com and read the whole list. $8 to $12 gas co. We used to have 43 refineries. We're down to 7. Our oil production has declined by 65%. Our foreign imports have increased by 70%, or decreased to 50%. Let's not forget the COVID lockdowns, which destroyed thousands of businesses, destroyed the childhood and the learning capabilities of hundreds of thousands of children. We spent $4.5 billion on free immigration legal services. And of course, the big whopper, he passed a bill that guaranteed free health care to every illegal immigrant in the state. It's costing us $13 billion now. $13 billion. The Medi-Cal program is insolvent. It's broke. What do you do with a broke plan like that? Well, he's going to cut Medi-Cal to any poor or disabled elderly person who has $2,000 of assets. So if your parents or grandparents are down to their last $2,000, Newsom wants that $2,000, or they don't get Medi-Cal. Because he $13 billion on legal aliens. That's enough for now. I'm holding on to this. Katie Grimes, the CaliforniaGlobe.com knows that. There's a good client for next space. Okay, we've got more coming up on the John Cobell Show. Now there's an update from KFI 24-hour news.
Maternal denial after she claims to know live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ashley Buzzard is pleading not guilty to murdering her 9-year-old daughter, Melanie.
Ashley Buzzard entered her plea since working from this morning. She also denied the special allegations of discharging a firearm causing death and murder by lying in wait. She was arrested earlier this week. Authorities announcing they've found her daughter remains in Utah. She was reported missing on patrol routes when on a cross-country road trip with her mother. Utah was one of the states they passed through. Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office will not be seeking the death penalty. Buzzard is facing a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Quick discharge. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Storm hitting Southern California is expected to continue into tomorrow. Public health officials are advising people to stay out of the ocean due to elevated levels of bacteria following heavy rain. Storm runoff carries increased amounts of contaminants that can be a health risk for swimmers. People are advised to avoid contact with the water until at least 8 o'clock Monday morning. Racing at Santa Anita has now been pushed back to Sunday.
Horses Brigade is starting game today, as is tradition, the day after Christmas in Santa Anita. This week's storm caused the track officials to announce a delay before the first raindrop fell. It's the first time in 6 years Santa Anita has opened the day after Santa Claus makes a visit. The track says will run through 2 days late in 2019. The special craft 35,000 racing fans.
How was it, Rabbi?
It was lovely, Miss Aquarius. I got another 15 people or so followed me, so I'm at like more than 3,100, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it's in my ear.
Jesse Wells. Instead of her own personal quoting somebody else. Not the greatest of poems, but look, I mean, it's great. It just seems like a bad gig to me. You're going around and now there's stuff on like there'll never be like a story online that Gerardo kidnapped mom, right? And I would unlikely that more likely Gerardo kidnapped squirrel and squirrel's gonna do man puts dead skunk in bag. Man asks homeless tent to stop rapping outside apartment. This sucks. Yeah. Get a new job, really. Yeah. You know, it's one thing to enforce the force. You could just go around randomly arresting people that didn't do any crime. It's messed up. What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker? We shouldn't be having these ice ages pick up dead fucking animals. There's stuff.
Those which about the birds Israel, dedicating all the children Russians this year. As is a host from the Soros Kovos and Israel. Our Dafyomi for this Milton Melanie Gertner, dedicating the shear in honor of their grandson, Gacha, or to Shira Ari Gertner in Yerushalayim Yehudash. Mazel tov to the Gertner Mishpacha. Beautiful on the cup, but I will say, of course, it's important to recognize that as we go ahead and as we begin our shir this morning, the Levaya, these multiple Levayos for the Bibas family are underway in Eretz Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, that those precious neshamas should have an aliyah, that broken families should experience in the Chama, and that in Eretz Hashem and Kadosh Baruch Hu should just bring besoros tovos, true besoros tovos for all of Am Yisrael. But with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Ayin Aleph 71. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph. There's a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem, and we are picking up 70b, 3 lines up from before the lines get wide. Remember again, we left off in the middle of the sugya of Bathsheba giving Musar to Shlomo. And she said as follows, Mas Mitri. So remember again, I read this part quickly at the end yesterday. So Mar Barney, sorry, it says Shlomo, you are the son of my nether. What does this mean? So Bathsheba said, Kol Mashim Shalei Savicha, Hayunodros. So remember again, Bathsheba, context again, Bathsheba is giving Shlomo Musar, that he's overindulging in the finer things in life. One of the advantages of being a prince, you got a lot of access to luxury items, and he's overindulging. And she's essentially giving him different forms of Musar. So Musar number one is that people are going to hinge your delinquent behavior on me. Because after all, your father's a tzaddik. If your father's a tzaddik and you're misbehaving, it must be your mother. That's number one. Number two, she said, I went out of my way to make sure that you would be a healthy baby. And now number three, she calls him Barney to be the son of my nether. Both said, this is incredible. She says, all of David's wives. Are you no Joseph? Making a following nether. Yehizi ben Hagum Lamarcus. Give me a son who is worthy of the manor. So this is incredible. It says, all of David Amalek's wives, they wanted one thing. They wanted a son who would become the next king. That's what they wanted. Bathsheba said, I always wanted something different for you. What did I want? Then Zoris on the Mula Batora. Wow. What did Bathsheba want for her son? She said, give me a son who is Zoris. That's the word. Both say Zoris, Alacritus, Zrizos. Give me a son who, when he does something, he does it with a sense of purpose, does it with a sense of kindness, does it with a sense of alacrity. That whatever he does in life, he takes it seriously and does it with incredible Torah. Give me a son, ultimately, who is filled with Torah, Lenevius, and ultimately worthy of prophecy. Now, if you notice, by the way, she doesn't say, give me a son who's a prophet. And she says, just give me a son worthy of prophecy. There's so much to be learned in this tomorrow. What do we want for our children? So all too often in life, we put the wrong emphasis on for our kids. And we focus on, what we want kids to do when they grow up. I want to make sure that my son, I go to a doctor, a lawyer, a rabbi, an accountant, all different. This is a focus on what my kid is going to do for Parnasa, which of course Parnasa is incredibly important, as we all know. But at the end of the day, it's see what Bathsheba wanted for her son and the qualities that he wanted for her son. Give me a son who takes life seriously. That's his reason. You can tell a lot about a person by approaching different initiatives in life. People who are just as a need and Jesus does seriousness. And when you have need of Jesus, as in like puts it so in Silas Yishar, when you have the need of Jesus, it means that you have a seriousness and a covered approach to life. And when people who are Zoris are successful in whatever it is that they do. Mamula Batorah. Don't be, what does it mean to be Mamula Batorah? To be filled with Torah. In other words, there's different ways you can approach Torah. First, you can take a physical approach to Torah, a physical approach to learning, a physical approach to observance, or a person could be Mamula. Mamula means I'm mulling, I'm fully committed. Hagul and Nevius is all encompassing. What are the qualities that are necessary in order to become a Navi? I don't know, but I would imagine that you have to have Alamitis. That's what a mother wanted for her child. Jesus, Mamula Batora, Hagul and Nevius. Incredible. Elam Malachim, Gudwal, Al Malachim, Shasur Yanim. So Hashem says to Shlomo, Al Malachim, Amalo, Malacha Itzim Malachim, Shasur Yanim, Shtakrim, Vomim, Lama, Lanu, Kel. So Bathsheba said to Shlomo, it's incredible, you've got the wrong friends. Why are you hanging out with those kings who become intoxicated? It's like the king Chevra, like the monarch Chevra. Why are you hanging out with the monarch Chevra? Because they drink too much wine. And after drinking too much wine, what do they say? What do we need God for? The king, we're all powerful. And those leaders,
All right. Well, you enjoy yourself, and we'll see you later tonight, guys.
You have access to the one for whom all secrets are revealed. Should you become inebriated with wine, keep seeing the two sides of wine, right? And on one hand, the ability of wine to first of all
What-
take some
let's
kind of
go
edge
what?
off life and allow me to lean into
Shut
these
up
kind of
now.
circumstances. Also to unlock, to bring down the walls that are sometimes walls
Yeah, I want to stay here.
Go eat your dinner, Miss Aquarius. I'll be here when you return. God willing.
Why waste your time with God?
Yes, ma'am.
So no matter how powerful a ruler is subservient to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So again, you have to go ahead and anyway show up in front of the ruler of the universe. Why waste your time with why? I'm a Yitzchak. How do we know that Shlomo did tshuva, so to speak? In other words, Shlomo was Mekabel, his mother's Musar. It says literally again, I'm less than an ish, and I don't even have wisdom. It's incredible. Ish is the ish is referring to Noah. It said, Vayochel Noah ish ha'adama. Shlomo was again, Gemara faulted Noah for going ahead, and the first thing that he did is he planted vines. So Shlomo recognized, you know what? I made myself even more mundane than Noah. And there's not even the proper wisdom of man. And who's that? He's the Adam Arishon. Their first Adam Arishon, again, had one mitzvah, wasn't able to comply. Shlomo HaMelech lament that he's not even on that level. Incredible. I would say, by the way, another tremendous Moshe skill. What is the hallmark of great people? One of the hallmarks of great people, the ability to take Musar. No one likes Musar. No one likes it. No one likes rebuke. No one likes critique. No one likes constructive criticism. No one even likes even positive feedback. Comes to find positive feedback often laced with, sometimes laced with some other. You don't like it. It's natural. It's normal. Great people are able to hear, especially when that positive feedback or that negative feedback or that critique is coming from someone who loves them as much as it stings. They're able to hear it. They're able to inculcate it, and they're able to pivot with it. And it's God was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was one of the wisest of men. Gets a patch from his mother. Gets a real patch from his mother. And essentially, what does he say? He says, thank you. He says, thank you. That's godless. That's godless. Okay, let's go right there. Says the Gemara. I'm not about. So again, so I was back to the story about. I'm not about. In the case, actually, look at the Kabula, Shekula Sweet. So this is very interesting. When Soramor, so when we established in yesterday's daf, right? It's again, what he has to steal, right? What, or I should say, he's stealing money. What he has to buy with that money, and how much of it he has to consume. Now the Gemara is pivoting a little bit. The Gemara is talking about who does he have to consume it with? Who does he have to consume it with? So Rabbi Avo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of srikim. Now, what are srikim? The Rashi, the srikim. It's like 4 lines up from where we are crossing Rashi. Reikam, Shia Gilu B'Kas. So says fascinating. What turns a person or turns a kid into a Ben Sora or Mora is not just that he's stealing money, that he's creating an addiction for overindulgence for wine and meat. It's also the chevra that he hangs out. Chevra means everything. So Rabbi Avo says he's only chayiv if he eats it with a group of sweets. Now, it's interesting. The point here is raking. Well, what does raking mean? Empty people. Empty people. Shia Gilu B'Kas will habituate him to these type of habits. Aval nish bechabura adam hagum v'chi haygavno v'mamshich. They don't now say Ben Sora Mora bechabura to love mitzvah kama. So most of this is Rabbi Avo says when is Ben Sora Mora chayiv? Only when he's eating the meat and the wine with sweet. And I just want to point out over here, it's interesting. If you notice how Rashi defines sweet, it doesn't say like Havayon. People go ahead and commit activities. How does he define a bad chevra? Raking. Empty people. Empty people. An empty person may or may not be committing an avera. What does it mean you're empty? There's nothing in you. There's no drive. There's no drive. There's no shikifa. There's no pull to something greater. There's no, as we saw before, there's no zrizus. There's no mamula l'torah. There's no hugging in the dias. There's nothing pulling a person towards something greater. Well, if there's nothing pulling towards something greater, I'm empty. Rashi saying, Gemara saying, listen, you know what? The chevra of empty people is much more dangerous than a chevra of sinning people. Well, first of all, But every chevra is a chevra of sinning people, because all of us commit averos. Now let's say, but at least when a person is committing an avera, what does it say about a person? They have a desire for something. Desire for something. Okay, maybe the wrong thing is desire for something. Making is a desire for nothing. With a desire for nothing, just like emptiness, that's dangerous. So the concern over here is if he's surrounding himself with these kind of people, that's when the Ben Sora and Mora addiction are really facilitated. However, I but you learn. The Mishnah said that if the kid is eating his meat and drinking his wine in a chaburas mitzvah. Now again, we'll discuss what that means, but the pashtus, what that means is he's eating it. Interestingly enough, he's stealing the money, he's purchasing the meat and the wine, but he's consuming it in some type of context that he does not become a ben Torah umora. The mitzvah. Now the reason is because the act of consumption is occurring in the context of a mitzvah. Halav mitzvah, but if it wasn't a mitzvah, the lav even if not everyone in the church is one of these. In Hakamash Malon, the act of the kos speaking gave him to the mitzvah to us for mitzvah. So essentially what I'm saying is like that if the Ben Saramar meat and wine in the Sudas mitzvah, even if the entire Sudas mitzvah are speaking, he doesn't become Ben Saramar. The entire group is speaking, or Halach again, the entire group minus one person is speaking, because if there's one good guy in that chevra, he also doesn't become Ben Saramar. He only becomes a Ben Saramar if it's a non-mitzvah meal and all speaking. Now let's say two profound lessons over here. Number one, well, three profound lessons. Number one, the power of chevra. The power of chevra. Surrounding yourself by the right people. You go through life and you think, the truth is, it doesn't really matter who I surround myself with, who I'm friends with, who I share my Shabbos meals with, whatever. I can kind of insulate myself against that. It's not true. It's not true. Who you hang out with and who you keep company with makes you who you are. That is the way that it works. You see the kabura full of sweeping, terrible things are going to occur. On the other hand, interestingly enough, what you see over here is if it's a chevra of all sweeping, but there's one good guy, then what? That's not a kabura sweeping. What do you see from there? How would the individual to impact a chevra? That one person in a chabura of speaking can have a tremendous and overwhelming impact. You never underestimate your ability to have an impact on the people around you. Number three, even if you have a whole chabura speaking, but you're eating a sudas mitzvah, it's not a problem. It's not going to become Ben Saramar wine, because if you put yourself in the right circumstances, even if you don't necessarily have the best chevra, putting yourself in the right circumstances has a hashpah on you as well. So putting yourself in the right circumstances has hashpah on you as a proper right. That's mitzvah. Putting yourself in the right chevra has the right hashpah on you, but never underestimate the ability to have an impact, even if you find yourself surrounded by the wrong type of influences. Incredible. What you begin to see for Ben Solar, interestingly enough, is all of these things fuel his addiction, right? In other words, that theft of the money, the overindulgence or the development of an appetite for expensive candies like Italian wine, right? And then also embedding himself with the wrong groups of people. All of these things are necessary in order to make the Ben Solar more. But about the Ibra Chodesh, so remember the example that the Mishnah gave for a Sudas Mitzvah was the Suda that they made for Ibra Chodesh. Ibra Chodesh, as you said before, is the intercalation of the new month. In other words, adding on an extra day to the month, making it a month of 30 days instead of 29 days. So one second. The Bashan they had master is that saying that they had meat and wine for that.
Give me 10 minutes to show up all this.
But that meal is actually a very simple meal. What did they have at the meal? The intercalation of a month. They had bread, right? They had bread, wheat, and kidneys and legumes. That was a very light meal. They had to decide about how to intercalate the month. You don't want that turning into a fabrengen, right? In other words, that needs to be like there's a lot of decisions that have to be made over there. So you need food, right? Because it might take a long time. But you want to keep a very simple menu over here. So remember, how can I find the Atagat thing? Oh, I'm about to give this to you. Buffalo came into the mitzvah cost of False. That's the case. You're right. Normally, the people who would go in for this Suda, they were only, it's an interesting fact. What did they eat by the Suda for Ibra Chodesh? Bread, reads and legumes. So let's say we're having a meal. And let's say Ben Soromora shows up for that meal, or he's not a Ben Soromora yet, he's a candidate. Right? Ben Soromora candidate shows up for that meal with stolen meat and stolen wine and sits down and eats with them. That can't transform him into a Ben Soromora. Why? Because he's eating it in the context of a Sudas mitzvah. So eating stolen items in the context of a Sudas mitzvah will not make you into a Ben Soromora. Incredible. It's not just a word about that Suda. Ain't only the Ibrak or the Shpachos Mian Sarabin Adam, so you need at least a minion, right? That really is the minion for that Suda for Ibrak Hodesh. They only law alone, the Pascal in the cuteness. Furthermore, again, you're only going to go up there with bread, which is not really better, pasta, bread made from and kidneys and legumes. They only or iguro, and you only go up on the night of the 31st, like the night after the 30th. They only love a yom alabalaylo. They only go for the Suda at night and not by day. They only love a yom. The Ivy Bryson says they go up for the Suda by day and not by night. So you may go up early to the meal. In other words, go up to the meal while it's still daytime. Come down before sunrise. People are starting to get up. So that it'll make a rush. People will know what it is that you're doing, and that way, again, the extension of the month will be incredible. So again, just to keep our train of thought going here. What we're now beginning to see is that there are certain exceptions or certain types of consumption that prevent the person from becoming a Ben Solar Umora. So essentially, if the act of eating itself takes place in the context of a mitzvah, such an act of consumption cannot make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. In the same way that eating with certain positive chavra also can't make the boy into a Ben Solar Umora. Fascinating. So the Gemara goes like that. Because remember again, somebody steals money, right? Steals money, buys Sheni money, purchases meat and wine, eats in Yushalayim. So again, it doesn't come against Sorum or why not? Because that's a normative act, right? He's performing something normative. Granted, he stole the money, but the act of consumption itself is a normative act of consumption. What makes him into a Ben Sorah or Morah is the development of non-normative appetites as developed through non-normative acts of consumption. But if you do something quote unquote normal, you can't become a Ben Sorah or Morah like that. Fascinating. Let's get back to alcohol and velos straight from discussion that I'm about. Alcohol buster old, international Ben Sorah or Morah. Great. Chicken can't make you into Ben Sorah or Morah. It's gotta be flesh, gotta be meat. Right? So he goes there and he steals money, and he buys schnitzel, right? That's not going to make you into Ben Sorah or Morah. Hi, bon appetit, we learned the Mishnah. Open the windows of Shefel, Shkatzim, but I was in a sense of Morah. Hot to hold us in Sorah Morah for a second. That's not true. The Mishnah indicates to us if you stole money bought non-kosher food, we'll see why that is. It doesn't become a Sorah Morah. The other thing that is that as long as you have kosher food, even if it's chicken, right, even if it's found, that Allah nice, so you should become Ben Sorah Morah. Krishna says, no, so this is fascinating. Remember how much meat how much meat does Ben Sorah Morah have to eat in order to go and become Ben Sorah Morah? Right? First opinion in Mishnah, right? Tartimar. So let's say, for example, he eats a little bit less than Tartimar, I don't know, minus kizayis. So the halacha is, if you mashlin the kizayis with fowl, with chicken, that can make a Ben Sorah Morah. That's the thing. So you can't eat the tartimar, ultimately, again, the tartimar of, but if you eat almost the tartimar of meat, and you go ahead and you're mashing that, you can eat that shear. with a little bit of balance, ultimately that's going to make you into a motor. All right, incredible. hold on, she needs to be Varadero.
I noticed that.
Mishnah said, if he eats anything by mitzvah or Varadero, he doesn't become a solar motor. What is that? By mitzvah, what does it mean by mitzvah? Ultimately, again, he participates in the meal, the consolation of mourners. Consolation of mourners. Now look at that in just a moment. Rashi says over here that she has 300 bottom. Let's say that the kid, can't call it a kid joins a need from a baby, like the halachas that when a baby will come back from the cemetery, you have what's called the Sudas Havra, middle consolation. So let's say again, the kid sits down and joins them for that. That's a Sudas mitzvah. That's a Sudas mitzvah. So remember again, what we're seeing over here is the development of a food. A Ben Sorah Umara only goes ahead and becomes Ben Sorah Umara if, number one, he's stealing money, number two, he's purchasing new wine of very high quality, and then number three, it has to be consumed in a context which leads to the development of negative emotions. Or you see over and over again, consumption itself takes place in a positive context, then we are not concerned about the feeling of addictions. So again, obviously, a positive context would be Suda Shabbos, the Chiddush over here is that, let's say something even as simple as Suda Havra, the meal for our table. That's also enough of a mitzvah that we're not concerned about the feeling of addictions. Let's say he still steals money, purchases needs and wants, and eats it during the fast. Eats during kindness aspect. The Gemara says, so that doesn't make them that Sorah Mora. So why not? That's okay. But why wouldn't that make them that Sorah Mora? The time of my Amatrel, and then there's Shomer Pikolenu. Pikolenu, we love to call them Shomer. This is fascinating. What is that Sorah Mora? That's the mean that the child is defining his parents' instructions. And then Shomer Pikolenu. But if his act of consumption is in defiance of HaKadosh, that does not make it into Beis Hamikdash. Listen, isn't that fascinating? Now, that's just a technicality. Right? So Ben Sorah Mora is someone who defies his parents. But if his act of consumption is not divine defiance, then he doesn't go Ben Sorah Mora. Again, go up on a technicality. It's like nothing unique about it. Right, and that's why all of these that's why he steals money and buys chazer. You would think like he steals money and buys chazer. Of course, Ben Sorah Mora. He's not. Precisely, he's not. If he goes to the kosher butcher and buys the finest cut of meat, he becomes Ben Sorah Mora. Goes to the supermarket, buys a piece of chazer. He's not a Ben Sorah Mora. Why? Because that's the chazer. So each one of Ben Sorah Mora is an emission right there, Bekolenu. His act of defiance against his parents, but it's not an act of defiance against God. I mean, the whole thing is an act of defiance against God, but it's stealing. Consumption itself technically is halakhically permitted, but if the act of consumption itself is halakhically permitted, then halacha myself is not a Ben Sorah Mora. So let's go like that. Also, for my phone, also basar, just for my phone, just also for my phone, also basar. So therefore, it's the same idea. Ben Sorah Mora doesn't eat anything, but didn't eat wine. I'm sorry, didn't eat meat. He doesn't know Ben Sorah Mora. In order to Ben Sorah Mora, you have to eat meat. In order to Ben Sorah Mora, he has to drink wine. So the Gemara says, Lo achal basar. What is it? He's eating Mivasiye, the day of Kilos. So what says, even if he ate cake of pressed steaks, a cake of pressed steaks from kilos was a very high quality metal, very high quality food. And it should especially even like that quality, almost like meat. I'm not sure even if you could pay what you use. A lot for the myself, you still don't come in sort of like the shasa, the vash, the color, sorry, well, it's actually a huge vash color. He's just trying to be like, hey, let's stop doing it all the time. Wine, sorry, of milk and honey have an intoxicating effect on a person as well. So even if you drank those items which have an intoxicating effect, even though the effect is the same, if he doesn't drink wine, it doesn't drink as well. It's not enough. I'll hope you would do this stuff. Vash, the color, the miknas, the mikash, high, the kavavina. Because what's interesting enough is that a lot of Kohanim. Coin goes ahead and take the presentation to his or he drinks honey or milk and goes into the base of Mikdash and does the avodah, he's chayiv. Now why is he chayiv? He's chayiv for doing the avodah under the influence. Right, that's the halacha. You're not allowed to do the avodah while intoxicated. So you go into the after having consumed these items, there's a level of inebriation, and he's going to be chayiv for that. Absolutely chayiv. Let's say Ayin Aleph about 71a. International Israel actually look up speech the Yayin, Tan Rabbanon, Alcohol, Michael, Uncle Buster. Ben Soda Mar, he can't eat any item. It doesn't eat. Shas Sakamash Kodosh Yayin, or he drinks any drink, but he cannot drink one. International Ben Soda Mora, actually look up Buster, and Yishli Yayin. You only become Ben Soda Mora when you go ahead and and you drink one. So well is so great. So the Pasuk calls him again, glutton and a glutton. The Afadav like the governor, even though people say, I don't really know explicitly in Torah what solo and sobe means, and I don't know what it's referring to. Right, you try to appreciate right the governor, say the governor, there's no scripture in the Shemar, the sobe yayin, do not be amongst the guzzlers of wine, and the sololate basar lamo, or gluttonous consumers of meat. The Omer, the sobe, the zola, yoresh, gluttonous consumers.
That's why we made a
Okay, so
rule
again,
that guys
just
just
enough
can't take
to
their
use
piece
this
out
blush of
just
Zola
like
also,
casually,
right?
randomly
And
with
then you
your
see
Brian
from this
Callen
other
because
pasuk,
like it doesn't matter
the
if the
Mishlei,
accidental is
that
said
again
or
is
no.
Sobe refers to wine, and Zola refers to meat. You put that all together, and we understand that Ben Sola Mora is the issue's overconsumption of meat and wine. Incredible. Listen, this is a fascinating I'm going to say that. Kalayashin the base of Medrash. Whoever sleeps in the base of Medrash, Torasa Nasa Lo Kiraim Kiraim. His Torah becomes patchy. So it becomes patchy, patches of clothing. Sheneh Mar, Kiraim, Heldish Nima. The one who slumbers will wear patches. I will say, it is great truth to this schema, but that's very straightforward. Listen, one of the most important things, when it comes to learning, is to study these two sides. On one hand, there's an experiential piece of learning, and that experiential piece of learning really happens just by showing up. Like Rabbi Nachman says, even if a person doesn't understand what it is that they're learning, your mind maybe doesn't understand, but your heart absolutely does. And the Shema understands everything. So even I walk out and say, what did you learn? I have no idea. Right? But I speak to somebody with that maybe I like that, right? And but I know that I was there for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. And the Shema is fundamentally changed as a result of that. That's one level of Torah. But of course, we don't want to suffice ourselves with that. I really want to have a comprehension. I really want to have an understanding. I really want to be brought in. So what's the formula for being brought in? What's the formula? It's a very simple one. Don't be distracted. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Pay attention. Don't allow yourself to get distracted. Yashin doesn't literally have to mean that I was asleep. Yashin just means that sometimes I'm on the dock, sometimes I'm on my phone, sometimes I'm over there. What's the result of that? Again, now by the way, you get a shvach for showing up? Of course. But then don't be surprised when the Torah I walk out with is patchy. Because again, here I was doing that, here I was like, here I was and again, just the reality is, the Torah is broken up. It's not cohesive because I wasn't putting that to the website. By the way, you begin to see a theme, right? You begin to see a theme. What did Bathsheba want for Shlomo? What did she want? She wanted Jesus. She wanted Jesus. So let's say so again. So what does Jesus mean? Jesus means when I'm doing something, I'm in. I'm in. Let's say ever in a meeting with someone and they're checking it in the middle of the meeting. Ever happened to anyone? Right? My cloud got over started this now. Right? If you're checking in on a meeting with me, I better think better things. So you're going to Zoom meeting, right? Better think it's okay. It's okay. You're busy. Go. Do what you have to do. But it's a lack of direct. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're never focused on what it is that we're doing. We're always somewhere else. So when I'm in the office, I'm trying to stop a few minutes to learn. Don't learn in your office. Don't learn in your office. You should be doing one thing in your office. One thing in your office. And that is working. Working. You're in your office. Well, I guess if you're self-employed, you can do whatever you want. Right? But if you work for someone, they're not paying you to catch a couple of minutes of learning here and there. You work. And when you're in share, don't work. Just pick yourself
know I've talked about this before, but you
You
link it
sleep
and I
through
said,
your entire
right?
Torah
This
life.
has been
And
mentioned
after 120, you come to the base in Shemala, the Rebbe comes to Sheikh, like, what did you learn? What did you learn? Tell me, what did you learn? And you're say,
He's like, fuck, I'm the closest thing to a stool
oh,
here.
I tell you, I remember there
He's
was
gonna
that
fuck
day
me.
when we did this
He's
sukkah.
gonna fuck
But
me.
I'll tell you, I got through
Joe's
my
gonna
emails
fuck
that day, right?
Joe's
And I
trying to look at
texted
him in the eyes when he's thinking about this. Joe's thinking of the
right?
bed,
And I
the
checked
perfect
the
bed for
news
fucking Abraham
14
Lincoln's
times, right?
face.
I remember a piece of this.
Here's what Abraham Lincoln's thinking.
Why?
Driving my son.
Do it.
And then
And
I get
commit
fucked in the
yourself
mouth
to
with
shutting off the distractions.
Alright, let's see.
And this is during learning, this is during davening. Otherwise, I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping through davening because I'm elsewhere. I'm sleeping through learning
Yeah, it's
because
like
I'm
almost too
elsewhere.
funny. It
We
actually
have
is funny.
literally
It's too funny for
the
him to do.
greatest treasure in
But
the
if
world
it was
at
a
our
stool,
fingertips.
a
Every
stool
single day.
bed.
Every
But
single
you
day.
go into the Oval
Watching
Office,
the
you're
living
like,
God,
hey,
living
Master,
in time, where it's so
what's Abe doing?
There's only one thing we have to do.
I'm just proclamation in his face. I'm Bill Clinton,
Don't
you're Abe.
oversleep. Don't go ahead and get involved in multiple things. Just don't sleep figuratively in the base measures.
Next one is
You
posted
just do
by
that. You just do that. Bring our squeezes to our learning. Bring our squeezes to our gathering. Remember, we're all
I
young
mean, the
people.
thing is,
There's
take it
no
off your
telling
shirt,
what
you
we can
guys.
accomplish in our learning. Let's go back to Mishnah.
WP.
Done. Mishal Abed,
I just wish you would keep your shirt on.
It's very interesting. So, by the way, I just want to point out, I think I said this when we started the Sugya Ben Sora Mora, which is, what's the one take from all of this? Clearly, the system is rigged so that this doesn't happen, right? And again, and that's okay. It's good to say that. It's good to say that. It's just seems right? The system is set up not to execute something. That's how it's set up. So Ben Sora Mora also all the details. So watch this. He says, "Kanav Mishal Abed, Alchol B'Shus Abed." Kid, he's calling kid. Right? He's an adult. Also, I'm just how old is Ben Sora Mora? How old is he? How old is he? Right. So remember again, he is a gadol. He just recently entered into adult type. We're going to see that concept again. We're going to see that concept again shortly. So so watch this. He stole his father's money, but he ate the stolen food in his father's rishos. Okay. Or he went ahead and stole other people's money and ate it in their rishos. Okay. Or he stole other people's money and he ate it in the rishos of his father. What's like first white line? I know. And when I said Ben Sora Mora, what's in all these cases going Ben Sora Mora? And she don't be shall Aviv Yochav rishos until he steals his father's money and he goes ahead and eats it in someone else's rishos. Let me just say this outside for just a second. Remember, Ben Sora Mora is all about what? All about what? Formation of addictive behaviors. So the idea over here is as follows. If he's eating this, right, obviously, what happens first? What has to happen? Whose money does he have to be stealing? Whose money? Has to be his father's money that he's stealing, right? It has to be that. But what nice, interestingly enough, if he's consuming it in his father's rishos, the assumption is, what is the father going to do? What's the father going to do? The father's going to say, what are you doing? If a father sees his son engaging in gluttonous behavior, a father is going to say something. He's going to shut that down. He'll shut that down. So therefore, supposedly, this is just a tremendous sort of thing as well. Too often, we see our children engaging in negative character. But one of the greatest misconceptions is if you're going to hear people something. That is a sort of place of discipline your children. Because they think like if I discipline the kid, he's going to go off with that. If you discipline your kid, the better chance of staying on. If you don't discipline, and there's no rules, and there's no discipline, and you think it's love, that's not love. That's parental delinquency. That is parental abdication. That is betrayal of the sacred responsibility that a Kadosh Baruch Hu is giving you. As come down with a bricks on every single thing. But boundaries of parents. And sometimes parents think, oh, just let my kids, go do what they do, they'll come back around. That is a real roll of the dice. Sometimes it works, most of the time it doesn't. So again, what's fascinating over here is even this kid knows, I can't, strip myself of meat and wine in front of my father. My father's going to shut that down. He's going to totally shut that down. So therefore, the only case of Ben Sora Mora, interestingly enough, is when the kid is stealing the money of his father, but consuming the meat meat and wine somewhere else. That's the combination. Because again, the assumption he can steal his father's money because access to that. So therefore, there's access to money plus the consumption taking place somewhere else. That's the lethal combination that leads to Sora or Mora. Again, we'll see that more in Mora. And that's the Sora Mora. Second one, actually, you'll you don't become a Sora Mora until you're stealing your father's money and consuming it elsewhere. You also use the owner, actually, you know, we also do this says it's not just your father's money, it's your father's and your mother's money. Both of them together. We'll see exactly what that means. It says so again, if he steals money from his father and eats in his father's
Ain't no pussy like new pussy.
Even though he has access to money, he's going to be afraid to develop this type of habit in front of his father. His father is going to
That's fucking hilarious.
if he's stealing other people's money, like going ahead and eating it in other people's rishos, that's also not habit forming. Why? I forgot more, but he has no concern about someone else's rishos. Other people's money, so it's like the whole concept of sort of is he's stealing his parents' money because he has access to his parents' money. That's when we're worried about habit developing behaviors. The coach came. And all the more so he's stealing money from other people, but even in his father's domain, the money is not accessible to him, and he's going to be scared of his father. And you know, we shall all get the old coverage of appearance, so what's like the only formula that makes the kid into a Bensora Mora, so there wasn't keeping a running list of all of the qualifications is he has to be stealing his father's money, and the consumption has to be taking place out of his father's home. That's the organization. That is a negative combination that ultimately creates, again, stealing his money, we're worried about habit forming. Why? Because he has access to his father's money. He's seeing it somewhere else, and therefore someone else is not going to give him Muslim without his love. That's what we are concerned about habit forming. Incredible. Most of you who don't know actually don't love Michelle. He says he only hides his father and his mother. Gemara says, Minola. So again, what do you mean he's stealing from mother? Where is his mother? Property from Masha Constitution. I was going to say, again, what do you mean his mother? Whatever technical so the Gemara says, like I said, you guys, how do you tell that over? You'll decide. But I'm going to use your opinion. Let me see that some I'll be with you. His parents, right? They prepared a beautiful dinner. They bought nice steak, beautiful wine. The kid says secret that is ready for his parents. And the kid comes along and steals that from his parents. So he's effectively stealing from both of his parents. One thing that doesn't make you better. But that's not how it works. Remember, you don't become a Sormor if you steal food. You don't become a Sormor if what? If you steal money and then purchase expensive wine at a discount. And you get a discount. So the Gemara says, you're right. Rather than what happened, your father has set aside money to take his wife out for dinner. And made up for expensive fleshik suda, made up of meat and wine. So what did this kid do? He stole the money that was set aside for both of his parents. Or again, the mother could have money. Someone gave her a gift. They gave her a gift on the condition that her husband has no rights in that gift. Okay, let's say bottom line, just the Rambam does not accept WSC. The Rambam does not accept it. The money does not have to belong to the father and the mother. It just has to belong to a parent, whichever parent it is. Mishnah, higher of your votes of Imran and Rosas, one said this incredible. Let's say the father wanted to bring him to dates, but the mother did not. Or other than the father didn't want to, the mother wanted to. Aaron asked him, so Mora actually gets to Shneim. Actually, Shneim wrote this out. A kid only goes Ben Sora Mora when both parents are committed to bringing him to dates or the Ben Sora Mora process. But Ruda says, right, so Yehuda says the marriage was an illegal one. That's what it sounds like. If husband and wife have an illegal marriage, their son can't become a Ben Sora or Mora. All right, so what does this mean? Not in a ruling. What does that mean? What does that mean that the wife is fit for her husband? Gemara says, "Ilay mechavi kus mechavi misal bezin, sof sof avu aninu, sof sof avu aninu, v'imei." Truth is, who cares if their marriage is legal or not? Like, what does it matter? At the end of the day, this is the kid's father, the kid's mother. Why does the marriage have to be legal? To which the Gemara says, "Ella, the shavat of it." So I said, you know what the Gemara means is like this: the mother has to be similar to the father. What does this mean? Because this is wild. The parents actually have to resemble each other. Don't resemble each other in terms of the sound of their voice, the way they look, and their height. The kid can't become a Ben Sorer Umora. Why not? My time is the Omicron, and then Shomea Bikoling. Fascinating, right? That the Pasuk says, parents say to Basin, this kid doesn't listen to our voice, which indicates to us we need to call button on each other. The parents have to speak with the same voice. So too again, the parents have to resemble themselves. Absolutely, look exactly. They have to have some level of resemblance, and also resemblance of civil site. What a tremendous listener has. What is the Gemara teaching us about parenting? Like parents have to be shabbat. They have to be on the same page about the human of their kids. When children receive contradictory messages from parents, it's a disaster for their children. So it has to be Shomea B'Kolim. Parents have to be learned. Now, one second, what if parents have differences of being a of their kids? It happens all the time. But that's the job of parents then to reconcile that and to figure out a unified approach independent of their children. When they present to the kids, when they talk to the kids, when they listen to the kids, that has to be done with one voice. Because again, if you're giving a kid two different types, if the mother's saying one thing and the father's saying one thing, don't be surprised when the kid goes down the wrong derech because he's not getting a unified, cohesive message. So interestingly enough, if the parents are giving two forms of, the kid can't become a son or why? Because he can't fault the kid for making poor decisions when the child is receiving a non-unified chinuch. If the child is receiving a unified chinuch and still making terrible decisions, okay. That's when Ben Solar or Shabbat have to figure out a way to get on the same page about the vision of how you want to raise and the type of children they want to inspire. Incredible. So Gemara goes like that. Gemara also had the sign from where, according to who? According to the following things. Ben Solar, the Gemara said, okay, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that we cannot make it. It should be broken up like it's 10 blocks. You can't put all of this on one page. It's literally lifting Iver. So the Gemara says as follows. Do you mind this? Again, I'm not rushing. I just want to put you on forward. So if people from other shir talk to you about the slow pace of our shir, just remind them in the last 2 cycles we never finished longer than any other shir. Right? So at the end of 7.5 years, we'll be exactly where we have to be. We might not be doing a video. This is what we'll get there. But listen to this Gemara. Oslo, Hadisanya. So who's it? He's reflecting the power idea. Then Sora Umora, Lo Haya or Asiliyas. So you're like, what? We just did this the whole time. So who's it? Being affected the following idea. Then Sora Umora, it never happened. Lo Haya, it never happened, and it never will happen. So I'll say, by the way, actually, when you see this after all we've seen, it makes a lot of sense. To get all of these details lined up, what was the probability of that happening? So actually, it makes a lot of sense. Again, it's not saying it's not clear. It's not saying it can't happen. It can't happen. You might just say that the probability never has happened and never will happen. You might say, well, I'm in this stuff. So why was it written? Why was it written? So the Gemara draw us time. Again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Some things you learn because you need to know what to do, and other things you learn because you get schar. Listen, I just want to point out. Gemara says that just sometimes when you look at that phrase, drosh v'kabel schar, means what? Just learn it for the sake of learning it, and you get schar for the act of learning, even though there might not be anything practical that you can do. But there is schar, there's reward for the act. So listen, it's a very important lesson. There is schar for the act of engaging in Torah learning for the sake of Torah learning. Right? That's not what it means. Rosh Hashanah schar means could very well be that the Torah Umora will never happen. Never happen, will never happen. But Drosh, analyze it. What's the schar? What's the schar work? There are lessons to be learned from Ben Torah Umora, even if it will not actually ever happen. I will say, what are the lessons? What are the lessons? What's the drosh? What's the drosh for Kabbalah schar? So we'll say. So again, I want to fast forward a little bit. We're going to see in the next Mishnah. Holy soul, Ben Torah Umora is. What's the holy soul? The holy soul is Hashem HaAsim. Hashem HaAsim. Ben Torah Umora is actually put to death for what he's done now, but rather again, for what he's going to come. So I will say, do you want to something amazing? Do you know what the essence, you know what the ultimate lesson of Ben Torah Umora is? What's the ultimate lesson of Ben Torah Umora? What is the Ben Torah Umora? What's the lesson, Kevin? The lesson of Ben Torah Umora is that once a person makes a decision, they can't change. That's Ben Torah Umora. The kid made a decision at a young age to steal money, to buy meat, to buy wine, right? That's not made a decision. But Ben Torah Umora says, oh, you made a bad decision. You have put yourself on an irreversible course. So the Gemara comes along and says, that's not true. That's not true. Ben Torah Umora exists as a concept, but practically it's not true because there's no such thing as a yid who can't change. Then no matter how bad your decisions have been in life, you could always put it in reverse. You could always go ahead and take the life. That's what it means when it says. Listen, that's the words. That's the words. The Gemara says, sorry, Ben Torah Umora, lo haya v'lo asik liyos. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who can't change. So says the Gemara. So that's why it's here. So learn it and receive reward. What's the reward? So what's the analysis? The analysis of the Ben Torah is, but yet, there are so many people who think that we can't change. There are so many of us who think that we can't change. When I learned Ben Torah, I learned about a person who quote unquote can't change. He makes an incredible decision and he can't back himself out of it. That's not true. That's not true. Listen, no matter how much of a bad spot I've landed myself in life, I can always get myself out of it. It doesn't mean it's not collateral damage. And it doesn't mean that there aren't irreversible realities. There are. Sometimes we make decisions and we can't undo that which is done. But change is absolutely always possible. That's so reward. There's no such thing as a person cannot change. So what should you do with it? Because so many we think we can't change. So let's throw it more and recognize that you absolutely can. The Gemara says, Kiman. The Gemara says, Kiman Azlad Nisan. You've been sorry more the high below us Leos, the laminate. Let's go check out the star. So who's the thing? Is this Kiman Kabihuda? It's like Kabihuda. The Ibai Sema, Rabbi Shimon, he decided it's very interesting. I'm Rabbi Shimon. The King of Pesha, Apozeta, Timar Basar, the Shasa, Katsi, Bugaina, Kalki, Avi Motzino said, because this kid stole some money and purchased meat and wine, his parents were taken out to get stoned, and Lohaya, Velo Asigos. And Solomon never happened, and it's never going to happen in the future. Why is it here? Drosh the Kabbalah. I will say this is it. This is probably the most important line in the entire Surah. It never happened, never will happen. Because the concept that a person can't change is antithetical to Yiddishkeit. So what do you do with Ben Torah? Because that's what Ben Torah is, a kid who can't change. Never happened. No such thing as a person who can't change. So what do you do with this whole section? Drosh, learn it. Analyze it. Kabbalah can reap the benefit. What's the benefit? By learning about the context of the student can't change and recognizing that it's never happened, never will happen, I receive the greatest reward in the world. The greatest reward is a recognition that I absolutely unequivocally have the ability to change at any juncture, at any point in life. Incredible. Rabbi Yonasan says, 1 second, what are you talking about? Listen, it's incredible. Watch this. Anira Yisif. Rabbi Yonasan says, I saw a Ben Torah Ramona. I saw him. Yashavdi al Kivro. I sat on his grave. How can you tell me it never happened? I saw it. I went to the Levaya. I saw it. I sat on his grave. Now, why did That's just not for now.
I didn't realize
Not for now. Gemara says, come on, Asla. So what's this? So what do you do with this? But Jonathan says, there wasn't a person that wait, what's the best? But Jonathan says, no. There never was a Ben Sora Mora. There never will be a Ben Sora. Jonathan is lamenting the fact that many people go through life thinking that they are a Ben Sora Mora. But Jonathan says, you know what? I've been to many Levites of people who left this world. And they left as a Ben Sora Mora. They left this world thinking that they couldn't have done. They left this world thinking that they couldn't make something better of themselves. Right? There's no such thing as a Ben Sora Mora. Yet you realize how many people leave the world thinking they were a Ben Sora. Listen, one of the most tragic things in life. Tragic things in life is we leave this world with so many things on our head. We leave this world without actualizing our potential. We leave this world without becoming the kind of people that we're really capable of becoming. So I don't think Rabbi Yonasan is disagreeing. I think Rabbi Yonasan is just talking about human nature. So the reality is there's also taking Ben Sora Mora because things are impossible. Rabbi Yonasan says, tragically, I've gone to the Levayas. There's so many Ben Sora Moras. People who left this world never made the changes they could because they thought that they couldn't. Because they believed too much in Ben Sora Mora. Incredible. The Gemara says this house. Come on, also Hadasanyo. She wants to lose the thing with the following idea. Yerni Dachas. Now, Yerni Dachas is a city wiped out of idolatry. Incredible. Never happened, never will happen. I say, I see the Torah. Gemara says, Drosh the Kabul Star, ultimately against to learn it and to receive reward. Same idea. The question of what does this mean? How can it be that there's never Yerni Dachas? As the one said, there's no such thing as a city of Jews where there's not one topic. Not possible. It's not possible. You can't have a place. You can't have a place where every single yid who's there is bad. Impossible. It's just not possible that someone's not published, someone's not holy. So the only thing you receive reward. Come on, Rabbi Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Eliezer, Omer. So you're Shish Rafilim Mezuzah Achos, Eno Nasi Yerni Dachas. Oh, so Eliezer says if there's even one mezuzah in the city, you can't become a Yerni Dachas. You can't become a Yerni Dachas. So most of my time was to use this, right? I'm going to call it as Kol Shlo, Tikol Zato, follow up after the Aish. Because what do you have to do with the Yerni Dachas? So what do you have to do with it? You have to gather everything and burn it in the middle of the city. You have a Hebrew, you eat the mezuzah, the Hashem, the Tzidlo, Saskun Hashem. You have to use the mezuzah, you can't burn the mezuzah. Right? Why can't you burn the mezuzah? Because mezuzah is the name of Hashem. You can't burn the name of Hashem. So therefore you see if there's even one mezuzah, it can't become a Yerni Dachas. It can't become Yerni Dachas. Therefore it's impossible that Yerni Dachas ever existed. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Yonasan says, I need to see Yashak Yatila. Yonasan says, you're wrong. You're wrong. Is it Yerni Dachas? I was there. I visited. Right? I went on tour. Right? I took you again, I saw the ruins of the city. I saw Yerni Dachas. It wasn't like once again, it's the city that was disagreeing. Rabbi Yonasan is saying sometimes again, just like individuals give up on themselves, communities give up on themselves. And communities also forget that they can become better, that they become holier. Okay, communities are made up of individuals, and they're people who think of themselves as a Torah more. They can't change. They become a Chevra, they become a Kabur, they become a T. Here in the Dachas, I think they can't change as well. Tragically. Come on, Ozlad Sanyo. Kamenuga. Hiya. But we have to stop over here. Listen, just when my performance review comes up, just know I tried. I guess I could have started 5 minutes earlier. Anyway, we're going to pick up right here. We are right on track. We're going to be great. I'll say, you tell me, what can we expect? What can we expect? There's nothing. I'll say, tremendous staff. All right, have a Zoom.
It's just me in a flight, though, for real, though, not doing it. That's how I act. I'm never sleeping on a plane again. When you quit, I'll be on there filming that whole time. I can, for some reason, fall asleep like this, and it's one of my favorite things about me. It's just nothing funny. He's watching a cooking show, so what?
All right, come on, say good morning. Good morning. It's so far. I started to see everyone back in person.
No, we're not fucking.
option to conduct a register together. So we have incredible data at SBA. You'd like take one last month just to think. Our annual capital responsibility takes in about for dedicating all the children and touches as a host. From Soros Kobos for Andistro, our Dafium sponsors, Forte Melon, Ram, Ubi Mishmas, Mel's father, Mordecai, and Alia Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health. In the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Vasquez, we hope very well. She together with Coach already tried to complete her during the tour. She's possible to the touchdown. You guys will be all of the Shams and come to the families. She should bring back the rest of our hostages to Shalom and Makalo. Our holy soldiers should be successful to call and not say ye they am. But in that for us, we have an incredible doctor. Today's doctor is item 70. We are picking up active initiative on item Amidal 78. What's that guy? We'll say Ben Sora Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Sora Umora? This is fascinating. When he goes and he eats a tartima, we'll discuss exactly how much a tartima is. Or he eats a tartima of meat and he drinks a mug of Italian wine. Fascinating. Not Israel wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. For the wine connoisseur, hold on. So first I'll take a look at Rashi. Rashi says something very interesting. Italian wine is the best. Rashi says, for a so Italian wine is the best. He says, Umamshif Basrei. However, how much you know in the Italian so what we want to see is as follows. The entire issue of Bensora and Mora is not really what he has done presently, but what we are concerned he is going to become. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to real things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is, he's only chayiv if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's term, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It's Italian wine, so if you went ahead and stole our money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay, but Yossi said, Yossi argues on the measurements. He says, Mona Basar Beludia. He said, not a tartima of meat, rather again, a Mona of meat, and not the handsome of the wine, rather again, a whole meat. Okay, so what's in our office? That's how let's say it happened that he played solo and Mona stole the money, and when it had lost the wine. Right, so what they consumed it in a Kabula mitzvah. This is so good. This is so good. For example, people are focused. So this is one you might, you decide to go ahead and put your link to the month. Sometimes it's a month, a full month, for 30 days. They have a $6 in the credit. Or, also like taking a new shalai, or taking a new shalai. Also, the way it's a for that matter, he cancel drivers. Let's say turns out that he's not also come in nice research for set up. The Kava, which is untied produce, nice research that's not really nice research works for the review, and really these obligations to set that school for the nice research. Or nice research that to show you to a nice research that has like they have to do.
Surely does not care. It's amazing. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and be like, wow, that's fucking crazy.
Exactly what that's talking about. Also, so first part of this show gives us the measurements. How much wine does he have to purchase with the stolen money? How much meat does he have to purchase with the stolen money? That's my podcast, Hanakama, and Rabbi Yossi. After that, we can have an interesting exception. An interesting exception is if we consume the stolen meat or stolen wine that we usually call the Chabulas mitzvah. Chabulas mitzvah. Again, he's going to be popular. This is exactly the mitzvah as well. What
God
happens
damn
is that
it.
soil more is still money, but you can purchase meat. I don't know,
They
you
made
purchase something
92
else.
million.
Right?
No,
I mean,
really,
anything else, but not meat.
that's all he did.
Shut up, how much you want shut yeah. Or for that matter, again,
Just like
he purchased so money, he purchased the
I
drink.
stand by
But
Bliss.
what beer? You didn't buy wine. Ain't no nonsense, Ben Sora, Mora, Archie, Yokobosa, the Yishti. God said, listen, here's the
why?
passage. Torah says, Mishnah says, he does not include Ben Sora, Mora, until he steals money and he uses that money not to purchase meat or wine. Purchase of any other food item or purchase of any other drink does not make one into a Ben Sora or Mora. The passage says, Zolel, Misobei. So listen, so this is a passage from the Torah, right? Vamu al Tzikei Yov uses the Sora Umora, and then show the Zolel, Misobei. Literally, again, he's a glutton and a guzzler, right? Guzzler representing the wars. Now, how do you know that Solo the Soviet wine? Right? How do you know that? The Gemara says, it's not exclusive.
That's totally different.
See, over here, collection of Sobe, don't be a guzzler of wine, and don't be, again, a gluttonous consumer of meat. Okay. Most things are incredible. Now let's analyze. Some of these episodes, it says, Tartiba is a new damn apple. Let's say,
Flash over 9
said the amount of meat for which a solar more is higher. If you still money to buy it, it's a Tartiba. So come going to Gemara and says, but he says, I don't know how much a Tartiba, what is that? So we must probably see the yayin means a couple of basar. The inside Tartima Katimana. So what we can extrapolate as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanakh. Now it appears, based on the way measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanakh consonants, right? Because you know what the Tanakh says? Tartima, a half a little more. Rabbi Yossi says a mana of meat and one loaf of wine. So the fact he doubles the wine measurements, the fact just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. So what's a tartimar? A half a mana. That is actually like how much meat session. Right? That's all half a mana. So that's my focus. Incredible.
Anyways, I was looking
So I'm getting together a kabula that we got here in the morning, or whatever. Constantly to be, and also he sees every back to Chazar, the shackle of the Kaiser. This really takes us to the foundation is because again we always pause, we try to pause at different stages of the Gemara, just so that it really has a so he said, in the Gemara right here, even just much in the Gemara, so you see the beginnings and the ends, so you see over here again, that's just a unit of discussion that's just ended. Now we clarify the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanakh. Next, I'm going to comment about Elokai is, you can see something. He's the striking fellow at the second end of the second table. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. I know I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the rest of the time, I'm not commenting by Moga, I'm not doing Elokai. I see that plus of the soul. The Yokai Yayin the soul. The Yishka is sick of the soul of the soul. So it's very interesting. The food is another qualification. The food is saying, the only time you become that soul more is right. Is when halacha l'maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't, this is what I'll say, you can't become a Ben Sora or Mora if you pay retail. Right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about Ben Sora or Mora. Right? So you only halacha l'maisa Ben Sora or Mora if you get it at a discount. Now what's the shot with that? Take a look at Rashi, Yayin Bizol, about Yokel Shluchim and Mars. Let's work backwards. Because we've already seen this, but we'll see more explicitly today. Why is it Ben Sora to Mora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are that someone has developed this type of a case when he's young, going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle, and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's able to figure out how to get wine, good wine, good wine, cheap, And that's what gives rise to this concern. There's only time if you eat raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now, you might say, what does that mean? You eat raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. That's not true. That's what they want to teach you. So if you eat raw meat and drink undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. Yayin Kai is a Muslim below market. Undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, it uses a lower dilution ratio. Right? So the wine is stronger. That's the Chai. Right? What does it mean, Basar Chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean more raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil below bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasa kiba the achla ganfi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basa kiba the achla ganfi. Kagya b'gechalim the kavasi be'irvin the nich. So what's fascinating? How did thieves eat their meat? How did they eat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time to eat everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And it's seared on the outside, it's on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon on nefesh. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a michael of ganovin. Okay. That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay. You said you get that in the shop of the target. So again, one second. So all of this also remember what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are workers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So you see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up, and again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. You might look like it. You might look like it. Rabbi, this is the guy. Uncle Bossonalia, you shut the end of the toe. Anyone else in the boxes, you fascinating. Rabbi, you should have said it. Both of themselves. If there is someone who eats salted meat, or who drinks wine from the press, that doesn't make you a Bosser Amor. Now, Bosser is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, and you become that college protected, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, again, avoid. We still break them the can. We use that money to buy salted meat. Or if they go to buy wine right off the press, I walk for the money and say, again, that does not make him into a base or more. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says it's not Rashi right across. Also, when it's the end of the detail, they're not important, they're not functions, therefore, they're not mantras. Ultimately, again, they're not habit forming. They're not habit forming. The Jordan says, such a, okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, very helpful. Now, obviously, the title is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, that's the next little bit. So let's say, this is the definition of halacha. It's not halacha. What about halacha? Everything is halacha. So let's say, see them upset. Let's remember again, these things are going to say, halacha, 2 times a year, you have to see them upset. Right, 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, we are worlds apart. Right, they're worlds apart. The Tisha B'Av second before Yom Kippur is a Yom Tov Sliva. It's a Yom Tov Sliva. Right, it is a is celebratory food that excited for the closing and the shipment that's about to come. Okay, even though it's cut it up in different, let's have a fun party, excited for that. So it's a little funny. Excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage plans ourselves. Conversely, a pitch about people feeling outside us is a morning meal, right? And I know you are, right? A morning meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, that is a meal that your body puts up with the restrictions in that meal. So you have to use much as a person. Pitch about, the local obviously that means this person should not eat cooked food. Actually, that's too difficult food. But on local, but on the it can't be food, it can't be drink wine. This is this. Avant, listen to this. Also, Boston Maria, which is the Ayushito. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tishabot? Something you want to eat turkey at your seasonal cycle? You can. You can. You can have salt and meat on Erev Tishabot. You can have salt and meat, and you can have more meat. So you can have salt and meat, and you can go ahead and you can drink wine right from the press. Nevertheless, I'm not saying that
You should know all this stuff. It's boring.
but these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's it. It's either not it's not the boxer, and it's not the iron.
Maybe don't have
So
your
you know it says. I'll go back to what it says there. So you what are these things? So that's what I have to cover. So let's say this is interesting. Obviously, it can't mean that a person puts some salt on the meat and selling it again as salt and meat. What it is, when you see a salt and meat, the passion, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maria? So the Gemara says, as follows. Basar maria hakama, and the basar maria called Rashi Kushlamim. So as long as it's like sorry, what does that mean? The window for Shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, one keeps salted meat for 2 days and 1 night. That's called salted meat. And then you can use it as identity of meat. Now, I want to do it. And you can use it as identity of meat. If you eat it, you taste it. Right? That was just pretty clear. As you really taste it. But the idea is for other halachos that consume basar, it's not basar. So the very soul and Lord has given me the purposes that having salted meat is not high. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tishabot, you can eat that meat on either Erev Tishabot. So that's it. If you get actually that says we're a couple of Tishabot. So upper Allah's Manas Yoshlaim, Shmedam of the Laila Echad. I died there listening to something called the Eid Magia. So that's the idea. The week of Shlamim is on that. So if you Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so salt your mouth, if you leave the meat salt for 2 days and 1 night, one is salted meat. And again, they say, no, it's not going to be high for it. And halach l'maisa, and you know Erev Tishabot. So we mentioned what that was. The idea of halach, up to what point in time is one cold wine that I can also understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine is good wine. So when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. When it's medium, conventional process. It's fermenting. It's fermenting. I want that kind of thing. When I think about that, when you know that wine is fermenting, it's like a type of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's the irony. So we'll say again, for our purpose, so that I can say, start time. You're actually, this is the point of the said, is therefore what we are establishing over here is that so all that, it's kind of for spending money and purchasing wine and meat. That's how the book from this one, you say you focus how much you have to steal, how much wine, how much meat. So you have to get the issue. One meat is good wine. Good wine. It is the whole county wine. But I don't like to say it's got to be wine. It's not meat. What's the definition of sweet. Halacha lemaisa, and that is set forth for every evening and your night. Let's go like that time, so you like in Batman, right? You know, Ryan closest to mention that fermenting wine of is not subject to the halacha of Buzui. Remember, what's halacha of Buzui? The halacha says that you leave not Buzui, you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What are we concerned about? Snake bones. Now, it turns out that when you notice our Hashem brings down, that today many people aren't knocking on this anymore, right? They leave our drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out, overnight, but then you drink it the next day. So you know, you're obviously that's because you think you really want to where getting snakes are not doing this. I mean, not why just by getting snakes, I don't give a lot. Anyway, the point over here is frothing like fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. Apparently, snakes don't ferment to fermenting wine. The Gamma is so how long does that process last for? Supposed to be 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first cleaned up, it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, I love for myself, it's really good. How about night? So let's say something interesting enough. So the reason we might bring this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. Here it says 3 days. Now the consequence it sounds like the wine froths for longer than 2 days. So how long did that make so much? I need to know what kind of wine is Italian for 2 days. How come I? So when the possible can see to you, that's what they determine non-exclusive. So let's say, so ultimately, when it comes to, let's say, for example, Kishba, right? When it comes to Kishba, then we're going to do the same. Therefore, again, as long as the need is like I use it to focus for less than 2 days. And that night, then it's considered to be on the day of the items of Simcha. How can you change the truth? I like so much of that. Not a thing is Simcha, one thing is the
I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We always hand in hand. I wore her top, she's a shirt tail. Susie was in pigtails. I knew I loved her even then. I know my papa disapproved it. My mama boo-hooed it. But I told them time and time again. Don't you know I was made to love when the world all around us? Yeah, hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration, shown appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree, modified so tenderly. My life grew sweeter through the years. I know that my baby loves me, my baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love. Worship at the door. Hey, hey, hey. So sick.
Everything has one, yet you see that, as I'll say, that one can get you into so much trouble. Why did they go from music school twice? You know what I'm talking about? Taking the word El Menachem Avelim or the Shalim Scholar of Shai. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mortals. And that's what is this? If you're not getting glory, something like that, then they're getting glory that one, they come back after the funeral, what do they get? And they get a big glass of water. A big glass of water on the page to drink the prayer of friend. Means they won. Because what did it do? It took the edge off. It took the edge off a little bit, right? It didn't take away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and sued. And listen, there's a tremendous amount of hospital in this. So what does this mean? So you give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? There are two different types of problems. There are some problems you can solve, and there are also problems that you can fix. And then there are other problems that you cannot solve and you cannot fix, and they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to lean into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of these circumstances. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the forced deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? I'm getting the blank looks over here. Well, it's 2 Zugos, right? 2 Zugos, right? 3 glasses of wine? So, you know what? The problems don't look. I'm not foolish. My problems are still there. You need at least 6 glasses of wine to have no problems, right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there, but you know what?
Absolutely. I'm really excited to hear that you're going to start streaming. As you probably know, I'm the king of live streaming. So if you ever want a mentor or any help on how to multi-stream, I'm here for you. Also, I've been running live 24/7 video spaces, video X spaces for more than a year. So I have a lot of experience doing that as well. I'd love to connect with you on the back channels if you ever need any assistance.
Collective deep breath, or that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I just lost someone that I loved. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move my soul. That is so good, says the Gemara. Furthermore, when the shine is going to shine. I would say, but again, without the one also, Hashkafa also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets. The ones you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create a solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. So again, furthermore, one of us create for a shot. Even the greatest of the show. Most wicked person does what's right? And Allah myself deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottom line. Good bottom line. That's the reward for his shine, and therefore they get their reward in this world. That punishment in the next world. To shake on the Ove Nefesh, or the outside, to shake on the Ove, the Yayin Lamari Nefesh. Literally, again, given intoxicating beverage. The Ove to the one who is lost, which you might as well stay to the Russia, and give wine to our bitter of soul. My say, I'll tell you what is it that it says? The Pasuk, I'll tell you Yayin, Shemadi B'nei Shalisham Ba'ol Mazeh, Umal B'nei Ol Rabah. So be careful with wine, because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the shine red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So when the shine gets red, they get flushed with the enjoyment of this world, but they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, sort of right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world. Because you know that judgment awaits you in the world to come.
It's a phenomenal idea. The more content that you're able to put out, the more your network is going to grow. I think it's a great idea as well that you are open to multi-streaming, being on YouTube, being on Kick, being on Twitch, being on Rumble, and several of the others, all at the same time, really is going to allow you to cast the widest net to be able to increase the amount of views that you have, the amount of interaction that you have, and overall grow quickly. So I think you've got the right mentality.
It's really without the vav. So it can be read as Tirash. Right? It could be looked like you see it's Tirash, but yet we read it as Tirosh. Tirosh. So let's say, what's the difference? Listen to this. Zaha na'ase rosh. Lo zaha na'ase rosh. So let's say, alcohol, wine, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used chas v'shalom as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement. Like any person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes we'll say, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those inhibitions, and the real me is able to come out in a good way. As we'll say, sometimes whether we recognize it or not, we're so guarded about the holiness that we possess. Like that, I don't, so we put up walls. PHS seems to have this so much. We put up walls around our neshama, and those walls, we block ourselves from fully spiritually sufficing. But sometimes a little wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So it's interesting that the same thing, wine, can either be tea rash. Rash means like a bottle, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks debasement, and for other people, tea rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my neshama. Incredible. Rav Arami said, Yisrael, where it says Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarinon Yismach. So again, according to Pasuk, Yain Samach without Enosh. Wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. It can be like Yishmach or Yismach. So the Gemara says, Zachov Misamchov. The person is righteous, then ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. If I'm going to is not Zohar, Mishamamei, wine destroyed. So it looks like the whole cup of wine. With that wine, it will say anyone could project an image of personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner you. And then it will say, then when that inner me comes out, that inner true me comes out. So the shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Rasha Chas V'Shalom masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, I'm really a mediocre guy, or I should say I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little bit of wine is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rava said wine and nice smells, right, aromatic smells, made me very smart. So Rava would say it like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner kedusha, and I've also learned the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember, when Hashem created Adam and Chava, the part says, Vayipach ba'achaf, Hashem blew life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama, which is why in Matzah Shabbos you have the summon, right? Why you have the summon, that's why some of you have the custom to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that to unlock the neshama. Incredible. Most by the way, it's interesting. Rava says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about
This is quite an interesting scenario. It's pretty easy for it to happen. As the phrase goes, do your own research. Ensure that you're being as cautious as possible, especially when you're ever inputting your seed phrase into any device.
Access your insights. Right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time on external things. I dive in a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder, why for the full impact on me? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rava says, you're right, of course I learned what Rava says. Of course I learned a lot of Torah. But if it's just all the Torah Rava says, I also knew what I was on the inside. That's what wine and the sun represent. I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with them about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. And because of that, because of that, inner self, I'm become the best version of me. Incredible. I'm going to take the meaning of the pasuk. Let me avoid. Let me medon. Let me see. Let me present ino. Let me chachlios inayim. Let me achim al yain levoy machkel masa. So let's interpret this passage now. So this passage, by the way, was quoting over here. It's from Mishlei, and it's actually what Shlomo Melech is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Right? Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this house. Ultimately, whatever you interpret this passage, is also what the passage essentially is saying is, right? Who's going to have to say no? Lumi avoid. Who's going to say, all right, who's going to say, I, who's going to say avoid? Right? Lumi Madonna, Lumi Sia. So ultimately, again, who are the people who overindulge? And the end of the passage is, Lama Achlim al Ayai. Those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand because Shlomo had everything. So Shlomo also understood, again, to this more about the destructive nature of overindulgence. So you might you could actually in this passage from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash Ovid Lulila. Evil rubbish. So what's it? Right? So Darash Ovid Lulila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galileo dashed in the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he dashed in, he made the following drasha. What was his drasha? Listen to this verse. This is fascinating. Yud Gimel Vavim Nemu B'Yayin. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean in conjunction with wine? Well, let's remember again. The first time we have mention of wine is where? Noah. So 13 vavs in the section of Noah with wine. If you look at Rashi's over here. Yud Gimel Vav, it also Vai. So what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, loose translation of Vai is Vai. Loose translation, right? Vai means Va. So what this Galilean was saying was, it's interesting that there's a lot of parties, a lot of woes in the section concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now we got here they are. Vayachal Noah, Vaz Ish Adam, Vayita Kel, Vayish Min Hayayim. So two words right there. Again, you count as you go along. So Vayichal, Vayish. So again, when Noah cut off the table, the first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayira, Vayar Chama Vikinan, as Eva Savit. Vayade Mishnein Echad B'chol. Right? So Cham. So remember that Noah gets drunk. He falls asleep. He's naked, or at least in some state of dismemberment. Cham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another brother. Shem, Vayapis, another brother. Elsa Simba, Vayasim, another brother. Al Shechem Shnei. So Cham does nothing. Right? Well, actually, you see, he does something, but so Shem and Yefes come. They walking backwards, they cover up their father. Vayek, another brother. Vayachas, another brother. It's Eva Saviyim, Upenim, another brother. Vayikash, Noah, another brother. Noah, suddenly, no trouble, wine. Vayid, another about Ace Asher Asam of Noah. So this is the story of Noah. So when they come, just sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers, Shem Yefes come, and they cover up their father in the street of the basement. Noah wakes up, and the prophet says Noah knew what his son Ham did to him. Rabbi Shmuel, so Moses, now obviously, Ham did something to Noah. The issue is the prophet doesn't say what Ham did to Noah. So it's not protest. Rabbi Shmuel, one of the things he says that Ham castrated his father. And Ham Amar Rebel. Other thing he says that Ham went ahead and sodomized his father. Okay? The one who says that he castrated him, he touched kill over a V. So for the one that says castrating, why did Ham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Ham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Who was Ham's 4th son? Ham's 4th son was Cush. Cush. Right? Cush is put Canaan. Right? So Ham's 4th son was Cush, Mitzrayim, put Canaan. So just like Ham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Right? Vayar Osa Shechem ben Hamor, when Shechem abducted and violated Dina. And again, there are those again, Chazal tell us that he violated his Bia Shaloti Darko. So the Gemara additional of the research and Shaloti Kilu Berdi, so ultimately. Again, so it makes sense, only century in the game. I'd rather not look what it makes sense. And then Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. But according to the one who said that he sodomized him, why did he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which he reminds us, according according to that opinion, they sodomized him. They both sodomized him and castrated him. Castrated him. Okay? So, okay, no life lessons there. Okay, you says something. So what happened? So the Pasuk said, Noah profaned himself and he planted a vineyard. He planted a vineyard. So again, what's that? So just to point out over here, the washing over here is incredibly important. The Rebbeinu Shalom is bringing Noah to pass. So the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's what Shulchan. He profanes himself. Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that you're doing planting a vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? This is wild. What caused Adam and Chava to make the mistake? It was wine. It was wine. So you might say, now what does that mean? The man to Amar also knew that Adam and Arishon yes and high. They was going to see, interesting enough, that they found it not guess what type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from it. Remember again, they ate from the 8 das Kabbalah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? This is my focus. The sign up, but in there, Omer, Osi, Shaka, Atamarishon, Gatanaya. So what's that first opinion there says is grapes. It was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Atamarishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Yah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing he plants? Grapes. Well, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not go to Adam and say, I'm a base. She'ei, Yachad Davar She'ei Yizon Adam Eliyahu. And also, if the Meir says, that was the Meir get this one. It's almost as if the Meir backs into this. The Meir says, there's nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, I will say, it's two sides of the same coin. On the other, you see all the greatness of wine, the power of wine, the beauty of wine, but wherever you have the possibility for extreme consumption, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. But you also say, by the way, I did point out, it's going to come over here, because wine is important. Besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink is your wine. Again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely, I don't have like shares or anything. That's what I'm saying. We live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. This is never been before. Wine is dangerous. Wine is super result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of Kedushin power. So if I knew at least the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's committed at every soul of Eretz Yisrael, I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. But if wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a Kedushin that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more covetous way than they can with any other type of wine. Maybe commercial as well. But anyway, so you might say salt. You might say, therefore, wine, like wine comes along, elegant. So therefore, again, that's like the Torah brings Noach to task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine with other things that are troubled wine? But even if it wasn't wine, what was it? Pitahaya. It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das Kovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in different ways? But the eighth was just more of like a description, not to be taken literally. But it was like wheat. Shanakin, like they have little Abadina actually don't have the other. Because what's interesting enough, wheat, exactly what it causes is interesting. The wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of gas that comes with that. Now, the Chayim says, no, what's the thing was a thing. How you should have done it, you took the ball, you missed it. I will say why, because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam covered each from the each chapter of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognized it being wicked. So what they did, they covered themselves. Now, Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to give them their leaves because they sinned. The fig tree gave them the leaves because, again, that was the tree with which they went ahead and they sinned. So what's it, by the way, just fasting, very much focus as to what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number 1, grapes. Opinion number 2. Opinion number 2, wheat. Opinion 3, figs. Interesting. What will you never find mentioned in Chazal? apples. Apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Because that I don't know how to eat the apples. So it's actually it's an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Esau thinks it's Esau. Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau. And remember, what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'ach b'ni kareach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi HaKadosh says, scent of the field. Like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So there it says, Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Re'ach hasada was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the Re'ach of Gan Eden? And Eden smells, she stayed completely like an apple orchard. And Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So again, somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, so it became assumed that all Chamais Adin Kava ate from an apple. But when I say you see over here, there is no mandama that says it was an apple. One of these three. Anyway, so according to the opinion that says that all Chamais it was grapes. So it's probably takes not the task for going ahead and planting grapes. So what's a incredible Gemara? Given the more Melech, Masa Asher Yisai Suduma. Okay, so what's a Gemara for this? These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First I will say, who is Lemuel? So actually, what it's out there, Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Ma'aseh V'Chachmos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say Lemuel is actually two words, Lamo Kel. But all he was actually HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Together, what's the name of this Gemara? Shama was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo's mother Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally tied Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how angry Ken is to get with children, right? I wrote that this is an adult son. This is an adult son. She tied him to a post. She wasn't really going to flog him, but rather she wanted to put a little fear of God into him. So Vamelo, she said to him, she said to him, what are you doing, my son? My son, the son of my wings, the son of my vow. What are you doing? So he was what was Bathsheba chastising Shlomo about? Everyone knows the Bar Malach is such a big side. What we want to see is Shlomo is giving the highlight. He's got money looking, he's got everything going for it. He's living a good life. And his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So hinge all of your own indulgent errant behavior on you. Omar Barbiti and the son of Kala Nachi Shab Tzadikah, all of your fathers otherwise kill themselves out. I wrote shipping and wrote from Hella. Once they become pregnant, they won't have relations with the king. And he, so honestly, from Chazal's perspective, so relations during pregnancy is healthy for the fetus. So she's Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know, even after I was pregnant with you, I made some type of relationship with your father in order to be a healthy and vibrant child. I didn't say about parent-child conversation, right? But when I said this, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and you see what you did me back. Well, my Barbie, what we have to do, we'll stop on reading letters. We'll stop over here, what's right? Again, we're fine, by the way. The document gets short and nothing, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be outside. What's the rush? What's the rush? You gotta come one way back to the cover. Thank you. Yes, bro, that's exactly. Put yourself out there, hit the request, guys. All right, have a great day, everyone. What's going on in the space? I tried to change the title. I want to hear some more trending stuff that's going on in the space. I think it'd be cool to add conversation in the space. What's going on? And if you guys have heard anything new or something like that, I want to add. All right, so I was good morning. It's so smart. I should see everyone back in person. So Baruch Hashem, as painful as it is to leave Yerushalayim Yer HaKodesh, a great source Baruch Hashem to be able to come back to our base measures to learn together. So also we have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos as Yezchus, the Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our daf sponsors for today, Melon Karen Ram, Levi Mishmas, Mel's father, Mordechai Ben Yitzchok, and Ariel Asapov, in the merit of his continued good health. In the merit of the continued good health of his mother, Arena Bas Brilliant, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she together with Kol that Yisrael have to complete it during Refuah, which probably should have been Hashem. Provide no to all of the Neshams and come to the families. So should bring back the rest of our hostages to Shalom and the Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Listen, that's what I was going to have an incredible daf today. Today's daf 70. We are picking up Mishnah on Ayin Amadal 78. Ne'ema Sechai. We'll say Ben Solar Umora. Ben Solar Umora. From what point in time is a Ben Solar Umora Chayiv for being a Ben Solar Umora? The Mishnah says, Vishayochal Tartima Bata V'Yitzchachati V'Yayin Haykal. This is fascinating. So when is a Ben Solar Umora Chayiv? When he goes and he eats a tartima. Now we'll discuss exactly how much a tartima is. When he eats a tartimar of meat and he drinks a half a lug of Italian wine. Fascinating. That Eretz Yisrael wine, not French wine, Italian wine. One second. So the wine kind of starts, hold up. So first of all, take a look at that. Wine is the best. Rashi says, or Mora, right? So Italian wine is the best. He says, the entire issue of Ben Solar and Mora is not really what he has done. What we are concerned he is going to. So part of that is developing certain appetites that he's going to get addicted to. So the Mishnah works under the assumption, this is quite fascinating. What do people get addicted to? People get addicted to really good things. Generally, it's interesting. You don't find people getting addicted to mediocre things. They get addicted to things that provide a high. So the idea over here is he's only high if he steals money to purchase very high-end wine. So in the Mishnah's time, the high-end wine came out of Italy. It's Italian wine. So if he went ahead and stole money to purchase other kinds of wine, it wasn't an issue. Okay? Rabbi Yossi argues on the measurement. He says, he says, not a tartimar of meat, rather again a mana of meat, and not the half a mug of wine, rather again a whole mug of wine. Okay? So we'll say that's the halacha. It happened that the Ben Solar Umora stole the money and went ahead and bought the wine, right? Or bought the meat. But they consumed it in a chaburas mitzvah. This is fascinating. So he took stolen food and he ate it, for example, in a meal
when possible, I'd like to promote my project.
For example, Ibrah Chodesh. So discuss this more.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, everybody, if you're not in the Big Steppers Discord, you need to be. It's discord.gg/Big Steppers. That's where you can connect with all the KOLs, with all the members of the community. That is ground zero of crypto, Twitter, and you need to be there. Additionally, if you are not following me, you need to, because I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my live 360 degrees. I even in camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find them in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an eye on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Said that the amount of meat for which a Ben Solar Umora is chayiv, if he steals money and
Oh, we've got it. No one else live streams their live 24 hours a day for more than 4 years on 20 different streams. I've got that bad boy locked up perhaps for decades, if not centuries.
So what we can extrapolate is as follows. Rabbi Yossi argues in the Tanna Kama. Now it appears, based on the wine measurements, that Rabbi Yossi doubles the Tanna Kama's measurements, right? Because again, remember, the Tanna Kama says, timar of meat, half a lug of wine. Rabbi Yossi says, a mana of meat and 1 lug of wine. So the fact that he doubles the wine measurements, the Pash just means that what? He doubles the meat measurements as well. And therefore, what's a timar? A half a mana. Now, by the way, actually, like how much meat that is in the session, right? So a half a mana. So that's my focus. Rabbi Yossi Tanna Kama. Incredible. Kachimara. So I just mentioned Teddy Daniel is working on getting together a chabura that meets before the Dafyoni in the morning, or it doesn't have to be whatever chabura wants to be at night also. But what I'm going to see is about that chazer over the shakla v'tariyah, just the give and take of the Gemara. So just I'll mention this because again we try to always pause. Try to pause at different stages of the Gemara just to understand when a unit has ended. So understand in the Gemara right here, you can even just mark it up in your Gemara so you can see what the beginnings and the ends. So you see what we're here again. That's just a unit of discussion that just ended. Now we've clarified the Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi, and the Tanna Kama. Next, Amrav Chana Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai, and so you can see Zebi. He's the striking fellow at the end of the second table. Right, good. Right after the striking fellow at the end of the first table. Right? I don't want to be everybody's beautiful. So the says as follows: Amrav Chanan Bar Molda, Amrav Huda. Enochai, Achigach Basar B'Sol, V'Yochal Yayin B'Sol, V'Yishted Sid B'Solo B'Sol. So say this is very interesting. That's going to give another qualification. So Huda says the only time you become Ben Sora Mora is when Halacha L'Maisa. Halacha L'Maisa, you're going ahead and you're purchasing the meat at a discount and purchasing the wine at a discount. This is fascinating. In other words, you can't. This is what I'll say. You can't become a Ben Sora Umora if you pay retail, right? If you pay retail, you might not even be Jewish. Forget about a Ben Sora Umora, right? So you only halacha l'maisa Ben Sora Umora if you get at a discount. Now what's the pshat with that? Take a look at Rashi. Yayin Bizol. Also, remember again, let's work backwards because we've already seen this, but we'll see more explicitly today. Why is a Ben Sora Umora executed? Why is he executed? Because we are nervous that someone who has developed these type of appetites when he's young is going to become addicted to sustaining this type of lifestyle and is not going to have the necessary funds to sustain constant consumption of meat and wine. And what's going to happen? He's going to rob, he's going to steal, and he's going to become a community danger. So the idea over here is, it only works if you see him developing the behaviors that would lead us to that tragic conclusion. So in other words, if he's already able to figure out how to get wine, good that's the chab, good wine cheaply, good meat cheaply, that means that there's like a shtickle addiction going on over here. And that's what gives rise to this concern. Let's say, get ready for this. Furthermore, he's only chayiv if he eats raw meat and drinks undiluted wine. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. You mean really raw meat, undiluted wine? That's not true. That's not true. The After Gemara was an explicit statement that if he eats raw meat and he drinks undiluted wine, it's not normal. It's not normal to eat raw meat. So the Gemara says, no. Yayin chai is mazav v'lo mazik. No, undiluted wine doesn't really mean undiluted. Rather, what does it mean? It means that it's not fully diluted. In other words, he uses a lower dilution ratio, right? So the wine is stronger. That's the chai, right? What does it mean, basar chai? This is incredible. What does it mean, raw meat? Raw meat doesn't mean raw meat. Rather, what does it mean? Bashil v'lo bashil. It means cooked, but not really cooked. Kibasar kiba da'achla ganvi. Like the type of seared meat that thieves eat. Now look at Rashi. Rashi almost right across. Basar kiba da'achla ganvi. Kavya begecholim. It's fascinating. How did thieves eat their meat? How did they eat their meat? Right? They seared it. They seared it on the outside. It was rare on the inside. By the way, I feel very vindicated because I get a very hard time for eating everything very, very, very well done. But you see, all I am is a halachic Jew. That's all. That's all. Apparently, just the rest of the chevra who eats stuff red, right? And if it's seared on the outside, it's seared on the inside. You need to do a cheshbon nefesh. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Again, clearly, that's how thieves eat their meat. Pan-seared steak is mamish a meichel of ganovim. Okay? That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. Okay? So if you get that in the shop of the Daria, all right? The word says, so again, we'll say, so all of this also, remember, what we're looking for over here, if you notice, are interesting behaviors. That's what we're looking for over here. There are markers that are here. So already, like again, all kidding aside, in the Gemara, what does this represent? Thieves, right? One of the luxuries that thieves don't have is relaxation, right? They're on the move, they're on the run, always looking for the next mark, everything else like that. So that's why, in all seriousness, they just sear the meat and then they go out and they eat it. So when we see someone from a young age exhibiting these types of behaviors, it becomes the marker for us. It becomes the danger sign that something is up. And again, unfortunately, this child is on a terrible, almost irreversible path. The Gemara goes weiter. So this is fascinating. So Rabbi Rav Yossi said as follows. Both of them said, if the Bensor Mara eats salted meat, or he drinks wine from the press, that does make you a Ben Saramor. So this is very interesting. Salted meat was considered to be inferior, and therefore, interestingly enough, from that Torah's perspective, non-habit forming. Wine right off the press is inferior, and therefore, again, non-habit forming. So therefore, if you have a boy who steals money from his parents and uses that money to buy salted meat, or to go out and buy wine right off the press, halacha l'maisa, again, that does not make him into a ben sura or. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. Lo chashivi, they're not important. They're not chashiv. Therefore, lo mamshir. Ultimately, again, they're not habits forming. Just say such a right. Okay, we'll come back to that in just a little bit. The Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, "Turn Hassan." That wasn't obviously. The shaila is going to be, what's the definition of salted meat, and what's the definition of wine right from the press? Okay, that's our next one. This is fascinating. It's not Hassan. All part of our sugya. Erev Tishba. So on Erev Tishba, we'll say Sudam of seconds, right? Remember again, we should always check out Halacha. 2 times a year you have Sudam of seconds, right? 2 times a year. One before Tisha B'Av, one before Yom Kippur, but of course, they are worlds apart, right? They're worlds apart. The Sudam of seconds before Yom Kippur is a Yom Kippur Suda. It's Mamish Yom Kippur. Right? It is a celebratory Suda, excited for the cleansing and the tshuva that's about to come. It's interesting, even though when you talk about Yom Kippur, like you have butterflies in your stomach, like excited for that. So it is almost subtle. Excited for that upcoming opportunity to manage to cleanse ourselves. Conversely, Erev Tisha B'Av, Erev Tisha Sudam of Seches, is a morning meal, right? And with M-O-U-R, right? A morning meal. That is not a celebratory meal, but ultimately, again, that is a meal that kind of already puts us, we got restrictions on that. Therefore, the Gemara says, Erev Tishvat, lo yocha adam shnei tafshirim. A person should not eat two cooked foods. Absolutely not sex. You can't have two different foods. Lo yocha basar lo yishte yayin. You can't eat meat and you can't drink wine. Listen to this. V'tana, avo, listen to this. Ochel basar maliyah. Wow. What can you eat on Erev Tishvat? Salty. You want to have pizza at your masakas? You can. You can just do it. You can have salted meat. It's like you can have salted meat and you can have wine. If there's any left in the dough, right? So you can have salted meat and you could go ahead and you can drink wine right from the press. Here's what that's now. People say, "Oh, what does that show you? What does that show you?" That shows that these items don't even have the identity of meat or identity of wine. That's what I was. That's the people know. Mamish means that it's not the basar and it's not yayin. So the Gemara says. About local basar and about shosei. So these people, basar maliyach, obviously we have to get definitionally what are these things. So basar maliyach and kama. So let's say obviously it can't mean that a person puts some salt on their meat. And suddenly again, that's salted meat. What in other words, when we speak about salted meat, what are we talking about? We're talking about meat that is packed in salt. So how long does meat have to be salted for so that it loses its identity as basar and becomes basar maliyach? So the Gemara says as follows. Basar maliyach ad kama, calls shlamim. So as long as it's like shlamim, let's say, what does that mean? The window for shlamim consumption is 2 days and 1 night. So essentially, once you salted meat for 2 days and 1 night, that's called salted meat. And it really loses its identity as meat. Now, I want to be clear on something. When we say loses its identity as meat, if you eat it, deflations. Guys, just to be clear, right? There's going to be deflations. But the idea is for other halachos that concern basar, it's not basar. So the Ben Sorah Mora steals when he purchases that kind of salted meat, he's not chayiv. You want to eat that meat on Erev Tisha B'Av, you can eat that even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So that seems so. If you look at Rashi says there are called Mashu Shlamim. Shelo Avar Alav Zman Shila Shlamim. Shnei Yom V'Layla Echad. I died the lift with Usahu below Ifri Maliyah. Shelo says this is the idea. The window of Shlamim is on Netflix. If you eat Shlamim for 2 days and 1 night, so salted again, if you leave the meat salted 2 days and 1 night, then it's salted meat. And again, that's more than the meat for it. And halacha myself, and if you eat it even on Erev Tisha B'Av. So the Gemara says, what about wine? Yeah, you eat like up until what point in time is wine called wine for the rest? Let's not understand. Remember, fresh wine was inferior. Aged wine, so when is wine considered to be what we call wine from the press, i.e. fresh wine? That's inferior. The Gemara says, Ad Kama, choices. When it's fermented, choices means fermented. That was that kind of thing. Rashi points out earlier that when you use that wine is fermenting, it's like a stick of froth. So when it's frothing, that means that the wine is fermenting. That's yayin. For our purpose, so that's finished. Actually, just to pause it for a second, what we are establishing over here is that Ben Sorah Mora is chayiv for stealing money and purchasing wine and meat. We've established already from the front, from Mishnah, Zolel, Sobe, Machlokes, how much he has to steal, how much wine, how much meat. And now, definitionally, wine means good wine. Good wine. The Mishnah calls it Italian wine, but right now, the Gemara is just saying it's got to be wine. Wine, for our purposes, it's not fermented. Furthermore, meat needs non-salted meat. What's the definition of salted meat? When I say any meat that is set in salt for at least 2 days and 1 night. Incredible. Let's go back to the Chinese Gemara. We learned Yain Toses Imam Mishum Gibli that fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of Gibli. Remember again what the halacha of Gibli? The halacha says that if you leave liquids open overnight, you're not allowed to drink it. What are we concerned about? What is the Gemara concerned about? Snake venom. Now, to point out that we know this Aruch HaShulchan brings down that today many people aren't tackle on this anymore, right? They leave a drink out overnight, they leave a cup of water out. overnight. But when we do drink it the next day, so the Gemara says that's because again we live in locales where venomous snakes are not here yet. And that's why again you see in general people are not. In any event, the point over here is frothing, right, fermenting wine is not subject to the halacha of uncovered liquids. And snakes don't come next to fermenting wine. The Gamba Tisisa. So how long does that process last for? 3 days. So apparently for the first 3 days after the wine is first feed, after it's pressed, it's still in the state of fermentation. And therefore, again, there's no issue of jubilee. So it's an interesting thing also. The reason we might begin this up over here is beforehand we said that the definition of fermenting wine is as long as it's frothing. And here it says 3 days. Now the context, it sounds like the wine froths for even longer than 3 days. So what's the halacha of by Sora Mar? You need to know what kind of wine is yichayed for stealing. Talkamai. So the Gemara says Hasan Yishim Simcha Old Man Shul Tishlamim Nami Iskesi. So again, when it comes to, for example, Tisha B'Av, right? So when it comes to Tisha B'Av, remember again, it's Dinim Simcha. So therefore, again, as long as the meat is like shorted, i.e., it's for less than 2 days, and 1 night, then it's considered to be meat, and it's going to be an It's not a day. What is it in What is it in That's the SAT predictions. That word is very decent, but we'll use it now. We're worried about him being drawn into a particular lifestyle. So the Gemara says, in order for the Ben Soyer Moyer to be a fear of addiction to the high life, so ultimately, again, have to be something that really high quality. So even if halacha is salted for less time, it could still be that would not be a deal, or that would not be subject ultimately again to Ben Soyer and Mora. The yayin ad yom, but for wine up to 40 days. So up to 40 days after it's been pressed, it's still considered to be fermenting, and therefore halacha l'maisa Ben Soyer would not be high for it. And I will say that happens to be, it appears from the Gemara, that halacha l'maisa, that we will be for Ben Soyer or Mora. We adopt the shlamim measure. So if it's salted meat, and the definition of salted meat, 2 days and 1 night, if he steals money and purchases that meat, he's not going to be chayiv. He's only chayiv if he purchases what we'll call fresh meat. With wine, same idea. Only chayiv for wine if it's not fermenting. What's the definition of not fermenting? It's not bubbling, it's not frothing. But but if it's still frothing, then ultimately again, it's not going to be chayiv. Incredible. You'll say beautiful Gemara. I'm not kind of lo nivra ba'olam. I'm not kind of lo nivra yain ba'olam. Why did Hashem create wine? Right? The Bible says it's a good sign. Wine, it's interesting by the way. Wine is constant. Because on one hand, there's no life cycle event without wine. Right? A bris milah has wine. A chuppah has wine. Right? You will see a levaya had wine. Has wine. Yet we see that Chazal say that wine can get you into so much trouble. So what's the pshat? Why did the Rebbe Shalom really create wine? So we're incredible Gemara. Hashem created wine, El Menachim Avelim, or the Shalim Schal Rishai. Hashem created wine really for 2 primary purposes. Number 1, to give comfort to mourners. The Rebbe said, what does this mean? Remember again, the Gemara Sechus Moikans. Remember again, we learned that when the Avelim would come back after the funeral, what would they get? They would get a big glass of wine. A big glass of wine, and they were encouraged to drink the entire thing. Why? They understand why. What did it do? It took the edge off. A little bit, right? It took away the pain, but ultimately, again, it went ahead and sweet. It was a tremendous amount of this. What does this mean? So you're going to give the other a cup of wine. What does it do for them? What is it? In life, there are 2 different types of problems. There are some problems which is solved, and there are some problems which you can fix. And then there are other problems which you cannot solve and you cannot fix. And they are just what they are. And what you need to figure out ultimately is how to move into it, is how to embrace it, is how to just own it and say, okay, this is my life. These are my circumstances. No matter what I do, they're not going to change. Let me take a light deep breath, bend my shoulder, lean into it, and somehow make something great out of it. That is the point of that cup of wine. That cup of wine is the force deep breath. We all know this. When you have a glass, what happens when you have a glass of wine? What happens when you have 3 glasses of wine? The blank looks over here. Right? Well, it's 2 is equal. Right? 2 is equal. Right? 3 glasses of wine? So, okay, you know what? I'm not foolish. My problem is still there. We at least 6 glasses of wine have no problems. Right? With 3, right? I know my problems are still there. You know what? I'll handle it. When, how, what, I don't know. But I know I got this. The stuff that looked impossible before the glass of wine now looks possible with the glass of wine. It's such a so why did we create wine? Hashem created wine to help us take that collective deep breath, that personal deep breath, and be able to say, okay, for the other, I've just lost someone that I love. My life is forever different. It will never be the same. But somehow, some way, I will get this together and move myself forward. That's the sense of wine. Furthermore, I'm starting to call it a shine. I would say, but again, without the wine, that also applies. Life's problems in 2 different buckets. The one you can solve, the ones you can't. The ones you can solve, roll up your sleeves and create the solution. The ones you can't, lean into it. Embrace it, accept it, and navigate that new reality. And furthermore, wine was also created for a shine. What does this mean? Even if greatest of Rishon, right? Most of the person does mitzvahs, does things that are good, right? And Allah, my son, deserves reward for it. How does he get his reward for it? Good bottle of wine. Right? That's the reward for his son, and the reward in this world, the judgment that punishment in the next world. Now, to shake our little bit nefesh, outside, to shake up, and bring to those who are bitter. What does it mean when it says the pasuk? Al-Kir Yayin Shemad B'Nei Shal Yisham Ba'Olam Hazeh U'Mal B'Nei Ba'Olam Haba. So be careful with wine. Because what does wine do? Wine makes the face of the shine red, right? When you drink a little bit, so you get a little bit flushed. So when the shine gets red, they get flushed. If you enjoy it from this world, they will be pale in the world to come. Meaning again, so shine, right? Enjoy the wine and enjoy whatever's coming to you in this world. Because know that judgment awaits you in the world to come. Rava Amar Al-Kir Yain Ki Yis'adam. Al-Kir Yain Shachari Sodam. Be careful with wine. Because sometimes too much consumption of wine to leak the blood. Lead to certain serious results. What kind of Ramik say? So the kind of contrast of deep. On the one hand, it says Tirash Vikarinan Tirosh. So it says quoting over here. Quoting over here from the pasuk of these are the brachos. These are the brachos of Yitzchak Avinu to Yaakov. V'yitin l'cha Elokim. Again, it says what's the Shabbos? V'yitin l'cha Elokim. V'kal Hashem mishmani haaretz. V'rov Gagan v'sirosh. The both say sirosh means praise. But what the Gemara is pointing out over here is it's written in Chassid. It's written down above. So it can be read as Tirash, right? If you look right, you see it's Tirash, but yet we read it as Tirosh. So we'll say, what's the difference to this? Zacha Naaseh Rosh. Lo Zacha Naaseh Rosh. So we'll say, alcohol, right? Wine, could be used in one of 2 ways. Alcohol could be used as a mechanism of profound personalistic debasement, right? And the person can engage in all type of terrible behaviors, or sometimes about something like nucleus, sometimes what wine has the ability to do is it lowers our guard a little bit, lowers some of those and the real needs of it come out. Sometimes, whether recognized it or not, we're so guardians that we possess. Like that, we put up walls because it's exactly so much. We put up walls around our neshama, and those walls we block ourselves from Holy Spirit to step actualize. A little bit of wine comes in. The walls come down, and my real neshama is able to come out. So the same thing. Wine can either be rash. Rash means like a buffer, like a nothing. For some people, wine unlocks the basement, and for other people, rosh, like a head. A little bit of wine can lower those walls and allow me to finally access my Neshama. Incredible. Rabbi said, Yismach or Yishmach, Vikarina Yismach. So again, what is wine makes the heart happy. So again, it's not vocalized. Yishma or Yisma. So the Gemara says, the person is righteous, and ultimately again, wine will go ahead and cause the person much joy. Lo zacha, if I'm not the person is not zocha, wine can destroy it. So you must say the whole cup of wine. See, without wine, I will say anyone can project. I mean, it's a personal piety. What does wine do? Wine gets out the inner me. And then I will say, then when that inner me comes out, that's when it truly comes out. The shaila is, who am I really on the inside? Am I a Russia Chassidus masquerading as a tzaddik? Or perhaps, again, a mediocre guy? Or I should say, I'm a tzaddik masquerading as a mediocre guy. And ultimately, a little client is able to show what is really on the inside of the individual. Incredible. Rava said, wine and nice snow, like aromatic snow, made me very smart. So Rava was saying it like this, that a little bit of wine helped me to access a lot of my inner neshama, and it wasn't again the scent of smell is also linked directly to the neshama. Right? Because remember, Hashem created Adam and Chava, causes vayipach ba'achad Hashem to new life into the nostrils of Adam. So the sense of smell is directly connected with the neshama. Right, as the Shabbos you have the summon, right? While you have the summon, that's why some you have to be custom to smell the summon on Erev Shabbos as well. All of that unlock the neshama. Incredible. I'm about to raise up Shem Ba'ava. By the way, it's interesting. Rava says that it's wine and sense that made me smart. What about like learning? Right? I came to Shir, I went to Yeshiva, I went to this. So I say, what you see from Rava is very interesting. That so much of self-actualization is not just about the information you learn, but it's your ability to access your insight. Right? So often in life, what we do is we're walled off to who we are on the inside. So I spend a lot of time like on external things. I daven a lot, I learn a lot, but then I wonder like, why doesn't it have the full impact on me? And the answer is very simple. If you're not in touch with your inner self, you can't fully self-actualize. You have to know your neshama. You have to be connected to your neshama. You have to understand who I really am on the inside. That's why Rava says, you're right, of course I learned how to throw Rava. Of course I learned how to throw Rava. In addition to all the Torah and the Son represent, I know I'm in touch with my inner self. I'm in touch with what I am, about what's working, what's not working, what's whole, what's broken. Because of that, because I'm in touch with my inner self, I'm able to become the best version of me. Incredible. Mike said, what's the meaning of the pasuk? Let me avoid, let me see us, let me fix everything else. Let me, Chachuli los in, when the Achim are in, the boy not in us. So this pasuk I was putting over here is from Mishlei, and essentially what Shlomo Melech is lamenting over here, by the way, is overindulgence in wine. Overindulgence in wine. So the Gemara says this house. I'm in Marava. High from man darshan generation, safe on madrash, the safe generation madrash. Ultimately, however you may interpret this passage, what the first essentially is saying is, let me like who's going to have to say wrong? Let me avoid. Who's going to say, right? Who's going to say I? Who's going to say vavoy? Right? Let me madonna, let me siach. So ultimately, again, whoever people who overindulge, and the end of the passage is, those who spend too much time with wine. And remember, again, Shlomo understood this firsthand. Shlomo had everything. Shlomo also understood, and we'll get into this more, about the nature of overindulgence. Actually, this from the beginning to the end, from the end to the beginning, it's the same drasha. Darash always believe you'd give all of it, right? So Darash over Galila. So a certain guy who lived in the Galil, dashed the following idea. Interestingly enough, he's anonymous. It's quite fascinating. But he dashed what was his justice? Was this fascinating? Yud Gimel Vavim. There are 13 vavs that are said in conjunction with wine. Now, what does it mean? With wine? Let's remember again. The fifth mention of wine is where? Where? No. So, first in the section of Noah with wine. Rashi is over here. Yud Gimel Vav in Moshe Vai Vai. So it says, what does that mean? Now, Vav, remember, Vav often represents Vai. Vai means, loose translation of Vai is Vai. Right? Vai means, so what the certain Galilean was saying was, it's interesting, there's a lot of art, a lot of woes in the sections concerning wine by Noah. So you must listen to this. Now here they are. Vayach Noah, Vav Isha, Dama, Vayich, Karen, Vayesh, Min Hayayim. Involves right there. Again, you'll count as we go along. So Vayichal, Vayesh. So again, Noah cut off the table. The first thing he did was he planted a vineyard. Right? Vayera or Vayar Kama Viknan as Erbas Aviv. Vayad gave the Shtein Echad Bochos. Right? So Kam. So remember again, Noah gets drunk, falls asleep, he's naked, or at least in some state of this local mood. Ham sees his father in the state, comes and sees the other brothers. Vayikach, another vav. Shem, Vayaf, another vav. Esa Simba, Vayasim, another vav. Al Shechem Shem. So Ham does nothing. Right? Well, actually, he does something, but so Shem and Yafas come, they walk in backwards, they cover up their father. Vayas, another vav. Vayachas, another vav. Vayavas, Vayam, Upanem, another vav. Vayikas, Noah, another vav. Noah, Shapsi, no Shapsi, one. Vayed, another about Ace, Asher Asala Benaka. So this is the story of Noah. When Ham sees his father, doesn't do anything, calls his brothers, Shem Yafas come and they cover up their father in his state of debasement. Noah wakes up, and the pasuk says Noah knew what his son Ham did. Rabbi Shmuel, so of course it's obviously, it's interesting, obviously Ham did something to Noah. The issue is the pasuk doesn't say what Ham did to Noah. So there's not focus. Rabbi Shmuel, Chadamar, seriously, one opinion says that Ham's father, his father, the Chadamar, other opinion says that Ham went ahead and sodomized his father. So one is the cash love for Kilobi. So the one says castrating. Why did Ham castrate his father? He didn't want his father having any more kids. 3 of us is enough. He didn't want any more kids. So therefore, again, just like Ham went ahead and prevented his father from having a 4th son, so Noah first Ham's 4th son. Who was Ham's 4th son? Ham's 4th son, about say, was Cush. It's Cush. Right? Cush started with the Canaan. Right? So Ham's 4th sons were Cush, Mitzrayim, Put, Canaan. So just like Ham prevented Noah from having a 4th son, Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Command of the one who says that he sodomized him, Vayar, Sifafa, Vayar Ham. Right? As Canaan, as Erbas Simasam, Vayar Osa Shem ben Hamor. When Shem abducted and violated Dinah. And again, there are both arguments. Chazal tell us that he violated her with Bia Shalom Kedarko. So ultimately, again, so it makes sense. The one says that he castrated him. Rather than having a 4th son, it makes sense then that Noah cursed Ham's 4th son. Elaman number Rivo, Maish number Rivi. But according to the one who says that he sodomized him, why did he curse his 4th son? Why not just curse his 1st son? To which the Gemara says, according to that, they sodomized him, both sodomized him and castrated him. Okay, no life lessons there. Okay, Gemara says follows. So say, so what happens? The pasuk says Noah prepared himself and he planted a vineyard. So again, on one side. So just to point out over here, the lush of the vineyard that a bonus of Olam is bringing Noah to pass. So the first thing that he does in the new world is he plants a vineyard. That's lush of Chulin. He profanes himself. Noah, right? Noah, what are you doing? Why is the first thing that we put into the vineyard? Shouldn't you be learning from Adam Arishon? Shemagara Mo Ela Yayin.
It's like almost too funny. It actually is
What
funny.
caused Adam and
It's
Chava
too
to make
funny
the
for him to
mistake?
do.
It was
If
wine.
it was a stool,
It was wine.
a stool
So the
bit.
Gemara says, now one
But
second,
you
what does
go
that
to
mean?
off
The man, the Amar,
and
Osi, and Sha'afam, and Adam Rishon, yes.
what's Abe doing?
They both say, we're going to see enough that there's a fundamental machlokas. What type of tree did Adam and Chava eat from it? Remember again, they eat from the eighth das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What did they eat from? There's machlokas. There's machlokas. Tisanya, Rameir Omer, Os, even Sha'afal, Adam Rishon, and Geffen. So we'll say, first opinion of Rameir says it was grapes. It was grapes. The forbidden fruit was grapes. So as such, Adam Arishon's sin was committed with grapes. So now Noah gets off the table, and what's the first thing that he plants? The first thing that he plants? Grapes. Gross. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? What are you doing? Did you not learn from Adam Arishon? I'll say, I'm a base. She'ain, the hot davar she'maybe yellow with Adam Alayayin. And also, if the Rameir says, now where does Rameir get this from? It's almost as if Rameir backs into this. So Rameir says, there is nothing which brings misfortune upon a person like war. Obviously, I will say, with two sides of the same coin. On the other hand, we see all of the greatness of war, the power of war, the beauty of war. But wherever you have the possibility for extreme kedusha, which is what wine has, you also have the power for extreme debasement. Which will say, by the way, it's going to put out, I can't sort of cover up here, which is why it really is important, besides supporting the economy of Eretz Yisrael, to really drink Israeli wine. Really, again, we're living in a time where Eretz Yisrael has the most incredible and beautiful award-winning wines. It's absolutely. I don't have like shares and everything. I just want to be clear. Like, it's not a business thing. We live in a time where Eretz Yisrael is producing the most beautiful and award-winning wines. There's another reason for it. Wine is dangerous. Wine, we see from result. Wine is really dangerous. I think that one of the ways we help to offset that danger a little bit is making sure that our wine is coming from a place of fusion power. So if I know at least the wine comes from Eretz Yisrael, it's grown in the whole stream of Eretz Yisrael, I have absolutely no doubt. I don't know how it's true, but I know that it's true. That if wine comes from the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, by definition, that wine has a kedusha that other wines do not have. And therefore, by definition, I think one has the ability to utilize that wine in a much more published way than they can with any other type of wine. Okay, the infomercial is over. Any event, so the Gemara says, sorry. The Gemara says, so therefore, wine, right? Wine comes along, Eliyahu. So therefore, again, that's why Coach Carl is not the task. How can you go ahead? How can you go ahead and be planting wine when other people don't have trouble with wine? The Rita says, no, it wasn't wine. What was it? Pitahaya. It was wheat. It was wheat. The eighth is fascinating. The eighth das tovara was wheat. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that wheat grew differently in Gan Eden? Or just maybe eighth was just more of like a description not to be taken literally? But then I said, this has wheat. It wasn't interesting enough. Wheat in Gaza, when a child begins, it's interesting because wheat really represents like the first consumption of like solids. So when a child begins to consume solids, so again, there's a certain level of das that comes with that. I mean, Henry says, no, it's like it was a pig. And I'll say why? Because the very thing that they sinned with was the very thing that they covered themselves with. Remember, after Adam and Chava eat from the das Torah, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they recognize that they didn't make it. So what they do, they cover themselves. Now Chazal tells us elsewhere, none of the other trees wanted to take their leaves because they didn't. The fig tree gave them the leaves because again, that was the thing with which they went ahead and basically, by the way, just fast very machlokas at what Adam and Chava sinned with. Opinion number one, grapes. Opinion number two, wheat. Opinion number three, figs. Interestingly enough, what will you never find mentioned in Chazal? Apples, right? So where does that come from? Where does that come from? Right? Because that Adam and Chava ate the apples. Okay, it's actually an interesting connection. Remember by Yitzchak Avinu, when Yaakov comes along and comes in masquerading as his brother Esau. So remember, Yaakov comes in, Yitzchak thinks that it's Esau, and remember what are the words that Yitzchak uses? He says, Re'eh, Reach, the scent of my son is like the scent of the field. Rashi says scent of the field. Like when somebody's murdering and butchering animals, they stink. What does that mean? So no, it says Yaakov, Yitzchak Avinu is referring to Reach Hasada, was Gan Eden. And Rashi HaKadosh quotes Medrash that says, what's the reach of Gan Eden? Gan Eden smells to stay takufim, like an apple orchard. Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard. So that's the scent of Gan Eden. Rashi quotes that. So somehow, so again, and that's a fact. So I guess somehow it evolved that because Gan Eden has the scent of an apple orchard, that became assumed that Allah ate from an apple. But Lamaisa, you see over here, there is no Mandamar that says it was an apple. One of these in any event. So according to the opinion that says that Allah Lamaisa it was grapes. So Shmuel takes Noach's task for going ahead and planting grapes. Shmuel saying, Masa Asher Yisar Se'ima. These are the words of Lemuel. And Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Right? King Lemuel was chastised by his mother. Even kings get chastised by their mother. So what is this? First of all, say, who is Lemuel? So actually points out that here Lemuel is Shlomo HaMelech. Lemuel Maisa Moshe Lemuel is a collection of two words, Lamo Kel. That all he was actually talking together. Shlomo was rebuked by his mother. What did his mother say? Listen to this. So Bathsheba, remember again, so Shlomo's mother is Bathsheba. Bathsheba literally Shlomo to a post and was ready to flog him. That shows you how these parents could get results, right? Everybody said, this is adult son. This is an adult son. She got into it, but she wasn't really going to flog him. But rather, she wanted to put a little fear of God in him. So, Bamelo, she said to him, Mabili, Umar Baziti, Umar Baziti. She said to him, what are you doing, my son? Mabili, my son, the son of my womb, the son of my God. What are you doing? So the says, Mabili, what was that sort of chastising Shlomo about? I told you, everyone knows your father David HaMelech is such a big tzaddik. What's important to see is Shlomo was living the high life. Basically, he's a king, right? He's got money, he's good looking, he's got everything going for him. See, he's living a good life, and his mother is chastising him for too much overindulgence. And the first thing she says to him is, you know what people are going to say? David's a tzaddik. It must be that this side of Shlomo, that must come from the mother's side. That must come from the mother's side, right? So people are going to hinge all of your overindulgent errant behavior on me. Omar Bar Beku, and the son of my womb, Tola Nachim Shabbat Sadikah, all of your father's other wives, once they become pregnant, they no longer have relations with the king. Perspective. So relations with sea is healthy for the fetus. So Bathsheba said to her son, said to Shlomo, you know me, even after I was pregnant with you, I made sure to have relations with your father. What are that you very interesting parent-child conversation. Right? But Lamaisa again, she says, you see, I worked so hard for you, and this is what you give me back. Umar Barbary, let's see how to do. We'll stop over here. Stop over here, both sides. Again, we're fine. By the way. The davening gets short in Mappus, so we're gonna be fine. What's the rush? What's the rush? Gotta come at one point back to the
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how to make this food right. I'm not sure there's a way. It's pretty bad. It's a horrible start.
All right, have a Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
He's tired, so he fell asleep. That part is probably the strongest part of the video. I don't know. It's not. Yeah. Maybe make it a,
Okay, good morning.
Ambiguous as to what time it is. Yeah. He's saying Kanesa, Chileya, and then he falls asleep before he finishes the bit. And then she's sad because he wants to see the rest of the joke. Okay, it's impossible to make funny.
Sanhedrin Taf Samach Tes.
He tried. He gave it $1 million.
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors. We get 75 of Eretz Yisrael is supposed for the Torah service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our Dafyoni sponsors this morning, Aaron Ram, the additional father, Mordechai Yitzchak, Mordechai Yitzchak, have a really amazing family. We begin with Samach Tes, and we begin with the bottom is Fliga the Rabbah. The Gemara quotes Rav Pista, who tells us there's another exception to the halacha of Bensora Umora. That is that Bensora Umora cannot be a father. He says, I'm going to pick up concepts to hold it, aim to know, not the, sorry, concepts to hold it, aim to know, not the Bensora Umora. Just as halacha is, if a concept gives birth, his child automatically get a lifetime exemption from the halacha of Bensora Umora. Why? Because it's also Kia to the age that the son has to be born. If the son is the father of this then is not an ish, then he's automatically going to be exempt from the halacha of Bensora Umora. Now the Gemara starts to go to the entire Amos today, discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's what we're discussing tomorrow. Tomorrow starts to talk. Speaking of the Rabbi Pista, who is telling us in the Pasuk is going to lose the child of a child, we must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. We think of the Rabbi on that argument. Rabbi, why? Rabbi says the child ain't a moment. A child cannot give birth. Never was a Pasuk in Angel Israel. Talking about the halacha of Gezel Hager. There's a halacha and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. This is not true. I never stole it. And he takes the oath, and he takes the wood, and he steal it, and then it turns out that he's lying. He comes back to the victim. Why? Halacha is that he has to pay the person back the carriage, and he has to read the part. Now the Bible says is that he in English, Goel, this person gets ready passed away, and he does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate. Allah is, and the king goes to the coast. The word says, hold on, the age, the other be strong in the Goel, the person doesn't have any relatives. Everybody's got some relatives, even if you don't have that many relatives, you go back generation, find somebody who lives here. Say that there's a person who's not a Goel. However, guess like our gas cup. The diver is talking about a person who steals from a convert, and convert halachically is not going to have a family unless he gets married. But some families now, the Amrafar, the Pasuk teaches us, it says very clearly in the Pasuk that it ain't it Goel. If the it does not have everybody as a receiver. And the Pasuk says it has to start with if the person stole from his it. You have to start reviewing communities with all anything has people or relatives who can actually pick up the payments for him. They laugh or not. However, Kamdan, if the person who is stolen from is a child, he, as the Torah locks their laws, does not have to start looking to see if the child has any relatives. Watch the child is the convert, the Yeshua, stolen. If only doesn't have any family members, watch the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives, therefore Jones Bible is clearly see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's our concept. That the child, as a child, that child is going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well,
10 says 15 years because that's as high as they can count.
Hey, Abaya asked the following question. This is my post.
Is it 15 years of Paul? Yeah, says you've been for 15 years.
Has a fear with a ship is a ship with considered to be halfway free and halfway still a servant because he's married to an evident person. That person gets not does not get visa. Husband says it. Ainly Ella it. I only know this how this true. If it's going to be down in it. Then test. Shana of your left. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day, is technically able to engage in the via? How do I know that this person is going to be I'm a lower says the additional button is that includes even a 9-year-old child. A 9-year-old child is possible to be included in this concept of via, and if he's included in the concept of via, that means he has a skill to perform it. He's able to perform via physically, and also be able to female
no,
teacher Sarah.
no, not even that.
Plus
Because
Sarah,
that was like, I was at a
Sophia, saying that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce Sarah. Then obviously, like it happened to father or child, gave so in a row. Yeah, can't actually physically Sophia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is this like? If you want to go maybe with a similar brain that only grew one third.
yeah,
Did not grow one
here's the
third.
thing.
She told me she tried to
He's
plant
making
that.
it sound like none of it ever happened. It's only
Haven't never
so
currently
that's
tried
it's
to
kind of funny. So when you go,
grow. The same thing is true when it comes
oh
to
yeah,
the child. He
Mayweather
will
was
be
at
able to
50 years
perform
ago
the
in
via,
his world.
but the act
He's
to be
living
is
on
not
dog
strong
years.
enough to actually produce.
It's 100
Okay,
years ago.
it's possible that Robert will correct. They find out. And this is the time they learn their illusion of this idea. We talk about this, the possible sense that because it's able to focus on a person to ambush somebody and because it is our aim of Arga, Arma, in this kind of this kind of play on words over here, the history of going with this thing, then he made the Mazria. He's able to cook the Zara Mazria and he can actually produce the semen. However, a cotton made the Mazria, a cotton, well, yes, not be able to produce it, and that would be the concept.
That's what I like about Brian. He'll say anything.
His body can produce it, cannot produce it as the Mazria, and actually
is doing boxing, he'll say the same thing about that.
Amr lay round, my master, the high made what he was doing. Where do you find that this word mazen actually means to cook? Mazen seems to be a person something intentional. When you see the word mazen means to cook, it says you try to say instead of Timothy clearly the pasuk by Gazed, Yaakov is cooking up the lettuce and is referred to as a Yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually means Yazid means hungry, which is all the word goes on. It says, and that's the question on this time. Very small. Very small quote follow. Then below
Remember what happened this last week with
again, when it comes to Bestaro, the only thing the kid could be is exclusively a bed, a son. He cannot be a son. Again, so here we have a Zeris to tell us. No, hold on. Maybe that. Then so he would be a boss. The alpha boss is actually okay. Remember, I mentioned the entire period is that period of time to start to grow. You hear it? But every time he became pregnant, asked for the juice to hair. And she ate first before all the hair grew in. Hold on a second. He could talk to you. All that happened, pregnant person, you heard from that. Baha Amar, the Christian died, Holy God was the Torah Mora, ain't eligible for the we mapped the time that there is in the Torah Mora. Long as we speak what it takes 2 months, the initial phase of the kids going to grow in. Now, 2 months. But how can it be that the child is going to actually be to be a person and they'll have to be excluded? This was pregnant before the child was they served. Well, when did she give birth? It's second before, and you're supposed to do it. Now, the process, hold on a second. Sure, included is a child. That's the case. And what do you think? I mean, have to know this. We must learn from here. Can indeed give birth to a child.
We already know he's the best just because.
No, incorrect. Well, Olam, the Albert Buff back to this. We're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy. after he brought the Sarah. So he's a gadol. He's already a gadol. He's elected to a gadol. He has years now. But only when she gave birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, many months after
Imagine you're on a plane
Robo Spears
with
completely grew it.
Whitney
Which
Cummings
is the
and Burt Kreischer.
passion.
You'd be like, there's a
You have the
9/11
questions
guys.
of Chris
You're
Better.
imagine on the flight with like
Period. Is months? No, you
Fatah or whatever his name
that's
is.
the
What was that guy's
Omar.
name?
The baby came
The
and told us.
terrorist
Then the law of royal express.
Hopefully that's not
He
a
meant
real
to say
person.
was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called a father. When is someone called a father? Because the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and they say, oh, he's the father of the child. He went to this is the concept. Not evil to Uber there. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, the father's the child. Or the father, before the child is
Don't
actually
create your
born.
awful
So
content
yeah,
around me.
the
Like
time
all
of
the
the pregnancy
passengers.
takes place, the conception
Can't
takes
you all
place
just like
after he
sit
goes
still
here.
for
Now,
a
when
flight?
is the woman
Why are
noticeably
you doing
pregnant?
all this
She was
shit?
no pregnant.
Not only is he snoring, but you're also like
Then,
standing over
so
him.
what happened? What happened?
Do
He
I
had to
gotta sit next to
actually
this guy while
be
he's fake
noticeably
snoring?
pregnant. That
Am
will
I
happen
gonna be
within
in
those
this
3
video?
months.
I don't
Once
wanna be
that
in
happens
this.
within
Fuck.
those 3 months, that's what
The
food
guy
starts
on the
to
left
grow.
is like,
They'll say,
listen,
hold
I
on a
have a
second.
can. Like, I
Who
can't.
spells it? Oh, it's that person that
I
put
have
in
an
the
internet
Laura,
presence
that
guy.
guy.
I don't wanna
Oh,
be in
well,
this.
it's not bad anymore. He's the father
This
of
is
the
bad.
child.
You guys are cringe.
Okay, so in other
I'm
words,
not cringe.
going to work and stop him that he became pregnant for him once he was ready for a lot of the Luca, over to today, over to Sas, the Torah, Amy Ella gives us all the days. With the Torah are only 3 months for that. And that's now, Mishnah, we didn't learn the period. We learned period of time is. We went here, where it says it's not a contradiction. You know what? You give in the best culture. If you suck it, have to go to the lesson. If all the years moving, then the halacha is already exempt. However, most of the rest not going to take it very well. We want fast, you don't have to accept it. You get, hold on, you look for both sides, and you get both. Yaakov in our pocket to make Ravina. Yaakov from our pocket said, Yaakov already says the following is made with the Brady to do it.
Almost funny
Says
than
the
my
following
sister
is
out
made
back.
with the Brady to do it. None of them is the scripture, over up that point, that you let it be, but you look at the first in the 7th month, 8 Ubra, Nicker will switch you out. You don't have time to get it. Tomorrow, assume that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 5-month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, rather than the type of pregnancy that woman gives in 7 months. Whether or not it's consistent with modern day science is above that pay grade, that's what the word is discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if a woman who can complete a pregnancy in 7 months, how would you divide those trimesters? When will those trimesters have typically done tonight? But in this case, the universe after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim Uber Nicholas not to notice her pregnancy, but it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months.
This is what I do. This is how I act.
But he's not tonight, so Uber Nicholas pregnant after a split, after the way there, Lovely Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But the Raven, the Social Sagi, 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough, that's the third of the way. And it's noticeable. In other words, she gets called in, has the potential cerebral. Look at this woman. If she's not pregnant, he said, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be a much earlier time.
We're not fucking redacted.
The fact that we don't do that means it's not noticeable. On my leg, he says no. The whole in the law, Uber Nicholas is do that. Yeah, he will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's no much of a rule. Let's go after the majority. Most women do not give birth out of it. I'm real committed to it. white woman is going to be.
I'm laughing at that and also diesel things.
Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? Remember, that's over here. Where it says, Torah, right? Torah teaches us that but tough to A to B to A to be told this before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential conflict in this place. Basically, job is always to find a way to stage for Misa. And now you're saying, go after the majority and put the guy to death. That's not how it works. I grew up from Israel, Ravino, they came back to Ravino. Remember, like, yeah, this is a fucking Ruba. We not go after the majority. I'll prove to you that we do. That's not. This was right in the Mishnah. After over this night, I called the conference. He testifying in capital case, in the case, and he shows the capital in the second day of the month. That's what we're giving you Gibble. The other one says the third day of the month. Of Salate, Tusum Kayamef, you do not qualify their age of but the fact that they have contradicting months, days of the month, sorry. Why says that you're there before the guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person was not extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same instance that happened at the same time. But their calendar of different dates, so they can point them, got the memo that there's an extra day. If you do tell me the capital cases, you do not go up to the majority. You know how you have to come to Sadi, but if you come out to the Sadi, let's just say we don't go up to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makdish each other. LLAV. In other words, they're practicing each other to toss out their Eidos. LLAV, we must say we go after the majority. And what does that mean? As you tell the word of the Arca, not everyone had an app on their phone to get them to eat from the Hebrew day. And yet for some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what they said. One guy said, hey, it's the second of the month. Another guy said it's the second of the month. And
laughing at the idea that I like Shav is like his brain is so worrisome. I think they both made like $2 billion. Like that's a fucking so stupid.
Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi Yirmi, the Afhanana Medina. We also learned about Shalom Shalom Yomet Balis Genesis to be someone who, a girl who is, we learned previously, a couple weeks ago, we learned this tomorrow. It says about Shalom Shalom Yomet, but a girl who is 3 years old in one day, Genesis to be we're here qualifying that any time she is influenced coming to Bia, it is a full-fledged halacha to Bia. You can be married with Bia, with Yavim Kana is a Hebrew marriage, they say. Then he's married to the other relative to if he's married to someone that has nothing to do with her, then the halacha is the time makes it and if somebody goes to fall the walk in Nida, last time that's very specific to the Elliot, even if you're actually something, the person actually becomes Tomei and he can do some other things. This is the showing, this is the showing.
He surely does not care. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and be like, wow, it's fucking crazy.
Disqualified people are influenced. They're also because disqualified people now in Bola, Achad, Arayat, the North Torah, that is your riot. Is influenced her, Allah is put around, they will be put to death for being influenced her. She's a child, but if anyone is the Arayat, the person to be influenced her, they are going to be tied to Isa. Why? Because they had a let's be one of the Arayat. We want to question the Amai, why is it true? Ema Island, if you want to say that maybe there's some personality who can't give birth. And Dice is off the low college. The person who married her never wants to marry a person who's not going to have children. You say, this person went ahead with instant wish to make this woman, or was it in front of the Arayat? And finally, the island is connected to the island to everybody else. Children and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you think about it. You're putting a guy to death or being injured in front of the Arayat. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe married to a farmer to be an islandist. Now, since tomorrow, you don't assume who's going to be an islandist. Most women are not an islandist. Therefore, the basic look at it. Really, but he got it.
Unreal talk about Adonis.
Mas mais caia ao leve, sabe? Da imagem doesn't really caia. It's not equal to carbon and more. Well, put Ayada Katani. You didn't read it carefully enough. Instead, put Ayada. You put the guy to death. Or that would be alright. That would be pretty well. Hold on.
Like
The ball in ball Anthony
How do you see that through the years? I know that my baby loves me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love her, worship and adore her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All through thick and thin, our love just won't end. But I love my baby. Ah, my baby love me. My baby needs me, and I know I ain't going nowhere. I was hard to watch, and the love behind me. I'm not like the stress in the air. No, we've been flying around the tumble. If this hard world crumbles, outside I'll still be standing there. Don't you know I'm the lover I was made to live for? Hey, 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 hey. In the world all around you. Hey, hey, hey. Made, I was made to me. You know, Rabbi ain't never gonna read it. That was so sick.
This is Lance, Orange County's number one real estate agent. Now, over here, we have a gorgeous Venetian staircase. Destination is Alvarez and Portuguese. Our trailer shares all two bathrooms, inside, my husband
Previously, we're going to assume that it is a VM now. Still average.
This is Lance, Orange County's
take us into the family tree of history, start to figure out whether or not anybody how do we know the future generation of how do we know the military children had children when they were 8 years old? No one knows. Anyway, law, it means that hello, no, not that out. This woman did not step out. But, you know, we all have to number one, we have to talk step out. The daughter of Aaliyah. Step out is the daughter of Aaliyah. is the sign young and he is and they were
Hilarious. I love these guys so much. They have no idea. Yo, Doc, you're making a live stream of a podcast that watches podcasts. So sick, and somebody's gonna do a podcast of this live stream. It's gonna be baller. Really? Who knows?
Lots of the shots. He has 33 years. Dow Seva, the heavy swimmer out for 7 years in the final of his taking 7 years. Now what are you left with? Cox will have to look to be the calculator. You take you 33, you get minus 7, then you're up to 26. So you have to get 26 years. Only generations before. Now start, you have to subtract another 2 with plus people. Now, why does that be 6 more years? Rocky has been higher up because the scope rate is not exactly 2 years. Approximately 2 years. So hot but hot, turns out it's not good. In 26 years, minus 2 years, it turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is 8 plus 2 is longer later. Oh,
Korean barbecue just hanging out. What the fuck was that? You guys just random pork thing hanging out of a bag? Like, put it in the bag, you stupid idiot. That's like, I think Chin is an alcoholic. That job. He's boring. Just left all his food in the car. Nice filming a man. He was really impressive, though. Wow, I mean, I'm mad that I lost all the food. I can't do things. I'm actually impressed with the record. This is great content from my
and what's the big deal?
Is this in Texas?
Okay, no problem. We've never arrived at
We'll do anything to get into this story. For even a minute. Fuck you, Chin. That would be great.
Tara knows the father.
And then they were eating my phone.
That's Tara. Tara had
Your mama wants you to do wrong. Gonna be the daddy all night long, all night. Hey, hey. Oh, my. See the girl with the diamond ring. She knows how to shake the thing around. Hey, hey. Oh, hey. In the pop, hey pop,
not a thing about Arkansas. Oh, yeah. Alright.
I don't know. For whatever reason, I just like super. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't understand. Derek can't read people all the time. Why is a car that near? I guess it's younger than Avro. But if this is what here, is it you're different. Stop. Come down. The older part of Lasara, when you Lasara has Sara, you get Avro. If Avro is in the container there, turns out the first Sara was way
This is Lance. Oh yeah, baby. Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby. Here I am.
Let's do the thing. Hold on. What is it? It's signed, hailed. Let him do it like that. Hi! Oh yeah, baby. Like a fool, I went and stayed too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed. Ooh. And that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am, signed. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Man, here I am, baby. I done a lot of foolish things that I didn't mean. Oh yeah, no, baby. Seen a lot of things in this old world. Ooh. When I touch your love and girl, baby, here I am. Oh, yeah. Now, Lane David, you said my soul on. Do it again. That's
readily available for the Lala is so wild that got Luca, that she's going to be legally free with the prettier child. Then it's the low kids to the Luda, and then the struggle, my God, the record of this, the very before. Yes, here's the whole idea of what Illinois is. So I think so far, not only is this going to be a disaster in my life, look at her. She's already having like what's going to happen. End up watching your word and down, but still, Ella's there to constantly.
Where's that bitch? Where's my girl? Fucking Philly bomb.
Why
have we not done that? Right. Maybe we gotta do this. We also so we gotta when we go to New Orleans, we should do you're on black tan. Just dying laughing. It has to be like a group of us though. Check this out.
Okay, good morning.
Some fucking idiot thought I was being serious when I said I stopped watching live shows. And he was going on. He was like,
today's doc is we begin by thanking our sponsors to thank our annual Hamilton Conference of the year 785, of Eric Estrella, who is supposed to be the first of we also thank our family sponsors this morning, Mel and Karen Rom, who is their father, mother, and his trust, as really amazing family. We're going to begin with some success on the page. And we begin with the forward of the bottom Iga Ugaba. Yesterday mentioned the Gemara quote from the tells us another exception to halacha of the Torah Umora. That is that the Torah Umora cannot be the father. This is quoted. He says, Amar Sifta Kontak Sheholit Ain to know not that sorry. Kontak Sheholit Ain to know not prevent Torah. This is halacha is, if a contract is birth, his child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption in the halachas of that Torah. Our wife says in the pasuk, leish that the son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this bed is not an ish, then he automatically gets the halachas of Torah. Now the Gemara is going to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not a child can have a child. That's the discussion of today. Tomorrow starts about the Liga, the Rabbi, Pista, who is telling us the Pasuk is coming to include the child of a child. Thus, the
Didn't I? Oh, baby. Seen a lot of things in this all. When I touch the land and down in the blue, here I am, something. I'm lost. I'm lost. You remade and set my soul on free. And I find all your mind. You made me down, baby. Here I am, something. I'm lost. Hey, here I am, baby. Always time.
Who is going to inherit this thing.
I can love foolish things that I've never given me. I can be a broken man.
Now, all right,
what up, girl? How you living, Pam? What's good? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's new, Brandon? All right, very well. Any big plans for 2026?
This is Lance.
All right. Are you just streaming or are you multi-streaming?
It's obvious that the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's possible.
Okay, why only one stream?
That this child has any relatives.
Okay, well, I mean, instead of just having one audience, why wouldn't you want to have four?
Cannot father another child. Clearly,
do you get enough interaction on one of the streaming sites that it keeps you active?
Child has a child. That child's going to be exempt from the entire concept of the Torah. Well,
I streamed a while back ago. And I got 18 followers and like, I think it was like 36 hours.
Okay, well, I mean, that could have been
who has an affair with
something.
Yeah, no, I don't care.
A
Okay,
was
well,
considered to be halfway
each their own. You could have
halfway
72.
a still
Whatever, man.
servant because she's married to an Eved Ivri.
All right, so why'd you stop?
That person does not get Misa.
Okay, so your streams aren't archived.
Daily, Ella Ish. I only know this halach is true if we're talking about in Ish.
Okay, is that how you want it?
How do I know that this 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one
Well,
day?
then cool, man. That's good. You got 18 followers in 36 hours.
How do I know?
And you were just streaming. Okay, so when's your next stream? On Twitch?
Watching a Joe Rogan podcast. Shane done this one that came out recently.
Baller. When did that come out?
And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to be able to perform.
December 25th.
He's able
Oh,
to
no way, it
perform
came out.
and also
That's baller. I'll have
be
to
able
check that one out.
be most-
Like, I'm going to check that one out right now, dog.
If you can't, that would be the fundamental flaw.
Thanks for the heads up, big man.
If you say 9-year-old child in one day can produce this Sarah, then obviously what should happen
Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Can't
funny.
actually
Shane Gillis is
perform
hilarious.
Bia,
Yeah, yeah.
but he's strong enough
You know he's
to be
going to be in the
able to
Madden movie?
What is this like? So heavy split. This is similar to
Yes,
grain
sir.
that only grew 1/3. That did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going
Dog,
to.
I'm hitting this up
You can have
right
a seed, never
after
grow it. You try to
now.
plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the via.
Thank you so much for making me aware of this. That's baller. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Intentionally ambushes somebody and kills him. So this is kind of words over here. Just going with this because it is a person in the doll, then amazing able to cook his physical bodily function of the zera, umazria, and can actually produce the semen. However, in cotton made from mazria, a cotton, while yes, you might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept of yes, amazing cooking body can produce it, however, you cannot produce it, and you might can actually be strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of that. I'm going to lay Ralph more about that. My mashma, the word Mazer actually means to cook. Mazer seems to be a person that doesn't handle. When you see the word Mazer means to cook, he says, he describes it to him, he said, it's clearly the by Yazid, Yaakov, was cooking up breakfast, and it was referred to as the Yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually used the Yazid means to cook. But however, the word goes on. It says, in Esther, is a question on the back. Very small. Very small quarter solid. Then low high. Again, when it comes to Betzara Mora, the only thing that should be is simply the bad. It cannot be fun. Then we only have the there is a custom to tell us that a child, a Betzara Mora must be a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on. How is it possible that Betzara Mora can't even be a father? You name the entire period of Betzara Mora is that period of time between he starts to grow the two hairs until it grows in. So if you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and she gave birth, all those hairs grew in, all that happened, pregnant, and she birthed the back, the amount of time it is for Betzara Umora is only going to be 3 months. Once it takes 3 months, the initial phase of those hairs growing will fully grow in. Now it's impossible for it to go 2 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be LOL? What must we talk about? The other this woman became pregnant still a child. So when did she give birth? She kind of like before the hairs completely grew in. Now parents bring this information and say our son got under control, he was old, the biggest special, goes through the whole process, and say, hold on a second, he's a father. Good is because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. What do you see? But the moment we must learn from here, we infer from here that custom can indeed give birth to a child. Versus no, incorrect. Lo Olam, the upper bus that's what we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the state Sarah. So he's a gadol, he's already a gadol, he's a gadol, he has years. Now, but only when did she give birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, got the doctor, many months after all those hairs completely grew in. Who is the capacity? If you can have the questions of Chris Bezetta, they keep yourself that entire period is 3 months. No, you misunderstood. This also Rabdimi Omar, Rabdimi came and told us that Amir Narova, it told Narova then below Haraya L'Shkosa. What he meant to say was he has to be a ben, but he can't be told the father. When is someone told the father? He told the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and they say, oh, who's the father of the child? And the Subis is the concept of not evil to that. Where did this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, the father of the child. Well, the father, before the father, the child is actually born. So, yeah, the time of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows to years. Now, when is the woman noticeably pregnant? There's no pregnancy test becomes valid for them. So, what happens? She has to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens in those 2 months, 3 months, that's the Kuchar group, bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Whose child is it? Oh, it's that person, that boy, that fellow, that guy. Oh, well, not anymore. It's a talking father telling you. Okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's not for that she's pregnant, but they want to be ready, a halachic adult, ready to pass the pregnant. Gufa, Amr Kishbadai, Amr Shatsi, Koyama, Soramara, Amy Alagil Fadash, all the days of the Soramara are only 3 months, Kobad. And I now run to Mishnah, Mishiyami, Sarasar, Yakin, Zakin. We didn't learn this 3 month period, we learned the period of 5 days. You know,
Yo, how are you, big dog?
You know what? You give him the best both. If you're stuck in Africa, all the years grew in, then how long it is, you're exempt. However,
You just chilling?
very slow, and 3 months fast, he's also going to be exempt. Notice he gets, hold on, the rope from both sides, and he gets both. Yaakov in our pocket committed Ravina. Yaakov from our pocket said,
excellent, man.
He said the following in name for Judah Ben Yeshua. That the 11th of the woman's birth, give her 7th month, in Ubra, Nicker was
Don't you apologize one bit. You're amazing.
One pregnancy is a 9-month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month,
You're absolutely fine.
rather there's a type of pregnancy that places the 7 months. Whether or not it's consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what you might as well be discussing over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who can get through the pregnancy in 7 months, how will we divide with trimesters? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, 1, 3, 6, and 9. But in this case, after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the A Uber Nicholas not to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and over a week. But he's talking about over Nicholas. Listen, you'll tell me that she's pregnant after a slish, after it goes away here, Lomali Gimel, what? You have to wait 3 months, but betray the Chelsea side, you lose 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it should be enough, because that's a third of the way of the pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, she gets called in as a potential Ben Soramora. You look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's still your time. The fact that we don't need, it's not noticeable. He said no. Yes, he will become pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's no Basaruba. We would go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this Benzara Mora. You're assuming that she's not white, but this woman is going to be. Bottom line is that because you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? That's over here, where it says in Torah that, but Shaftu 82 before that one of the jobs of an adjudication base is to try to save the potential convict in this case. The Akam and Zilba Saruba, job is to find her to save the Lisa. And now you're saying, go after the majority, you got it. That's not how it works. I made your Ravina, he came back to Ravina, normally, yes, didn't the question was, do you not left the majority? I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after all this, now, one person called us. He was testifying in a capital case, a murder case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. That's what we're going to give him. The other one says it's the third day of the month. Not disqualify their English by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month. Sorry. Why should this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know that. Therefore, you're both referring to the same incident that happened at the same time. But their calendars are different. So that one of them got the memo that this next day in the previous month, and the other one did not. Now, these are that's when we give us Ruba. If you're just talking when it comes to capital cases, we do not go to the majority. Name how come aside you, but come out to the other. Let's just say, we don't go after the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being matched each other. LOL. In other words, they're practicing each other plus other haters. LOL. The reason so much of the dog, they would go after the majority. And what does that mean? Even how did you come to not everyone had an app on their phone to get it. And therefore, some people, it was very common. We went around that. We asked people what they said. One guy said, it is the second of the month. Another guy said it's the 15th day of the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, people figured it out. But it was very common to make a mistake. And the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to take something secretly. You go after a road. Amar, Rabbi Yirmi, we also learned a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple of weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara, which says, a girl who is 3 years old in one day, we're here qualifying that any time she is into somebody she has bia, it is a full-fledged halachic bia. She can be married with the bia, if Yavam Kana is a Levirate marriage takes place, then she is officially married to the other 11 should make this. If she's married to someone who has been intimate with her, then the halacha is and if somebody is going to follow her walking in Nida, then the Sunnah we explained last time has a very strict level of people to reach the top of the Elyon. Even if you don't actually touch it, the person actually becomes Tameh and he can become other things. This is the Kohen. If the Sunnah gets married to a Kohen, we'll call it the Sunnah. He's allowed to be Tumah, Bala, Ephraim, this is the relevant one here. If any one of the disqualified people are into their possible in Akamuna, you don't disqualify the Kamuna. Now, if Bala, Athos, Arias, any of the Arias is intimate with her, and Allah is Muslim around, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. She's sure she's got to be put to child, but if any one of the Arias is intimate with her, they are going to be Chayyim Misa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged bia with one of the Arias. You ask the question, the Amai, why is it true? Why does it say that maybe she is someone now that she can't give birth? And dying to go off the low condition, the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. You say, this person went to hell, is intimate with an ancient woman, or with one of the Arias. And why do you assume that she's an islandist? She's not going to be an islandist because everybody else will majority of the people don't have children, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you see clearly, you're putting a guy to death for being intimate with one of the Arias. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married, maybe married for a because of being an islandist. That's the Gemara. We don't assume women will be an islandist. Most women are not animals. Therefore, the base thing, put the guy to death. Really, the guy to death. Because of the concept of will, but the majority. Well, since my Chayyim are allowed to become a doesn't mean it's kind of stuff. It's coming the carbon and not destroyed. Hold on, more fan. You didn't read it carefully enough. Put the guy to death. No, that wasn't referring to all the Arias, referring to all the fathers. Pause for tomorrow. study. It says any one of the relationships. Marshall Huckmeister, the Tibla Ilbe, must be so that a case where the person who married this child loved her so much that he said, even if it turns out to be an irrelevant, I'm going to keep you as wife. In such a case, even if it turns out to be an irrelevant, you're going to fight. So again, we do see that we do not have a raya. We would go after the road. Turn around. Young child. As a result of that act, the child had our always. Last time we learned, it was on Monday, Sunday or Monday, or 2 weeks ago, the hara is not focused on either the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full gemar bia, doesn't finish off the bia, but it's the first part of the bia, which is a problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child. What's the Allah? Mishami Omrim, Hasla, Mina, Kahuna, becomes disqualified from Kahuna because she's a Zona. Still Naftir, Vishol says that she's still going to be kosher for Kahuna, but it's Kahuna. Amr Pia Bray, Rabba Bar Nachman. Pia, son of Rabba Bar Nachman, said the Baruch. Amr Pia, the Amri Law, Amr Pia, Amr Shiri, Shafak is exactly how it's went. Some say that it was the Pia, the son of Rabba Bar Nachman, in the name of Kista. Some say the Kista, we said in the name of Zihiri, that Hakoma, but everyone, both the Italian people agree that the ventation son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that this child who comes together in this case was 9 years old in one day. His Bia is Bia, and yes, qualifies his mother as a Zona from Papa, the best Zona. If the child was left at 8 years old, then the other Bia would agree that the Bia is not a Bia. A young child like that is not actually a Bia. So that's what the Bia is not focused. Ella, the best Zona, we're talking about a child who's 8 years old. The says, we could learn from these generations. In other words, we're able to find a biblical reference for that 8-year-old child. That 8-year-old child had a belief, and we'll say, even though nowadays our science cannot conceive something like that, a 8-year-old child, what happened previously? Since that previously, we're going to assume that it is a Jesus law. Hillel Savri, the Hillel says, look, I mean, you cannot learn previous generations. The rest of days, Amud is going to take us into some family trees of some history in the Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody in the Tanakh had a child when he was 8 years old. The Doris and Shani Noah, how do we know the previous generation was rushing through it the first time? How do we know the Doris and Shonim had children when they were 8 years old? You know the Owen. Anyway, if you want to suggest, you can we'll go through a number of these psukim, and then we'll try to figure out exactly whatever it means to get everything straight. Hello, Bathsheba. This woman is Bathsheba. Bas Eliam, so let's just get this clear. Number one, you have Bathsheba, who is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get that in our family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. Asha Spuria. The Shinosis was the Eliam and Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. See now, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. And he said to me, and nothing of it. He called him Yedidya, before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who is he referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech.
He's in a really great,
by he was deciding Yamin, at the end of 2 years when he was going to Solo. And they were kind of like, after Solo says, Solo Barach, Solo ran away, and Gilles gives Shura. And Solo is different. the Yeshiva of Shalom Yisrael, of Shalom Yisrael, and assigning them for 2 years. Bnei HaMelech will rise not be the king. Now it says it's a unique in the 40 years. Yomer Shalom, HaMelech Shalom says El Chana, as the Darius said about he was one who helped him complete his plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Hamar, as a Hamar, he ultimately settled up the donkey. And Yaakov by Yelach eventually went to his house, and Israel, the Yaakov, the Yaakov, now, getting all this bit, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? Ziv, it says, people of blood and Mirva, we will definitely to your man, we're not even going to live half of a life. The typical life sentence, the 7 years. So, person who does like this won't live even half of a life. That means he won't live till 35. The time he will most of us, all years of Zoe, he only lived 34 years. Only 32 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. Then it comes out. 12 years, Achitophel and Achitophel were only 30 years. Hama Havinu, Hama Shlomo, was in the pot. He had 33 years. Thou Seva, the heavy Shlomo. Shlomo HaMelech was 70 years at the final exam. They make it 7 years. Now what do you left? Possibly after the other team calculus. All the calculus. They take 30. You take the 33. You're going to minus. Then you're up to 26. You have 26 years. All the generations were born. Now hard you have to subtract another 2 speeds. Plus, now, why is that 2 years? Rashi has his explanation because Tyra doesn't go for it. It's not exactly 2 years, it's approximately 2 years. So, turns out the time is 26 years minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years, 24. Divided by 3, 8 must be your father when you're 4 years old. Versus one, that's not a raya. Can't take 24 divided by 3. Still not raya with the case that, maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. No, a 9-year-old death. And it can take this a child. Bathsheba, remember the female, including the story. Only Christian, Bathsheba, the
covers your multivitamin, your pre- and probiotics, antioxidants,
why? Because the Yitzhavari, women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman gives birth when she is only less than 8, but less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey, now, why the Ha'avi of Lad? Part of the story was that he was older child. Turns out, but yes, you see that Darwin is first like Germany, and therefore that's going to be off. And what's the big deal? He's 9 years old, so okay, anyhow. So where we ever arrived at 8-year-old birth, Ayla told the Sarah, these are the offspring of Sarah. Yes, Sarah told this up broad. Sarah was our father. Who else is father? He was Nachman's father. And that's Haran. Sarah had, it tells us Sarah had Avram, Nachar, and Haran. Now the Avram, Gadol, Nachar, Shana. Avram was older than Nachar by 1 year. The Nachar was older than Haran, Shana. Now Nachar was a year older than Haran. Means the Avram Gadol stays on the Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. He got Avram the Nachar Lam Nachar. Avram and Nachar both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. We see soon that Sarai and Yiska are the same person. Who's Yiska? Yiska's Haran's daughter. He married his niece, Yiska. Number of Yiska. Yiska is Sarah. Yiska was Sarah. Beloved, I think this is like this. Why would she refer to it as the self of Ruach HaKodesh? Able to see with a divine vision, she had Ruach HaKodesh. That is just the that's what it says. That's why Hashem calls Abraham, listen to whatever you are telling you, watch it, speak the words of prophecy. The Barach, the reason why Yisra is Yisra, that calls up with Yokya, everyone would gaze at us to see so beautiful. Now, let's get back to our story here. He thought upon Yitzchak, Abraham fell on his face and he kind of laughed. The Yomer believer said in his heart, oh, but they are coming. Well, in the field of the thousand months ago, now, how much Abraham Sarah, how much older Abraham Sarah he was as the 10 years. And younger than her father, how much was Haran younger than Abraham? 2 years. This is a 2-year difference. Comes out. Oh, the Haran the Sarah. Again, she's younger than Abraham. There was a 10-year difference over there. Turns out he gave birth to Sarah when she was 8 years old. The time of the old. Hold on. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Abraham was older than Haran. If he was younger than his brother, because he was much more wise. We do that sometimes, but the pastor who draws we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Noah was 500 years, but Yolad Noah and Shem was from his youngest. At his young age of 500 years, he gave birth to 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Shem Hagadol, Shem was older than Ham by 1 year. Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is Shem Gadol Yafet. Turns out that Shem is older than Yafet. Hold that in your head, bro. It tells us Yafet. 100 years after he Shem was 100 years old when he birthed Bar Papsat. When was this Shayim? 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could he have been 100 years old 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his brother was 100 years old 2 years after the Babel. This more says, Benei Shana, Parnei Rikards should have it. Look, it only needs 102. Ella must be, you know why King was mentioned first? Not because King was actually older, rather elder, they were actually listed in order of wisdom. Now Derek and Pasuk Kafashulu could be Abraham was just mentioned first because he was smarter than more wisdom and not because he was older than Haran. However, Kahana, at least this might have made your zid. In our I said this in front of her Amar Ali, you learn this concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there, the Anan, the ultimate. You learn to tell yourself the same. You let Gamhu Avi covenant, Aver, Afi, Yefet, Hagalo. Same came first. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Afi Yefet Hagadol. Yefet Hagadol. Yefet was the oldest, but Shane was still mentioned first. So you see that the names are not in order. Okay, Ellen Noah, how do you know that your 8-year-old child is birth?
Miss Aquarius.
The son of Thor, Thomas Azuba.
Madam, are you ready for me?
That was Kale's wife. He got both Kale as
I talked with Brandon a little bit.
So now we know that Kale was Thor's father. Who was the father of Uri? The son of Mitzal. Mitzal, Uri, and Thor.
He's sad?
Kale. Kale.
Well, because his team, but I think he'll get over it. He was spending time, I believe, with his family, so that's good. And you, my friend, have an invitation.
Yeah, let's get.
Let's get it, girl.
But the person has to be an ish to be able to build a mishkan. In the Brisa, Shari Shona on the first year, Moshe mishkan. Shnia, the second year after
That was not good.
they were in the midbar.
I can get it. I have no doubt I can get it.
You got this.
No doubt. No doubt. I got them all. That's what I'm talking about. If only we could do that every time. Just like you got. Oh, what a split, Miss Aquarius.
I know.
Just get one of
This is
them.
referring to how old Khalid was when he.
That's good. That was really good. Because if you go for that split,
he was sent as one of the Marakas.
it can cause issues. Oh, I've got a split.
I am Ben Chamesh Ushmanim Shana, 85 years old. No thing to the
Get it.
Turns out our budget, it was 40 years.
Not
so you have to subtract 14
good
years.
enough.
David Betzalel. Or
One of them
Betzalel
all.
before.
You got it now. You got it now.
26 years. Dal Tartish need plus Iguri. You have to take out 2 years for the pregnancies. It turns out it turns out that whole family of Kalev,
It's okay.
Betzalel, to Uri, Kalev, to Chor, Uri, and Betzalel.
All right.
All took place in 24
I think I
years.
can get these
So
two.
now we know that they were 8-year-olds.
Maybe.
That's how we know
Nope.
8-year-olds gave birth. This is going
No,
further
no,
because
no,
Mishnah,
Miss Aquarius.
Bezalabas,
Not good. Get a
Bezalabas
strike
was
here.
relevant to a
I know you're
male
gonna get
child,
one.
not to a female child.
No doubt.
Amr Shimon,
This is a big strike for you.
It would be perfectly
Will you get the
appropriate
spare?
for a
No doubt.
Ben Sora who-
They shouldn't even make you
just
toss it.
Why
They should just give you
the
the points. There you go. Just like I said. They should just give you the points.
Rashi says,
Come on, Rabbi, you got it. Strike it.
Zolala,
That's not
Zobah,
good.
If she's
That is not good at all.
fully think when she's already a child, so
You
much
got
Shalot
it.
Tim
You
to
got
Yehuda,
it.
Omen,
No.
Push it, not that one down.
Ragdas,
Miss
Avris,
Aquarius.
Again, if the whole
Taking the
idea of
lead
Ben
now,
Sora
girl.
is he's the lead, then I'll say so
You
far,
take
that ultimately
the
this
lead.
person
Nope,
is going
you
to be
got it.
a disaster.
See, no, you got it.
Look at
You
her.
took out a whole
She's
bunch.
already acting like this. What's
47.
gonna happen?
You
She's gonna
got
end up
it.
You got
being a
this.
stumbling block for
No
all the
doubt.
men in town. But still,
I have. All right.
the concept of Ben Sora Mara is only
No
relevant
doubt.
to the rebellious.
Got it.
Son, not relevant to
Got
the daughter.
it.
Even though you might think it should be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense it should be as much relevant to the daughter,
Whoa.
Torah thought otherwise. Have a
Good job.
wonderful rest.
Miss Aquarius, we used to get in like the 80s and the 90s. And now, I don't know what happened. Maybe they made the game harder. We'll say that. We'll say they made the game much more difficult. Because we used to, like, we were getting in the hundreds. You broke 100 once.
No.
All right, get it. There you go.
No, it's split.
This is a tough split.
It is.
All right, we'll say good morning or good tavach. A great Hashem. It's a week learning the Torah.
Okay, come on, Rabbi.
That is Sanif Chest 68. I shared this morning.
Strike it.
I know it's have a
Oh, look how crazy this setup is. How would I'll take two. That was wild. That was a wild arrangement.
Really was.
Oh, you got this, no doubt. I don't doubt it. You don't doubt it.
Ah,
All but one. I think you can get this. And you did it. Perfect spare, Mr. Aquarius. That was beautiful.
come on, Rabbi, strike.
Let us begin. Today's daf is Sanifes 68. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem actually at the top of Sanifes 68. So the Gemara quotes
Wow.
the section
Good
from
spare.
Remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned.
That was fortunate.
Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of kishun, collection of cucumbers.
Good job. Nice
Rabbi
strike.
Akiva said in the Mishnah,
Thank
"Shnai loki
you.
You're
kishun,
welcome.
echa loki potter, ve'echa loki chayiv."
All right,
Sometimes
match
you go
me.
ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers.
Almost.
On Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be chayiv,
Right.
sometimes the person can be potter. So the Gemara says,
You
"What
got
does that
this.
mean?"
Oh,
So the
all
person
but
had
one.
to harvest the cucumbers and he would try it for Chol Shabbos. But if
That's
he
okay.
engages in an act of pollution, so then he would be potter. So I think we're going to talk about that for a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Vaha top of Samach 68a. Vaha Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yeshua Gamrela. Did Rabbi Akiva learn this out from Rabbi Yeshua? No, about Tanya says this is really an incredible story.
What a beautiful spear, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. You can get distracted. You got these three.
So Rabbi Akiva and his other companions.
See? Wonderful spear.
Thank you.
His colleagues,
Get it, girl.
Okay.
No doubt. No doubt.
Of this story, it's just a little bit, and it's quite dramatic. Who Yoshe became Shalom, the Yoshe Mitrakim. So Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, deathly ill, about to die of his and he was like under his cat.
Oh, it's over. Mr. Aquarius locks up the win. No doubt.
Outside.
Mr. Aquarius locks up the W. Get at least 8. And she gets 9, folks, to get in the 80s. Excellent job.
Oh, Rabbi, you got this. Thank you.
That was garbage.
So
I needed to do better than that.
So Rabbi Eliezer's son Porcius, interestingly enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer
I'll
ben Porcius. He had a son who named
take a
after his
win
father,
against you, and you got a win against me, and we both won, and we both won 2 games. I win, you win. Undefeated in polling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah.
Woo, woo.
Yeah. I like it like that anyway. Well, we both win.
We always both win, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, and we supposed to both win. Okay?
Good girl.
No losers in this one. Okay?
Never,
No losers.
never, ever, ever.
Ostensibly in the back of the hole, visit the sick, visit the residence of us, and Organos, the son said,
You gonna do
my
spaces?
father is not going to compliment.
No, I'm watching a podcast of 2 comedians I really like.
My father is not going to compliment this.
Okay.
So what happens? Eliezer hears
We'll
this.
see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, you God willing.
So Rabbi Eliezer said,
God willing.
I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather again, it's my son Organos and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not clear, lacking mental clarity. Why? Because literally translated, how could it be that they are not careful with an Isra Skila and they're worried about, again, my Torah. So in other words, what's happening over here? Interestingly enough, so Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, in other words, Eliezer's wife, for not properly preparing for Shabbos. If he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that Chas V'Shalom they do Mechal Shabbos. They're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, and instead they're focused on taking my Torah. So let's do things like this. Wearing Tefillin on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you're thinking it's an issue with Rabbanon. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue with the Oraisa. Take a look at Rashi, which is what Rashi says. It's just Skilot. It's the third short line. Hadlokas haner, v'hatmonas chamin, ba'oskin v'davar she'ino ela iser shmos. V'maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan. Maniach tefillin b'Shabbos in kan ismolach ba'tin v'yetzer sh'ravim ta'derach ma'abush. So apparently, what Rabbi Eliezer was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt they're focusing on all the wrong things. You're focusing on getting my phone on Shabbos. So what's the worst case scenario? I go ahead and I wear phone on Shabbos, so what? Okay, I'm most interested in Rabbanon. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbanon, worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So I'll say, so again, so what's the shot? So the Marshal brings down the Marshal says, you're right, they had delayed the preparing for Shabbos. Why? Because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their own Eliezer. So Eliezer, and again, Eliezer, we'll see, is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's rebuking his son, and I'm probably praying for Shabbos. Kevan Shah Chachamim Shedai Tinu Shabbos Alov. So now at this point in time, Rabbanim realized that Rabbi Eliezer was of sound mind, right? That he was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbanim realize this, so they come into the Mavakar Chola. The Yashul Lefanav, Berichot Dalet Amos. And they sit 4 Amos away from Rabbi Eliezer. And I will say now, what's happening here? So now with the story really take form. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Berichot Arba Amos, Ibnei Hanidui, Sheberchu B'machokes Tanor Shalach Noel B'Mitzia. Well, so remember again, this is the famous story of Tanor Shalach Noel. Tanor Shalach Noel, but remember again, this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the rabbinic community. There was a big machlokes about, again, the oven, right? Remember the Tanor Shalach Noel, an oven made up of multiple parts, and there was a major machlokes about the ritual status, Tumah and Tara. So again, the entire rabbinic community in one way, Rabbi Eliezer passed in a different way. Rabbi Eliezer would not back down from his opinion. As a result, he was put in favor. He was excommunicated immediately. He was put in favor. There was an interesting enough halacha is that when someone is in Canaan, you're not even allowed to come within Dalet Amos, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be Mivakir Chola. Now, the truth is, you're not going to come to Mivakir Chola. What they're really coming to do is they're coming to glean any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still in excommunication. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Dalet Amos. Rabbi Eliezer, again, even on his deathbed, was not retracting his halachic position. And therefore, again, they come a distance. Amar Lam. So Rabbi Eliezer says that. There's so much just about this entire story and about Rabbi Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's good to stand your ground, and it's good to keep your shittas and your opinions. But if the whole world is against you, like again, chances are you have to do a self-check, and you may be wrong. Now that's not always true. For example, the world is against us, like the world is against Klal, and yet again, we know that we do not back down to who and what we are. But within Klal Yisrael itself, if you're on the island and everyone else says something, right, and you're holding something else, chances are you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough inner sense to be able to understand that maybe it's today to revisit my shittas, my ashkafas, my halachas, my life stances. But Rabbi Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what ends up happening? So the Gemara is Amalav Mamabasa. So Rabbi Eliezer says Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Akiva's Chaveir, why did you guys come? Amrlo, Vilmot Torah Ban. Rebbe, we came to learn Torah. What do you have to understand something? We've mentioned this many times. Once upon a time, Torah Shabbat was Balpeh. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Balpeh, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happened? Any Torah he had that he did not share went with him to the grave. Which is why so often in the Gemara you find that when a great sage is on his deathbed, his Talmidim are circling the bed because they're trying to just extract whatever last thing in Torah they have before to do. So now, Rabbi Eliezer was in Chayrim, but he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come, Rabbi Kiva says, Rebbe, we're here to learn Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die. This is Rabbi Gemara. So why haven't you come into Like, let's just know, so where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming now? Amrullah, they said to him, La Hayalanu Sinai. Wow. We had enough time. We got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. Amrullah handed so Allah says back to them, Tamiya ani im yamusu misas atzma. I wonder about you guys if you will die a natural death. In other words, Rabbi Eliezer saw prophetically that these individuals, unfortunately, would meet a very bitter end. Again, that's Akiva, again, and Orbanim were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see that unfortunately you're going to meet a very difficult end. Amar Rabbi Akiva, Shalimahu. Rabbi Akiva specifically asks Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my future? Amar Lo Shalcha Kashmi Shalahim. Your end is even more difficult. Is even more difficult than anyone else. Rabbi said, so just there's a lot of emotion involved in this Gemara as well. Rabbi Eliezer been working with feeling that he was, ostracized from the community, which he was. But again, because of his own decisions, because of his own decision and his own unwillingness to back down. But I will say that this exchange is so incredibly profound. Like Rabbi Eliezer asking Rabbanim, Kevra, why haven't you come to me until now? And they said, oh, we didn't have time. And Rabbi Eliezer says, I just want to tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, he says, Tamiya ani in yamusu misas atzi. Then I would be shocked if the only death you experience in this world, the way you can read that phrase is, Tamiya ani, I would be shocked in yamusu misas atzi. If you only die a regular death, what does that even say? People go through life and we have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because you quote unquote don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. Why? Because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity evaporates. Now there may be other opportunities down the road, but the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot redeem. So the Eliezer perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time, but people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity. And not like the expression like, I'm killing it, like the good killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that ultimately, again, that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot be opened. So it's like, this is probably one of the most important and profound lessons. So many of us who go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities for tefillah b'tzibur, opportunities for learning, opportunities for kabusa, it's opportunities for chesed, it's opportunities to build our shalom bayis. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, or I'm too tired, or I'm too this, or I'm too that. Just understanding. You pass up on a life opportunity because, quote unquote, that opportunity has just died right in front of you. And there's tchias amesim for life opportunities. There's maybe other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's gone to you forever. Over in Gemara. So what happens? So the Rebbe asks himself about that. What does he do? Not on stays also, Beniach Haliva. So Rebbe said, this is a profound Gemara. Rebbe also takes his two arms and literally almost like he crosses it against his chest. Amar, Oy lachem stays osai, shen kishtays harashin aglo. Said, woe to these arms that are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled up. So as I said, the imagery is very profound. He looked at his arms, like the two columns of the Sefer Torah, he's crossing it over his chest. And he's saying, woe to these Sefer Torah that are rolled. Now, Rashi points out when a Sefer Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. What Rabbi Eliezer is lamenting, what he's truly lamenting, is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of this, right? I had this Sefer Torah, I had all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remained closed. We'll say, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount of freedom, say, you know what, I want to tell you something, you know this. You know, when a person's on their deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what about all the places I wanted to vacation and I never got to? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And this, no one ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they did. No, at least I don't think so. At least not thinking people don't do it. What do people lament on their deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with you to the grave. And that's what Eliezer is lamenting. These arms, this Sefer Torah, was rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? You could kiss it, you could hold it, but you can't learn from it because you can't see it. So Eliezer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamarati, Harbe Torah, Limarati. I learned so much and I taught so much. And let's say, right, it's How does that stem? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the phrase. But then he says, I learned so much, I taught so much. Everyone else was saying something profound. Yes, I did a lot. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot. But I could have done so much more. Could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on, he says, I learned so much from my rebellion, but the truth is, I didn't take more than them than like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Right? When a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion, but there was so much more I could have learned. Like the dog drinking the water from the river. I drank, but there was still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah limarti, v'lo chesuni tamida ela ki mekacha b'shpot eretz. I taught so much Torah, but my students didn't take anything more from me from like a tube from like an applicator. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my Rebbeim, that it was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Below old, not only that, Ella, so let's say, so again, this is a mistake over here. Like, what's unfolding over here? Everybody's been focused, lamenting an unfulfilled life, unless you think you didn't accomplish. It's like, I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing that I could have been more, that my life could have been more. He goes on, he says, V'lo Ela shani shona shlosh minas halachos b'daheres hazo, v'lo haya adam sheshamuni b'hen davar me'olam. He said, furthermore, I know 300 halachos with the Baheres Hazo. What's Baheres Hazo? Baheres is a type of saras. Hazo means bright. So what Chris was saying is, I even have very specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. Below, Ella Shani Shlosh Minos Halachos, or really Shloshas Alafim Halachos, Benetias Kishuin, below Haya Adam Shamani Bahem Davar Me'olam. Chutz Me'akiva Ben Yosef. And I know 300 halachos, some say 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers. We'll see what that means in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except Rabbi Akiva. He called him Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Ben Yosef. Come to just a second. Why? What's the story of Rabbi Akiva and Eliezer and Horkinos and cucumbers? Listen to this. Ham Achos Aniva Humahaf Nayinabedada. The husband of this tells the story. Says one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, teach me about our sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First line, I'm married to Dover Ephod, so the husband going to say, I said one word, it was a sorceric word. I said one word of kishuf, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. So let's say it's pretty incredible. We're going to obviously talk about how exactly his husband Horkinos is engaged in sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. But he said, I said word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So Amarti cover I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. Amulo. So that's the whole point of this. Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yoshua. The Gemara was asking, Rabbi Akiva learned this from Rabbi Yoshua. It seems from this that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this story. We'll go back to that in just a moment. So at this point in time, now the Gemara jumps back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this Rabbi Eliezer see that he's holding a sound mind. So therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amullah, it's Rabbi Eliezer. HaKador, v'ha'amos v'ha'kamia utzor hamargalios, u'mishkoles kitano mahu. So then, listen to me. They asked Rabbi Eliezer and Horkinos a question regarding Tum and Tara. So literally again a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamiya is an amulet, sram, a pouch for gems, or a weight. So I'll say these are all things Rashi points out that are made from leather and filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shaila is what's that? They were asking me a Tumantara question. Again, if a husband gives them the halachos of Tumantara, fine. Minal shal gabia imus now. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe and the shoe's being fashioned, it's still on the form, it's not complete. What's its halacha regarding Tumantara? Amar lahen hutar. Ultimately, and it's tar. Why? Because it's not a completed kli. That's what the husband and worker said. And the Gemara says, "V'yatsa nishmasal v'tara." Last word that Rabbi Elazar said, the last word he said was tar, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua Aragla v'Amar Chutra Haneder Chutra Haneder. Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So simple. Lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and working us after he passed away. Incredible. That's what it means. Chutra Haneder Chutra Haneder. So the Gemara says as follows: the Motzi Shabbos. Now again, so those who were working this died. And you know, say incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was tar. That was his last word. So the Motzi Shabbos. How about Rabbi Akiva? Sorry, I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say so now. This remember when did this story happen? This whole story happened on Friday. On Friday. So remember again, that's how the whole thing started. And the son working this came in to remove his tefillin. It was out of Shabbos. So the Ladanya was on Motzi Shabbos. It was on Motzi Shabbos. He's a big fucking guy. From Caesarea to Luz. And your Makra with sorrow, as for them who shows they sorrow. The people was expecting that's a lot of volume. Just like the sheer mass of it all. Over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Yeah, it was terrible. You know that feeling that you get when you eat like a giant meal and then you look at yourself sideways in the mirror like, oh my god, I'm fucking pregnant. Yeah, really. All those plates stacked up on top of each other. Lately I've been doing this one meal a day thing for the last few days. I don't think I'm gonna stick with it. Today I kind of cheated out a little bit of fruit. But so last night I went to ultimately again, Shani is Israel and Israel. Our big malls again.
Right now, just D, B, and C. Oh, I guess I'm saying magnesium.
You should get a waste of well. I did.
They gave me some shit.
They'll give you one based on your blood.
They did. Yeah. Except for yeah, it's great.
Our malls,
I have to admit, fucking as soon as they took my blood, there was like 4 days from when I got I was in the green room talking to Simpson. I was like, dude, they had it since, right? He's like, no, I just have diabetes. I said, fuck, I definitely have diabetes. No, well, it's a good result. That is a good result. That's great. All of us in life, completed. Yeah, the liver was alright. The liver was a motherfucker. You know what? It gets workouts. I think it gets workouts. True, it's jacked. Right? Because liver's jacked. If you think about it, look, just running all the time. Look, running one time until your heart explodes is not good for you. Right? We all agree. You get a heart attack, you die. That's not good. Drinking yourself to death one time is not good for you. No, definitely not. But running every day, a little bit, couple miles, you get in shape. This is wrong, but I think when you got it, all of this, I get some whiskey, a little bit of booze, every day, over the road, and your liver's ready to go. Your liver's like a marathon runner. Right? Yeah, you think. Well, it's like that's why you have the tolerance you have, clearly. Right? Because tolerance comes from just like
that you have and maximize
if you take 2 shots, I'm like, I don't know. It's crazy. Stanhope does that too. He just sips light beer. Oh, really? Yeah, he went to a cocktail fish. I don't know where he's at right now. When I was with me, it was fully on White Russians. Okay. Yes. Cocktail fish like getting half kids after it. Still, after all these years, he was doing good. Bless myself. He's great. Yeah. I heard he crushed that skank. Yeah. So he said, so I watched his set. And he said, just clap. Tony said, yeah. Doug's always been one of the best. And he's like, that's him. Like, he's not putting on an act. That's genuine 24/7 with his stupid suits on and just thinking everything is hilarious. Hang out with a army of idiots. Like, shit. When I was living there, it was just me and them. He's got thrown like 50 and 60. Anyway, we gotta admire it. No doctors, fuck this. We're riding this thing until the wheels fall off. Big O's doing good too. That's great.
And it doesn't be one person, multiple people.
It was nice to see.
Because I get my information.
Yeah, because when we were doing that End of the World podcast one time, that's when Ego fell.
How do I set myself
Oh,
up in
so
the
scared,
right
man. Yeah, so scared. Speaking of Andrew, where is Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua fight? That's tonight. That is tonight. Yeah, watch it. Yeah, definitely. Where you watch it? I don't know. We got a lot tonight. We got Alabama, Oklahoma. Oh, college football playoffs. What else we got, Jay? Just that.
What happened?
All right, that's all great. Oh, yeah. I can't get excited. I can't get excited about that while Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua fight.
Right? But I'm going through a whole list of stuff. I got everything.
If Anthony Joshua doesn't take it easy, this should be.
The mistakes we make
How
in
can he
life
take it
is
easy?
we're absorbing
The
all the
whole world's
information.
watching. There's not a
Where do I
chance he's
tell
gonna
you?
make it
What
look
do I
like this
do?
guy can box with him.
Sometimes
Can you
more
imagine if
is
Jake?
less, sometimes
He
less
firelines
is
him.
more.
When
Sometimes
he steps in, they
focusing on
just
certain things
right
and not
power
doing
bombs
everything.
him right on the
Sometimes
chin.
I should be
And
doing
Joshua's
everything
legs go out.
focusing. Right, basically I
He goes
can
down.
home, have
He's
this, all
said
these things. And
He
it's
said,
not
not
stuff
for
or showing
Jake Paul.
bias.
And of course,
I
I mean,
have
also
all
not
the
for
points.
Anthony Joshua.
I
I
have
was like,
everything. But how
it
do
was
I
like,
bring
gonna be the guy who
and that's
destroys him.
incredible. Was the no-
What else up is it was $100 million.
I have
Yeah, that's right.
organized. How do I set
Just
myself
feel
up
petty on him.
for
Yeah, 'cause he's
success
got
in
this
life?
plus 650.
That's
Making 6
what I
times
mean.
the money, but
That's
yeah,
what-
but what are
It's
the
amazing.
odds?
And when
Right, you're not
people
good.
lost
What are the odds, really?
people
I
lost
know that's the odd. Literally said,
People
what are the
lost
odds? So the odds.
But
But I mean, if you're gonna get,
who's going to help me?
it's like 99% in my eyes
Who's going to
that
help me
Anthony
through
Joshua
this
either wins the
issue
decision
and
or
move
stops
forward?
him.
And the process
This is
of training.
because he is a two-time. It's not saying Jake Paul's not a good boxer. He's a real good boxer.
Overwhelmed by
He's like very
overwhelmed by
underrated.
this. It's incredible.
But he's a
The amount of like
two-time
so
heavyweight
okay,
world
by the
champion.
way, full circle.
He's like one of the fucking scariest guys in the division.
But yeah, he
Lightning
was
fast
getting games
punches.
as cucumber now. He's not kidding.
245 fucking
From
pounds. He's
that
huge.
he has it.
He's way bigger.
I'm gonna realize it now, Mark. I'm sorry. I'm gonna realize it. Gumra. You're right. I'm gonna realize it. The low suffer. Other Gumra Yeshua, the Asbun.
This heavyweight boxer's a lot. Yeah. Jake
Jake
Paul is a guy that is
but I
very
lost my
impressive.
nice thing to
For a
understand.
guy beating
And
up
then he's
Ben
looking
Askren
at
and knocking
Yeshua,
out Tyron
and he's
Woodley, very impressive.
incredible.
There's
The
levels.
mother's like,
Knocking out Mike Perry, very
the mother's
impressive.
like, hey, he
There's
got
levels.
that.
This is a crazy journey. That's why it's, I think the
How
Warriors odds
exactly
are not
probably has allowed
40 to
to
1.
go ahead
It's-
and
They
use
just suspect
fears
shenanigans.
sources,
Shenanigans.
go ahead and make a
They
field
suspect shenanigans.
fear
But
with
first when they come
newcomers,
out and fucking
and then
circle
make
each
them
other like pro
collectively.
wrestling,
Isn't that
grab the
peaceful?
ropes, we're gonna
Isn't that
play
peaceful?
it.
Which versus Banan's done. Also, my
Motherfuckers.
psychiatry is
When
done.
they fought him,
Like,
that was
also
great.
my, I'm sorry, also my
That's another
psychiatry.
fight.
So
Look,
ultimately, I got
no
this.
disrespect
Isn't
to
that
Nate,
this is
but
all right?
Nate fought his career at
He's your
155
which
pounds
the Gemara
for
says,
the
no,
most
no,
part.
but he's
Couple
Islamic
fights at
side.
170.
We'll say,
You know, a very good boxer for MMA.
But has to understand
Jake
how
Paul
you get to learn it.
Yeah.
You have to, in order to understand it. I
Paul,
say to
7
learn it
underdog,
in order to
had attracted 2%
understand
of the
it.
bets and 9% of the money.
So I know about it. I'm not. Los Silmo last.
Look at
Los
this
Silmo last.
athleticism,
Torah
folks.
tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or in order to mimic the nations of the world do. Lasos i'atalad. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. Atalamid lahavin ulaholos. So let's say, so ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where now again, be careful with what you do with this. Like, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand Arias. I don't mean the ground meat and the pizza, right? In other words, like, right, important to understand it, right? I need to understand some numbers. I should draw have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? What it means is like this: that somebody who needs to pass in halakas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Right? You can't ask him if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer needed to ask him on different situations regarding Kishuk, needed to understand how it was working. And that's why he taught Rabbi Akiva, not for the purpose of going ahead and performing, especially Chassid Shalom, but for the point ultimately, again, of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of these things. Okay, I'll just point out something amazing. Actually, I'll say it later. Hadron Allah, Amisa, so we'll say Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov ends the parak, Shgach. Michael Kaplan's first parak in Shas. Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Incredible. Let's elevate. So Michael, it's a short celebration. Let's go. Right, it says that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right? Good. Now move on. Let's say Samech Chesed is what's the value? That's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Or for like, in the belt, when you go ahead and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you gonna do now? Right? And there's understanding. They're like, okay, now you have a break. Now you do this. In Yiddishkeit, when you go ahead and you have dramatic accomplishments, what do you do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shkoyach, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. The Moses says, here we go. Samech Chesed 60 AD. Ben Sorer Umora. So now this is our next parak. Very small. So let's remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you're going to remember, the child. He's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult. We'll see. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And the Torah says that Ben Sorer Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sorer Umora is really executed, not according to what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah Almighty to be executed before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkafically problematic, doesn't delve into all of this. But often like happens with halacha, let's begin first with some of the mechanistic. So Ben Sorer Umora, Amos and Asa Ben Sorer Umora, when did a child become Ben Sorer Umora, right? From what age? Mishayavish Besadas, the Achiyaki Sohor. So literally again, the time that he brings 2 heads, which is a sign of physical maturation, Achiyaki Chazak, that literally says that his beard fills out. By the way, right? It doesn't mean his face beard, but rather it doesn't mean maturation. He wears Ella, so give you short video. That's not in a clear way. So they didn't want to be explicit. If it prefers ultimately, they're going to do it. They didn't want to be explicit. Therefore, he said it's a little bit of in a nice Shemar. Ben Lobas says, and I have a rebellious son, first of all, a son and not a brother. Which is enough, there's no fast so that right? There's no female equivalent. Right? Furthermore, Ben below Ish. Furthermore, again, it's a Ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means that go Ben below Ish. Katan Shlo Baba Baba, Katan is Katan. Like as ultimately, again, a Katan has not yet come to the efforts over. Therefore, again, also that's the impression that's on the Katan, you know, in the Katan. So from where do we know that a Katan, that a child ultimately again is, but the child can't become Ben Sorer Umora, right? So the tiny time out, should have brought up with Mitzvah, because a Katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this. And therefore, again, a Katan can be Potter, for which the Gemara says, you see, Efa Ashketan, the Anash HaKasot, the Haki, Daka, the boy parents, just one second. The science of the Gemara saying over here is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach me that a katan is not such a of a solar mora. But that's obvious. Why would you ever think that a katan is such a solar mora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So I don't need a specific text that a katan is exempt. Which the Gemara says, I don't have to tell you. This is what I need to say. Atu ben solar mora afet on yehalad, Hashem sof on yehalad. So it says we're going to discuss ben solar mora, why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done. Right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What has ben solar mora done? What has he done? He stole money. He stole money and he bought meat and he drank wine. That's good. Like, that's good. That's something not so why is
that speech every time they lose a street foot? Every single time they stand up, they go, let's get a beer together. This guy's a fuck. You know? Right? I love that. Yeah. But it's a little weird. It's definitely weird. But there's some dudes that just want to get the mic. They just want to start talking. I hear it. You know, there are dudes. There's some dudes that I have to interview in the UFC, and the UFC's like, last question, stop. No more questions. Because, like, they have a commercial. I like those. Also, like, when the guy grabs, like, starts turning his own. Great. Yeah. Chaelson and fucking mastered it. Yeah, he was the first guy. He was the first guy to figure it out. He was the first guy to figure out how to cut like a pro wrestling type promo inside the cage. Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck.
Ben
below each. He's the greatest of all time.
Ben below each customer. Furthermore, again, was like, I love you.
It was really fun. McGregor took shit talking to a whole new level, yes. I feel like Chael will open the fucking door.
I'm going to be
He's the OG. He's the OG of MMA shit talking for
sure. It says, if a
and still
man will go
the
ahead
most clever
and
at
have
it.
a son,
Yeah,
then
it's very clever.
as
Yeah,
some
the
of
fucking
us would also
the Brazilians thinking of
who
plus was
becomes
a
a Venezuelan Moran, then is just recently entered into marriage. So this is interesting, by the way. That a Venezuelan Moran has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently married
he's quite a fucking character. Yeah, McGregor
Ben
shit talking.
is someone
Yeah, who the fuck is that
who
guy?
became an issue.
His current shit blows my
But he's
face.
still a Ben. So he's
Yeah,
a
I
young
love what he does.
who has just
Fucking
relatively
idiot.
recently entered into Jewish adulthood.
He's
Incredible.
like
It's
right
incredible
down
because
Akon.
the
He was talking about
That's
the White House.
So I'll say, so
Yeah,
again,
I hope he gets
all
to the
of
White
this
House. I'm gonna do my best. I hope he does that. And that's, I'm not saying the Michael Chandler one is good. That's a smart one. That's a smart one. It's a marketable one. Everybody knows they're supposed to fight years ago. They did the Ultimate Fighter together. And also Chandler's still fucking dangerous as shit. He's not washed. He's not in his prime, but he's like 38 or 39 years
So
old
what's
now.
interesting about this, by the way, is
He's
a
a
tremendous
dangerous
level
guy.
of
He's
specificity
crazy fit,
regarding
too. And he
regarding
blows me. I can get him
right?
out of
Right, so the nice again, the nice says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pubic hair that surrounds again.
Yeah, I'm gonna not say anything bad about Trump until that fight.
You're not gonna test anything, right? So I say, I just want to put us in the position. You want it for yourself.
Bro, look what Donnie called him a fascist, and he had him in the Oval Office. Did you see that? And he's like, you free let George. He's like, it's okay, just go. Bro, I hate to go on Trump. Have you seen the Plex?
So I'll say, what's the general approach?
I heard about it.
We don't want to do it. We don't want to do
So
it.
his Plex under everybody's. And what is he? It'll try to like
specificity regarding pubic hair.
the clip I read.
Message.
He talks
What's
about
the
the
takeaway message for this level of
That's all the
specificity?
Jackson Clinton.
They don't want to do it.
The Clinton
They don't
one
want
is
to do
like
it. So I said,
basically
if you're
like
getting
I
into
got lucky
this,
with
the
the economy because of the fucking tech.
accuracy
Also,
to
that at the end, he's like, and then his wife tried to run
Right,
against Donald
right,
Trump.
right. We're making accuracy in this. Like, make accuracy. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. We will essentially make it as
Does it really get lucky? Like, who's writing these things? Not writing.
That's the thing.
Joe Biden
So
says
I'm
that.
going to start Cartoon Show,
Let me read from the top. This is
Font
crazy.
Child. That
This is
automatically
underneath
becomes
a
How do
photo
you
in
know?
the White
Now,
House. It's so
here,
crazy.
Ish, then Leish ben velo ben.
Look at this. Sleepy Joe
What's this
Biden
interesting
was by
reference?
far the worst president in American history.
An adult.
So
An adult
crazy.
fathers a child.
Taking office
That
as a
child
result
can
of the most
become a
corrupt
solar
election
model.
ever
But
seen
at the end of
in
the
the
day,
United States. Biden oversaw a series of unprecedented disasters.
a minor father's a child. Ultimately,
Yeah, that's
again,
weird.
that child cannot
Unprecedented disasters
event
that are nations
with
to
the
the brink
United
of
States.
destruction.
If I
Its
live
policies
in
caused the
the
highest inflation ever
What's
recorded,
that? You get
leading
things.
the U.S.
And you
dollar
name around.
lose
You
more than
name
20% of its value in 4 years.
dollars.
This Green
Thinking,
New
name a
scam
car. Yes, then
surrendered American energy
a man will have a
dominance
child.
and
Or there's
by
a man, right,
abolishing
but then
the
we'll
southern
finish.
border.
Mike Kiel
Border
Ish,
Biden,
then,
like
why
21
does it
million
think
people
that
from
a
all
man
over the
will have a
world
child?
poured
Kiel
into the United
Ish,
States,
then
including from prisons,
Nami no,
jails,
the people
mental
have
institutions, and
ultimately
insane
the
asylums.
He
said
a
2 things
minor,
out of this
a child, like quote unquote, a child, father's a child, and also they can become their son. I, the Imakule,
His
the
Afghanistan disaster
also,
was
I
amongst the
was
most
maybe
humiliating events in American history
or
and resulted in the murder of 13 brave American service members, which many others
my
Many others
Ish,
gravely wounded.
ultimately again,
Seen
what is it
with many others gravely wounded.
ultimately
Seeing
again,
Biden's devastating weakness,
we can learn how both of
Russia
these
invaded Ukraine and Hamas terrorists launched their heinous October 7th attack on Israel. This is crazy. Nicknamed both sleeping and crooked.
and the other halacha that is a child, father's a child, that's
Like all
also
public
is
got
not
together.
subject
I
to the
got a
halacha
name for this
concerning.
guy.
That's
Was
so
dominated by his
So listen,
radical
so we're
left hand. It's like how radical left is in caps too.
I don't want to look
They
at
and
the
their
whole
allies
because
in
in
the
your
fake
session
news
we'll see
media
this,
attempted to cover up your mental
on
decline.
future document. But I just want to say an
An
interesting
unprecedented
connection, right?
use of
If you
auto
notice, the velocity
This is so crazy. You shouldn't be allowed to do this,
he was
right? It
lamenting
should
the
be
low
like
ticket,
historians
but he was
say,
lamenting the fact that he
this guy was
so much
president from
so much potential
it's like,
that
yeah,
remains
that's like Donald Trump saying back
unrealized. They don't realize. It's
despite
incredible
all,
because
President Trump
Ben
would get
Solar
reelected in a landslide and save America in all caps. That's a
was
black
nervous
man in the
about the
White House.
potential
He's
that
not
will
being
be realized. But Ben Solar
dictator
Mora,
judges. This is like an African dictatorship.
he is executed because of what he will become. So Ben Solar Mora was concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to their society. So Leslie Hopkins is lamenting unrealized potential, and then Solar Mora is executed because of potentially or realized potential. Potentially realized potential. It's incredible
Where he
how
could just
much
go crazy.
is
I
focused on
think anyone's got
potential, negative potential,
I don't think
positive potential, and sort of
the problem is
negative
it opens up
potential,
the door for someone with their version.
positive, unrealized positive potential.
Who's going to be the Democrat?
Incredibly sucks. I just really
Gavin Newsom. He's not going to fucking, but of course he would. Of course he'll like Trump on Twitter. You don't think blacks that talk about how corrupt Trump was and about how terrible and his voters lying over 5,000 times by blocks the post prohibited his half the
each of us possesses so much incredible
he can
potential.
put that under his photo though.
Each of
Like,
us
that's
is
never
that
been a thing that
rolled
people did
up
before.
safe authority.
For sure.
I mean,
I don't guess it. What was it for?
Change his ways. He could choose to go and realize his potential dramatically. To go ultimately again, make sure you unlock your potential, not have to show it, keep yourself in a trajectory. But you have to be so careful when you have corrupt that potential and not to realize it and do that. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in this document, but I mentioned we'll get ahead of ourselves. Everyone.
What are you talking about? You don't think he wrote it? You think a blackie wrote it? I don't fucking find out. I don't know what's going on. It's whoever's writing his tweets wrote that. Yeah. Same shit. He's got to be writing his tweets. I think they made a video of it, right? So the video is like.
All right, so say good morning or good morning or good off. I'm great to post off Hashem to be able to begin the week. Very much around here. Today's daf is Sunnah Fest.
So if he did
This morning is dedicated by our annual Talmud Torah month, the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shumas Roshos this year.
It's like you're.
Close. For the Solos Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. I'm Shvizot Yom Hashem.
Where each
Should
Jew
be a week
person,
of Mel and Karen Ram in honor of Ilui Nishmas. Mordechai Ben Yisrael. Yochanan Mertz about Tam Tov and Shalom Havan Aliyah and the family in Komo. So we hope that this is we can when which more of our hostages come home, our holy soldiers are successful. We should just be Zochar Hashem to brachos, Yeshuas, and Chamas for all of Klal Yisrael. Those with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samachas 68. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem actually at the top of Samachas 68. So the Gemara quotes the section from Rabbi Akiva. So remember again, Rabbi Akiva mentioned in the Mishnah about the collection of kishun, collection of cucumbers or gourds. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnayim lokim kishun, echad loki pater, ve'echad loki chayiv. Sometimes someone can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes a person can be chayiv, sometimes a person can be pater. So the Gemara in Mishnah said, what does that mean? So if a person actually harvests the cucumbers and he engages in an act of loot, so they would be potters. So I'm going to talk about that for a little bit. So the Gemara says,
under ideal circumstances, you might. But instead, we dominate this motherfucking bottle of ranch.
So Rabbi Akiva and
why?
Why not?
Because it's athleticism.
Colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. And you're going to see the context of this story in just a little bit. So Rabbi Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, definitely about to die as soon as he died. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under a canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Rabbanan were outside. Literally tracking means like in an antechamber. They were sitting in an antechamber, the hallway. But also Yom Erev Shabbos, and it was Erev Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? Nichnas, Porkinos, So Porkinos, so this is Rabbi Eliezer. So Rabbi Eliezer's son is Porkinos. This was Rabbi Eliezer ben Porkinos. He had a son who named after his father, Porkinos. Again, if you have time to talk a little bit more about Rabbi Eliezer ben Porkinos himself, was a disciple of Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Horkinus went in to remove his tefillin. So again, remember, Rabbi Eliezer, the father, very ill, his son comes in on Shabbos to remove his father's tefillin on Shabbos. So Go'ar Bo, the Yatzav in his tefillin. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. A little bit again, rebuked him and causing his stuff to move. Amr Lahan Lechareirav, Kirdima Ani Shekaito Sha'aba Mitzvah. So Horkinus sees the Abba ostensibly to move back and forward to visit Rabbi Eliezer. And Horkinus, his son says, here, that my father is not going to happen like this. Right after chasing me out the room like this, after rebuking me, okay, that my father is not going to happen like this. So what happens? Eliezer hears this, and he says, and Daito Itasino. So Rabbi Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem, but rather again it's my son Horkinus and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are mentally not lacking mental clarity. Why? Let's literally translate. How could it be that they are not careful with this skila, and they're worried about again my children? So what's happening here? It's interesting enough. So Rabbi Eliezer is going ahead and rebuking his son and his wife, Rabbi Eliezer's wife, not properly preparing for Shabbos. He felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they're not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that Chassid will be without Shabbos. Instead, they're focused on taking their children. So that's what we're saying like this. Very on Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe he's going to finish his rabbi. But preparing on Shabbos, that could be a serious issue to already saw. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi says this is the third short line. Hadlokas haner, v'hasmanas kamin, bones in the davar she'ino ela iser shlos. The maniach turn Shabbos in time. Shabbos in
What are you saying? What are you saying, Mr. Aquarius?
Focusing on all the wrong things. focus on getting my phone off stuff. What's the worst case scenario? I go ahead and I wear phone on Shabbos. So what? So what? And most of the better to go ahead and don't worry about this. You're not going to worry about the property. So again, what's that? The Marshal says,
We haven't said the fees. Yeah.
This is so cute.
So the nice again, he's rebuking his son. They're probably very and they said 4 amos.
Miss Aquarius, what are you watching? Miss Aquarius, what are you watching?
It's a game where we choose a theme, and then within that theme, we put on a song, and everyone has to guess their song within 30 seconds.
This is the closest I can think of my hair.
The faster the people guess their song,
It's a big enough broadcast.
It's not multiple choice.
I remember the attached last night. And
Give me multiple choice. I could probably find it. It's a bad song names. Everything. Here, there. Multiple choices. I can picture them.
Miss Aquarius, what are you? Miss Aquarius. 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 Miss Okay. Aquarius, can you hear me? Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius.
And enough sense to be able to understand that maybe it's that we visit
What up, Zoo?
Which I mean, Eliezer would not back down. He would not back down. So what is it?
I don't know if she knows she's in here or what. I'm gonna have to turn her sound down.
Why did you guys
No, I know you do. I know you did. Oh, there she goes.
Once upon a time,
Now that's yeah.
was about that.
Did you enjoy it?
The old tradition was not much about that, which means when a Rebbe dies, what happens? What happens?
I know the things that he did.
Not share, went with him to the grave, which is why so often Gemara is very great
I heard about it.
extract whatever last where they have the ability to do. Now,
He's entitled to his opinion.
But he's about to die. So they're trying to get, so they come, Rabbi Kiva says, Rebbe, we're here to learn Torah. Give us whatever you can before you die.
Are you ready? Zoo, you
You
were really a dick to me yesterday.
I know, let's just know. So where have you been at this entire time? Why are you only coming here?
I said very nicely to you. Hey, I can't talk right now. Doing something, and you're like,
enough time. We got busy.
you're so boring. Dog, it's not my fucking job to keep you entertained.
So let's back to them. To Mia and me,
Zoo,
Zoo, guys. If you will
Zoo, do you actually think that I want you to come in here and insult me? Okay, my stream is not meant to be the most exciting stream ever. If it was, I'd go run in traffic until a bunch of people saw what I was doing. My stream is archived, human. You know, Zoot, I've sent you an invitation. I don't want to be insulted. I don't like it. And unless you want me to tear your ass, which I can much worse than you could ever me, you're going to be respectful.
Just there's a lot of emotion involved in this.
Dude, if I'm so bored, go do something else. Go do something else. I don't need this.
Which he was.
Dude, accept my invitation, or I'm going to continue doing my thing. Zoot, again, Zoot, accept my invitation, or go do your own thing. It's known as mini golf, and I'm waiting for you. That's incorrect.
People go through life, and we have plenty of opportunities. And how do we justify not taking our opportunities, not taking advantage of our opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you lose out on an opportunity because the quote-unquote don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death.
No.
What is that?
Usually in one of two places. One of three places.
That's it.
One of three locations.
Take advantage of your life opportunities. Listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. Why? Because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But you know, that's not how life works.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? You just fucked yourself, Zoot.
Other opportunities down the road. The ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, you cannot regain them. So Releza perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their
what a dick move
is, I don't have time. Just understand, every time you don't have time and you pass up on a life opportunity, you're killing that opportunity.
No, you can't.
Like you're killing it right now, like that one, right? But like you've lost out on that, and that's that is a door that shuts, and once it shuts, you cannot reopen it. So it's like this is
fuck you, Zoo. That was bullshit, and you know it.
So many of us, we go through life.
Zoo, what do you want me to do about it?
It's opportunities for learning. It's opportunities for helping yourself.
Can you get a better shot than that?
Right here? That's a good shot.
Arm too tired.
That's a good.
Arm too that.
That's a great shot.
Every single time. You pass up on a life opportunity because I quote unquote.
You're not going to get it into it.
That opportunity has
you should give up that pipe dream. You should give up that pipe dream, son.
Maybe other ones. But once the opportunity dies, it's dead and going to you forever.
If you were to squeeze it through there perfectly.
So what happens? So they will say now Rabbi Lezer is about to die. Rabbi Lezer himself is about to die.
Oh, Zoot, that was an amazing shot.
So they'll say this is a profound Gemara. Rabbi Lezer takes his two arms.
Zoot, that was amazing. I did not think you had any chance of making that. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you're playing?
That are like two Sifrei Torah that are rolled.
I would have been prouder if I actually got it. I could have got it.
Two columns of the same colors crossing over his chest.
I know.
And he's saying,
what are your thoughts on this hole? How are you going to do?
When a Sifrei Torah is rolled, can't see the letters.
Why would you do that? Why would you do such a bad shot?
What he's truly lamenting is this idea of unactualized.
My shot was not good.
I had all of this, right? I had all of this in me, and yet I will say, this is such an overwhelming idea that when a person leaves,
I think I am.
Sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest amount, you know what I'm saying? I know this. You know, when a person on a deathbed, no one ever says, "Oh, you know what?
Dude, that was an amazing shot."
All the places I wanted to vacation in, and I just like, oh, for me, and Paris was waiting for me. No one ever on the deathbed laments decisions they didn't take. No, at least I don't think so. least not think to that. What do people amend?
Are you proud of that shot?
The opportunity they had to actual potential and failed to do so. Because that potential.
What a crazy shot I just had. No way you making that. No way.
Was rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah?
Did you see Shane Gillis was on Joe Rogan yesterday?
You can't learn from it because you can't
How much
see
do
it.
you make off? How
So
much
the
do
answer
you
is referring to himself as that rolled
You have been on this whole like 60 times.
Torah limarati. So much. And I
This is the most amazing shot.
Are you proud of the shot that you just had?
How does that shtim? He just said that he's like going
Yeah,
old
get it in
Sefer
the
Torah,
next
which
shot.
means he can't see the print. But then he says, I learned so much and I taught so much. Otherwise, we're saying something.
Are you sure?
Yes, I did a lot in life. I
I
learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been
Go in the water.
so much more. And that's
Zoot.
the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more.
Zoot, make the shot.
I could have been more.
You could make
I
it.
could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. He goes on and he says, I learned so much.
Word, dog.
But the truth is,
But I just tied for the lead, son. Now I'm going to take the win. Zoot, I'm going to take the win from you.
Oh, this is not the hole you want to go first.
Drinking water, he doesn't diminish the water. So too, again, I learned from Marabayan, but there was so much more I could have learned.
Rabbi, do you know why this is not the hole you want to go first?
Zoot, I just had about the most perfect shot you could have.
So much more to drink. Harbe Torah the Martin, below Chesamida Ella Kimakacho B'Feres.
I think we
I
got a
taught
tie.
so much Torah, but my students didn't take any more from me from like a tube from like an applicator. In other words, it's my
Rabbi,
it was like a
What are you going to do, baby?
I gave so much to
Damn
my
it.
students, but it was just a
You went for the win?
A little old. Not only that, Ella. So again,
You could still bounce it off a tree.
Lamenting an unfulfilled life, unless you think you did.
Zoot, you lost.
It's like I learned a lot. I taught a lot. But
What are your thoughts on losing?
So much more. My personalistic Sefer Torah
what are your
is
thoughts
rolled
on
up.
Dick
Can't
suck?
see the print, and I
Calm
can't.
down.
I go
Are you
right
for
in of knowing
literati?
I could have been more. That my life could have.
No, we're not
been
going
more. He
to
goes on. He says, "V'lo,
Wow.
Ela shani shor shlosh mes halos b'daheres azov,
Because
v'lo hoy
we're
hoy
gonna
adam
do.
sheshamuni bahen davar me'olam."
We're doing Moncalas, son.
I
That
know
would do cool.
300 halachas with the baheres azov. What's baheres azov? So baheres is a type of saras. Azov means bright. So I was saying this. I have very like specific knowledge.
Mount Color has always been boring.
Saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. V'lo ela sheni shor shlosh minos halachos, or really shlosh halachos, benetias kishuim, v'lo haya adam shalani bahem davar me'olam.
What's a boring game to you, Zoot?
And I know 300 halachos. Some say 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, so a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers. We'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except about the Akiva.
You think literati is a boring game?
No one ever asked me anything except the Akiva. So come just a second. Why? What's the story about the Akiva and Eliezer and Horkinos and cucumbers into this? Achos.
Zoot, what is your problem?
So Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos tells the story. Says one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amrali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdeni benetios kishu. Teach me about that sorcery when it comes to
You're wild, son.
cucumbers. First white line. Amarti davar echad. So Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinos said, I said one word, and it was a sorcery word. I said one word of kishuf. Nismala kolasa de kishu, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. So we'll say it's pretty incredible. But we're gonna obviously going to talk about how exactly is it permitted that
You're up, big dog.
Is engaging in sorcery. Again, we'll discuss that. But I said I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Normally, Rabbi Maratani Nityasan, Maratani Akivasan. So Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Tell me how to harvest it. So
You're up, big dog.
I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible.
Zoot,
Amulo.
I have 20 points, dog.
So again, that just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yoshua about the halachas.
Sounds like you're gonna win.
The Gemara was asking, Rabbi
What are you gonna
Akiva
do?
versus Rabbi Yoshua. It seems from the Sunnah
I can still win.
Rabbi Akiva actually
All right, let's see you do it.
Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point. We're going to go back to that in just a moment. So we'll say, so at this point in time, the Gemara jumps back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this video see that he's holding of sound mind.
Maybe.
So therefore, they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amrullah, so Rabbi Eliezer, Hakador,
You fucked up.
almost that
Dude, it's over for you, son. Dude, do you know that you just lost?
So there was this interesting, they asked Rabbi Eliezer,
Yeah, we are.
a question regarding Tumah and Tara. So literally like a ball, or Rashi says over here, a weight, kamir, amulet, a pouch for gems,
All right, shower after we play pool.
or a weight. So all things Rashi points out that we made from leather and something else.
Do you call it? We call it billiards.
What's the Tumah and Tara question? Again, another organist gives them halachos of Tumah and Tara. Fine. Minal shagabi imos mahu. So then, what is the halacha of the shoe?
Dude,
That
get the
is still
fuck
on its
up.
form. Let's say you have a shoe, and the shoe's being fashioned in form. It's not complete. What's its halacha regarding Tumah and Tara? Amar lahen hutar. Ultimately, again, it's not a completed kli. That's what the husband of the Gemara says. V'yatzan nishmasal v'tara. The last word that Rabbi Eliezer said, the last word he said was tar, was pure. Those were the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua aragla v'amar chutra haneder, chutra haneder. Rabbi Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately, again, we release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So we'll say, so they lifted, the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from Rabbi Eliezer and Horkanos after he passed away. Incredible. That's what it means. Chutra haneder, chutra haneder. So the Gemara says as follows: the Lamasi Shabbos. Now again, so the husband working his died, and I gotta say, incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died,
How did I miss that shot, Zoot?
that was his last word. So the Lamasi Shabbos. Hagabah Rabbi Akiva Minke. Sorry, the Lord. I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say. So now, this. Remember, when did this story happen? This whole story happened on Friday. Because remember again, that's how the whole thing started. That his son working his skin to remove his tefillin. It was Erev Shabbos. So the Levaya was on Lamasi Shabbos. Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva apparently, must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left.
Did you just hit the 8-ball in?
And Rabbi Akiva therefore runs into the funeral procession on Lamasi Shabbos.
What did you do?
Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea,
All right.
Caesarea to Lud.
Do you want to play? Or are you gonna go take a shower?
Akiva was striking himself.
I mean, dude, what do you want me to do? Remember, you used to dominate me in this game. Like you absolutely used to whoop my ass. Do you remember that?
Over the death of Rabbi Eliezer, instead of he was mourning the loss of Torah. Because the halacha is you're not allowed to lacerate yourself mourning for the dead. He wasn't lacerated mourning the dead. Rather, again, he was just he could not take the pain of all the Torah that was lost. With the death of Rabbi Eliezer himself.
Yeah, you're up, big dog. I don't really
So
know.
ultimately, again, he said the pasuk that actually Elisha said about Eliyahu and Eliyahu and Navi died. Right? He said to him, he said, Avi, my father. Rechav Yisrael parashav. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and its riders. Harbing Mo. So again, he referred. It's very beautiful. He referred to Eliezer as his father, and as a chariot, right? Just like the chariot gets the rider from location A to location B. Rabbi Eliezer was someone who was moving Klal Yisrael forward at every junction. But Rabbi Akiva says, "Harbe ma'os yeshli ve'ein li shulchani lahartzosim." Ultimately, again, I have so much money, right? I have all these coins, but I have no money changer. Like no money changer to show me how to properly utilize them. We'll say this is an incredible soul. We'll say sometimes. The Mishnah tells us.
Are you proud of that combo shot? Dude, are you proud of that combo shot?
We need a Rebbe. All of us. By the way, a Rebbe doesn't even have to be like a rabbi.
This is a terrible shot.
Right? We need someone. We all need someone who can help us with perspective.
It just was not looking good.
A lot of times, I have all the stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way so as to maximize my personalistic success.
Bring
Right? It's
her.
interesting. Rabbi Akiva is not saying, what does he say? He says, I have so much
No
money,
way.
but I don't have.
No way you get this.
What does a money changer
This is a
do?
mess.
What does a money changer do? I guess this time of money changer, you bring all of your coins, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you
Dude, just
have
don't miss.
and maximize what you have.
Dude, whatever you do, don't miss. Dude, whatever you do, don't miss.
I have the knowledge, but he helps me take it and figure out how to best maximize
Dude,
it. Sometimes
you just dig yourself in.
Is not knowing how to utilize
No, I set myself up
weapons
for very
that we
good.
have. I have so much.
I gotta
have
do
so much.
a couple
But I
80
need
shots
to
there.
figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Isn't it interesting? Especially like
Then you
I find
create
this a lot.
the
We live in
third.
an age.
You might be able to
Used
get
to
this
be
on
you
as
needed
well.
a Rebbe for information. Right? You needed a Rebbe for information. I will say the truth is
Yeah,
today
they're
you need a
cool.
Rebbe for information. Not really, right? You got
The yellow
the
one's gonna be
8-second daf, the 25-second daf, right? Half a daf, part of a daf, a whole daf, right? You could, right? You get in any
Yeah, baby.
medium you want. You do not need a Rebbe for
You're in
information.
the late.
You don't. You get information however I get information. What a Rebbe does for us, for all of
You know
us,
what the best
all of
way
us,
is?
it's not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't be one person, it's multiple people. Is, okay, so I get my information. How do I use it?
Kiss shot. Did that
How
count?
do I organize it? How do I set
Yep.
myself up in a
That
way
was the best
where
shot of the
so
game.
I can be successful. And
Am I stripes or solids?
This is one of the biggest challenges of our art, right? Because it's kind of like
Stripes.
there's all the yomis, right?
Dude,
That's
what-
the most important shot.
Right, kids are Mishnah, the first day, and what happens? And
Rabbi,
they're doing
you don't
the
like
Mishnah, and they're doing the kids, and they're doing everything simultaneously. You can ask them 5 minutes later, what do you remember? The answer is 0, right? But I'm going through my whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes we make in life is we're absorbing all the information. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing
Dude, are you ready for a
sometimes I
wash?
should be doing everything and focusing. Right, base marriage, home, chavrusa, all these things. And it's everything. Daka, shalom, bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it?
Dude, I'm going to dedicate this next shot to your comedy career. Don't you play again?
I have the information. But what do I do with it? How do I organize
All right.
it? How do I
What
set
stand-up
myself
set are
up
you
for
gonna do?
success in life? That's what I need
Doesn't matter.
Rebbe for. It's amazing. And when Rabbi Akiva lost that,
Oh, yes, it does. All right, are you going to shower or you want to play another one?
He's overwhelmed. Who's going to help me make
All right.
Seder in my life? Who's
When
going
do you
to
do your
help me
stand-up
create
set?
a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going
That's
to help me with that?
tomorrow.
You see, again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. Overwhelmed by the loss. It's
So
incredible.
when is that?
So he goes
Sunday?
back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from here? Rabbi Akiva didn't.
So you do it on Monday?
Knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer. Which makes you right. Rabbi Eliezer, the low supper. Other Gamma Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra originally he learned from Eliezer, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it again from Rabbi Yeshua, and this time he understood it. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara goes like, hey, Chila B'Achi. Now everyone say, the Gemara is like, whoa, can we hold up here just a second? How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collectively? Isn't that Kisha? So we're Gemara is Vana today. Ha'osa Ma'aseh Chayiv Le'Islam. Right? Ha'osa Ma'aseh Chayiv. So ultimately, how you have to do this? Isn't that it's the right to engage in Kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic Shine. We'll say sometimes again, especially someone like Rabbi Eliezer, has to understand how things work in order to be able to prosper it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I say you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to Talk to us about it. Amar, los last los asos. Sorry for those do not learn in order to replicate, in order to mimic that which the nations of the world do. Lasos so ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. Atalamid, lahavin, ulaholik. So ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other, for that matter, or anything else, in order to do it for themselves. And if a person is to learn it, in order to understand, in order to teach it, that's when not doing it. So, you know what? Listen, it's important to understand that I don't move the ground meat in the people, right? In other words, like that. To understand it, right? And I need to understand some non-jobs that become proficient. No, calm down, right? Right? What it means like this, that somebody who needs to pass through halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't pass through if you don't understand it. So already, I mean, also you need to pass through a different situation regarding kishut, needed to understand how it was working, and that's why he taught Rabbi Akiva not for the purpose of going ahead and performing. And performing such a for the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamic of things. Okay, what's that? I just looked out. I just learned that's something amazing. Actually, we'll say it later. How'd love? I don't need such a website. No, is it that? Good. Let's look at who's first clarity insurance. Let's nowadays, all right, so it's a short week celebration, let's go. Right, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right? Good, now move on. Let's say some of us is just about it. That's the great metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life. You know, in the belt, when you go out and you accomplish something, you see this, right? Like win a Super Bowl. Oh, what are you going to do now? Right? I understand, like, okay, now you have a break, now you do this. When you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment, what are you doing? Next moment, move on. Move on, right? Give yourself a prayer, 5 seconds, take your accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So let's say, here we go. Samach Chesed 60 AB. Ben Sorer Mora. So now this is our next paragraph. Right? So let's remember again, just kind of like a quick overview. Ben Sorer Mora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, you're going to remember, the child. He's not a child, he's an adult, a legal adult. We'll see. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachas, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And the Torah says that Ben Sorer Mora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that it should warrant execution. So we'll see, of course, is that Ben Sorer Mora is really executed, not as much for what he did, but what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents a profound threat to the community, and therefore Allah to be executed before he can become an actual threat. Now again, which is hashkatically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often that happens with halacha. Let's begin first with some of the mechanisms. So Ben Sorer Mora, Be'emos and Asa Ben Sorer Mora. When could a child become Ben Sorer Mora? Right? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, actually Yaakov has also now. That literally sounds like until his beard fills out. Now the commercial just said, by the way, a calf don't follow al metaphor. But it doesn't mean a space beard, but rather again it means physical maturation. Right? The word Elmar, Shadidu from the Russian Nikia. Chazal spoke in an inner way. Right? So they didn't want to be explicit. If it's refers again to pubic hairs, like they didn't want to be explicit like that. So therefore they said it in a little bit of in a nice solution. And Ben Lobas, as it says, and a man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son, not a daughter. Interestingly enough, there's no soul reference, right? There's no female equivalent. Right? Furthermore, Ben below Ish. Furthermore, Ben and not a man. And that's exactly what that means as well. Ben below Ish. Katan, Potter, Katan is Potter, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the field of this. Okay? So therefore, that's the question so much. Just one second. katan, we know from which we know that a katan, that a child ultimately again is part of the time out, as a katan hasn't come to the responsibility of the system. Therefore, again, a katan is going to be pater. To which the Gemara says, "Yisu heicha ashkechon, the anash akasot, the hafif tafa, the boy kran." There's no one second. It sounds like the Gemara saying over here is the Gemara needs an explicit teaching to teach you that a katan is not subject to halachas ben sorah mora. But that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halachas ben sorah mora? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific pasuk to teach me that a katan is exempt? Which the Gemara says, I don't have to tell you. This is what I need to say. After ben sorah mora afet on helad, Hashem sof on helad. So it says we're going to discuss a ben sorah mora. Why is he executed? He's not really executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What is ben sorah mora done? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, right? Not good, but certainly not an executable offense, right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned of what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that Remaisa, if he's exhibiting these type of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he is going to become when he gets older. So the Gemara says, "Dal savonera afilu katan." And matter of fact, since we kill it for what he's going to become, maybe these halachos should apply. Maybe he's a katan. Right? It's really ben sorah mora is not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute even a katan for exhibiting this type of early stage of religious behavior. Kamash Malon teaches us that a katan is not held to carry his action, but a katan is always going to be action. Then the old ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, we'll say the halacha. Gemara says ben below ish. We're going to see the halacha. What this means is ben below ish means camping a katan. As a katan in general, then held the camp. I'm going to do the damarav. Damakra v'chiyah leish ben. Because it says if a man will go ahead and have a son, then a son will be included also. Who becomes a ben sorah? A ben who is recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way. The ben sorah mora has to be an adult, but again, he's a recently by mitzvah adult. So when it has to be a ben, a son of the ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a ben. So he's a young ish who has just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible. It's just a little bit like the Achi Yakiv Zakar Tachton. So Tanya Achi Yakiv Atala. So again, remember all of this discussion about Zakar, about a beard, is a euphemism, not for his face beard, but rather again about physical maturity, or I should say pubic maturity. So the Gemara says Achi Yakiv Zakar Tachton. Achi Yakiv Atala. Okay, until there's hair that literally surrounds the Akala. That's right. Okay, so let's say so. What's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pubic hair. Right? So the mace again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again it's pubic hair that surrounds again. Right? So I just want to something interesting. You want to be yourself, right? Really, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemaras that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a phase of executing people, so I'll say, what's the general approach? We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Beis to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding pubic hair, what's the takeaway message? It's the message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. Right? So if you're getting into this, that's kind of like we're making computers from pubic hair. Right. We're making computers from this. Right? What that shows you is the system does not and therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Chisda, Katan Shaholim Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sola Mora. First, by the way, if a Katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become Ben Sola Mora. How do you know? Shneimar, Kia Lish Ben, Lish Ben, or the Ben. So let's say it's interesting. The pasuk says Kia Lish. This means what? An adult. An adult fathers a child. That child can become a son. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that which we must times is a good enough. One second, we need that phrase. Or you name of God. What the God said to us. In Pro, yeah, then just that a man will have Ben always finished. Man can ish Ben. Why does it say that man will have a child? Ultimately, I teach Kislev that if a man, a child, right, call it a child, fathers a child, then offspring can become Ben Sarah Mora. I the Imam Kule, the Haki with the Alsar, I the Sidi, the entire constitution of this halacha. In Kinema Kra, then ish. For a Senate in the shore from then ish. My the ish then. Ultimately, again, what does it come to teach us? Ish then. Ultimately, again, what the Gemara says, Tarti. We can learn out both of these halachas. Like number one, halacha l'maisa, that again, halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa, that it has to be a child, right? Halacha l'maisa, that halacha certain people care. That's number one. And the halacha that if a child fathers a child, that's also is not subject to the halacha concerning that is so relevant. So we'll say, so that's what we're for today. So I don't want to rush to the whole Ben Sarah more because the Mitzvah Hashem will see this on in future documents. But I just want to point out an interesting connection over here, right? If you notice, Rabbi Elazar ben Horkinus, what's he lamenting? When he was almost dead, what's he lamenting? He was lamenting the rolled Sefer Torah. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much to give, so much potential that remained unrealized. And it's incredible because Ben Sarah is almost like the opposite. Ben Sarah is we're nervous about the potential that will be realized. And Ben Sarah Umora, the Gemara is he is because of what he will become. So Ben Sarah Umora is concerned about the potential he will realize, and that potential is needed and detrimental to the greater society. So as we're detrimental and realize potential, and then Sarah Umora is probably a lot more because of potentially or realize potential. Potentially to realize potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, negative potential, positive, unrealized positive potential, and incredibly so. I didn't show you any shots. Like how did we in shops? What did we speak about as a lawyer and Shakira. Right, about the greatest fear in life of miscarrying the greatest fear in life of leaving this world as a rose up. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Each of us is that rose up Satan. Even though it's so remote. And so tomorrow we're going to see we could change his ways. We could choose to go and realize the potential in different ways. The goal ultimately again is to make sure you see the corrupt your potential, you put yourself on a certain negative trajectory. We have to be so careful on learning not to corrupt our potential and not to live a life of unrealized. So we'll stop over here for today. A lot more to say in these documents, but I meant to go get ahead of ourselves. Everyone.
Well, they were saying that 315,000 early votes lacked the poll workers' signatures. We don't dispute the allegation. Right. So if that's true, they admit that 315,000 votes lacked poll workers' signatures, and they were counted in 2020. I don't think that's legal. Let's put that into complexity. Is that legal? Like, if that's true, is that legal? And should those votes be counted? Because here's where it gets crazy. Trump lost to Biden in Georgia by, I think it was 11,000 votes. I read data they've already done a hand count. This has been disputed for the last 5 years. Yeah. So what does that mean? They did a hand count of the votes. The thing is, it doesn't have the full signature, right? That's separate. Right, but what the accusation, at least, is that 315,000 lacked. So I guess we can read the accusation. It says 315,000 early votes that lack poll workers' signatures. So, yeah, the poll worker's supposed to sign every one of them, right? I was trying to read it, what this means. There's something like each day when they use the machine, they have to like zero out the machine to make sure, like, you know, it's starting at zero. And then at the end of the day, you gotta sign off on what it says. So someone's counted them or something like that. And they don't have evidence because there wasn't anything being signed that this even started at zero. They could have had their sample tally still on there from their practicing the machines to make sure they counted right. There's a lot of discrepancies on what that could have meant. I think it's a chain of custody issue. I don't know again.
All right, Kabosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
One of the things that it could mean is a 315,000 early votes.
Thank our sponsors for this morning's stop to thank our annual Common Torah sponsor. This year.
The problem is when you ask Trump about it, when I had him on the podcast, I'm like, you think they stole the 2020? Tell me what's the evidence?
And it reverberating through my mind.
He might not remember, he might have just said, tell me what they did. They had somebody work on it, and they told him, and then he starts talking about it, but he didn't really go in depth about it. I don't know. I was hoping they said they'll let through like propaganda shit, like what happened in those years. So instead, it was just down to like he thought like voter fraud, and which I'm sure there was some, but it was like you could have had an argument with what happened in 2020 and leading up to it. Yeah, you could definitely have one thing where you see the FBI and the Twitter files and all that shit. Laptops, bring that up. Yeah, they should run them. Charging officials and complaints agree that failing to obtain required poll worker signatures on the tabular tapes for roughly 315,000 early voter ballots in Fulton County was a violation of Georgia election procedure law, i.e. it was not done in compliance with the statute. But that does not automatically mean individual voters did anything wrong or that their ballots are criminally illegal. But it does mean the county certification process for those votes did not follow state legal requirements.
Would have been lost in the abyss. Thank you so very much.
So those were not supposed to have been counted, is that what you're saying?
It's like a little bit
Because it didn't follow the requirements.
For the next couple of minutes. When we get to learn Torah together,
That's what they're saying.
it's almost as if we
So it's scroll back up again, sorry here. So it says poll workers must also print and sign zero tapes at the start of the day to show machines begin at zero. These signed tapes serve as the official certification that reported totals from the scanner or method. That's what they require. So they require people to do that. So maybe someone didn't do that.
So sheer going around the Usually Mishnas,
36 of 37 advanced voting precincts in Fulton County had failed to sign population tapes.
All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today. A lot to do. Processes required by statute.
So
we left off on some of the days, and I want to
precinct tabulation tapes
like much to you. It might not look like much to you. I have on the camera is able to see it also. It's a sticker. I think I that up with me time every single morning, trying to figure out where we're up to. Even Baltimore. So Thursday is incredible. They stay and they're able to know you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes when I moved the sticker from yesterday's shear to this morning's shear. So we are picking up. It's really so Shkayach to the Tobias Mishpacha are dedicating toasted retail value 99 cents. But again, but tremendous Shkayach going to save us a lot of time. No, so again, we are picking up in Yer Hashem Rava, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, so the Gemara says as follows. Rava. We'll say, this is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 pieces on the canopies. Rava. So Rava says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. Sadiqim are so powerful that if they want to do it, they can do it. Shneimar, Kavanoseicham Hayum Abgirim. So this statement, if you think of it, Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, he both said, Leo Nikim Nikal. Now, here's the thing, Rashi is saying is like this. If Sadiqim wanted to create an entire world, I think Sadiqim create an entire world, because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once you cleanse yourself from sin, then there's no telling what you really do hygienic system. That's it's interesting. So he both that he can very out. And so he can wanted to create a world that can do something. Yeah, but how you must do this.
The thing I read is they're both
what is the definition? Like we speak about this a lot. What's the definition of Mitzvah? So we know, by the way, what's not the definition of Mitzvah? What's not the definition of Mitzvah? Right? What was that? A Russia, excellent, well done. I will say, by the way, after operating on consistent measure, very little sleep, I set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, scrap them solo, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. They are sound beautiful. So we'll say, okay. Also, all correct. Would you also begin to see all excellent answers, but not the way I was. So what I was going to say is, someone learns about it. What do I mean by that? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone does that. Right? Learning Torah doesn't make you excited. But learning Torah does opens up your soul to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik is? Like you're not going to say before not allowed. That's kind of like our baseline. Like you're not going to say before tzaddik is going to help others think about himself.
Maybe say something liberal. You don't say, but you have to be crazy liberal. Or if you said, I believe that there's two genders on the sky, you're done.
But as we spoke about in yesterday's down, reality or cognition is never enough.
They go crazy.
Do you know what is someone who understands that he has the ability to do all things. Let's say that's it.
Yeah, we should find out.
But the thing about truth, the meaning that I recognize, I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain in Australia. One of the most incredible things that
under 16 that this ban includes Instagram and TikTok, but does not include Blue Sky.
Whatever change you want to affect yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life.
Yeah, that's true. That is
so that's what Rabbi saying. Rabbi saying Tzaddikim have the ability to become Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to become Bali Tshuva, therefore what? We both Tzaddikim Bara Alma. It will say, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you?
Said, I'm trying to be zen about it, like something happened to him, I'm trying to be zen about it, and then this other guy underneath it chimes in, it would be great if you would stop being racist to Asians.
As many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't
SSRI soup.
Consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want, Tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rava says Tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. I will say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? I know you might be thinking to yourself,
so that's true.
I'm tired,
Blue Sky, which is just Twitter,
right? Let alone
but for super hardcore lefties, is not included.
Tap into this because this is cool.
So we don't find out. Put that in the book.
Tzadikim means
Find
like
out
Rashi
the
says,
Australian
Baruch
band
Shiva.
includes True
That's the
Social.
ability to create
Their band
and
account
reproduce.
Imagine if you get on True Social when you're 13, they'll want you a buck wild, but
Tomorrow goes
just
like
like
this.
tagging kids.
Rava, this is great. Rava, Baragavra. Rava actually created someone.
I thought it just said
Rava
Reddit
created a
was
person.
Reddit was
I always point out the stories of like the Golem, like it's like those stories are not don't start with the Maharal. The stories in the Gemara, like so Rava literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, look here. Right, Baragavra, they Sefer Yitzira. Shalom Yitzira Osil Shoshem. So literally, you're going to look at it as a Sefer Yitzira, which is a book that contains a Sefer that contains all the secrets of creation. And Rava literally went ahead and the person. What happened? Shagri Kameh, Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy, which was Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. But ultimately, again, the person that Rava created wasn't responding. He wasn't engaging in conversation. So apparently wasn't happy with it. He said, Rashi says, you are someone, right? You are created by someone else. Right, get out of here. Right? Go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So they'll say, because remember again, the creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera.
See if you can get porn, and that IQ test should be really
how to say shalom.
if you're smart, fuck
You don't know how to do Abbas. If you don't know how to give a word of physics, go ahead, go back to the dot. The world doesn't need people if you don't know how to interact and how to deal with together. Incredible. Listen to this. But if you know about having Yossi called Shabbos, they'll say Erev Shabbos Gemara. And Erev Shabbos Gemara, how ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Granted, it's yesterday's fact, but don't get into the details. Right now, listen to this. So these two other, Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Oshia, were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'aski b'sefer Yitzira. And they were learning Sefer Yitzira. That's what we're doing during Pentecost, right? Then you get a little later on. All of Erev Shabbos, they were Sefer Yitzira. And therefore, the whole Igmat Shosai. What did they do? They created themselves. Igmat Shosai doesn't mean it's third or half, or doesn't mean it's half that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat. The best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created like the Shosai from the Sefer Yitzira. And they ate it. And they ate it. So what's the point of this, Gemara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, to show the creative power of the so this is we get a verse of what's the definition of the Sabbath? Sabbath is saying recognize the creation. If you realize that you are broken to be about Shabbat, create yourself, recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible decision is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and realizes that he can recreate himself many times as necessary. That's the right thing. So the Gemara says, Tanabana. The Gemara says, Ma'onim, so back to what's the Ma'onim? The Rishon over, Zahamavir, Shiva Mine Zafar Ala'ai. This is something he takes seed from 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you start opening your eyes and you can't see it. Right? I'm just saying, right, so nice again, puts on his eyes and apparently that allows him to be able to see things. But some say it's not open his eyes. No, this is something that engages in perception. Right? Like an illusion, like a magician. Right? Somebody goes ahead and deceives people by making them engaging in some type of sorcery. He says, Zamachashim the shows. Let's listen to the Rabbi Kiva says, who's the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. What does that mean? Ma'omer, Hayom Yafa Latte. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. L'macha Yafa Likach. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shadiyas Chitun Yafa. So someone who says, oh, Erev, Shemitah, that's when the wheat is best. Ekure Kitnios Miyos Raos. So okay, what's the shot? What does that mean to say? I'm only with someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know why does that sound so bad? Because let's have all the right. Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment. See, the Ma'oni is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so how about not tomorrow? Like, Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. That your people, he says, we call that? We call that that's the issue. Alright, it's the alright life to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment to make things happen. You know what they become excellent in? They become proficient in waiting. They become professional waiters. Right, they become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire waiting to make things happen. Now, the Akiva says that don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Remember this right there. You must turn about on Menachish. What's Menachish? So let's say, Menachish is a person who believes like it's Omer Pito not from the other. Repeat. Like the person saying, right fell out of my mouth. That's about Omer. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Korilo me achora. The no korilo from my son called me from behind. These are things that people think like a bad omen. Ori korilo. The raven calls out to me. Svi nefsiko vagara. Here, ran right in front of me. Nachash mi amino b'shuro mismolo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe legitimate, right? In other words, if you have that right. Right, but the nice thing is, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, right? They hominize. Right? And it was. Yeah, let's take it around and put it together. My first football, life is told you first. I'm about to start a football, and then Guana falls out of the tree. Right by the football. Right by the football. I'm like, this can't be good. This can't be good. Right? Okay, good. Anyway. The whole time, I never had to cross my back for iguana. Okay, the Gemara goes like this. You can speak yes. The Gemara says as follows, right? Show me a small. Top with something on 66A. I'll still be. I will say a person when they're collecting taxes, the person says the tax collector, don't start from me. Right? Shabbasu, Chodeshu, Matzeh Shabbasu. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, right? You actually point out that you're paying your debts. You know what, again, these are all people organizing things. I tell a tax collector, it's not a good thing to start with you. Or I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's like, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, just all of these things. We don't believe in that. So again, I'm not going to make some time for accountants now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of responsibilities is now. I'm not most of that. And if you go through the Huda, the Opals, the Judge. It's the people who engage in all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they organize all these different things. But the Lord says, on the Torah on Shabbos, the David Shechayavan al Zedonal Karis, actually goes to also in general, when a person violates Shabbos, again, Halacha L'Maisa, the person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So it's something that they want to, so again, if you agree 5 parts, if you were to do so without Hasra, Halacha L'Maisa, you require Tzivah, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera ultimately will be in the cloud, the equilibrium is really sad to have in Hayab the law so is that to say that there is some type of full Shabbos that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally that you would not be trying us, or you wouldn't be trying Paris, would that be mine? The Marxist Kumin Bali Yeshiva, the Habara Bali, the Yeshiva holds that Kumin are Zabarel, and Rabbi Yossi holds that Habara, the Kumin is a lot of ultimately the Siddha, the Siddha, a lot of Hamekalo of the Yimai, actually probably the same. So listen, that's genius reference earlier on. The person counts, he's only kind if the person can make the actual, if the person goes ahead and creates some type of nickname. So what's the other name? The title is you try you, that's not fun and post. Says the Gemara, let's analyze Manka from the Torah, from the Nachman Yossi. The Sanya, Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. The Mikvah Sheimas. Torah says when you are killing the name of Hashem, and you want to so the Torah says, Matamalom, our shame, you need Amatalo, other the emo, Shayr, actually, so we can think that one person is parents. One is not higher but personal parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn around on a ish, matamalomer, ish, what is like matamalomer, sorry, matamalomer, ish, the rabbis pass tumtum badro. So each is another comes to include that even if one's parent is a tumtum or a joke, one might have thought on what might under the circumstances, do not hide the person's parent. Kamash Malon against whoever the parent is, one is hired to go, one is hired for person. Actually, Harel is public to the Eskimo. Who will curse his father or his mother. Amy Ella Abid, we know, so I only know from the person one of them tried to curse him, mother and father together. Abid Shalom Emo Shalom Abid. I don't have an idea for cursing one of my parents. Abid Emo Kilo Dama Bo. Abid Kilo Emo Kilo Rabbi Yosef. Even though it's said mother and father understand it as Avid Kilo, Emo Kilo, cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you curse. Rabbi Yosef says, Mash Mashne, yeah. Mash Mapaka, Atzmo, Ashiepo, Kakosim, yeah. So the possible on the one hand, the possible the person also goes ahead if it's a child for cursing them individually, and otherwise in a circumstance like that, they always be tied unless the father individually, and as it says explicitly, the only tied for cursing them together. Most you must, Torah says, will be put to death for cursing your parents. Stoning, I find this Skira in the Ella the Archos become Mrs. Samuel the Torah. So you say stoning, maybe it's not stoning. Maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Namar Khan Dama Bo, and Namar Lahalon Dimehem Bo. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Ovi Yidoni, Dimehem Bo. Actually, we learned before. Dimehem Bo. What do I learn from this? Malahalon, just like by Ovi Yidoni, Afghan Bisco, so to like cursing one's parents, also is Shira as well. Says the Yimara Ones, Shamanu Asaraminayin, scenarios, and now I know the punishment of Stila. Where do I see the warning? So just remember again, the way it works is that every death penalty has to have an Asara, a warning, and also the owner. Now I see the owner. Where do I see the warning? Alomar, Elohim or Elohim Moshe Kaleh, which literally a general say, so we'll see exactly what that passage means. In Haya Aslachis, let's say first wide line. In Haya Abid Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Alright, who gets out Elohim Moshe Kaleh. So the way we're understanding right now is Elohim first to judge. Do not curse the judge. So now the first using that, let's say again, right, Reuben has a father Yaakov, and Yaakov is his Dayan. So Reuben curses his father, and not only is Reuben tied for cursing his father, but he's also tied for cursing the judge. In Haya Aviv Nasi, And if your father was right, Ruben's father was a Nasi, or a Hari Rubik Lav, the Nasi, but Amikalo saw. So what's it? It's not there's a prohibition to curse a diet. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So Ruben's father Yaakov was a dying to be Chayif Elohim Lo Sekalo. If he was the Nasi, he'd be Chayif for Nasi Lo Saor. What happens? Ain't no dying below Nasi, but how do I know that Ruben cursed his father? And his father is not the dying. His father is not the Nasi. That Ruben is still going to be Chayif. Third white line. So, Amit, Hale Atzatan, Dinyan Ab, snake. Interestingly enough, I can create a paragraph. What's the paragraph? Here we go. Lori is Nasi Kiri Idai. So a Nasi is not like a diet. But Lori Idai Kiri Nasi. And a diet is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lori Idai Nasi. Why? Shahari Dayan Ata Mitsuba Al Hora Aso. Kiroi Nasi Shia Ata Mitsuba Hora Aso. So let's say that look like this. A diet is a diet, right? Let's say a diet on the judge. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and tell your Twitchers if you result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same doesn't apply to a Nasi. Like if you bite in halakhic reasons of a Nasi, it doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. Right. Is he charged? Thank you. Nasi, Lori Nasi, dying. On the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a dying household. Shanasi Ata Mitzvah Hamra also, Kirai Dain Shiat Baharos. See, a Nasi and a Dain are two forms of leadership. A Dain is halakhic, and therefore it's halakhic in the Dain is a halakhic ruling, and that can result in a Nasi is not Jewish, and therefore this is halakhic. You're not chayiv, on the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a what's the right word, like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? Like so then again, he's the leader, you gotta follow it. If you can be chayiv nisa. On the other hand, if a dayan gives a directive, you're not chayiv nisa. So two different forms of leadership. Yet, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Hatzala Shabbat Shabayim." What's the common denominator between them? Shein ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'atam Musa al Kilavasa. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse people. That's the common denominator. Av ani avi avicha sheba'amcha, v'atam Musa al Kilavasa. So we can create a paradigm. What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So you must, and again, let's remember, this is the Ashara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So you must, Mala Tala Shabbat Shabayim, Shekin Yidulas and Garmalahim. Why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe the common denominator between Nasi and Dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. In other words, they both have Gidula, they both have greatness. Talmud Omar, Mosikala Perish. And listen, the Torah also says, don't curse the person who is deaf to you. So what do you see from here? The Umlomin Sheba Amkla customers are. The Torah is talking about even people who are not in the elevated position of leadership. Malachiri, Shekim, Karishasa, Karmelo. Nasi says, but again, maybe it's those kind of specific.
This guy is being smart by between the trees
because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi the dying Malu Nasi the dying the last one down the line. As far as right or Ezekiel is Ezekiel is it turns out that really get a Nasi a dying Achilles. And if there is really all very dissimilar, what is the common denominator? Is that Tara Shabbat Shabayim Shem Ba'amcha Va'ata Musa al Kivalas. Common denominator for a Nasi. Diet. And if there is also a common denominator, they're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So called into the father, because the father also he is also part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse them. So say, well, maybe the Sarah Shabbat is that again, Nasi Daina Pirish all have some unique difference. Nichtov Kra, O Elohim the Pirish, O Nasi the Pirish, Elohim Lamali. So we'll say that's the case. Why are you the Elohim? In your default name, in the ultimately, I can also say if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then you can Nasi Daina and almost is that what? Against someone who is people, someone who is part of your people, ultimately, again, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful show. What is the criteria for the or at least what is the criteria for someone if you're unfair? If you're so, you have to look so beautiful. This is for me.
No, you could have been so sick. But I still I think I'd put the same shit up.
You know what's interesting?
So,
what is
as long as I can settle down at a young age, you go to that Oxford, get married at 18, drink and drive home.
And you're like, wow,
She's
this guy's most connected to Shabbos. So you feel a tremendous sense of that. That's the point to understand that every year
of college football becomes great.
like, and it's the
Dude, I
uniform
get
of
3 hours on
Saturday.
Saturday.
It's the
I
uniform
can't
of
fucking wait.
image of
Who do we have? Fucking Central Michigan. Fuck. It's gonna be a blowout. Whatever. I'm gonna have
and
beers.
that love, that
That's good
results in
stuff.
that passion.
Maybe it's a golf.
It's the what you have to wear, have you have to bring to everything. No matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform can every single year wear the uniform
It's also
God. And again, because of that, he's unquote, because of his member of Israel,
but that's the best
because
life.
of that beautiful uniform, therefore, those are at least, like the baseline is,
that's what
don't
makes
like the baseline is, don't
so fucking sick.
the baseline is, don't have someone with a negative behavior towards
Shitty
you.
job.
Of course, that's where it starts. And the rest of hopefully we go on from there to the actual that's what right? The Gemara goes like, "Honey, Elohim Kol." By the way, this all works well if you understand that the pasuk Elohim Lo Sekalo is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim referring to God. Then I understand how now you can extrapolate and even apply it to a father. Elamam Amar Kodesh Ma'idayimar. But according to the opinion that says, no, it's not Elohim, God, rather what is it? It's Elohim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there? Elohim Chol Divrei Yishmael. Yishmael says Elohim is the judge. But yet, Elohim Kodesh. No, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The time is when Yaakov Omer, I told him about Hashem. From where do we see them? Against cursing of HaKadosh Alomar Elohim Usikalo. With the Gemara says, Mandomer Elohim Elohim Kol. Text is called God. According to a judge, you are going to be clearing out prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Mandomer Elohim Kodesh. Gaminan Chol Kodesh. But when it says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse a judge from the prohibition to curse a judge. So this is the man Elohim Kol Damar Kodesh Kol. So according to the opinion that says Elohim, it means a judge. I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has told us on a Polish opinion, you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elamam Za'amar Elohim Kodesh Damar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive it? You can't curse God. In fact, if you can't curse God, to which we might say, Somo, HaKodesh Azar, HaKolo Azar. Maybe after the Torah is only warning us to be cursing is not warning us to be cursing the judge. In Cain, Lichtopra, Losaka. If that's the case, the Torah could have just written it in the short form of Losaka, don't curse my Losikalo. Why does it say don't curse it? It say in the elongated form. Namino, it comes to teach us two things. Number one, don't curse the judge. And number two, don't curse HaKadosh. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go back here. Says the Gemara, Haba Anara Murasa. Just like the person has a relationship with Nara, Nara is a very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, right, but not Nisun. She's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she is single out for a unique, or she was and the man who had a relationship with her, singled out the skill as opposed to kind of. So Nara, Haba Nara Murasa, Aino Chayiv at Sheitain. So I'm saying, all the Chayiv ultimately again for Nara Murasa Skila. The unique part is normally adultery is punished by kind of strangulation. So here, this is singled out for Skila. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa in the following criteria. Number one, Aino Chayiv at Sheitain Nara. The girl has to be a Nara. Number two, Pesuga. Number three, Murasa. And number four, the heat, the base, Abiha. So again, she's still living in the body. So those are the four criteria that in order to get punishment of Skila Nara Murasa. Boaz, Naim, if two men have relations with her, let's say, right? Then what? I read from the Skila. When the first one is with Skila, the first one has relations with her, relations with the the second one has relations with no longer. It's funny in a regular adultery by kind of okay. So the murder is like this. The murder is like this. Good. Okay, so it happens to be over here. It comes out that the problem. Even if the men had a relationship, he is Shalokidaka. So if he is Shalokidaka, you would have put logically she's Sula. Therefore, maybe even the second guy should be Sula. Much more, we know the color recognize these two forms of Sia. Is the Akidarka and the Shalokidarka, and they're both other legitimate forms of Sia. Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations with her, even though physiologically her feelings are intact, she is considered to be a Kula, and therefore the second guy gets connect, and ultimately again masculine. It's very interesting. Very interesting. And that's how it's interesting. But again, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so the word goes like that. Turn around, Banan. Nara. So, this is one of the somebody else, right? It's the first most of the so Nara below Bulgaris. Mostly those is Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, not a Bulgaris. What's the Bulgaris? Bulgaris. 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bulgaris, the Sula, the depth of the Sula, below Bula. Again, I was saying, sort of like that. Remember, even if a girl doesn't meet these criteria, you're still kind of adults. We're talking about the specific focus from Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of Skila as opposed to Kenneth. So in order to be high for this again, the Sula, below Ula, Nu'ula, that's the interesting. Below the Sula, the base Akita, in her father's home, front, the Shemasara Abi Shruti Hata. Which indicates ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the Shrutim of the husband, where she was being given over, right, to be taken to her husband's home. Gemara says, good, so good. I'm ready to go. She's a Rabbi Meir. She's always a Rabbi Meir. And I come to come say, Nara Murasa. I feel it's kind of the come to see this. And if I come to say that Nara Murasa was like, if you even what? Nara Murasa, if even the kind of united us to see, well, we think the kind of I didn't know that our Mishnah is here. And comes to according to our Mishnah, Nara Murasa is that. Maybe according to Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the is to exclude a Boreres for Nara Murasa. Amalei, I Eno Kayis Ashe Nara, Bisula, Maurasa. Eno Kayit Ella Al Nara, Bisula, Maurasa. So the Gemara says, it should have said that's what he just said. Nara, Bisula, Maurasa. Bisula, maybe. So the Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. So we just solidified the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Murasa is Dafka for Nara. Not a Kitana and not a Bulgaris. Ba ala Kitana Murasa. So the Rabbi Meir
the reason why I brought that up is
What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man did have relations with the Kitana using a Risa, what's the law in that situation? According to there, what's the law? So you must be Gamre Manitla, that it's not adultery at all, or Meskila Manitla, or maybe it's just excluded to Meskila. So I'm gonna Meskila Meskila Manitla. No. It's not whether it's adultery, it's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of Meskila. Right? What will get? That kind of gets that. I, the opposite, will make some damn shame. Actually, shame shove it. And here's the problem. The person that doesn't adultery says, it makes some shame, they will both die. It seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both sides. Engages in adultery. What's halacha? She's not chayav. Why is she not chayav? Why? Shana's not chayav for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav is silent, you didn't know how to respond to this. Shmuel might have a Shasik Rav. I don't know Rav why he's silent. Nimalay, Umei Sa'ish Asher Shachavim Malavado. There's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see here? There's a case ultimately again where a man is singled out for execution even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution even though the woman is not? It will be a case of a man who commits adultery with a kitana under Urasa. So again, she's going to be pure. Why? She's kind of, but he's going to be chayav for that. To which the Gemara says, Kitanoi. The reality is, we'll say this point is in fact the Machodes Tanoi. Well, basically, the pasuk is both of them when he's looking at. Let's do actually stand subject of Yoshia. Yoshia says in order to execute the couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the Kitana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. The Yonasan or the Yonasan says, it's not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed even if the woman is not. What will be that case? I know she's not going to be executed because she's an adult. Right? But when I say she will be because she's an adult. What does Rabbi Yoshua do? What does he do? Oh, basically I'm saying, sorry. Basically I'm saying my gosh. Because of Jonas from do with the pasuk that says the Mason understand seems to indicate that again there's got to be equality and liability. I'm a rabbi that comes to exclude. Let's say again an act of intimacy that's not equal. So in my explicitly do any other form of intimacy that's not right, but the mice again liable for death if one does that. He did not for me. The other part is of course not. Don't need a concept to exclude myself from doing. Other acts of intimacy. That's not intercourse, that's nothing. I like that's not recognized as any. I don't need a concept to exclude that. He says the Ida, Levado, my gosh. What does that have to do with the Levado? So the sign of Boala started Adam Vadain to the Shula. Let's say 10 men have relation with us. But she's still with the Shula. Does that happen? Again, we don't do that. So 10 men have a relationship with her, but Lamaisa again, she's still with the Shula. So again, physiologically, from the Sulan are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan B'Skila. So the first thing it says, they're all liable to Skila. Now, why are they all liable to Skila? Because the Halacha teacher is that all of them had relations with a Hara on the Rasa. Because since she is cooked with the alliance with the Basula, there's all Chayyim for Skila. Rabbi says, no. Arisha B'Skila, not true. The first guy is Chayyim Skila, right? Because he had relations with an Aramu Rasa. But again, even though it was Bishul Kidanaka, so recognizing Bishul Kidanaka as a Dalek of Dios, therefore, after that first act, therefore, was no longer Basula. So the rest of the guys are Chayyim. What are they Chayyim for? Adultery. But the Chayyim for regular adultery, just regular adultery, right? So the Chayyim for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by Skila, only punishable by incredible. Ten Rabbanon, Ubas each point you see, and listeners, what's the Torah talking about now again? We spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the Bas Kohen. So the Torah says, Ubas each point you see, listeners, as I mean, Nicholas, but it's just that remember again what's it seems a unique function for a Bas Kohen. Ultimately, again, versus Basic, like you say, Rabbi Omer Rabbi says he lost. So Rabbi Omer Tchilas, we'll go back in just a moment.
I know a lot about the
Right. So Rabbi Omer Seicha Lashon Tchila Ulukamin in the parsha. So Rabbi says Rabbi says that her liability is with Tchila. The Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Michael, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to put Yeshua, Rabbi can be small. Rabbi also can be small. What does Rabbi small? So the Omer Arusa L'Sreifa below the Sula. So let's say it is only an Arusa Bastin. We had this before. It is only an Arusa Bastin. Ultimately, again, subject to Sreifa, not on the Sula. Not on the Sula. How can you tell me to say? In Tchilas, the Sreifa, Idach Bechenet. So we'll say, if Bastin is an Arusa, has relations with someone, the first man he thinks he has relations with, that's what he is saying. Any subsequent acts of relations, ultimately will be the Chana. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Mishnah. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's supposed to be a Suba, will be treated like a regular piece of adultery, and therefore again Chana. You want to see neither thing. What's the thing? So you must see some mahas in the tefillas. Just like George talking about over there, so actually be a halchanami the tefillas. Be a so to over here, Torah's talking about the initial act of I'm a busy by Abaye. Not happy. So he said Abaye, but Abaye, my Rebbe didn't say this. His Rebbe is the first Rebbe, Rabbi Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef, who didn't say Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Meir. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nisa coming up. So ultimately, again, because Rabbi does follow. So it's just how can you ultimately again? How can you have? So Rashi points out. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Rabbi Meir laid the Bas Kohen Yeshua L'Kasha B'Sreifa. Aval Nisis back coming up. Two lines. Let's listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. You see about saying Rashi 2 lines at the bottom of the page. If a Bas Kohen, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Kohen Arusa? Only if she is married to a person who is kosher. However, again, Aval Nisis L'Echa Min HaPsulim. Sheneschal L'Mishas Nisulim. Let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a apostle, to a psul. She's married to a mamzer. So she married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, look at Rashi. Sheneschal L'Mishas Nisulim. Shuv Eina Ela Bechenek. By Tchila D'Kamar Rabbi Achikama. So they'll say, Rabbi calls it Rabbi Meir. What does Rabbi Meir say? Rabbi Meir says like this. Rabbi Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for Arusa Bas Kohen? Only when she's married or has erusin to someone who is kosher. But if she didn't need erusin to someone who is kosher, let's say again, she married a mamzer. In which case what? She's already quote unquote did profane. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of Sefer to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, and therefore again, it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. But here it's to say, in Tchilas Achalasa Biznus B'Sreifa. If Halacha L'Maisa the first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's a chiyuv of Sreifa. But if, technically speaking, she was already profaned how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will be chayiv chenek, not sreifa. The idah. We'll say the idah, right? The idah, the chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other person will be chenek. And my the we'll say ultimately, again, what the thing? Look at Rashi. Hachal no kapit el atchilas lo, lo atchilas bia, v'hasim atchilas bia in any kapit. So we'll say, so again, halach, what is the what is that coming to? You have a son of Zion, Salazar Zion, Simna Ba'alma, ultimately, again, if I think about the other case, only Simon, what is it? Look at Rashi. ובתחילת שום דבר הקוסם מתעבר, בתחילת חילול Hava. So what it turns out to be an interesting case. In the case, ultimately, again, of Nara, so let's kind of bring this together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. So what do we have in Nara Murasa? Tartat symbols that Nara Murasa for a unique penalty of what? Of Siva. Right? A man has relations with an Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else, Siva. Even though what? Adultery only carries with it what? The penalty of? Connect. Nara Murasa is unique. But again, have to satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Base Avia. Base Allah Kalamaisa. Again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Kalamaisa, it's Siva. Anything else is going to be Chenek. What else did we learn? We also learned that Allah Kalamaisa, if there's an act of Via Kidarko, then it's Bula. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, or let's say an all be a Shmal Kidarko, the first guy will get Skila, subsequent people will get Chenek. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back now also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayiv for her adultery? Adulterers are Chayiv. But only important, once again, only if it's innocent, only if innocent, and again, only the first person to have a relationship. It's the same thing. If there's Yeshua Kidarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv, subsequent people will be Chayiv, or the third people will be Chayiv, Chenek. But interestingly enough, another deep bypass point that's incredibly important. When is there a dinner split? But only when what? When that first act is what's profaned. But if she was already profaned, how is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. Then our local amendments the dinner split doesn't apply. Rather, we treat it as a regular act of adultery and be punishable by Chenek. Right, so we'll say. So we'll say let's breakfast 9:30. Let's do 9:55. 25 minutes of breakfast. 9:55 back here in the base measures.
They were all fucking huge, and like they wore big, tall black hats, so make them even taller. And like the Confederate generals would see those black hats and be like, "Fuck, get out of there."
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us. Thank our sponsors for this morning. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Word Tough. It tells me dedicating all the Sherman Drushes this year and is continuing the Soros told us for others. I wish you to be able to see. I was thinking about this a little bit because just preparing the daf. One of the and it reverberated in my mind. Were it not that the Torah gave you the light, I would have perished in my feet. We were just so overwhelmed by what we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all the circumstances, heartbreaking, difficult circumstances. The loss of the Bibas children, the fact that the body identified wasn't Shiri Bibas, overwhelming circumstances. And it would be easy for a person to just lose themselves in the abyss. The incredible thing is that the Rebbe Shem gave us a Torah. And that Torah is what keeps us tethered. That Torah is what keeps us connected. That Torah is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of the sheer cliff of nationalistic. It's that Torah that keeps us tethered to a sense of optimism, to a sense of hope. It's the Torah that keeps us tethered to the Rebbe Shem. That Ramallah said suffered so much in his life. Rebbe Shalom were not in the Torah as Chabadati Banya would have been lost in my pain. Those words resonate profoundly for us. Were it not the Daf, were it not the Torah, Rebbe Shalom, me too, would have been lost in the abyss of people. So very much so. Saying, this Torah is just not this Daf thing. This Daf, it's like a little bit of like a soothing balm. For the next couple of minutes. We learn Torah together. It's almost as if we can leave everything else on the side. And all we could just do is just immerse ourselves in Yam Shal Tamar, immerse ourselves in the sea of Torah, and immerse Hashem allow its beautiful and holy words to see ourselves. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Son of Vav.
So how many of those were from the area where this is caught up with.
So Shir is dedicated by Mel and Karen Ryan. Lily Nishmas,
Inspired by North African
Mordechai
life
Ben
infantry known as
Hashem and Hashem
Islam.
Shalom
That had one distinction in both Algeria and Crimea.
All right, let's say let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is a really exciting daf.
That's one of the things about it.
So we left off on Sunday days, and I want to help happy Tobias. Donated. It might not look like much to you, right? It might not look like much to you, right? I want to see also. It's a sticker. Apparently, Avi backed that up. With me spending every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess you don't have these anymore. So apparently in New Jersey is incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. When I moved the sticker from yesterday's morning. So we are picking up. So really, Shkayach to the Tobias on dedicating pockets, retail value, 99 cents. But again, but tremendous Shkayach going to save us a lot of time. So again, we are picking up in Mir Hashem Rava, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So let's say the Mer says as follows. Amar Rava. Let's say this is an incredible year. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 centimeters. Amar Rava. Sadiki, Bolu Alma. Let's say how incredible it is. So Rava says, if Sadiki wanted to, they could create an entire world. Sadikim are so powerful that if they want to do it, they could create Shnei Amar, Gavano Sechem Hayum Abdul. So this statement, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, he boats and he keeps Leos the Kiyikal. Here's this interesting one. Rashi thing is like this. If Sadiqim wanted to create an entire world, how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once Sadiq cleanses himself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's it's interesting. So each boat Sadiq by Alma, if Sadiqim wanted to create a world that could be such an amount, how you might do. So we'll say, what do you see from there? So there's 2 things you see from here. Number one, what is the definition of tzaddik? Let's just keep it up with a lot. What's the definition of a tzaddik? So he says, by the way, what's not the definition? What's not the definition? That's a very open question. Right? What was that? A Rasha, well done. I was actually operating on things a very little sleep. Set the bar very low. So really, like, pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fine. Rasha, fantastic. A Navi, right? A Navi. Tzaddik, beautiful. So we'll say, also, all correct. Which will also be all excellent, but not well. And so let's going to say is some of those what are they about? Some of the interesting things is that learning Torah is what learning Torah does is open up to all kinds of possibilities. You know what the definition of a tzaddik is? You're not just like the showing Torah not around, right? That's kind of like our baseline. It's not before tzaddik is someone who helps others, doesn't just think about it, and I think what we also do is tzaddik is someone who realizes that he has the ability to change. But as you wrote in yesterday's daf, reality of cognition is never enough. Actually, a tzaddik is someone who understands he has the ability to be a mom. That's it. Because being about Shuvah means recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain a base. One of the most incredible things about the most you need to realize you don't have to remain the same. You change. Whatever change you want to affect for yourself, whatever change you want to affect in your life, do it. So that's what God is saying. God is saying Tzaddikim have the ability to become Bali Shuvah. And because they have the ability to be Bali Shuvah, therefore what? When you become, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show? That you have the ability to change is the greatest gift. Because change says I can create and recreate as many times as necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to be the same person. My life doesn't just have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I want tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create worlds. And also each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You know, you never think to yourself, I'm too tired to like lift my hand, right? Let alone create a world. It's like, deep breath, drink 17 cups of coffee, whatever you have to do, tap into this or something. This is cool. Rabbi says, tzaddikim means, like Rashi said, Bali Tshuva, have the ability to create and recreate worlds. That's the core. Consistently create and recreate. Margaret Rava, this is great. Rava, Baragavra. Rava actually created someone. Rava created a person. I want to point out the stories of like the Golem, like those stories are not those that were the Maharal. Those stories in the Gemara. So Rava literally Baragavra. He created a person. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Baragavra. So literally, I'm going to say there's a sefer, there's a book that contains a sefer that contains a creation. And then he went ahead and he created a person. What happened? He sent the guy Rabbi Zera, so Rabbi Zera started with this person. But ultimately, again, apparently, the person that's created responded. He wasn't engaging in conversation. So Rabbi Zera apparently wasn't happy with him. He said, you can, Rashi says, and if right, you are someone who's been created by someone else, right? No, go back to your dust. Go back to your dust. So we'll say, what's the question is? Why did Rabbi Zera go ahead and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. We'll say, if you can't interact with other humans, if you don't know how to say a shalom aleichem, if you don't know how to give avas, if you don't know how to give a word of visit, that's what I feel. Go back to the dust. The world doesn't need you. Well, Israel doesn't need you. If you don't know how to interact and how to be with the other. Incredible. Both say, listen to this. Rabbi Chanina Ramoshia, Rabbi Yossi Kamali Shabsa, both say, Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. It's a 7.5 year cycle. But don't get caught up in the details. Right? It says, listen to this. So these two Rabbi Chanina, we're sitting on Erev Shabbos. The Aski the Sefer Yitzira. And they were learning Sefer Yitzira. Listen, this is what we're doing very well now. So I'll point out on it, right? So you get a little later on. Right? So all of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yitzira. And what did they do? They created for themselves. Doesn't mean a third or a calf, or doesn't mean a calf that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best meat. The best meat, like the most tender meat. So they created a iglatilsa from Sefer Yitzira, and they ate it. What's the point of this, Kimara? What's the point of this? The point is, again, is to show the creative power of the tzaddik. So you can have the ability to create. But again, I've also come full circle. What's the definition of a tzaddik? A tzaddik is someone who recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about tshuva, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you could accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible result in life is that you could create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself as many times as necessary. Let's go like that. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, Ma'onim, so back to so let's say Ma'onim. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Zeh HaMavir Shiva Minei Zachar Al Ha'ayim. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed from 7 different types of opening your eyes when you don't see is a problem. But I'm just saying, right? So again, what's on his eyes for the party that allows him to be able to see things. From the say, Zaoki is Hainai. No, this is something when you use in deception, right? What's the word? Like an illusionist, like a magician, right? Someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of story. Kiva says, Zabitim B'Shos. Who is the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in auspicious times. Well, what does that mean? Ma'omer, Hayom Yafa Latzis. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Is a good day for purchases. Remove the Ardi Shadias seeking Yaffos, or someone who says, oh, Erev, he thought that's when the wheat is best. And Kuri Kitnios and Yos Rose. So again, what's the shot? What does that mean to say? Ma'onin is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So I don't know, why does that sound so bad? What's that about their life? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onin is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. So there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's probably not tomorrow, right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes. Oh, that's what I'm going to come from, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. That means Jesus says, we call that? We call that a ma'onim. That's the issue of the oraisa. It's the oraisa life to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. You understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend an entire life waiting to make things happen. The Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Murder's like that. You must have turned up on a someone says, so Menachis is a person who believes like in omens. Right? The person says, oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about omen. Maklo naflamiyago. My staff fell out of my hand. Korilo me'achoro. My son caught me from behind. These are things that people think like a bad omen. Only korilo. The reason calls out to me. Svi hipsiko bagara. A deer ran right in front of me. No question, there's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one may be legitimate, right? In other words, if you have that right? But my second, these are all things that people omenize. Yes, right? They omenize, right? And a craft. My first life is first. I'm about to start a football on the ground of the tree. Right on the football. And my kids can't do it. Right? Okay, anyway, right? But it was a new thing. The whole time. I never had to walk my back for a glance. But, no, this shit happens. Because it's operating on okay, the guy goes like that. Because you can see Joseph and Rusty. All right, the rest is as follows. Right? Show me a swallow. Top of something of 66. I'll tunnel B, or let's say a person collecting taxes, a person that's the tax collector. Don't start from me, right? Shachrasu, Rosh Chodeshu, Matzeh Shav, or you know what? Again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning. Actually, points out that you're paying your debts. You know, again, these are all people harmonizing. Or I don't want to pay. I don't want to start off the day paying my debts. So Chodesh, I don't want to start the new, or I don't want to start the new week. Again, person organizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. But also, again, halacha l'maisa, the time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. Hanabana, los nafashu, los arin, to go ilam nafashim, the chulda, the alcohols, the people who engage in all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with weasels, with birds, and with fish. Okay, they hominize all these different things. Good. So let's say Mishnah. Hamachalas HaShabbos, the Davar Shechayavan Al Zidon or Paris Vashi Yugasa Shabbos. So let's say in general, when a person violates Shabbos, so again, halacha l'maisa, if a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be buying parts, if you were to do so without Hasra, then halacha l'maisa you do chayiv skiba, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be chayav chatos. Which the rest in the cloud, the Ika Midi, the full Shabbos Habi, being chayav in the law, should go to chatos, the law is not a. So is that to say that there is some type of full Shabbos, that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be chayav for a chatos, or you would be chayav kares, what would that be? The Mercy Tchumin Balibut Rabbi Akiva, the Habara Balibut Rabbi Yossi. Okay, so let's say Rabbi Akiva holds that Tchumin are Drabanan, and Rabbi Yossi holds that Habara, the act of kindling, is the lot that's also. Ultimately, it's a single God, just do the chayav on a lot, and not chayav on kares. Okay, Mishnah. Hamakalu of the Imo in chayav actually chayav Mishnah. So we've seen this reference earlier on. When the person curses his parents, he's only chayav if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kill on the if a person goes and curses his parents with some type of name, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the Rabbi Meir Rabbi Meir says you chayav. Chachamim say ultimately again that you are covered. Says the Gemara, let's analyze man Chachamim, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, the Sanya, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, Omer, the Nikvo Shem Dinas. So he says when you articulate the name of Hashem, right, ultimately one will be put to death. Makam U'Ramash, what is this coming to refer to? So the Gemara says, Makam U'Ramash, shame. We made Amakal, Aviv Imo, She'enu Chayiv, Ashi Kalei Mefishem. It's going to teach us that if one curses his parents,
what up, Zoot? How was your shower, you little bee?
And does so,
I have a question for you. Are you ready to lose? Hit me with it, baby. If I were on a plane,
is a tumtum and or an androgynous. Under those circumstances, you're not chayiv for cursing the parents. Kamash Malon again, whoever the parent is, one is chayiv to go, one is chayiv for cursing him. Asher halal as aviv ve'esimo.
Carfentanil.
Ainly Ella aviv ve'imo. So I only know from the pasuk. In other words, from the pasuk, I might have thought one is only chayiv for cursing mother and father together. Aviv shalom.
And like there are a bunch of drugs. I mean, anything's fine in moderation. So what are we talking? Like huge amounts of anything. I wouldn't want to take in huge amounts of caffeine, huge amounts of cocaine, huge amounts of fentanyl, huge amounts of LSD, huge amounts of mushrooms, huge amounts of alcohol.
So the pasuk really two instances. On one, the pasuk gives the inference of cursing them both
Yes.
at the same time. The pasuk also goes ahead and seems to indicate that
you wouldn't want your car
habitually. And halacha
Sure, there are some pilots who
will always be
could land a plane pretty drunk.
Individually, unless the pasuk says that you only fight for cursing them together. Most you must, as far as it will be considered for cursing your parents.
I'd let a pilot who a couple beers in him land my plane. Definitely, if he was on cocaine, I'd let him fly my plane. Definitely, if he had a little nicotine in him. Definitely, if he had a little bit of psilocybin in him. Definitely, if he had some morphine in him. Definitely if he had some oxycodone in him.
Definitely, if he had any.
So now I know the punishment of skila.
I will say this: I would let a pilot who took a little bit of any drug land my plane.
Every death penalty has to have an ashara, a warning, and also the onus. Now I see the onus. Where do I see the warning? Talmud
No way.
Or Elohim lo sikalel. So it's ability again also, so we'll see exactly what that
Why not?
means. In Haya, watch this. What's the first white line? First white line. In Haya Aviv Dayan.
in my Telegram group, and then 2 months later,
If one's father was a dayan.
Are you proud of
It
it?
says, "Harei hu bichlal Elohim lo
I mean, if I
sikalel."
bought it,
Supposed to
I
say,
could
we're
buy
not
$300
right now,
at the time and being up to like 600K right now.
do not curse a judge. So now we must this.
Yeah.
Let's say again, right?
That would have been nice.
Yaakov, and Yaakov is a dayan. So if Reuven curses his father, so not only is Reuven chayiv for cursing his father, but he's also chayiv for cursing the judge. Then Haya Aviv Nasi.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Right, Reuven's father was a Nasi.
But here's my question for you: are you ready to lose?
There's a prohibition to curse a dayan. There's a prohibition to curse a leader.
Why don't you want to play, big dog?
Was a dayan, he'd be chayiv for Elohim lo sikalel. If he was the Nasi, he'd be chayiv for Nasi lo sa'or. What happens?
Is there an Avatar Part 4?
But how do I know that it's being cursed his father? And his father is not a dayan, and his father is not the Nasi.
Okay, well that doesn't make any sense.
So the Gemara says, I'm going to say third white line.
All right, well that's a cool story. I'm already super well known by that and traveled the world, and I've done space tours and it's slung dick like a motherfucker. My question for you is this: in 2029, if you want to get your ass kicked in any game you want, you name it, I'll beat you. You name any game, I will beat you right now.
So what's that look like this?
Dude, what the fuck, dog?
Let's say a dayan or the judge issues a ruling, you're obligated to go ahead and adhere to it. And failure to adhere to it can actually result in a death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha apply to a nasi. Just interesting, right? If you violate the halachic rulings of it, that doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right? This is Parsha. Oh, that's all incredible. Parshas Mishpat. Thank you. Lo re'i nasi. On the other hand, again, a nasi so. Shanasi atam mitzvah hamra also. V'raitai shetam mitzvah hara. See, a nasi and a dayan are from the leaders. A dayan is halachic. And therefore, if the dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A nasi is not halachic. And therefore, if a nasi is halachic ruling you violated, you're not chayiv death penalty. On the other hand, if a nasi kind of gives like a directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader. If you violate it, you can be chayiv misa. On the other hand, if a dayan gives a directive, you're not chayiv misa. So two different forms of leadership. Yeah, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Hatzara Shabbat Shabayim. What's the common denominator between them? Shein ba'amcha, that they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Va'atam Musra al Kilalasa. What is the common denominator between a Nasi and a Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse either of them. That's the common denominator. Av ani avi avicha sheba'amcha, va'atam Musra Kilalasa. So let's say if you create a paradigm. What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a dayan or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him.
Can you do it again? I love this song.
This is the ashara.
Really?
For the warning.
Oh, dog. This is my jam. I used to listen to this song constantly. Of any song that I've maybe listened to the most of my life, this is up there. I would just play it on repeat. Kids back in my day, there was no Spotify. Play that bitch on repeat. Repeat. Repeat, bitch. I know that my baby love me. My baby needs me.
So, but maybe a cherish. Maybe it's
That's why we make it.
manipulation, not manipulation, because he's a scientist. The Nasi Mal the Nasi the Nasi Gamalahan, finish of Yaf, the Khaz right down lower secular is there, the lower secular is there. Which it turns out that really have three things over there. A Nasi, a diner, a finish. And the truth is, they're really all
Dude,
very
before you do this,
what is the common denominator? Zatzara, Shabbat Shabahan, Shein Ba'amcha, Va'ata Musa al
oh fuck.
Common denominator between a Nasi, Dayim, and a Cheresh. What's common denominator? They're all.
Yo, dog, what did we learn about Kabbalah today? That it sucks? Is it Judaism? I guess, but it's like some new shit. Really? Like, what did you learn? Put these things in simple terms. Okay, we've got, who's that motherfucker? His name is Shimon.
Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Cheresh all have some unique difference.
Bar. Yochanan.
Elohim Lamali. So that's the case. Why do I need the Elohim?
Dog, you should know this. No,
I
I'm telling you, I
don't need it.
Forgot a lot. Not just for my.
Therefore, it turns out that we have opinion of a parent that is really created
Encyclopedia of Rabbis or whatever.
Those three is that what?
Yochai. Shimon Bar Yochai. Who's he?
Ultimately,
I don't know. He's just some dude.
ultimately,
Sucks. Does he? Anyway, about him. What did he do?
Or at least, what is the criteria for not treating
It's
someone
like the
if they're unchal? So you
Kabbalah.
have to love them.
They burn a big fucking
striking, so beautiful. You just showed me a video, just
bonfire for this motherfucker every.
Soldier came on the bus last night when we were leaving Kiryat Arba. It was beautiful. Let's say, do you know what's interesting? So,
Lag BaOmer.
what is it?
Really? Yeah.
That love.
I have forgotten so much shit. I used to know so much.
He's wearing the whole uniform of these.
All right, well, who else is important?
And you're like, wow, here's a guy who's most nefesh for Klaus. So you feel a tremendous sense of power.
Isaac Luria?
It's important to understand that every
Who's that?
wears a uniform, right? And it's the uniform of Tzelem Elokim. It's the uniform of being created in the
His
image
name
of
Isaac
HaKadosh.
Luria?
Every single Jew wears that uniform.
Yeah, dog.
And that love that we felt for that precious.
He has some cool nicknames. I always like the
It's
nicknames.
the love you have
Ari
you have to
Hakadosh.
for every
Or
single Jew. No matter
Arizal.
what the actual uniform
Or
physical
Ha'ari.
uniform looks like.
Who is
The
he?
spiritual uniform is
Some
always the same.
douche.
The spiritual uniform
He's
is
considered the
always
father of
same.
contemporary Kabbalah. His teachings have been referred to as Lurianic Kabbalah. What kind of Kabbalah are you going to have? It's called Pin Kabbalah. Really? Yeah.
Right, the baseline is
All right.
don't
So
curse.
who's the other guy?
Right, the baseline
Shimon
is don't mistreat another Jew. The
Ben
baseline is don't
Yochai.
touch
Well,
someone.
when did Kabbalah really like
Of course,
start?
that's where it starts.
Hezekiah
And then hopefully
uh,
go on from there to you have to really have Hakamocha.
saw like the throne of Hashem. I guess that's like the start of it.
Elohim Chol. So by the
Really?
way, this all works
Anything.
well.
This is just day one. So if like this is wrong, okay,
Elohim
I'm just
Hallel is not
dipping my
Elohim, it's not
toes, baby.
Elohim, God.
Shimon Ben
But either
Yochai.
again, Elohim is referring to a judge. Then I understand that now you can extrapolate, you can even
Yo,
apply it to
what
a
did
father.
he do?
Elamam Amar Kodesh Ma'ikal Neymar. But
He,
according to the opinion that says no, it's not
he was one of the most
Elohim.
disciples of Rabbi Akiva. I know Rabbi Akiva. I talked about him yesterday.
This
Really?
is a reference
Oh,
to
for
Hashem.
sure. I know.
And what is there to say? Nisanyo,
More than 99% of all people. I know more than 99% of all people by Rabbi
it's
Akiva.
not God.
Really?
Elohim
Oh,
refers to a
for
judge.
sure.
Kiva Omer Elohim. He says, no.
Okay, so his
In the
nickname
first
was
Hakadosh Baruch
Arashi.
Hu, as her in the
I have
Vaykas
so many,
Hashem
too many lists.
From where did we see
All right.
the warning
So
against
what did he
cursing the
do?
Hakadosh Baruch Hu? Ta'alomar
Well,
Elohim lo sikalel. To which the Gemara says, Man Gomer Elohim
they
Elohim
say
Kol, Gomer
that the
Kodesh Michal.
Zohar
So the one who says that
is described in
Elohim is
Kabbalistic
Kol
tradition,
means
but
it's not God. So
this
if
claim
you're a
is
judge,
universally
then ultimately,
rejected
again, we can
by
learn out the
modern
prohibition
scholars.
of
All right, well, that's just like
from the
their
prohibition
opinion.
to curse a judge.
All right, so what else did you learn? Why did Madonna wear
Kodesh,
the string?
Gaminon Chol
Well, I don't
Mikodesh.
really know all
The
of
one who
it.
says
I
Elohim
learned
is
about the
kindness,
Kabbalistic
first
Center.
is
Not just
derived ultimately again the prohibition
in
to curse a judge from the
Pico Rivera,
prohibition to curse a judge.
but
So Mishnah Laman Damar
got a nice
Elohim,
building.
Elohim,
Walked by it
Chol,
like
Gamar Kodesh
1,000
Michal.
times.
So according to the
Really?
opinion,
Yeah.
it
Bunch
says
of that,
Elohim
bitch.
means a judge.
Why?
I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what?
There's welcome from Shul to Shul. Shout out to Beth Jacob, Beverly Hills. That's right down here. Really, yeah. In the basement, baby. Why? Because that's where people were diving in. Anyway, there's just dudes. Really? Yeah, they're really nice bathroom. I can tell you that. I'll tell you about all the bathrooms of all the shuls I've been in, but not now. Really? Yeah. I judge shuls by a lot of things, but bathrooms. It's really a nice bathroom. Really? The nicest shul bathroom in which you've been. Something. Anyway. So what did this asshole do? Oh, he did some shit. Anyway, Madonna and that fucking string. That's the Kabbalistic center and all that. Why? Well, I thought it was a gang, which it is. So they're kind of like
12 to 12 and a half.
Giving out the secrets to everybody, which I'm not saying is bad, but you should just have a foundational Jewish education, I think, to learn this stuff. But I don't know. This is day one, so who the fuck knows? Anyway, are you gonna wear a red string? I got enough shit to worry about. Red string. All right, what else? What else did you learn? One more thing. There's this. Can I even say this? Like, Hashem's like female aspect. But can I say this? Is this something that can be said? It's like the sha and then the and then the no, that. For a long time, I always thought that was like the dwelling place. I don't know. See, you're seeing me learn all this stuff. And if you're at home right now, you're like, this rabbi doesn't know jack squat. Look, I have forgotten a lot of things, and I'm also being funny. And I will know this better than anybody. Nobody has their entire Kabbalistic summary. Nobody's. I'm like, if I can, I'm gonna try to just do one of these every single day for the rest of my life. And then people will be like, "Dog, remember when this motherfucker did it?" No, the motherfucker's name was Yochai and not Yochanan, like Toucan. Anyway, Yokan. I can tell you all about Yokan. They have this company that makes this type of device that you'll see a lot on the street. Anyway, but yeah, Shimon ben Yochai.
That even if the men had relations with her,
the Zohar. Oh yeah, and
technically speaking,
the Zohar. What does Kabbalah mean?
Therefore, again,
Hebrew comes from the root of Chirisi.
Maybe even the
like all right, well, this thing's not going to record, so just let's end it. Anything else?
Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations.
Anyway, wouldn't it be cool if I did one of these every single day for the rest of my life, and then we had like this huge compilation of what I think of Kabbalah? I think it'd be baller as fuck. But for now,
not Shabbos table interesting, but again, but interesting nevertheless. All right, so
you're fine. Go fuck yourself.
Nara. But right, this is one of these ones. Somebody asked us so much about it today. Just refer to it. So Nara, below Bulgaris. This is Nara. So again, now we're going to go through the psukim. Nara means the Nara, not a Bulgaris. What's Bulgaris? What's Bulgaris? Bulgaris. We're going to have to go this law. Again, I was to point out, remember, even if a girl doesn't these criteria, you're still chayav for adultery. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with it a penalty of
this is Lance, Orange County's
where the father had already given her over which she was being given over right to be taken to her husband's. The Chum disagree, and the Chum say that Nara Murasa was like to be Itana. Rabbi Meir, he ute kitana nami. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir and comes to exclude a kitana? According to our Mishnah, a nara murasa is dafka and nara and not a kitana. Dilmo rabbanon he ulemi ute bogeres v'sulo. Maybe it's according to the rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude a bogeres for nara murasa. Amarle, hi eno chayiv achete nara v'sula murasa. Eno chayiv ela al nara v'sula murasa mibayale. So the Gemara says it should have said that's what it just said. Nara v'sula murasa. So the Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. Because we just certify the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for nara murasa is that's for nara, not a kitana and not a mogeres. Don't be a that's about Adonai. What happens if another man, in other words, not the husband, if another man should have a relationship with his son, he's not Risa. What's the law in that situation? According to the mayor, what's the law? So the Gemara says, Gamre Manitla, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or Miskila Manitla? Or maybe it's just coming to exclude it from Skila. So Amalai, Mistabra Miskila Manitla. No, it's still prohibited against adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Rather, what will get? That kind of instead, God, the Gemara says, "I behalt sid u'meisukam shneim, ad shneim shavim." Here's the problem: the pasuk that talks about adultery says u'meisukam shneim, they will both die, which seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both said, if the ketana engages in adultery, what's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why is she not chayaves? Why? She's ketana. The ketana is not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent. He didn't know how to respond to this. Amar Shmuel might have a Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav. Why do you sound? The name of Lei Umei Saish Asher Shachavim Malavado. Again, about say there's another pasuk, and the other pasuk indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case ultimately again where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution, even if the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a kitana rasa. So again, she's going to be ketura. Why? She's a kitana, but he's going to be chayiv for that. To which the Gemara says, kitanoi. Reality is, we will say this point is in fact a machlokes tanoi. The pasuk says both of them will be put to death. Rabbi Yoshia says in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with the kitana, since she's not put to death, he's not put to death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? So she's not going to be executed because she's kitana. But he will be because he's an adult. What does Rabbi Yoshia do with that? What does he do? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says which seems to indicate that again there's got to be an equality in liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's ma'aseh. Any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. So halacha ma'aseh, that's not adultery. Again, not good, right? But the ma'aseh again, not liable for death penalty if one does that. Ve'idach, ma'aseh chidudim mavkulim. The other part of one say, of course not. You don't need a pasuk to exclude ma'aseh chidudim. Other acts of intimacy. That's not intercourse. That's nothing. Halachically, that's not recognized as anything. I don't need a pasuk to exclude that. The Gemara says, "The idach high levado my dashi." What does the other thing do with the levado? So kedisanya boala sarabene adam vadain hibisura. So that's an interesting case over here. Let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Ara Murasa, but she's still a Bisuba. So how does that happen? Again, via Shaloki Dakba. So 10 men have relations with her, but Lamaisa, again, she's still a Bisuba. So again, physiologically, her Bisulim are intact. So now, what is the liability for those men? So the Gemara says, Kulan Biskila. So the first opinion says, they're all liable to Skila. Now we'll say, now why are they all liable to Skila? Because the halacha treats it as if all of them had relations with a Na'ara Hanurasa. because since she is still is mentioned in the Basula, there's all Chayim for skill. Rabbi says, no. Arisha Biskila, not true. The first guy is Chayim Skila, right? Because he had relations with the Nara Rasa. But again, it was Bishul Darka. So recognizes Bishul Darka as a dollar from a therefore, after that first act, therefore, it's no longer a Sila. So the rest, what are they Chayim for? Adult, it's a Chayim for regular adultery. Right? So it's Chayim for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by Skila, only punishable by incredible. Turn Rabbanon. Bas ish koin kiseicha lisnos. So what's the first time now again? We spent a significant amount about again the bas koin. So the Torah says ish koin kiseicha lisnos. Esavi imechala. A unique for a bas koin. Ultimately, versus bas ish koin kiseicha lisnos. Rabbi says. So Rabbi Omer Tefillah Garash for just a moment. She says over here. Right. So Rabbi Omer, Kisecha Lashon Tchila Ulukamim Mefarishla. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says Tchila, that her liability is with Tchila. So Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Omeisa Isha Sheshach Alima Mevado. My comment, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to flip Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi can be Shmos feeling. Rabbi also can be Shmos. What does Rabbi Shmos say? The Omar Arusa Yotza L'Streifa Below Nesua. So we'll say it is only an Arusa was subject to Sreifa and the Sua. Nesua, the Hakikam is going to say, in Tchilas, we are business, the Sreifa, the Idach, the Chenek. So we'll say, if a Bas Kohen who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Chiyah Sreifa. Any subsequent acts of relations, ultimately again, will be the Chenek. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Bishul Kidarko. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Pesula, will be treated like regular cases of adultery, and therefore again Chenek. So the Gemara says, "My Bechim." Well, what's the Bechim? So the Gemara says, "Kiyasam Mahasim B'Tchilas B'Yod Kamishkaikra." Just like Torah is talking about over there, initial activity. So to over here, Torah is talking about an initial act of so my Rebbe didn't say this. Whose Rebbe should forget? That's Rebbe Meir, right? So we didn't say this. Rabbi Yosef. So Rebbe Rebbe Meir. Rebbe holds like Rebbe. The Amar Niseis le'acham min apsulim. So ultimately, again, because Rabbi holds as follows. So let's say, how can you ultimately, again, how can you, so Rashi points out, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says here, Rabbi Meir, you're late, the Amar, Bas Kohen, Nesua L'Kasher, B'Sreif, Av Amisis Techam Min Apsulim, it's supposed to listen to this. Rabbi holds the following. It was in Rashi's truth at the bottom of the page. If a Bas Kohen, right, when is there Sreifa by Bas Kohen Arusa, only if she is married to a person who is Asher. However, again, let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a apostle, to a psul. She's married to a mamzer. So she's married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, what do you Rashi? So also, what does Rabbi Meir say? The Meir says this. The Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for Arusa Bas only when she's married or has eris into someone who's kosher? But if she was old, if she didn't need eris into someone who's possible, let's say again she had an answer. In which case, what? She's already quote unquote what? Profaned. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of Sriva to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, and therefore, again, it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. But here it needs to say, in Tchilas, Achalasa Biznos, B'Sreifa. If Halacha, the first time she was preparing, was through the act of adultery, then there's a Chiyah of Sreifa. But if technically speaking, she was already profaned, how? through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be chayiv chenek, not sreifa. V'idach. So I'll say v'idach, and the other, right? V'idach b'chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately, again, the other case, right? The other person will be chenek.
Yo, dog, you already watched your video. You're like, yeah, that's not right, and that's not right, and that's not right. You're being funny in these videos, aren't you? Yeah. So what do you want to correct?
So again,
well, let's say I'm going to get a lot wrong in all of these videos if I do it for the rest of my life. So that which I get wrong, I either did it because it's part of Hashem's grand plan, or because I'm being funny, or because I just did a word association thing, or I got confused, perhaps. But I'm perfectly imperfect. What do you want me to do? So it's not Hezekiah. It's Ezekiel. And I knew that. But Ezekiel? Really? Yeah. So what did he do? Saw a lot of cool stuff. I won't go into it right now. Oh, what else did you get? I said Shimon.
All these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Nurasa. Number three.
No, that's Luria.
Number
Shimon Ben.
Beis Avia. Beis Halacha L'maisa. If you have those criteria, it's anything else is going to be.
Anything else you want to clean up?
We also have Halacha L'maisa.
I just watch these things and like, that's not right. I'm the one saying that's not right. No one on here has been like, oh man, you got this right. No. I'm the one that picks up. I know when all this stuff is wrong. Really, yeah, and just know, and I really mean this. I've said this previously. And Tanakh,
once again, Nara is Irisim.
Mishnah.
Again, only the first person down. So same
I
thing.
remember. I've been doing this for 5 fucking years, just streaming my life, and not as diligent as I
but interestingly enough,
wanted to be. I don't want to have to do this. I really don't. I mean, I enjoy having my life live streamed because I like having the archive of it. But that does not mean that like I would rather be more productive in my education. Because I'm a lifelong learner, baby. Anyway, is that all you wanted to say? I didn't even watch the whole video. I know that.
Let's do 9:55. 25 minutes
Did you really learn? You know all that stuff already?
Till 11 o'clock morning.
Yeah, I added some stuff to it because, I knew the thing about Lagba Omer and that big bonfire. I knew that stuff. So there's some stuff that I'll add that, I know. What else? Name one more thing. I knew about the Sheikh and then the nothing. What else? Well, we learned about Lilith. I knew a little bit about Lilith from Gemara, but what do you think of Lilith? Well, I know that bitch is like the queen in time. That's everything. Calm down. Really, yeah. But I do these. I'm not happy with my results. I've done one of them. I've already made a bunch of mistakes. But I'll clarify them when I need to. And then in the future, I'll just patch them all together, and I'll just make edits to it. I can even use AI to correct anything that I do. Look, if asshole rabbis are making mistakes in writing, imagine the bullshit that they're spewing when they're just flapping their jaw. So, anyway, is that the end of your story? Anything else you want to say about
exactly how the Avodah Zarah was performed. Gemara says, how exactly?
Well, I really think it would be cool if I do these videos every single day for the rest of my life, as well as I can. I bet decades down the line, I'll be like, oh, that's what this motherfucker meant, that's this motherfucker meant, that's what this motherfucker meant. I have forgotten. I mean, really, I have forgotten so much. I have forgotten so much. It's an uphill battle. Well, what else did you work on today? I worked on some Hebrew and anything else. I read it. Yechezkel. So Yechezkel. Probably not right, but the guy really kicked Shimon Yochai. I would do my best to avoid. Well, what about Rabbi? He was a Kabbalah. That's true. But, and he was Shimon ben Yochai. So it wasn't with Rabbi Akiva. I think that's a really good question. I mean, it really starts with Yechezkel. But see, here's what I've got that none of these other motherfuckers have, which makes me like the best motherfucker on earth for studying this shit. And that's like AI. We'll fucking find this shit out together. All right. And really, I mean, it's like I can just be like all bullshitty like this, and it's like I'm smarter than every rabbi ever because I'm not using this shit. Not publicly. Yo, baby. So, Shimon Bar Yochai is considered like the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all, of Kabbalah. But why isn't it Rabbi Akiva, since Shimon Bar Yochai lead under Rabbi Akiva? Great question. And your intuition is actually right. Fuck yeah, it's right, baby. Rabbi Akiva is on a higher rung in many ways. The reason why Shimon Bar Yochai ends up being treated like the Rose Bowl / granddaddy of Kabbalah has less to do with the hierarchy and more to do with world timing and mission. Here's a clean way to understand it. Rabbi Akiva is the architect. Oh, tight. That's baller. Rabbi Akiva is the source. Chazal say, Rabbi Akiva would darshan crowns on the letters. He was extracting cosmic meaning from Tagin, the little crowns on letters. That's peak Sod level Torah. So why isn't he the Kabbalah goat? Because Rabbi Akiva lived too early, taught in compressed coded form, gave Kabbalah its potential, not as a revealed system. Think Rabbi Akiva planted the nuclear reactor, but never flipped the switch publicly. Rashbi, that's Rabbi Bar Yochai, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, is the channel, not necessarily the origin. After the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash and the Roman persecutions, the world entered a darker spiritual era. Torah risked being lost or flattened. Rashbi's job
ultimately, again, you are chayiv as well. So the Gemara says, "Echol lemolech ve'echol l'shara b'chazara chayiv." So ultimately, again, so interesting enough, whether you go ahead
was different. To reveal what Rabbi Akiva encoded, he translated Akiva's cosmic Torah into something the world could survive with. That's why Rashbi hides in a cave for 13 years, learns Torah in a non-human mode, tree, spring isolation, emerges with Torah that can burn the world if misused. The Zohar even says, with this will leave exile. That's not architecture, that's activation. Akiva taught who Rashbi thought. Akiva taught who Rashbi taught what Rabbi Akiva focused on: halakha, structure, Kyle functions inside history. Rashbi focused on Sod, inner light, Torah as it exists above history, and what Torah looks like when exile is unbearable. Akiva was Torah within the world. Rashbi is Torah that repairs the world. Why the Zohar sticks to Rashbi's name. This is why Kabbalah isn't about who was the greatest. It's about who is permitted to reveal. There's a principle. It's not the Chacham who reveals Sod, it's the door. By Rashbi's time, the vessel was broken, the world needed light, or it wouldn't survive. So heaven says, now it's allowed. Thus, the Zohar is attributed to Rashbi, even though its root dates back to Akiva and earlier. Analogy: the Rose Bowl refined. Rabbi Akiva wrote the rules, trained legends. Rashbi championship game that the league from collapse. History remembers the game that changed everything. Bottom line, Rabbi Akiva is not less than Rashbi. He's too foundational to be the face of Kabbalah. Rashbi is remembered because he revealed what Akiva concealed. He spoke for a broken world. He turned mystical Torah into a redemptive force. Well, fuck. If I just do this, I will be a really good rabbi. I mean, I already am the best motherfucker ever. But I mean, even this asshole, he's not pulling this shit out. He's just reading in footnotes and shit. This is why I have my time. You're fired. You already watched your video and you're like, yeah, that's not right, that's not right. That's not right. Well, let's say I'm gonna get one of all these videos of my
This is Lance, Orange County's never.
First, repair that which is lost and broken inside yourself. Deal with that first before you deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's really much harder for me to repair the things that are broken all around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me, then hopefully that will help me repair that which is broken around me. And will help me find that which is it's very hard to expect all of that. You know, it's like this incredible tension about being there for myself, but being there for other people as well. You know, on one hand, sometimes the best place to prepare yourself is through helping other people, but sometimes it's this recognition that as long as I am in a state of despair, as long as I am not yet found in my attitude of what's missing from me, it's very hard to accept. So there's this dialectic. You can't just be there for yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. And yet, you can't be there for others until I know that which is broken and that which is lost inside you has really been repaired and has really been pleasure. Says the Gemara. I'm not Yosef and Hanira. Shalosh says Babel is our life. So they say, why is punishment this place in front of Babel is our this Gemara? It says, Achas Darko, the Achas Shaloki Darko, the Achas Hamoda. So one is teaching that the other people what Babel is our in a form of fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Babel is our in have form of fashion. That means again, even if it's not accepted form of worship. And the third is Hamoda. So let's say we see a few of them. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is the most important in its own category of Avodah Zarah. Okay? And Mandam and Molech Avodah Zarah, but according to the Hebrew, that says that Molech is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Courage the Molech. Why do I need that third courage by Molech? Not here to know Shemot. Ultimately, again, to teach me If I offer up my child, surely that means another apple Sarah, even besides all that. There is still going to be community. When man don't Megade if I'm all desired, courage to Megade for me, and according to the one who says that Megade, class, comes in the powerful, is the form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need courage by Megade? If you decide your courage for Olam Hazeh, courage to Olam Hazeh, and for Gibra Yakiva. So if you just ultimately again that first one, whereas if you've already courage in this world, already courage in the next world, so what else do you need courage for? Allah, the Mikras of Olam Hazeh, the courage to Olam Haba, the courage to Gibra Torah to Lashon B'Nei. So nothing else. One courage is for this world, one courage is for the world to come, and ultimately again the third option of courage is because the Torah speaks in the vernacular of man. Incredible, incredible. Alright, the most top of Sanhei, the Mishnah, 65a. Says the Mishnah, Baal O. So what's the now we're moving on to a new form of Avodah Zarah. So right, we've done Mola, now we're moving on to Ov and Yidon. Says the Mishnah. So Baal Ov, so what's Ov? What is Ov? So we'll say, in English, we use the word decrements. Basically, increments refers to communicating with the dead. So all different forms of sorcery that are designed to communicate with the dead. So Baal Ov, Zeh, and the David and Shechta. So let's say, so Ov refers to someone ultimately again who communicates with the dead through his armpits. Where's armpits? Take a look at that. Pitom, Shema Bechashe, and the David and Shechta, Mala Asamis Mura'aretz, Umoshe Bob Shechta, Kachas Ra'osab, or Medaber and Shechta. So this is going to be how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, summon up the spirit of the dead, and the dead can speak to the armpit of the individual. Alright? That's old. What you doing? This is something that summons up the dead, and the dead speaks through the mouth of the source. We're going to see it's not just come through the mouth, there's a little bit more foul than that. You look at last week, actually says here, you don't even have to live. In the first tomorrow, Chaya Achos. ששמו ידוע, ומכניס ממנה עצם מסוקים. That whatever happened over here, the Yitoni would put a bone in his mouth, and ultimately again the dead would communicate through the bone. Okay? So again, over Yitoni, about Roshua Baskiva, Banisha Bahen Bashara. And ultimately again, if you consult the over Yitoni, that is allowed. So not only is the sorcerer himself but ultimately one who consults the Obi Yidoni is in violation of Allah as well. Right, says Gemara, so my offer to turn Baal Obi Yidoni, my Shnadabi Kusos, turning Baal Obi, the Shire Yidoni. That's an interesting question. So over here in our Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both Obi Yidoni. Even though in reality, it's the same thing. They're both communicating with the dead. That's the prohibition over here. You have to dig in, Obi does it with the armpit. Yidoni does it through the mouth, but it's the same idea. So here both Ovi Yidoni, but yet again I'm also in another place. Like we suspect it only mentions Ov, doesn't mention Yidoni. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat? Yochanan, hold the shmei b'lav echad nemu. The Yochanan says, look, it's the same law. So you don't really need to mention both. You just need to mention one, and the other one is automatically included. Shatu shamar. Yidoni l'ki she'in bo ma'isa. It's interesting enough. So again, always mentioned, but we don't not mention why, because he has no Maisa. There's no Maisa that's there. You look at Rashi, they show you Yoni, but how can you tell me the Hassan, you should not be probably the Abinafshe, Lav Bar Karmanu, but the Shein Bo Maisa. So this is interesting. So Rabba wants to suggest that the Yoni doesn't have any action. Since the Yoni ultimately again is just speech, and speech is not the my son. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Ma'ishna Bar Ol-Jinafit. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan, why is it that ultimately is mentioned in that second Mishnah, like this says, I know this not. He's also like God, because it's in the first in the Hasa. They sluggish my time on Ro, Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't it like Rabbi Yochanan? Amar Papa, Kalim in the Misa. So ultimately, again, they are distinguished, they are separate in terms of the Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan will say ultimately again when there's a quote distinction, he my niece does not hold the distinction. Rabbi Yochanan, my time alone, Rish Lakish. Why does Rabbi Yochanan say Rish Lakish? Amar Chamas Nisim the Kisos Rabbi Akiva Hida Amar Lo Ba'inan Maisa. Mishnah ultimately I get like Kisos to back to you Rabbi Yochanan.
Let's say I'm gonna get a lot of
is like Rish Lakish. People boy Rabbi Akiva. Nice Rabbi. Nice
Grand
They didn't
plan
like
because
the
it'd be a funny
yeah, people don't land myself. Don't significant myself. They're just doing something like myself. So the Marshals Megade, nice. One second. If that's the case, it's actually myself. You need actually. So then how would you try to find Megade? Right? Megade is the blasphemy. The one who step on Shparah. What is person involved? First person involved? People. Right? So what's the Maisa? What's the action by Megade? So he wants to Ika, Akimas, I'm sorry, my Maisa. Ika, Akimas is Swasa, Habi Maisa. Yaakov Akimas Swasa means articulation of the lips. Yaakov articulation of the lips, that by itself is the Maisa. Baal Ov, my Maisa. So what's that by the Ov? What Maisa? Remember again, the Ov, the guy is selling up the gas. So what Maisa is there by Ov? Ika Kashas Laos, there's Kashas Laos of Mother Maisa. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have
no one on here would be like, oh man, yeah, that's not, no.
like I guess like
I'm the one that gets
like one
I know what
you
else
know,
is.
so it's right. So the Maisa, like
Yeah, it just
right?
no, and I really mean it. I have forgotten before.
But I'm gonna get back to it.
Halacha,
So the Maisa, it looks better. Right, like so the Maisa, so that's the action. That's the action. The flapping of the arm, yeah.
I've been doing this for 50 years of my life. Diligence as I
the Bryce says
want
as
him to
follows,
be.
I will
I don't have to do
what
this.
is holy
I really don't.
Well,
I
you
mean,
act, for example,
I enjoy
slaughtering
having
an
my
animal,
life like
incense,
like
libation,
a
prostration, garnish, like man panish what is the opinion that says prostration? You type that the Akiva the Amar Lo button on Maisa. So the Akiva holds the button on Maisa. So once it's interesting, about prostration
I think I'll
itself
watch the whole
is not
video.
even such a Maisa. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, Kipas Kamar Rabbanon having Maisa. Bending your posture as prostration. That's considered to be a Maisa. Actually, Reish Lakish Kipas Kamar so Hashtam, Reish Lakish Kipas Kamar so Rabbanon having Maisa. So now, Reish Lakish
There's some stuff that
even bending down, like prostration, is not considered to be a Maisa. Hakashas is also the Baal Ov having Maisa. It's flattering your arms for a Baal Ov to be a Maisa. Reish Lakish and Rabbi Akiva, right? Reish Lakish and Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva seems to say video only reaches the very minimal Maisa. About the Rabbanon, no. But for the Rabbanon, ultimately, again, one does not need any kind of Maisa at all. I'm sorry, for the Rabbanon, you need a greater Maisa. Ihavi, Yatsa Megade Kubal, right? Ihavi, Yatsa Megade Kubal, right? Ula, the cat of the shape. Where the shape. That's the instance of myself. I'm offering up incense to the shape. I'm really love up. The calculus shape all the level that's not loving. I don't understand. Worshiping is offering up incense to the shape.
in the future, I'll just attach them all together and I'll just make edits to it. I can use AI to correct
about certain
Look,
shape.
if these
Like
asshole
offering up
rabbis
incense to the shape.
are making mistakes in writing, imagine the bullshit that there's
I'm
people
a love
and they're just
in the
blasting
context.
their jaw.
So ultimately, what's happening over here? You're going ahead and you're offering up incense in order to conjure up something. So let's see. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi says Mechaber. It is synchronized up in the bottom. Eno Mekater L'Shem Elokos El Yaktora Nasa Machshekos Mechaber Hashem. So what's interesting? What's happening over here is as follows. One is offering up incense in order to go ahead and conjure up a group of sheep. So apparently, again, that is going to be problematic. I'm gonna buy it. And the Mechaber Lechaber Chober Chober. So let's say this is another thing. About the same section of Ov and Doni is also Chober Chober. right? So what we have over here is O, summoning up the dead with the argument. Yidoni, summoning up the dead with the mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. But apparently, Chover is summoning up heaps of shit. Heaps of shit. Okay, so the Gemara says, so the Chover Chaveru, in, so the Gemara says, that Torah Omra, Chover is Skiva. So apparently, again, this act of summoning up a heap of shit is in and of itself a considered right. So apparently, by Skiva, so turn up on Chover. So what is a Chover? Echad, Chover Gadol. The Echad Chaver Katan, so it's the rice on the table. So what is Chaver Chaver? So this refers to Chaver Gadol. What's a Chaver Gadol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up animals, right? Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals with some type of incantation. This is Chaver Gadol. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals that give the caution that run. Summoning up snakes and scorpions. Amrabaye, Hilcha, man big son of Zibura of the Akrava, Avaga the Kamakabe, will Risku also. Therefore, was someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zibura of me and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together using scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm me. So here, my kavana is not really for sorceric purposes. I'm not going to say that, right? But rather, again, my kavana over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead and gather up the bee and the scorpion. It's still also has the action of using sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animals. He's going to talk about the Yochanan Maishka, the Tifas Komasa, Rabbanon Hadimaisa, the Kimas Svasava. So now we're going back to the second. According to the Yochanan. So we'll say, why is it according to the Yochanan? According to his illustration of Rabbanon. The act of prostration is a Maisa. The act of movement of lips is not a Maisa. So prostration is a Maisa. Movement of lips, not a Maisa. What's the shot? Rabba, Shiny Gadi, Howell Yesh Nobodibo. I was saying, in general, not Rabbi Akiva is in the lips. Like if the last thing is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last Rashi on the down. Rashi says, Howell Yesh Nobodibo. Iker Kiev Hava Alav, covering the lip.
And your intuition is actually right. Fuck yeah, it's right, baby. Rabbi Akiva is on a higher rung in many ways.
Rather, it's about
The reason
what's
that you
happening
want Bar Yochai is Rashi
ends up
being treated like the role spiritual granddaddy of has less to do with the hierarchy and more to do with the role of futures. Here is the thing way to understand it. Rabbi Akiva is the person. Oh, tight. That's ballers. Rabbi Akiva is a source. Rabbi Akiva was the Darshan found on the letters.
but in his
He was
heart,
extracting
does not
cosmic
have a so
meaning from
technically
Hagen,
speaking, Mars
little
is not
compound
also
letters.
it's not
That's
also
each
the
side
Ikra
level
of Megabi, Ikra of Megabi is only
Why
when
isn't
you
he
have
in
this
the Wall of Goat? Because Rabbi Akiva literally
and then that
got in compressed coded form,
manifests
gave the
itself
ball its potential.
verbal
That is the revealed.
expression. But
Make
the verbal
Rabbi Akiva
expression is there
is a nuclear
without
reactor.
the intent. That's not Megabi. That's not Megabi.
Rashbi,
So
that's
because
Rabbi.
what's happening in your heart, and the
It's a channel, not necessarily the origin. After the destruction of the Beta Mikdash and the Roman persecutions, the world entered a dark spiritual era for
myself,
Rashbi.
in the world of myself, action really has something significant. To the point that even cross part of many opinions is not really significant. Exactly, yes, such.
Reveal what Rabbi Akiva translate Akiva's cosmic
What's
part
happening
into
inside
symbol.
our hearts. the
right.
blood expression is
That's
just
why
like the icing on the
Rashmi
cake.
hides in
But
the
in
cave
general,
of
you know,
fear.
my soul say, this is a tremendous,
Non-human
because
knows
it's a tremendous
trees bring isolation. Mergers with Torah that can burn the world to
general
cheese.
life.
Zohar says, with this
What
book,
do you,
Israel
what do you
will accept. That's not architecture, that's activation.
listen,
Akiva
what do you,
Rashmi thought.
what do you need?
Akiva taught the Rashmi
You need
what
nice.
Rabbi Akiva called structure, Kyle Israel survival,
What you think doesn't matter. What you say
focused on
doesn't
Saj,
matter.
like Kabbalah isn't about who was the greatest,
None of
about
that
who was
matters.
permitted to reveal
Thanks, baby.
their light, or it wouldn't survive. So heaven says, now it's allowed. Thus, Zohar is attributed to Rashbi, even though its root traces back to Akiva and earlier. Analogy, rose bowl vibe, line. Rabbi Akiva invented the sport, wrote the rules, and created the legend. Rashbi played the championship game that saved the collapse. History remembers the game that changed everything. Bottom line, Rabbi Akiva is not less than Rashbi. He's too foundational to be the complete. Rashbi is remembered because
Yo, baby.
he spoke before.
What up, Isaac? Yo, dog, your name means laughter, baby. How you living, pimp? Isaac.
That's the laboratory for dynamic life. The problem is all too often
Yo, how you living, dog?
Kabbalah, levels. We have to take what we dream, what we think, what we cover.
Hello.
Yo, what up, pimp?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, big man?
Fine.
How can I help you, big man?
I got your invite from there, so I decided to join today.
All right, excellent. Do you have a link tree?
Sorry, you said?
Do you have a link tree?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. How many links are on it?
Can hear you?
How many links are on it?
Yeah, I do.
All right, I know you do. How many links are on it?
Oh, I have 300.
That doesn't make sense. You have how many links are on your link tree?
I don't know how to talk. I just started.
Okay, you just got it. Have you sent me a message on X?
Yes, I do.
So you sent me a message on X?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking right now. What's your name on X?
Hello. We're people them. With dollar logo.
Okay, what's your name on X?
We're people them with dollar logo on it.
Web 3.
You get it? We're people them. We're people them.
And you sent me a message?
Yes, I do.
You sent me a message?
Yes.
Okay, you sent me a message 3 days ago?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Web 3. Okay, are we friends on? Okay, Web 3.